In the abyssal, enigmatic depths of the undersea realm, a chilling tableau unfolds. Grotesque, deformed monstrosities inhabit the mysterious islands, where humanity is but a mere footnote, overshadowed by madness and death. The pitiful prayers directed toward the denizens of the deep only serve to prolong the wretched existence of those poor souls, slowly succumbing to deformity. To reclaim the former glory of mankind, one must navigate the treacherous waters aboard a steamship, steeled with a resolve to confront inevitable demise. Chapter 1. The Captain's Journal. June 14th, Year 8, Clear Skies. Recently, the indistinct whispers have returned to haunt my ear, sounds that defy description, chaotic and shadowy. This wretched place is hardly fit for human habitation. My first mate, old John, suggested I seek the fragrant companionship of the ladies at the Scarlet Lip Inn. Last night, I dreamt of my family. I miss them dearly, yet their faces are fading from my memory. The sudden lurch of the Ratus interrupted Charles Reed's writing. An antiquated oil lamp cast its feeble glow upon his countenance. His dark pupils and hair presented a typical visage of an Asian man, yet his pallid skin rendered him almost translucent, reminiscent of a vampire from the silver screen. From the perspective of modernity, Charles might be considered somewhat handsome, yet his expression was burdened and weary, betraying an unusual frailty. After attentively listening to the sounds of the waves outside, he discerned nothing amiss and resumed his writing. Eschewing those specialized service workers, I find that journaling can equally alleviate my auditory hallucinations. Lately, I have managed to sleep a full 5 hours each night, a luxury I have not enjoyed in quite some time. Of course, drawing from the cautionary tales of my forebears, I have taken care to inscribe my thoughts in a script only I can comprehend, Chinese. A jarring metallic screech from outside pierced the air, akin to something relentlessly clawing at the hull with sharp talons. Snap. The journal closed, and with a furrowed brow, Charles approached the circular porthole. Peering outside, he found the view unchanged from 8 years prior, a lightless sky overshadowing a deep green sea, merging into a shroud of darkness. In this abyssal domain, darkness presided over all, seemingly harboring some lurking monstrosity, radiating an eerie aura. Yet within the depths, there was no starlit canopy, no moon. Instead, an endless void reigned supreme, with darkness itself affirming the status quo. Gazing at the unremarkable exterior, Charles's brow furrowed. Deeper, his years of seafaring had taught him that something was amiss. He resolved to investigate. Opening the nightstand, he beheld hundreds of gleaming golden bullets, rolling in tandem with the undulating waves. With deftness, he drew his revolver, loading it with practiced ease before striding toward the helm. "Captain, why are you up so early? Your shift hasn't even begun yet." A grizzled old man at the wheel greeted him. Beside him, slumped in a chair, was a youth of no more than 17 or 18, clad in sailor's garb, both faces bearing the pallor characteristic of Eastern Europeans. Much like Charles. "First mate, why is the Ratus experiencing a bit of turbulence? Is our course steady?" Charles inquired of the helmsman. John as he spoke, he kicked the chair leg, jolting the young sailor awake. Upon recognizing his captain, the boy hastily wiped drool from the corner of his mouth, scrambling to his feet. "Daha! It's probably just the underwater creatures catching wind of our scent. You know how it is in these depths. Those ghastly things outnumber the fish. But fear not. The Ratus is an iron vessel. They cannot breach her hull." The old man chuckled, stepping back to relinquish the helm to his captain. Despite the first mate's reassurances, Charles remained vigilant. In this uncanny realm, humanity was no longer at the pinnacle of the food chain. Survival depended solely on caution. Between the deck and the helm lay a cargo-laden expanse, the vessel itself modest in size, measuring a mere 30-odd meters in length. The route to the Coral Isles has been traversed by countless cargo ships those creatures wouldn't dare approach. "Something is amiss," Charles mused, gripping the well-worn, reflective helm as his brow furrowed in concentration. Old John paused. "Could we have deviated from our course? That seems unlikely. The beacon is still visible in the distance." He pointed toward the faint glimmer on the horizon. In the starless undersea, the only guides available were the compass and the distant beacons marking safe routes, proof that these channels had been charted by exploratory vessels. At that moment, Charles's pupils constricted to pinpoints as he gulped hard. "That beacon, how long have you been watching it?" "Probably just a few minutes. I've been keeping it in my sights," John replied, his voice trailing off, a hint of fear creeping into his expression. Having sailed for so long without passing this beacon, it was evident that the marker was moving at the same speed as their steamship. Something was amiss. In a sudden burst of urgency, Charles's hands flew to the helm, twisting it hard to the left. With a cacophony of metallic creaks, the steamship began to veer, and fortunately, The Ratus was nimble enough to distance itself from the ominous beacon. Before Charles could exhale a sigh of relief, the youth beside him pointed at the glass window, eyes wide with terror. "Captain, that thing is closing in on us. It's so fast. It's going to catch up. Damn it." Charles bellowed at a nearby pipe. "Chief engineer, crank the boiler to maximum. Something is pursuing us." "Understood, Captain," came a hearty voice from the iron pipe. Thick, black smoke billowed from the ship's smokestack as the steamship accelerated. "It's still gaining on us. It's so fast. It's almost upon us. What in the world is that monster?" The youth's voice, laced with sheer terror, rose several octaves, trembling as if on the brink of shock. "Deep. Close your eyes," Charles shouted, his tension palpable as he kicked the boy's leg, sending him tumbling to the floor. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening crash reverberated through the cabin, the vessel shuddering violently, and the two men tumbled together, Charles gripping the helm with all his might to avoid being thrown off balance. "Captain, it has struck us." Charles's face drained of color, his jaw clenched, causing his cheeks to bulge from the strain. He leaned close to the pipe, his voice hoarse. "Chief engineer, overload the boiler for 30 seconds. "Captain, that's impossible. It's too old. It could explode." Chapter 2, The Monster. "Do as I command. I know my ship better than anyone." After barking orders at the boiler room, Charles turned to his first mate, John. "Start jettisoning half the cargo." He understood that in crucial moments, hesitance could be fatal. Survival took precedence over all. "Understood." The old man kicked open the door to the helm and dashed out. Listening to the splashes as cargo fell into the depths, Charles's heart bled. Fortunately, a series of desperate measures proved effective, and after several impacts, the now lighter Ratus began to accelerate, gradually distancing itself from the pursuing entity. When the genuine beacon finally came into view at the bow, Charles, drenched in cold sweat, slowly relaxed his grip on the helm. The trembling youth, sprawled on the ground, crawled to Charles's feet, clutching his thigh with fervor. "Captain, I just saw." Charles grasped his jaw firmly, silencing his impending words. "Before boarding, what did I tell you the third rule was? The monsters in the water must not be seen or thought of, unless they approach our vessel. If seen, do not speak of them." "Excellent. Now stand up, drop anchor, and notify everyone aboard to assemble on deck. I must account for the crew." With that, Charles released his hold and exited the helm. The deck was in disarray, water pooling everywhere, and the ropes binding the cargo drifted aimlessly on the surface. Wading through water up to his calves, Charles made his way to the stern, where the spindle-shaped hull had been grievously dented as if struck by a mighty hammer, coated in an unidentifiable black viscous substance that exuded an incessant stench. The shape of the damage easily suggested the size of the creature that had collided with the ship, yet 8 years of seafaring had dulled Charles's curiosity, and he now pondered other matters. Repairing this will cost a fortune, he mused, his irritation mounting as he felt himself drifting further from his dreams. Like the tea that moment, the whispering resumed, seeming to emanate from the surrounding darkness. "Louis MGLWNF. Damn it." Charles furrowed his brow, pounding his fist against his forehead repeatedly, the pain alleviating the irritation brought on by the whispers. As he noticed other crew members gathering on the deck, Charles lowered his hand and approached them. Upon seeing their captain, several men of varying heights quickly formed a line, their faces as pale as Charles's, regardless of their appearances. John, first mate, assisting the captain and organizing various work plans, responsible for preparing the cargo stowage plan. "Helmsman of 1224, declared the stout elder first. Standing beside old John was a robust tall man, his blue attire smeared with oil. After the first mate spoke, he promptly chimed in. "James, chief engineer, responsible for maintaining the normal operation of the boilers, as well as the propulsion system and auxiliary equipment, boilers, lubrication, cooling, and fuel." Next to the tall man stood a lanky figure, resembling a slender pole. Freya, the cook, responsible for the crew's meals. Trailing behind the cook was a pale-faced Deep, swaying slightly, clearly still recovering. Deep, responsible for deck cleanliness and the maintenance and repair of the anchor, cables, and loading equipment. Casting a quick glance at the 4 men before him, Charles immediately noticed one was missing. "Where's the bosun?" "Ah!" Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from below the deck. "Something has boarded. Arm yourselves," Charles commanded, sprinting with the others toward the source of the commotion. Upon entering the dimly lit crew quarters, an icy chill surged from the base of his spine to his brain. Inside the dark cabin were only 2 figures. One stood, the bosun of the Rat, his face a mask of terror. The other lay prostrate, his identity obscured, as his skin had been flayed away. Without the protection of his epidermis, each contact with the ground sent tremors of agony through his body. He lay there, wailing in despair, his breath growing increasingly faint. "Jim, find out who he is." Charles swiftly drew his revolver. The bosun, trembling with fear, crawled closer, leaning in to listen to the mangled head. After a few seconds, panic etched on his face, he turned to Charles, pointing a trembling finger. "Captain, he says he is you." "Me?" Hearing the frantic footsteps of the crew behind him, Charles decisively aimed his gun at the bosun. "Charles, captain, responsible for the safe transportation and administration of the vessel, ensuring the utmost safety of the ship and crew, and adeptly managing emergencies. Helmsman of 012. Bosun, now report your position. Kill him now. He is no longer your captain." The bosun cried in terror, pointing at Charles. Bang! As Charles pulled the trigger, a gaping wound appeared in the bosun's forehead, from which not blood, but a semi-coagulated dark yellow liquid poured forth. As the truth was revealed, the wounded bosun's body began to contort and change, his mouth splitting open to the back of his head, limbs swelling grotesquely as he lunged towards Charles with a horrific shriek. Bang! 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 Bullets rained upon the bosun, his skin tearing like a ruptured sack, revealing a dark, decaying, and grotesquely twisted torso beneath. All 6 shots fired, yet the creature still did not succumb, splaying its limbs as it lunged at the human before it. Charles, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, executed an agile roll to the side, evading the creature's attack. In that moment of evasion, his hands remained swift, reloading the revolver with precision before unleashing another 6 shots. Breathless, Charles cast a glance at the repugnant corpse before him, then turned to the terrified crew behind him. "Do not stand there. Throw this foul thing overboard," Charles commanded, advancing toward the now motionless, bloodied body. Ignoring the overwhelming stench of gore, he adjusted the mangled head, and upon seeing the missing front tooth, he realized this was indeed his bosun the earlier figure had merely been a creature in disguise. That a flicker of pain crossed Charles' face, but he quickly masked it, reloading his weapon and resuming his patrol of the ship, seeking out any remaining threats. Deep followed First Mate John, laboriously hauling the body. The youth, astonished, remarked to his companion, "The captain is truly remarkable." Ha! Of course, how else would he be captain while you remain sailor? He was once just like you when he first boarded. Really? What was Captain Charles like when he first joined? Oh, that's quite a story. It must have been 7 or 8 years ago. I was serving as a third mate on another ship when Charles drifted in from the sea. When I first encountered him, he couldn't even speak. Yes, that true? How did he become captain? And then, eventually, he rose from sailor to bosun, then to third mate. Just as we believed he would ascend to second mate, he astoundingly saved enough to purchase a second-hand cargo vessel. Yes, this very ship we stand upon, the Rat. Chapter 3. Relics. My sailor has perished once again, succumbing to the hands of those entities. How long must I endure this torment? I am utterly exhausted. At times, I ponder whether I have long since met my demise, and that this place is indeed hell. Yet, upon further reflection, it seems implausible. The demons of hell are far more endearing than these creatures. Everything here defies logic, including the human inhabitants. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. For humanity persists in a meager existence, akin to ants, amidst a plethora of deadly threats lurking in the shadows. We are not the sole civilization dwelling in this realm. Charles's reverie was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door, accompanied by the voice of Sailor Deep outside. "Captain, we are nearing Coral Isle." Charles approached the bow of the ship, gazing towards the distant lighthouse that flickered in and out of view amidst the darkness, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. No matter the circumstances, they had finally arrived. As the vessel, the Rat, drew nearer, a grand island emerged from behind the lighthouse, becoming increasingly discernible. The predominant hue of the island was a grayish-white, the various human dwellings perched upon it sharing the same color palette. The harbor of the Coral Isles appeared bustling, with steamships of various sizes arriving and departing. Rugged sailors waved their hats in jubilation, celebrating their continued survival. This was a newly developed island. A place that could sustain human life needed resources from other lands, which constituted the lifeblood of the cargo ships like the Rat. Among the throngs of people at the dock, many bore inwardly curled ears. These were the indigenous inhabitants of the Coral Isles. Anyone who resided on the Coral Isles for over 5 years would find their ears inexplicably curling inward. The reason remains a mystery. Yet, this peculiar phenomenon does not deter eager migrants from other islands. In comparison to the troubles of other lands, ear deformity is but a trivial side effect. After a swift handover with the dock manager, Charles emerged from the harbor with a grim expression. His suspicions had been confirmed. A significant portion of the cargo was missing, resulting in a loss rather than a profit from this journey. a futile endeavor over the past 2 months. Nearby the dock stood a row of buildings of varying heights, some serving as lodgings for the crew, while others provided leisure opportunities. Along the lively street, ragged beggars lay and sat, mumbling incomprehensible words known only to themselves. These were sailors driven mad by the sea. None could fathom their experiences. To avoid joining their ranks, one must adhere strictly to the iron laws of the ocean. See nothing, hear nothing, think nothing. They were fortunate, for in most instances, sailors who faced maritime disasters simply vanished along with their vessels. The doors of the Bat Inn swung open, revealing a brightly lit hall where a group of burly men, indulging in drink, cast lecherous glances at the newcomers. "I wish to stay for 5 days and require provisions delivered to my room," Charles stated. In the damp confines of his room, he savored his meager lunch. The fare of the underworld left much to be desired. He tore the dark bread into pieces and tossed them into the viscous mushroom soup. Even soaked, the bitter bread was harsh on his throat. Yet he had grown accustomed to it. Charles retrieved a phone from his pocket, idly swiping at the cracked screen, which mirrored the perpetual darkness outside. The only sounds in his solitary room were the slow, deliberate chews of his meal. "Captain, are you in there?" The voice of old John suddenly called from outside the door. Charles hastily tucked away his phone. "Come in. The door is open." The first mate entered cautiously, an apologetic expression etched on his face. "Captain, I wish to speak with you. I no longer wish to continue." Charles furrowed his brow. "Why?" "You have seen such occurrences before. Each time a sailor perished, someone would choose to leave, and he had braced himself for such a revelation. He had anticipated that it would likely be Deep, who had been frightened to the point of nearly soiling himself. Never did he expect it to be old John, who had accompanied him thus far. John waved his hands dismissively. "I am too old. Sometimes I could doze off while at the helm. I wish to distance myself from the sea." Charles's mood darkened further, yet he refrained from pleading for him to stay. Parting amicably was best. He placed a small stack of bills on the table. "This is your share." John accepted his payment, but did not leave, hesitating in place with an uncertain expression. "Is there something else?" Chuckling, John replied, "Captain, you know that while I have saved a little, most of my previous earnings have been squandered on those women. This sum is insufficient to sustain me for the rest of my days." Charles raised an eyebrow. "What? You don't intend for me to sponsor you, do you?" No. I understand that is impossible. However, I have something good I wish to sell you. Since I'm disembarking, this weapon will be of no use to me." John produced a black knife, its length akin to a short sword, resembling a large dagger more than a traditional knife. Charles regarded the stout old man with suspicion. While it was indeed the first mate's weapon, he was not in one of close combat arms. "Captain, do not underestimate this blade. It is a relic." Charles had heard tales of such mysterious items, but had never encountered one firsthand. The origins of relics were shrouded in speculation. Some claimed they hailed from the ocean, others from the fabled land of light, and still others from uncharted islands. Regardless of their provenance, it was clear that these objects possessed unique powers. Such powers were often peculiar and came at a price, with the cost varying based on the strength of the ability. Charles recalled witnessing a ring at an auction on Britain Island, valued at 580,000. It granted the wearer temporary invisibility, the price being an unbearable itch that afflicted the entire body. What is special about this knife? Upon hearing Charles's inquiry, John's eyes brightened. "This weapon is extraordinarily sharp, exceedingly sharp." He held the knife, glancing around the room as if eager to test its edge on nearby objects. "Thank you, but I still prefer firearms." While a revolver alone was somewhat inadequate against those monstrosities, Charles sought a relic for self-defense. Yet he did not desire something that would prove to be a mere trinket. Though the technology of the sea world might have its quirks, many of the larger islands boasted electricity with firearms and cannons. What purpose would a mystical weapon serve? Moreover, it was a weapon with potential side effects. Noting Charles's reluctance to purchase, old John grew anxious. "Captain, it possesses other unique abilities. Merely holding it accelerates one's healing." "Two abilities? What is the cost?" Relics were enigmatic. The benefits and drawbacks were rarely proportionate. Sometimes the advantages were minimal, while the cost could render the bearer's existence a living hell. It is not particularly severe. If held for extended periods, one may experience suicidal impulses. However, as long as you do not grip it continuously, you should be fine. Charles took the black knife and found it surprisingly light, feeling more akin to plastic than metal. After lightly slicing his hand with the blade, he noted the wound indeed began to heal slowly, but the effect was not as dramatic as he had anticipated. perhaps 3 times the usual healing rate. The cost was acceptable, and the benefits were reasonable. My ship lacks a ship's doctor, and this item could partially remedy that deficiency. Charles resolved to purchase the knife. One must invest wisely in their tools, after all. Chapter 4. The Vorton Cult. Gazing at the figures entwined in the interplay of light and shadow behind him, he hesitated to speak. Captain, I too must depart. To speak frankly, perhaps you should come ashore as well. Even if you save enough to acquire an exploration vessel. What then? The land of light does not exist. It does exist. Though Charles's tone remained calm, his eyes betrayed an unwavering conviction. An entity larger than any island hangs in the sky, selflessly providing us with light and warmth, dispelling the darkness. How could that be a mere fabrication? That is the deception spun by the cult of light. Charles remained silent, prompting old John to sigh and continue his persuasion. When I first laid eyes on you, though you could scarcely utter a word, your exuberance and unyielding confidence struck me profoundly. I thought to myself, what a fine young man. If I had a granddaughter, I would certainly introduce her to you. You needn't hide anything from me. I am aware that you have been hearing the voice of the divine for many days now. If this persists, you may very well descend into madness. Abandon this path. With an impassive countenance, Charles approached the door and slammed it shut with a resounding thud. Am I being too obstinate? He muttered to himself, leaning against the door, his expression gradually contorting. I have committed no crimes. Why must this calamity befall me? Why? The murmurs around him grew increasingly irksome. Damn it! Enraged, he drew a pistol and pressed it against his temple. Just as his trembling finger was about to pull the trigger, a muffled protest emanated from the neighboring wall. What's all this ruckus? Keep it down. That night, Charles dreamt of many things, yet upon awakening, he found he could recall none of them. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon once more. Is this Captain Charles of the Rat Ship? I am Hook. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. What brings a follower of Valtan to seek my company? You don't intend to offer me as a sacrifice to your omnipotent deity, do you? Sensing the hostility in Charles's words, Hook remained unperturbed. To be a sacrifice for greatness. You may not quite suffice. I have other matters to discuss with you, Captain Charles. I hear you're in dire need of funds? Charles was not surprised. This was not the first time this fellow had approached him. I do not engage in smuggling illicit goods, Charles replied, attempting to close the door. The only difference between a Valtan follower and a madman on the street is the ability to speak coherently. No sane person would deem the creatures of the deep as gods. Gazing into the dark pupils peering through the door's crack, Hook displayed a confident smile. He remained vigilant. The Valtan cult was no charitable organization, and the promise of substantial rewards often concealed extreme peril. What do you wish to smuggle? Charles inquired cautiously. We do not request you to smuggle goods. Rather, we seek your assistance in locating something. Please follow me. Our high priest will elucidate the details. After a moment's contemplation, Charles opened the door and stepped outside. The two traversed the port district, moving through the fish-scented area towards the residential quarters of the island. The living area of Coral Island exuded a touch of vibrancy, devoid of chaos, and had a bustling atmosphere. Were it not for the grayish-white coral structures, one might mistake it for the streets of mid-18th century London. The island boasted banks, hospitals, clothing stores, and theaters, an array of modern amenities. If not for the grotesque ears and pallid skin of its inhabitants, everything would seem rather ordinary. The island, akin to a city, was bustling with activity, and the attire of its denizens revealed a spectrum of wealth, with both the impoverished and affluent engrossed in their pursuits. Father, I can't walk any further. Extra, extra. Major news. Governor Nico is set to marry his 6th husband in 6 days. Excuse me, sir, may I have a moment of your time? Allow me to introduce you to our Father and Savior, the omniscient and omnipotent Valtan Soweto. The serene and tranquil scenery left Charles somewhat unimpressed, no matter how peaceful. Everything here felt as fragile as a bubble. Though exceedingly rare, islands housing millions of humans had once succumbed to the depths. The two weaved through the grayish structures until they arrived before a grand cathedral. Upon entering, the surrounding sounds fell silent, revealing a massive stone sculpture, vaguely human in form. Placed at the center of the main hall, devotees clad in black robes stood in orderly lines, reciting a language devoid of consonants in hushed tones. The words seemed oddly familiar to Charles, echoing the phrases from his auditory hallucinations. The high priest awaits you in the confessional. Please follow me. Hook instructed as he led Charles deeper into the throng. As they proceeded, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with hooded figures stationed at every corner and doorway, their silence palpable. Yet Charles felt their watchful gazes upon him. In a dimly lit chamber, Charles beheld the high priest of the Valtan faith, a figure draped in red, prostrate upon the ground. Hook bowed respectfully before retreating. The high priest slowly rose, but did not turn. "Captain Charles, my order requires you to retrieve an item, one of our Lord's sacred relics." Chapter 5. The High Priest of Valtan. The high priest's voice was aged and viscous, as though he spoke with phlegm lodged in his throat, which was unsettling to Charles. "Where is it located?" "Not far, on a newly discovered island to the left of the Coral Archipelago." Charles pressed on. "Why seek me? There are many more capable individuals, both men and vessels, than myself." "Ha. That place poses certain dangers. We require a prudent captain. You must have uttered those words to others before me." "What became of them?" The high priest responded with a hint of disdain. "Isn't Captain Charles renowned for wanting to procure an exploratory vessel? If you fear even this modicum of danger, you hardly seem the hero destined to carve out new frontiers for humanity." After a moment of contemplation, Charles resolved to accept the task. Fortune favors the bold, and he wished not to delay further. As for danger, what voyage today guarantees safety? There is no place upon the seas that can be deemed secure. "Very well, but how can I trust that you will honor your word?" The high priest of Valtan appeared quite reasonable. "I could deposit the reward in the Bank of Britain, allowing them to serve as witnesses." Charles intended no subterfuge, for he sought the land of light. Upon hearing this, the high priest trembled slightly, his aged voice tinged with a hint of alarm. "The land of light? You wouldn't happen to be a follower of the Church of Light, would you?" "I'm not." The notion of a Valtan devotee who relished in the sacrifice of the living, expressing such concern, elicited an inexplicable chuckle from Charles. "Brother, let us not kid ourselves. By surface standards, all religions of the deep sea are cults with various rituals that are profoundly inhumane." As Charles exited the confessional, the bald man who had previously introduced himself as Hook entered, respectfully placing a cup of blood before the high priest. "You are to sign the contract now." So he made a part promptly. Hook nodded, then cautiously inquired, "High priest, do you believe this endeavor will succeed?" Wasting no time, Charles followed Hook to the largest bank on Coral Island. Upon witnessing the bald man inscribe the name of the Valtan Church on the contract, Charles felt a surge of reassurance. The legitimacy of this agreement now bore the endorsement of the governor of Coral Island. The Valtan Church would not dare breach their promise, for the repercussions would far exceed a mere $1,000,000. "Captain Charles, I hear your first mate has disembarked. Does that pertain to the current situation?" Charles tucked the contract into the lining of his coat. "Not at all. It merely ensures you complete your mission expediently. We at the Valtan Church have specifically selected a first mate for you, endowed with ample sailing experience, and I urge you not to refuse." Eyeing the bald man before him, Charles furrowed his brow. "To keep an eye on me?" "No, he is merely to guide you. That island is quite remote, and we fear you may lose your way." Charles was indifferent. Currently, their interests aligned, and even the most deranged of individuals would not send someone to deliberately hinder him at this juncture. "I shall depart in 3 days at 6 o'clock. 3 days later, the port buzzed with activity, laborers scurrying about like ants, transporting goods. Charles stood at the bow of his ship, awaiting his crew, who chatted idly on the deck. Among them were 2 unfamiliar faces, the newly arrived sailors, while the previous sailor, Deep, had ascended to the position of boatswain. Suddenly promoted, the young lad appeared exuberant, positioning his hands behind his back in a manner reminiscent of an experienced mentor as he instructed the new sailors, despite the fact that many of them were considerably older than he. In contrast, the chief mate and the cook remained acutely aware of the gravity of their current undertaking. They understood that this mission was far from simple. "James, I thought you would disembark like John," remarked the lanky cook, Fry. "The captain saved my life, wherever he goes. I shall follow. Besides, the captain has mentioned that the rewards for this mission are substantial. Once I receive my payment, I shall propose to Morsika." A sense of happiness radiated from the large man's face as he envisioned the wedding scene. But what if he were to perish? This is not merely a delivery task. If we're being honest, the exploration of islands falls to the explorers. I am unafraid. Accompanying you is not a bad option. The chief mate pondered for a moment before turning to his companion. "Fry, what about you? What compels you to join us? You know my nature. I am loath to move." Fry averted his gaze to the back of his captain, his eyes imbued with calmness. In truth, he remained because he had once stealthily witnessed the captain secretly retrieve a rectangular object, an artifact capable of playing music akin to a phonograph and presenting ghostly theatrical performances. Though he was uncertain of its nature, He felt it was a powerful relic, one that perhaps demanded tears as a toll. The typically rational captain had wept like a child that day. From that moment on, Fry felt an unwavering allegiance to this captain. To sail under one with such a formidable relic was to ensure one's safety. The allure of high rewards at sea paled in comparison to the paramount importance of survival. Time would prove his choice astute, as many of his contemporaries had perished, leaving him the sole survivor. Suddenly, Charles at the bow squinted as he spied a procession of black-robed Voltan cultists traversing the laborers towards the dock, led by a bald man known as Hook. "Where is everyone? Hurry up, I am pressed for time." Charles's expression betrayed his impatience. Hook chuckled, lightly clapping his hands, prompting one of his followers to step forward. Upon witnessing the individual's attire, Charles momentarily mistook him for a mummy, as earthy yellow bandages enveloped him entirely, revealing not a scrap of skin. You may call him Bandage or something else. He was once a first mate and possesses knowledge of the island's location. His presence will prove invaluable on this voyage. Is what lies within alive? Charles's tone carried an edge of suspicion. Fear not. He is human, flesh and blood. Hook brandished a dagger and sliced across the bandaged man's face, the loosened wrappings revealing dark skin, from which crimson blood flowed forth. A black man? Is it possible for there to still be black men in this world? Upon closer inspection, Charles realized his error. The man's skin was not black, but rather obscured by a dense tapestry of letters tattooed upon him, giving the fleeting impression of a darker hue. Chapter 6. The Target Island. Charles pointed towards the nearby vessel, the Mouse, and turned to descend the ladder. Unperturbed by the blood seeping from his wound, the bandaged man performed a Voltan greeting towards Hook before following suit. Just as they were boarding, Hook thrust his right hand forward, the bloody dagger plunging into the chest of the left side follower. The scream reverberated throughout the harbor. Witnessing the black robes of the Voltan cultists, the bystanders dared not intervene, keeping their heads down as they busied themselves. Charles, turning to witness the scene, was filled with revulsion. It was this very reason he had wished to avoid any association with the Voltan cult. He called out to Deep, who had rushed over to witness the commotion. "Stop gawking, hoist anchor, and set sail." With a firm tug, Hook revealed a pulsating heart in his grasp, approaching the Mouse and rubbing it against the ship's hull, murmuring incantations under his breath. "Get away. Do not sully my ship with that repugnant object." Charles swiftly drew his revolver, aiming it at Hook's head. "Captain Charles, with this, your vessel shall be under the protection of a great power. I have no need of it." Charles's finger rested on the trigger. Seeing that Charles was not jesting, Hook offered a slight smile and took a modest step back. "Captain Charles, we Voltan devotees pride ourselves on being courteous and friendly. Why do you persist in your prejudice against us?" Gazing at the blood-soaked heart in Hook's hand, Charles could not muster the energy to explain himself. As the heart lay in Hook's grasp, the chimney of the Mouse began to emit black smoke, gradually steering towards the darkened sea. "Deep, take the helm." Charles commanded the first mate as he led the bandaged man to the captain's quarters. A yellowed nautical chart sprawled across the table, lacking in detail, with only a scattering of islands marked amidst vast expanses of black. This was the only map available at the port. More comprehensive charts were held by the Explorers Association. "Where is your treasure located? How far is it from Coral Island?" The bandaged man's right hand, ensnared in wrappings, accurately pointed to an unmarked point amidst the darkness. An uncharted region? Charles had anticipated this answer. Islands already explored could not possibly yield such high rewards. "What does your sacred artifact resemble?" Charles continued his inquiry. The bandaged man hesitated, then slowly replied, "A statue of the Lord, made of gold." Although his words were somewhat halting, they bore an unexpectedly youthful tone, reminiscent of a voice on the cusp of maturity. "Is that artifact a relic? What dangers lie on that island?" In response to Charles's probing questions, the bandaged man fell silent, offering no answers. "Go take the helm. Your shift is from 12 to 24. Should you need to relieve yourself, Deep can take over for a while. I've taught him how to steer." The bandaged man silently rose and exited. That place must be exceedingly perilous. The Voltan cult's first mate offered no warning, leaving two possibilities. Either he genuinely lacked knowledge, with those who had ventured there before now resting at the ocean's depths, unable to relay information, or the dangers were so immense that he intentionally concealed them to avoid instilling fear. Neither option heralded good news, and for now, they could only proceed with caution. The voyage at sea was profoundly oppressive. The Mouse was pitifully small, and the space for movement was limited. Thankfully, aside from the two new sailors, the rest were accustomed to the confines. Initially, Charles had harbored reservations about the new first mate, remaining subtly vigilant, but after several days of interaction, he found that apart from the bandaged man's slow speech and peculiar attire, he exhibited no anomalies. As the navigational markers gradually faded from sight, the mouse sailed into uncharted waters. Without distant lights for orientation, the crew's spirits began to wane. There's a saying among sailors: when a vessel enters unexplored territory, the seabed has already prepared accommodations for the crew. Yet, as days passed, the anticipated fierce battles eluded them. The waters remained as placid as a lake, and when gazing down from the bow, the surroundings appeared as if suspended in still ink. This tranquility offered no comfort. It felt akin to the calm before a storm, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Charles remained on high alert, tirelessly patrolling the deck day and night, fearful that something from below might breach the surface. The ship's searchlight pierced the darkness like a beacon, providing the crew with a modicum of reassurance. July 1st, 8 years past clear skies. Today, all remains normal. This palpable sense of oppression is driving my crew to the brink of madness. Young Deep, at the slightest opportunity, kneels on the deck in prayer to various deities. I have admonished him. The gods of the earth and sea are not so easily appeased, and careless words may invite calamity. Fortunately, the chef's discovery of a nest of little mice diverted their attention. Observing their meticulous and cautious feeding of the tiny creatures stirred a sense of reflection within me. They had companions, but what of me? Why was I alone during this journey? Solitude is a heavy burden. How I longed for a companion. Once the ink had dried, Charles closed the diary and placed it back in the cabinet. He retrieved a square glass bottle, filled with a brown liquid, from the very bottom of the cabinet and took a swig. The warm, dizzying sensation eased the tension in his mind. Charles had previously failed to comprehend the allure of alcohol, finding its bitter taste reminiscent of horse urine, but now he understood. Just then, a sudden cheer erupted from outside, causing Charles to pause and hastily return the bottle before rushing onto the deck. The boatswain Deep bounded excitedly before Charles, his face flushed and words caught in his throat. Charles's gaze traversed the ship's edge towards the looming darkness ahead. Under the beam of the searchlight, a colossal shape emerged directly ahead of the mouse, revealing an island. They had arrived. As the steamboat gradually approached the shore, the cheers began to fade. Upon closer inspection, 8 dilapidated steamboats of various sizes lay anchored along the coastline, their decaying hulls suggesting they had not been used for at least 2 or 3 years. They sat motionless, like coffins adrift on the water. Looking back at the island, an ominous shadow fell over everyone's hearts. Charles did not rush onto the island. Instead, he led Deep and James aboard the nearest steamboat. There were no signs of bloodshed or chaos. Fuel and provisions were abundant. Everything appeared remarkably normal, save for the absence of crew members. Suddenly, a thought struck Charles, prompting him to force open the captain's quarters and rummage through the belongings until he discovered a hidden diary. Chapter 7. The Unperceived. January 11th, 435. Charles instructed the crew to search the other boats, only to find similar circumstances. The captain's logs recorded their final moments of excitement. Just as Charles was grappling with the inexplicable situation, the thin chef, Fry, handed him a diary. "Captain, take a look at this. It seems somewhat different." Upon opening it, Charles's pupils contracted to pinpricks as he beheld the beige diary, filled with a chaotic jumble of words. The disjointed phrases conveyed a sense of unraveling sanity, sending a shiver through all who read it, leaving them to ponder what the captain had endured. Charles understood the unspoken thoughts swirling in Frey's mind and smacked the diary against his head, admonishing him not to dwell on such notions, as they had yet to set foot on the island. "Captain, shall we still proceed?" Deep inquired hesitantly. The mouse slowly approached the sandy shore, its rusted anchor plunging into the water as the black smoke from the chimney gradually dissipated. A wooden boat was lowered, and everyone moved toward the island. Watching the increasingly foreboding silhouette of the island, Charles opened a wooden crate and began distributing flintlock pistols and revolvers, with bundles of tightly wrapped dynamite nestled at the bottom. He had procured an ample supply of supplies for this mission. Armed with weapons, the crew felt a measure of calm. 7 robust men, clutching their weapons, disembarked from the wooden boat and traversed the beach toward the distant forest. Though it was called a forest, not a single patch of green could be found. The gnarled branches appeared to be encrusted with a thick layer of rust, and the trunks seemed to suffer from grotesque tumors, bulging in some places while caving in others. Walking among them evoked the disconcerting sensation of traversing through a human body. The crew understood their mission was to locate a golden statue of the deity Verton, and under the flickering torchlight, they searched for any glimmering objects around them, yet found nothing. After a brief period, a scattering of footprints appeared upon the ground. Seeing the imprints provided a slight sense of relief. At least it indicated that others had traversed the path before them, suggesting a measure of safety. Whether by chance or intuition, the 7 men walked for nearly 2 hours without incident. Upon gathering a pile of branches for a campfire, the tense atmosphere began to ease. The aroma of bread toasted over the flames filled the air as the crew speculated about the fate of those who had vanished. Do you think monsters devoured them? Perhaps like the creatures of the sea? Not likely. Some of those aboard were Verton worshippers, and you know that the creatures of the sea rarely attack them. I suspect there is some peril on the island. Charles refrained from joining the discussion, remaining vigilant and surveying the peculiar surroundings. The eerie forest was unsettling. Apart from their voices, there was an unsettling silence, devoid of chirping insects or birdsong. The absence of danger on the island was, without a doubt, strange. Charles had perused numerous exploration logs, and none had documented a safe island at sea. The islands occupied by humanity had been claimed only after considerable effort to eliminate the dangers present. Much like the previous coral archipelago, upon first encountering the island, humanity discovered it was alive. Over 20 exploration vessels formed a fleet to engage in a fierce battle with the colossal coral, resulting in many casualties before it was subdued. Enough chatter. Once we finish eating, we must continue our search. The longer we linger here, the more perilous it becomes. Hearing Charles's words, the crew ceased their idle talk and hastened to swallow their food, briefly regaining their strength as Charles's party resumed their expedition. Ah, splendid. Once we achieve this, I shall command a dozen sailors like other bosuns, rather than being alone with not a single hand to assist me. Charles smirked at the youthful exuberance of the lad, appreciating the optimism that accompanies youth. The group pressed onward along the path, yet it seemed to stretch endlessly before them. Were it not for the sporadic footprints, changing with their passage, Charles would have suspected they were merely treading water. After nearly 3 hours of walking, fatigue setting in, the trees abruptly parted, revealing a stone structure ensnared by brown vines. The building appeared somewhat dilapidated, indistinguishable as a temple or a church. The space that should have housed a grand wooden door had vanished, leaving only a dark void. Charles gestured gravely to the bandage-wrapped figure beside him, asking, "Is that where it is?" The figure hesitated, nodding slightly. "It should be, though I can't say for certain. My memory is rather poor." Regardless of the uncertainty, Charles resolved to investigate. After all, the footprints led straight to the entrance, and their arrangement suggested no sign of struggle. He turned to his companions, declaring, "Let us proceed. The 4 of us will venture inside." James and Fry nodded in unison, following Charles as they strode into the structure. The flickering torchlight illuminated the interior, revealing an unexpected cleanliness and spaciousness that contrasted sharply with the dilapidated exterior. The smooth red floor was devoid of dust, yet the decor on the walls sent chills down their spines. The walls were adorned with bizarre reliefs, depicting grotesque creatures entwined in ways that defied human comprehension, seemingly engaged in some form of worship. However, the 3 men's attention was drawn predominantly to the golden statue standing at the center, a grotesque, tentacled humanoid figure, the very likeness of the deity Verton. Chapter 8. Alone. They found it. This is it. He lifted his foot, prepared to seize it, but abruptly halted, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it truly be this simple? If it were so easy, why had those who came before not taken it, instead disappearing entirely? As Charles hesitated, the bandage beside him stirred, and he strode over to lift the statue of Vertan, though a sense of unease washed over him. The urgency of the moment compelled him to disregard it. He waved his hand and swiftly led the crew outward. The object appeared somewhat weighty, and we toiled under its burden for 30 minutes. The bandage and James exchanged a nod simultaneously as they continued along the narrow path toward the seaside. The golden statue was heavy, and even alternating the load proved to be exhausting. Midway down the path, Charles paused to rest. He understood the necessity of taking breaks before exhaustion set in, lest unforeseen circumstances arise, leaving him with no opportunity to react. By the campfire, seated on the ground, Charles kept a vigilant gaze on the encroaching darkness. The bandage nodded, hesitating for a few moments before glancing around and saying, "It seems I've forgotten something." With the statue in hand, everything else was inconsequential. They needed to move quickly. Impatiently, Charles clutched the statue and pressed onward. The bandage fell silent. trailing behind him. The bizarre forest flickered in and out of view under the firelight, and apart from their labored breaths and footsteps, an eerie silence enveloped them. As he sprinted across the sandy terrain toward the rat, his steps faltered, and a frown replaced his earlier smile, a question surfacing in his mind. Had I navigated this steamboat all by myself? Invited by Fertan to seek their relic, I set out alone on the rat, prepared the food in the kitchen alone, fueled the turbine alone, cleaned the deck alone, and commanded the helm alone. I once had a crew. I sailed alongside first mate Old John and Bosun Dim. But Dim had been skinned by something beneath the waves, and John had disembarked at the Coral Isles. After that, it was just me aboard the rat. There's no doubt about it. A grimace crossed Charles's face. Though his memories were vivid, the reality before him contradicted them, defying all logic. This was impossible. I am no Superman. How could I accomplish so much single-handedly? Something must be amiss. When his gaze inadvertently swept across the footprints in the sand, a jolt ran through him. There, imprinted clearly in the ground, were the tracks of 7 individuals, unmistakably fresh. Charles hastily discarded the statue, removed his boots, and compared his footprints against one of the shoe prints on the ground. The patterns, size, and contours, they match my feet. I did not come here alone. My memories have been altered. Cold sweat dripped from him as he glanced toward the nearby empty vessels, now understanding why they were devoid of crew. Yet a new dilemma confronted Charles. How could he locate 6 unfamiliar individuals who seemingly did not exist? Who were they? What were their names? Were they male or female? At that moment, a figure gradually emerged into the light of the torch. Upon seeing the person's appearance, Charles's pupils constricted, and he swiftly drew his pistol, aiming it at the figure's head. It was a humanoid figure, entirely swathed in tattered yellow bandages, exposing the dark, mottled skin beneath. Halt! State your name. I am Bandage. No, wait, I am not. I do not go by Bandage. Who are you? I feel as though I know you. Do you know me? A quick glance at the bandaged figure's feet led Charles to search among the 7 pairs of footprints. The bandage's pattern was clearly imprinted in the sand. Though difficult to believe, this person was indeed one of his crew. Lowering his revolver, Charles swiftly recounted the events to the bandage. Is that so? I cannot recall who I am. Do you know who I am? The bandage replied hesitantly. We can discuss this later. Where did you escape from? Are there others? Charles pressed urgently. From the trees. The trees do not like me. They released me. There are others there. Charles struggled to decipher the bandage's words, but it seemed he had knowledge of the others' whereabouts. Let me there quickly. We must rescue them. The fog-laden forest remained eerily silent as the bandage guided Charles back onto the path strewn with footprints. With the prior revelation in mind, Charles began to notice a troubling detail. The footprints diminished in number the further they traveled, clearly indicating that the others had vanished. Whether it was a figment of his imagination or not, Charles felt a disquieting sensation that something was observing him from the depths of the forest. After walking for half an hour, the unsteady bandage suddenly veered toward the adjacent thicket. Now, Charles understood why the bandage was in such disrepair. Chapter 9. The trees have awakened. Charles seized the bandage, unsheathing the black knife embedded in his leg to use as a machete, and relentlessly hacked at the branches adorned with bandages ahead. The spiny limbs fell away with ease, yet their stumps were hollow. As they plunged deeper into the forest, Charles soon beheld the bandage's companions, and the sight before him left him astounded. A peculiar, stunted tree loomed, its thorny trunk entwined around a youth's body. The unconscious human dangling in midair like a piece of cured meat, swaying gently as if a fruit of this bizarre tree. There were more than one. The strange tree was laden with such fruits. Rescue them! Charles gripped the black knife and charged forward. One of the youths fell to the ground, groaning as he regained consciousness. He gazed at the frantically hacking Charles, his head spinning. Who are you? Have you seen my captain? Charles had no time for pleasantries. He swung the knife with fervor to free everyone. However, this time, hollow branches released something else. A cluster of short, quivering pink tendrils tumbled from the cross-section. Crack! The stunted tree suddenly quaked, drawing the attention of all present to it. The rust-red trunk began to fissure, and several tangible gazes shot forth from the crevices, sweeping over Charles. A thought flickered through Charles's mind. Was this thing alive? The commotion from the stunted tree intensified, revealing contorted flesh and blood within the crevices, along with yellow-brown eyeballs seething with rage. Run! The living beings present sprang into action. Even amidst their confusion, instinct drove them to flee for their lives. They had scarcely taken a few steps when a resounding explosion echoed as the stunted tree erupted, grotesque, fleshy creatures crawling out. At first glance, they resembled starfish with black fur, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that the fur was actually a mass of long, dark, writhing tendrils, with orange-yellow single eyes and gaping maws filled with fangs situated at their centers. This monstrosity opened its beastly mouth, writhing its tendrils as it pursued its fleeing prey with unrelenting ferocity. Thankfully, Charles had previously carved a path, and the distance between them continued to widen. Crack! All around, the tree trunks trembled and splintered. It was as if they had triggered some mechanism. Various grotesque creatures stirred from their slumber, stretching their repulsive limbs. They swayed and emitted piercing, shrill howls, transforming the island into a hellish nightmare. Malevolent gazes filled the surroundings, sending shivers down everyone's spines and rendering their limbs numb. Hurry! Move faster! Charles urged, assisting the youth as they fled. After what felt like an eternity, the situation grew increasingly dire. It was no longer just the writhing mass behind them, but the monstrous trees ahead began to tremble as well. Just then, the squirming tendrils ahead coalesced into a vast net, ensnaring them. On the brink of disaster, Charles suddenly recalled something. He reached for his waist and felt a hard object. It was the explosives he had brought with him. Boom! Flesh and blood splattered as the previously sealed exit reappeared. The explosives helped clear a path for the group, but as the supply dwindled, the expressions on their faces grew increasingly grim. Just as Charles held the last package of explosives in his hand, the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore reached his ears. The exit lay ahead. Everyone understood the significance of this, and their pace quickened as they desperately tapped into their physical reserves. The final package of explosives was ignited and hurled, and the hard ground finally gave way to soft sand. They had emerged. The 7 of them dashed toward the wooden boat by the seaside, closely pursued by the flesh-stripped monstrosities behind them. Out of the corner of his eye, Charles caught a glimpse of a golden flash. It was the idol of Fertan he had previously discarded on the ground. Despite the protests of his aching muscles, Charles stood up. Knowing the danger had not yet passed, they had to leave this cursed island. The large wheel turned, sailors raised the anchor, and the first mate took the helm. "We are departing this accursed place." "Aye, Captain." As Charles observed his crew swiftly executing his commands, a sense of unease washed over him, sensing something was amiss. It appeared that both the island and the monsters had the ability to alter memories, yet once they escaped the island, those memories would be restored. Supporting himself against the ship's railing, Charles gazed toward the distant island, where the grotesque creatures appeared indistinct in the darkness. Under his watchful gaze, the chimney of the rat ship once again belched black smoke as the group gradually distanced themselves from the bizarre island. It was not until mealtime, under Charles's explanation, that all the crew members learned what had transpired, and they were left utterly astonished. My heavens, was the uncharted island truly this perilous? No wonder the disappearance rate of exploratory vessels is so high. After sipping some soup, Charles cleared his throat, and the murmur subsided. After surveying the faces of each crew member, he stated, "Let us report our names and positions and cross-check our memories to identify any contradictions." The enigmatic island had instilled in him a profound sense of caution, capable of silently erasing crew members and their memories. Such power was deeply unsettling. Bandage, position, first mate, assisting the captain and organizing various work plans, responsible for the cargo loading plan, 1224. Helmsman, James, position, chief engineer, responsible for maintaining the normal operation of the turbine boiler, as well as the propulsion system and auxiliary equipment, boiler, lubrication, cooling, and fuel. Fry, position, cook, responsible for the crew's meals. Deep, position, bosun, responsible for guiding sailors in the maintenance and repair of anchors, cables, and loading equipment, leading sailors in painting, rigging, and high-altitude work. What, position, first mate, executing steering, navigation watch duties, and daily deck maintenance work. Jack, position, second mate, executing cable handling, boarding ladder operations, and various deck tasks. Anna, position, ship's doctor, responsible for treating crew illnesses and conducting routine health checks. After confirming that there were no discrepancies in his memories, Charles finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had indeed been overly cautious, and the ordeal was finally behind them. Chapter 10, Ship's Dr. Anna. Time travel, July 2nd, Year 8. Exploring islands is far more challenging than I imagined. I initially thought that uncharted territories would only harbor some formidable monsters, but yesterday's events taught me a lesson. The dangers of the island are not merely tangible. They are far more bizarre and unfathomable than humanity can conceive. I could hardly fathom the existence of monsters that could alter human memories. Yet I shall not abandon my quest, no matter how arduous. I will once again bask in the sun's rays. Just as Charles was about to continue writing, a delicate, pale foot stepped onto his back. How many times must I say it? Do not disturb me while I'm journaling. Charles casually pushed the foot away. Back in elementary school during summer break. The teacher made you write in a diary every day, and you were copying mine. Now that we've landed in this wretched place, you've suddenly become industrious? Charles turned around, looking helplessly at the woman lounging on the bed. That was Anna, the ship's doctor. Her curvaceous figure creating a striking visual impact as she lay on her side, her every gesture exuding a mature allure that could ignite a man's imagination. Yet for Charles, this was no longer a novelty. What do you want now? Upon hearing Charles's inquiry, Anna's smile grew even brighter. With her right hand, she lightly tugged at the single shoulder strap, allowing it to dangle, while her left hand slowly glided up her alabaster thigh. Come now, let us enjoy ourselves. We have plenty of time. Gazing at his former companion, a wry smile crept across Charles's face. Can you let me rest for a moment? We've just escaped. And after running for so long on that island, aren't you tired? Charles sighed softly, moving closer to embrace her gently. Judgia, have some understanding. There is no land that remains unplowed, only oxen that die from exhaustion. If you don't pay your dues today, don't expect to touch me this month. Amid Anna's complaints, the oil lamp in the room gradually dimmed. The diary resting on the table had its pages turned due to inertia, revealing the entries from the previous day. They had found companionship, but what about me? Why did I travel alone? Being alone truly feels isolating. How I wish for a companion. The next day, as Charles awoke, he instinctively leaned over to kiss Anna's smooth cheek. I'm heading to the helm. With her eyes still closed, Anna irritably pushed Charles's face away. Go away, go away. If you haven't shaved, don't kiss me. You'll prick me. Charles chuckled knowingly, pecking her cheek once more before getting up to dress. When he arrived at the helm, he found Bandage meticulously steering the ship. He patted him on the shoulder and asked, how are things? Anomalias. After sharing life and death together, Charles had completely lowered his guard around Bandage. If it weren't for Bandage escaping from that monstrous tree, he might not have found the others. He seemed mysterious, but at least he harbored no ill intentions. None. Bandage remained unfazed by Charles's friendly gesture. All right, you should get some rest. I'll take over. Charles took the helm. Bandage, as usual, offered a silent salute to Charles before exiting the cockpit. In high spirits, Charles steered the ship, although the outside was shrouded in darkness with no scenery to behold. He and T felt this joyous in a long time, and his spirits lifted considerably. The door swung open, and a disgruntled Deep entered, his lips pursed in indignation. Captain, that fellow what is utterly unfit to be aboard. I propose we dismiss him. It was he who was responsible for the rats, and now the rats have vanished. It's just a bunch of rats. Is it worth quarreling with a companion over this? Perhaps they simply ran off. Charles felt a headache coming on. As captain, he had to address the conflicts among his crew. Impossible. I've searched everywhere. The rats couldn't have just jumped overboard. At that moment, the sailor named what burst into the room, fervently defending himself, insisting that the rats had indeed vanished unexpectedly and that it was not his fault. The two of them surrounded Charles, arguing heatedly, until he produced the reward for this voyage, which finally drew their attention. Charles initially thought the matter would end there, but to his dismay, trouble struck again. This time, it was a person. Captain, what has disappeared? Hearing his boatswain say this, Charles's brow furrowed slightly. Crew members were not like rats, and with the ship being so small, how could anyone simply vanish without a trace? Charles commanded all crew members to commence the search for the missing sailor. However, despite thoroughly scouring the entirety of the rat, no one could be found. The exhilaration and ease that followed the completion of their task had evaporated, leaving a pall of gloom over the evening meal. Each face bore a shadow, and the food was consumed without any relish. Observing the expressions of his crew, Charles understood that, as captain, he must devise a strategy. If the best outcome were merely that the creature from the sea had dragged the sailor overboard, he feared that this incident might only be the beginning, with further disappearances looming ahead. Henceforth, every individual must act in pairs, even for the most mundane tasks such as using the restroom, and all were required to carry firearms at all times. Aye, Captain. Understood, Captain. With a grave demeanor, Charles lowered his head to eat, when suddenly, a fair hand reached out to gently pat his arm. A soft voice whispered in his ear, Do not worry. We have endured thus far, and we shall weather this storm as well. Charles's anxious disposition eased slightly as he managed a strained smile at Anna, who sat beside him. No need to comfort me. This is merely a minor issue. You should refrain from wandering about. Always stay close to me. No problem, but don't complain when I become a nuisance, Anna replied, wiping her finger, dusted with breadcrumbs, across Charles's cheek before popping it into her mouth. After a few bites, Charles noticed Anna resting her chin in her hand, intently gazing at him. Why aren't you eating? I had some snacks earlier. I'm not hungry at all now. Where did you find snacks on this ship? You're not on a diet again, are you? You're not overweight. Starving yourself is detrimental to your health. Enough, enough. Take care of your own affairs, dear Captain. I'll find something to eat if I'm hungry. Chapter 11. The assault on the bandage. After finishing their meal, Charles began to patrol the rat, ensuring the safety of everyone on board. Uncertain of the cause behind the sailors' disappearances, he resorted to this rudimentary method for the time being. Whether it was due to Charles's measures or the creature's departure, the rat experienced several days of remarkable tranquility. For days later, Charles stood at the bow, gazing into the inky abyss of the sea. I'm not going. It's futile wandering around like a fool in this insignificant place. If you want to go, you can go alone, Anna replied with evident impatience. Do not let your guard down. Being alone is perilous. Charles gently tugged at her arm, only to have her shrug it off. I said I'm not going. Why must you be so bothersome? Besides, the mummy is up there watching us. What danger could there possibly be? Charles glanced upward through the transparent glass and saw the bandage at the helm. As the core of the steamship's power, the turbine room was stiflingly hot. Upon entering, he found the brawny engineer, James, adding fuel while the sailor, deep next to him, panted as if he were a dog. Captain, I can't stand it any longer. Let me take over. This place is unbearable. Deep lamented, his face contorted in distress. For the safety of our comrades, you must endure a little longer. No beast, no matter how ravenous, would dare venture down here in this heat. Who could withstand it besides the likes of you? Charles approached James, patting his sturdy shoulder. You're doing a commendable job. The insulation on the new ship will be significantly better. James replied with a hearty smile. I'm used to it. Aside from the heat, the work down here is quite manageable. Once we acquire the new vessel, you won't be able to handle it all alone. You'll be in charge of the chief engineer, second engineer, and third engineer. To Charles's surprise, James appeared frightened by this prospect, taking a step back and flailing his hands. No, I won't team manage anyone. Let others handle that. I'll just keep the fire going truly. With a smile, Charles was about to reassure his crew when a deafening crash echoed from a nearby pipe, and the rat emitted a mournful wail, tilting sharply at a 75-degree angle. The sounds of flesh being torn and the bandage's pain-filled groans filled the air. Damn it! Charles drew his revolver, swiftly ascending toward the staircase. You two follow me. There has been an incident in the cockpit. When Charles burst onto the deck, he was met with a distraught Anna, her eyes brimming with tears. The mummy! Rushing into the cockpit, Charles and the others beheld a scene of chaos. Dark red blood splattered everywhere, transforming the cockpit into a nightmarish tableau. The bandage, who should have been steering, lay on the floor like a rag doll, torn and battered, with his right leg severed at the thigh. Charles rushed to the injured bandage, unsure where to place his hands, hesitating for a moment before tearing the bandages from his face and checking for breath. Upon feeling the faintest hint of life, Charles exhaled in relief and swiftly drew the black knife from his boot, placing in the bandage's hand, hoping to harness its healing power to save him. Anna, don't just stand there. Hurry and apply pressure. Charles's urgent call jolted the dazed ship's doctor, her eyes red-rimmed as she nodded and dashed outside. I'll get the hemostatic clamps. Don't give up, mate. You'll pull through, I promise. Charles whispered fervently into the bandage's ear. Turning to Anna, who seemed momentarily paralyzed, he quickly instructed, go to the captain's quarters. There's a stash of medical supplies in the bottom drawer. Deep, gather everyone immediately. Hurry. In the ensuing chaos within the disordered cockpit, 6 individuals stood before the unconscious bandage, their anxious gazes fixed on Charles, seeking solace. This weight of expectation intensified Charles's pressure. But in this moment, the captain's resolve must not waver. Anna, did you see what attacked the bandage? I didn't see anything. The ship suddenly lurched, and then I was thrown to the ground. That thing is still aboard. It will surely strike again. But Captain, we searched everywhere. It's nowhere to be found. Could it be invisible? Deep asked, his brow furrowed in concern. Creatures of the sea come in all forms. Invisibility is not beyond the realm of possibility. The likelihood is slim. If it could render itself invisible, there would be no need to wait so long. Charles knew he had to act. He could not allow his crew to suffer further attacks. If this continued, the rat would become a steel coffin, entombing them all. Yet, in this state of ignorance, what could he possibly do? Deep, you lock all the hatches. Fry, bring all the edible food from the kitchen to the turbine room and the cockpit. Everyone else must remain in these two areas. What about the restroom? Anna whispered. Charles tapped on the transparent glass ahead, indicating the deck outside. As the crew began to gather in the two designated areas, the atmosphere aboard the rat grew increasingly oppressive. In the cockpit, Deep took the helm. Anna tended to the bandage in the hammock, while Charles sat on a stool, penning in his journal. Within the cabin, aside from the rustle of the pen across the paper, silence reigned. Chapter 12. All lies. My first mate has been struck down by some unknown entity and lies unconscious. The situation is dire. The multitude of wounds he bears makes his survival a miracle, and I am uncertain whether he will awaken. Closing the journal, he shook his head nervously with a forced chuckle. What is it that brings you joy? Anna inquired curiously from a distance. Charles stared at her for several seconds before walking over to the bandage, retrieving the black knife from his hand and gesturing for Anna to step outside. Isn't it for safety that we should stay together? Why are you out again? Anna inquired as she stepped out of the cabin. Charles cupped her pale face in his hands and gently kissed her. Anna's eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise evident on her features. As he released her, a blush crept onto Anna's cheeks, and she playfully tapped his chest. What madness has overtaken you? Judgia, we have been childhood friends for all these years. Have you only held affection for me? Charles, with a calm demeanor, leaned against the ship's wall. What nonsense are you spouting? Of course I have. The moment you handed me the shovel in the sandbox at kindergarten, I knew you were the one. Anna nestled closer to him. Charles gently wrapped his arm around her, gazing into the distant darkness. Judgia, what a perfect wife you are, beautiful, refined, and loyal. With a smile, Anna reached out to embrace his neck. I relish such cheesy declarations. Do not cease. Shower me with more. Do you remember which brands of lipstick you used to wear? He asked. Why inquire about that? It has been so long. How could I possibly recall? Indeed, you would not remember, for I am a steadfast man, and such trivialities do not linger in my mind. The corners of Charles's mouth twitched slightly, and suddenly, tears began to flow. He reached into his pocket. A revolver appeared in his hand, its dark muzzle aimed at Anna's gently curved abdomen. Gao Jiming, what are you doing? A flicker of displeasure crossed Anna's face. You even know my real name. Why must you pretend to be someone else? Why? Charles's face contorted in anguish as he pulled the trigger with a violent resolve. Bang, bang, bang. The force of the bullets sent Anna stumbling backward, her dark green blood splattering in all directions. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Trembling slightly, Anna lowered her gaze. Upon seeing the writhing appendage emerging from her abdomen, she began to frantically tug at her hair, unable to accept this horrifying reality. What is this? Why is there something inside me? Gao Jiming, help me. As her words fell, her exquisite visage crumbled like a melting candle. A grotesque creature, resembling a twisted mass of flesh covered in yellow-green slime, emerged onto the deck of the Mouse. Confronted by the abomination, Charles trembled, his grip on the gun shaking. Everything he had known about Anna felt like a cruel illusion. In the next instant, the monster unleashed a ferocious roar and lunged at him. Charles rolled aside just in time, his expression rapidly shifting to determination as he deftly reloaded his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. The creature's green blood splattered, yet such wounds were insufficient to halt its advance. Accompanied by a chilling shriek, a tentacle, thick with writhing appendages, struck Charles's hand, sending him sprawling. Why? Gritting his teeth, Charles swiftly drew his black knife and severed the tentacle, which writhed on the deck. The creature howled in retreat, and Charles charged forward. As they reached the bow of the ship, the monster's tentacles unfurled like fine hair, ensnaring Charles in a net-like grip. The tendrils tightened around him, and he could hear the mournful creaking of his bones. Crack! A rib snapped, one, then two, as excruciating pain forced a groan from his lips. In that critical moment, the glass of the cockpit shattered, a bullet striking the creature's yellow eye, causing it to explode like a watermelon. The howling monster released Charles and fled toward the ship's edge. Gunfire erupted as others from the turbine room rushed out with their weapons. Despite its formidable strength, the creature was still flesh and blood, and under the barrage of gunfire, its grotesque body was reduced to a ragged heap. When the gunfire ceased, The once mighty creature lay in its own foul blood, trembling as it struggled to move its tentacles. Charles approached it, pressing his hand against his aching abdomen. As he raised his revolver to its beastly maw, the front of the creature congealed into Anna's face. With a haunting smile, green blood trickled from her eyes. Gao Jiming, I am sorry. I did not know I was a fake. Those words pierced Charles's heart like a dagger, a look of anguish crossing his face. He would have preferred the monster to curse him instead. The others gathered behind him, their expressions somber. I cannot control it. I am merely the bait it created. It is stalling for time. Aim for below the eyes. That is its weak point. Gazing at the memories of his companion, Charles felt the weight of the revolver in his hand. Gao Jiming, hurry. It has formidable regenerative capabilities. Seeing Charles hesitate, Anna turned to the nearby Dip. You little one, come here. Just as Dip hesitated, Charles gritted his teeth, raised the gun, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. As the last word left his lips, her face began to melt and merge with the immobile mass of flesh. Charles suddenly erupted into manic laughter, lunging forward to grasp the creature's corpse and hurling it into the sea. Do not think you could deceive me again. I will not be fooled anymore. You memory-altering monsters. All lies. All falsehoods. James cast a worried glance at the increasingly erratic Charles. Cautiously, he asked, Captain, are you all right? I am fine. Ha ha ha. What could possibly be wrong? The crisis has passed. The man-eating monster is dead. This is a cause for celebration. Chef, prepare a feast for us to celebrate. Dip, gather the crew to clean up here. I will take the helm. For the rest of the day, the crew of the Mouse moved cautiously, fearful of provoking their captain. Yet Charles appeared outwardly normal, steering the ship and dining as usual, albeit with an exuberance that bordered on excessive. After finishing his meal, Charles retreated to his quarters. In the darkness of the cabin, he did not turn on the lights. With a bitter expression, he retrieved a bottle of liquor from the bottom shelf and sat on the bed, drinking deeply. Anna, why did you have to resort to cannibalism? If you had not harmed my crew, I could have chosen to remain ignorant. Chapter 13. Return to port on the pitch-black sea. The monster's corpse drifted with the waves. Just as it began to submerge, a steamship, 2/3 larger than the Mouse, passed by. A large net with barb hooks was cast from the deck, easily ensnaring the creature. Boss, look, I caught a giant squid. See, its tentacles are still moving. A squid? Peter, are you blind? Boss, I believe this is a starfish. No problem, boss. When Charles awoke again, his head throbbed like 1,000 needles. His hand slipped, and the empty bottle shattered on the floor. Ignoring the shards of glass, Charles pushed open the door and stepped outside. How is the bandage? He is healing rapidly, and there is no fever. Although he remains unconscious, he should pull through. Upon hearing this news, Charles's mood lifted slightly. Do not let your guard down. I will check on him. On the Mouse, only the captain had a private cabin. The first mate shared quarters with the rest of the crew in the lounge. When Charles entered the room, he saw the bandaged man slowly opening his eyes. He hurried over. Do not move. Stay still. Your wounds have not yet healed. Charles pressed down on him as he struggled to sit up. Captain, Anna is a monster. She wants to eat me. Hearing this, Charles felt a pang in his heart. Struggling to maintain a reassuring smile, he said, Do not worry. That thing is dead. It is all over now. Rest well. We will soon be home, and you will complete your mission. Casting a glance at the empty pant leg beneath the bandage, Charles realized that his maritime career had come to an end. No matter how proficient his steering skills, no ship would accept a first mate with only one leg. The bandage had fallen silent. Charles yearned to offer solace, but he was rather inept in that regard. Ultimately, he patted the bandaged shoulder and stepped outside. It seemed that the followers of Fortan possessed some prophetic ability, for even before the rat had docked, Charles observed Hook standing there with a throng of devotees awaiting their arrival. Captain Charles, have you secured the relic? Upon witnessing the golden statue of the deity, Fortan emerged from the wooden crate. Hook was instantly overcome with excitement, dancing about before leading the followers in a fervent display of worship towards the idol. What about my payment? Hook hastily stood, trembling as he retrieved a piece of parchment from his bosom. This is the original contract. Quickly, hand over the relic. Charles accepted the document, verified its authenticity, and then tossed the golden statue across. Observing Hook's ecstatic countenance as he clutched the idol and prepared to depart, Charles furrowed his brow. Hey, have you forgotten something? The towering James approached, cradling the bandaged figure. Priest, I have completed the task, the weary bandage reported to Hook, as if oblivious to the bandage's words. Hook's gaze fixated upon his leg. What has happened to your leg? It was devoured by a monster. Well done, bandage. On the next day of prayer, you shall have the honor of becoming a sacrifice. Thank you, priest. What? A sacrifice? The faces of the rat's crew were filled with terror. Charles suddenly raised a hand, halting the two followers, and fixed Hook with an intense stare. Is this how your Fortan cult treats its own? Charles was reluctant to interfere in the affairs of these fanatics, but having fought alongside the bandage, this slow-witted fellow had become a sort of friend. He could not bear to watch a companion thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Captain Charles, to become a sacrifice within our faith is an honor. If that is such an honor, why do you not seek it for yourself? The bandage is my first mate. He cannot leave just yet. We need to discuss a few matters. Charles signaled to James, who stepped back with the bandage in his arms. Hook appeared somewhat anxious, as if the statue held greater importance than anything else. After casting a deep glance at Charles, he hurriedly retreated. A cripple? If Captain Charles desires him, he is yours. As they departed the dock, Deep rushed over to the bandage, exclaiming loudly, "First mate, what were you thinking? He planned to toss you into the sea, and you still thanked him." The bandage remained silent. "Do you understand what it means to be sacrificed to Fortan? Why did you agree to this?" Charles inquired, stepping closer to him. If the bandage uttered the nonsensical doctrines of Fortan, Charles was prepared to send him to a mental institution for treatment. The bandage hesitated for a moment, then replied, "But I do not have a leg. Just one less. It is not a significant issue. With a chair, one can still steer." Seeing the bandage nod, a smile of relief spread across Charles's face. After recruiting a new first mate, he lifted his head to address his crew. Contemplating before he spoke, "I need not say it, for we shall have an exploration vessel, one far grander than the rat." Upon hearing the captain's proclamation, excitement ignited on every face. Not to mention the benefits of discovering an inhabited island, the salary for a position on an exploration vessel dwarfed that of cargo ship, nearly tripling it. As for the dangers that accompanied such immense rewards, men who made their living by the sea had never known fear. "Captain, shall we head to the shipyard now?" Deep asked, but before he could finish, he noticed his captain shaking his head. The robust man, filled with muscle, was visibly frightened. "No, Captain, I cannot. I truly. Do not tell me you cannot find anyone. The port has specialized recruitment agencies. Simply go and choose. This is your task." Charles paid no heed to James's explanation. Addressing the eager youth, "Deep, you are the boatswain. Go recruit 4 sailors." Upon hearing he would oversee such a number, the youth showed no sign of trepidation, but instead was filled with excitement. "Now I can manage 5 people. This is thrilling. Freya, with so many people, you cannot handle the kitchen alone. Find a cook's assistant." "Of course, my captain." Chapter 14, The Explorers Guild. The group dispersed at the port, each attending to their own affairs. Charles's heart raced. He had not felt such exhilaration in a long time, akin to the thrill of confessing to a girl for the first time. Amidst the steel shipyard, he was greeted by an elderly gentleman accompanied by 2 attendants. The proprietor of the shipyard. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "I require an exploration vessel." Upon hearing that Charles sought not a cargo ship nor a fishing vessel, but an exploration ship, the old man's expression transformed into one of great surprise. "Sir, are you certain it is an exploration vessel you seek? Have you applied at the Explorers Guild?" He hesitated, seeking confirmation. "Not yet. Can one not purchase a ship without an application?" Wood detected a hint of displeasure in the customer's tone and hastily clarified. No, of course you can. I merely wish to confirm, as individuals with your adventurous spirit have become increasingly rare. Discovering an island is undoubtedly lucrative, yet behind every success story lie countless failures. The advent of turbines enabled humanity to explore more unknown waters, allowing for a more efficient search for new homes. They once believed they were on the cusp of conquering the seas. Regrettably, humanity is not the protagonist here. Truly hospitable islands are but a minority, while numerous perilous islands, strange natives, and the unfathomable depths of the ocean delivered a harsh awakening. The number of missing exploration ships continued to rise, with more and more families losing husbands and children. Death ultimately led humanity to temper its fervor. Gradually, people ceased to regard exploration ships as heroes and began to privately label them as fools courting death. Wood recalled that the last individual to purchase an exploration ship had done so 5 years prior, only to meet his demise at sea shortly thereafter. "Dear guest, please specify the type of vessel you require. Not too large, within 70 meters in length, powered by a magnificent turbine. And the forward cannon must be a 125mm rifle piece." Charles rattled off his specifications. The transaction proceeded swiftly, and within an hour, Charles beheld the exterior of his new ship. The streamlined, white hull, adorned with neatly arranged rivets, was several times thicker than that of the Rat. The more robust smokestack attested to the turbine's formidable power. At first glance, one might mistake it for merely a larger, refurbished Rat. But the industrial beauty of the cannons on the forward deck immediately distinguished it from any second-hand vessel. With a length of 65 meters, a width of 10 meters, and a draft of 5 meters, this ship had originally been commissioned as a war vessel by the governor's navy. However, they were not in a hurry. And if Charles required it urgently, he could be prioritized. This will do. When can it be launched? Charles silently calculated the expenses. His account would suffice. And selling the Rat would provide ample resources for the next exploration. Very well, expedite the process. I shall return in half a month to collect the ship. After exiting the shipyard, Charles headed straight for the Explorers Guild. With an exploration vessel acquired, it was time to join the Guild, a loose organization of human island explorers, composed entirely of exploration ship captains. Of course, joining was not obligatory. It merely offered advantages, and Charles was not one to refuse such opportunities. As long as one becomes an explorer, the vast array of nautical charts within the association will be accessible free of charge. It is worth noting that acquiring such resources externally comes at a considerable cost, and besides the charts, there are numerous other advantages. The organization has certainly done its homework. However, it is important to recognize that becoming an explorer is not without its drawbacks. Once one attains the status of an explorer, they must commit to exploring at least one island each year. Failure to meet this exploration requirement will result in the revocation of their explorer status. Yet, for Charles, this drawback is virtually non-existent, as he is inherently inclined towards the exploration of islands. The Explorers Association is located not far from the dock area, and its striking white stone edifice is hard to overlook. Charles glanced at the ship insignia hanging at the top of the building before stepping inside. Within, apart from a few counters in the distance, there were only a handful of men and women scattered on the sofas to the left. The triangular hats placed on the tables indicating their shared identity with Charles. As Charles observed them, they, in turn, curiously appraised the newcomer at the entrance. After quickly deciphering the words above the counter, Charles approached the leftmost one. Just as he was about to fill out the application form with a quill pen, a fair arm wrapped around his neck. In an instant, Charles's right hand instinctively reached for his waist, the barrel of his revolver pressing against the abdomen of the individual behind him. A voice, slightly hoarse, whispered in his ear, "Relax, newcomer. This is not the sea. There is no danger here." The person released Charles's neck, pulling over a chair and sitting cross-legged beside him. The newcomer was an alluring woman with striking white hair, long, straight legs, and a deliberately exposed, enticing silhouette. If not for her imposing height of nearly 2 meters, any man would have wished to engage with her. Charles, however, was more concerned about the wooden staff at her waist, which appeared to be her weapon. Women venturing onto the sea are rare, but those who manage to survive, they're certainly not ordinary individuals. It has been a long time since I saw a newcomer. Let me introduce myself. I am Elizabeth, captain of the Black Rose. And you, dear, what is your name? The towering beauty inquired with a slight smile. Yet, the woman beside her seemed oblivious to the social cues and did not move away. A waft of fragrance drifted past as Elizabeth leaned closer, brazenly peering at Charles's application form. Charles? What a lovely name. Ah, the place is not of great significance. Just write something. From a distant sofa, a burly man laughed heartily. Elizabeth, when I first came here, you weren't so welcoming. Elizabeth shot him a disdainful glance, replying, "You are not at all like him. I have no desire to sleep with you. So why should I assist you?" The burly man took no offense, slapping his thigh as he and his companions burst into laughter. With a swift motion, Charles punctured a hole in the application form. He had suspected the woman's intentions were not entirely pure, but he had not anticipated this particular motive. Indeed, women who make their living at sea are anything but ordinary. Ignoring Elizabeth, Charles quickly completed the form and handed it over. The staff member received the application and began to operate the various gears with practiced ease. Elizabeth seemed unfazed by Charles's disregard for her and continued speaking. "Charles, since this is your first visit, let me explain. The Explorers Association serves a straightforward purpose, to assist us in discovering new islands. Of course, this is not without cost. Once you join the association, any captain who becomes a governor must also establish a branch of the Explorers Association on their island." Charles interjected, "Thank you for the reminder. I'm already well aware of this." Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. It seems Mr. Charles has done quite a bit of preparation before arriving. Do you have time later? Would you like to come aboard my ship? Thank you. I will visit when I have the chance, Charles replied, but his expression quickly soured. Not because of Elizabeth, but due to the resurgence of auditory hallucinations in his mind. With a contorted face, Charles began tapping his forehead with increasing intensity. Elizabeth immediately noticed Charles's unusual behavior, her eyes widening in surprise. My goddess, how long has it been since you last rested? She pulled out a piece of green, jelly-like substance from her bosom and handed it to him. Eat this. It will help alleviate the symptoms. Charles hesitated but ultimately accepted it and swallowed. A cool sensation traveled down his throat, and while the whispers in his ears persisted, the irritation began to dissipate. Thank you, what is this? Charles's gaze towards Elizabeth softened considerably. Elizabeth chuckled lightly. No need for thanks. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but I know it alleviates the whispers of the Futon god. If you wish, you could go to Redwood Island to gather some. Just don't consume too much. It can be quite addictive. Redwood Island. Charles silently noted this new place name. The previously muscular man had somehow approached them from behind and slapped Charles on the shoulder. Newcomer, the whispers of the Futon god are already having such a significant effect. You should take a break. Charles felt most of his defenses dissipate, and though he did not fully understand why, he could sense the goodwill emanating from these individuals. It had been a long time since he felt such evident kindness. Elizabeth glanced at the staff member still working at the counter and pulled Charles toward a nearby sofa. Come with me. I will share some insights that most people are unaware of. Charles intended to decline, but the burly man wrapped an arm around his shoulder, guiding him forward. Don't be shy. As the saying goes, to survive at sea, one must forge friendships. By the time Charles realized what was happening, he found himself seated on the sofa, being scrutinized by 7 or 8 eccentric captains clad in peculiar attire. Their gazes were filled with curiosity and confusion, yet devoid of hostility. Elizabeth plopped down beside Charles, her soft form leaning against him. Do you find us a bit too welcoming? She teased. The sea is dark enough. Once ashore, let us be a little friendlier. It is indeed somewhat unexpected. It differs greatly from what I gathered from the museum, Charles replied, his demeanor relaxing. Upon hearing his words, a stout man with round eyes exclaimed, What does the book say we are? A bunch of legal pirates? Madmen who value money over life. Those who say such things should be fed to the fish. If I ever become a governor, anyone who utters such nonsense will have their tongue cut out. Elizabeth shot the stout man a glare, then turned to Charles with a smile. This is a gathering place for the explorers of Coral Island. You can exchange information here in the future. Charles understood that this was akin to a salon for exploratory captains. What kind of information is exchanged? Anything and everything. Island intelligence. Routes, relics. Any useful information can be shared. Perhaps what you find challenging, others may have solutions for. If you have questions, feel free to ask. We will be happy to provide answers. Her statement struck a chord with Charles, as he had a specific query in mind. After pondering for a few moments, he posed his question, Does anyone have clues regarding the northern land of light? Even Elizabeth, seated on the opposite side of the sofa, furrowed her brow. You're not one of those sun god cultists, are you? Charles chuckled awkwardly. I am not. I do not worship any deities. Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief, patting her ample chest. True enough, you do not appear to be one of those lunatics. The previously tense atmosphere lightened immediately, and everyone began chattering excitedly. You startled me. I certainly do not wish to deal with those madmen. The land of light? What do you seek it for? How can we possibly know about such legendary things? We are not gods. Newcomer, you truly possess a sense of humor. A trace of disappointment flickered across Charles's face. He had harbored hopes that the seasoned captain of exploration might possess some vital clues. Yet, it appeared that humanity had lingered in this realm of sea and land for far too long, rendering their true homeland a mere distant legend. As discussions ensued among the crowd, a woman emerged from behind the counter, cradling a stack of books in her arms. With a warm smile, she addressed him, Mr. Charles. You have now qualified as an explorer. Here is your certification. Allow me to introduce your forthcoming tasks. As she opened the tomes, he discovered they were filled with meticulously inscribed nautical maps. Any exploratory undertaking, once reported to the Society, would have its provisions, such as food and fuel, reimbursed. The level of danger would determine the rewards associated with each mission. Charles accepted the maps and scrutinized them intently. He noticed that along the already charted periphery, unexplored dark regions were delineated into smaller sections by white lines, each marked with a corresponding reward amount. To his surprise, even scattered islands within these uncharted waters were indicated. including the island of the golden statue, which he had previously visited. A delicate, fair finger reached over, pointing at the map, as Elizabeth's sultry, magnetic voice whispered in his ear, "Charles, as a newcomer, I advise you to explore the waters for a few years before venturing to the islands." While her advice was sound, Charles harbored different thoughts. He pointed to the island of the golden statue and inquired, "What does this number signify?" A vivid red 4 was emblazoned upon the island. Elizabeth cast him a sidelong glance, leaning closer to whisper, "Ignore that. I believe you have great potential. You could explore that island within a year at most. I have been there myself." Charles's casual remark silenced the surrounding chatter, as everyone turned their wide-eyed gaze upon the young man. "What did you say? You have been to that level for island?" The astonished voice of a stout man quivered with incredulity, his expression a tableau of shock. Other captains mirrored his astonishment, as moments earlier they had warned him against seeking death on the islands, and now he claimed to have thoroughly explored one. Why does the island only indicate a danger level without a reward amount? Charles pressed, posing yet another question. "Let us not digress. When did you visit that island? What did you find there?" Charles leaned back slightly, avoiding the stout man's enthusiastic spittle, and replied, "Fertan instructed me to retrieve something from the island. Is there a problem with that? Isn't that how explorers typically operate?" At that moment, Elizabeth's composure faltered. A faint blush crept on her pale cheeks as she appeared visibly agitated. "Charles, you may not understand the protocols for island exploration. The tasks for explorers are manifold. First, one charts the routes, then assesses the danger level posed by the natives, and finally, the exploration and conquest of the islands. Each type of task carries its own rewards within society, and you, a novice, have directly completed several preliminary steps. Complete the conquest of the island, and it shall be yours. You are destined to be the next fortunate one, the next governor. Enough of this, Charles. What resources does that island hold? Is it dangerous?" After a moment's contemplation, Charles deemed the island of little worth and shared his findings with them. Upon hearing that the island lacked food and fresh water, and was inhabited solely by creatures that could erase human memories, expressions of regret spread across their faces. Alas, another dead island. I had hoped to witness history and see the fastest governor in action. Indeed, without fresh water, capturing it would serve no purpose. If only there were some resources, we could form a fleet to conquer it. While the others debated this topic, Charles pointed at the northernmost level 5 island on the map and said to the nearby female recorder, "In 2 weeks, my ship will set sail. I need to explore this island." Elizabeth opened her mouth as if to dissuade him, but ultimately refrained, realizing that this individual was not an ordinary novice. Once the recorder finished logging the task, Charles surveyed the suddenly subdued captains. "May I inquire if anyone has recommendations regarding weaponry?" The prior expedition had taught him a lesson. He needed to enhance his ship as combat capabilities, as relying solely on a revolver would prove insufficient. The burly man gestured towards the staff behind the counter. "The society also engages in weapon trading. As long as the price is right, they can procure anything." The attentive recorder chimed in, "Please hold on. I will fetch the list of available weapons." Charles found himself pondering the acumen of the society's founders. While they professed to act for the benefit of humanity, their true motive lay in the lucrative arms trade. Before long, several booklets were placed before Charles, detailing various models of firearms, each with bullet prices conveniently indicated. The technology in this realm was somewhat outdated, primarily featuring weaponry from the First World War, while more advanced arms were either unavailable or unlisted. "Charles, these items may seem appealing, but their utility is limited. Many challenges on the island cannot be resolved with bullets." The burly man's words brought Charles back to reality, confirming his doubts. The island's peculiarities rendered brute force largely ineffective. He did not believe that swapping his revolver for another firearm would make a significant difference when approaching the island of the golden statue. Firearms could not prevent the alteration of memories. "What do you use, then?" Charles inquired. "We use lives to fill the gaps," came a hoarse voice from the crowd, causing the previously vibrant atmosphere to cool. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion and a hawk-like nose who leaned forward, his gray eyes fixed intently on Charles. "I know what you are about to ask. You are curious if we possess any exploration techniques. Indeed, we each have our unique capabilities." He raised one hand, and a flicker of blue flame danced momentarily in his grasp. Yet, despite our artifacts and their extraordinary powers, the mortality rate among explorers remains alarmingly high. A successful governor is often preceded by the deaths of thousands. Your previous survival was merely a stroke of luck. Do not mistake me for a pessimist. Reality is, after all, quite brutal. Hearing his words instilled a sense of reassurance in Charles. The realm of sea and land had never shown mercy to humanity. Addressing the assembly of exploration captains, he stated, "Gentlemen, our discussions can continue at another time. I must prepare my supplies for the voyage." As he exited, the burly man remarked in confusion, "What do you think he intends to do in the north? Surely he doesn't plan to seek that land of light?" In the ensuing fortnight, Charles remained industrious. Apart from gathering supplies, he engaged in rigorous physical training and honed his marksmanship. The days on shore passed swiftly, and before he knew it, the time for departure had arrived. The brand-new exploration vessel lay quietly docked, its sleek design, reflective black deck, and sturdy hull filling Charles with a sense of admiration. "She truly is magnificent, wouldn't you agree?" he exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. "Captain, what shall we name her?" "Surely not the Mouse?" inquired Deep, standing before 5 sailors. Contemplating the formidable 125 caliber cannon mounted on the bow, Charles declared, "She shall be called the Narwhal." Having bestowed a name upon his new ship, Charles turned to face the unfamiliar faces. Unlike the Mouse, the Narwhal was not merely a cargo vessel. It was equipped as an exploration ship, with every necessary crew member accounted for. 1 chief sailor, for seamen, 1 first mate, 1 second mate, 1 chief engineer, 1 senior engineer, 1 junior engineer, 1 cook, 1 assistant cook, and 1 captain, totaling 13 crew members. The crew comprises individuals of various ages and heights, all male, including some local men with peculiar ear deformities. As Charles observed them, the crew, in turn, regarded him with a mix of curiosity. Unlike life on land, out at sea, the ship becomes a closed environment. The captain reigns as the sovereign of this vessel, wielding control over the fates of all aboard. A negligent captain could spell doom for everyone on the ship. When they beheld Charles's visage, their anxieties somewhat eased, though youthful. This dark-eyed captain was well known as an experienced seafarer. "I trust everyone is aware of our mission, and there is no need for deception. Currently, the mortality rate for exploration ships at sea stands at 1 in 5. Should any of you wish to withdraw, now is the time." No one in the crowd stirred. All present were seasoned sailors, fully cognizant of the perils involved, as well as the substantial rewards that could follow the successful discovery of a new island. Once the captain ascended to the governorship of this newfound land, even the lowliest among them would experience a remarkable rise in fortune. Venturing into the unknown is a gamble for life. Why not gamble a little bigger? Excellent. All hands aboard now. Chapter 17, The Island. Charles and his crew embarked upon the Unicorn, which, in stark contrast to the dilapidated Rat, was undeniably spacious and immaculate, a visual delight. He meticulously inspected every cabin to ensure that everything was in flawless order. As captain, one must know the ship as intimately as one knows their own body. Casting a glance at the diminishing coral island through the glass, Charles approached the communication pipe and called out, "Chief Engineer, how does the new vessel feel?" After a brief pause, James's hearty voice resonated through the pipe. "Captain, the ship is splendid. The steam is building quickly, and it's a comfortable 39 degrees below. Crank the turbines to maximum. Let's test its speed." "Aye, Captain." As black smoke billowed from the chimney, the Unicorn surged forward, and at its peak velocity, Charles felt as if he were piloting a speedboat. He estimated the Unicorn's speed to be at least 3 times that of the Rat. At that moment, he caught sight of something white on the surface of the sea. "Chief Engineer, reduce speed." The speeding Unicorn slowed, and Charles discerned the object as form. It was a corpse, grotesquely bloated, standing unnaturally still on the water's surface, staring fixedly at the Unicorn. Charles was not intrigued by the creature's origin. He had encountered far stranger phenomena at sea. He merely sought a target for his new cannon. Boom! The recoil from the deck cannon jolted the ship. Though Charles lacked precision in firing, after a few more shots, the bloated corpse was obliterated. Whatever force had allowed it to stand once more was no match for artillery. Charles was certain that had he been aboard this ship when encountering that beacon monster, the outcome would have been drastically different. After testing the vessel's various performance metrics, Charles's gaze shifted to the nautical chart affixed to the wall. This map, provided by the Explorers Association, was essential for locating their destination, in conjunction with a compass. "Let us proceed along Route 6. When we reach Beacon 68, we will turn south toward our objective." His finger glided across the chart. "I recall your name is Krona?" "Indeed, Captain, that is my name, bestowed by my mother." "Captain, is it true, as Fry mentioned, that you once explored an island? Can that monster truly conjure an imaginary person from human memory? How did you discern their presence?" Observing his captain exit through the door, Krona felt perplexed. Had he ventured into forbidden inquiries? He had prepared flattery for the occasion. As the days at sea unfolded, the seasoned sailors began to acclimate to the newcomers. Aside from a youthful and somewhat rebellious Deep, the others interacted amicably. The Unicorn boasted remarkable speed, and within a mere 7 days, they approached their target area. Bright beams of light scanned the dark sea, searching for the elusive island. The nautical chart and compass could only indicate a general location. Specific coordinates would require a more laborious approach. In the cockpit, Krona turned to Charles. "Captain, I have heard that some possess unique methods for locating islands at sea, far superior to this blind search. It resembles a kind of magic. Do you possess such skills?" "Enough chatter. Navigate your ship properly." Charles found Krona's verbosity excessive. I have a method," murmured Bandage, seated on a stool, unusually interjecting. As both men turned their attention to him, Bandage continued slowly. "Within the church, there exists a ritual to beseech the assistance of the god Fertan, which requires a human sacrifice." Charles regarded Bandage with a complex expression, realizing that his first mate had yet to extricate himself from the influence of the Fertan cult. He hoped that time would diminish the brainwashing effects of the sinister sect. "Forget those distasteful notions. We have no need for them." "Captain, look, what is that?" Krona pointed ahead, and Charles's gaze followed, revealing a distant, hazy island. They had found it. The crew erupted in excitement, gathering on the deck to gaze at the island. Learning from past experiences, Charles refrained from recklessly disembarking. He commanded the Unicorn to circle the island for reconnaissance. The illumination was limited, revealing only the outskirts of the land. The island was vast, taking 3 hours at the Unicorn's speed to complete a full circuit. Under the light, it appeared stark and barren, dominated by oddly shaped stones, some towering 3 to 4 stories high, while others were half the size of a person, spaced apart as if following some unseen pattern. For an instant, Charles felt as if he had stepped into a quarry. "Let's cast some live fish upon the shore and see if any carnivorous beings dwell upon the island." With this command, several fish were tossed onto the sandy beach, their bodies deliberately marked with wounds, as the scent of blood began to permeate the air, causing the crew to watch with bated breath. The asphyxiated fish succumbed before long, and after half an hour, Charles suddenly spotted a pair of eyes gleaming amidst the rocks. Squeak, squeak. A creature with black fur, a slender tail, and beady black eyes emerged, a common rat. To the crew's relief, the rats scurried to a dead fish and began to gnaw at it. Joy spread across their faces. The emergence of a normal creature was promising news. If rats could survive on this island, perhaps humans could too. However, before their exhilaration could fully bloom, more greedy eyes began to emerge from the rocks. Swarms of rats surged toward the dead fish like a tidal wave, instantly cloaking the white sand in a blanket of dark fur. The cacophony of chewing sound from the shore sent shivers down the spines of those aboard the ship. "There seems to be an overwhelming number of rats," Krona remarked with a forced smile, glancing at his captain. Chapter 18, The Rats. At this moment, Charles pondered further. Rats typically occupy the lowest tier of the ecological chain. Their overwhelming presence indicated that other predators must inhabit the island. What those predators might be remained a mystery, but he was certain they were not cats. As Charles contemplated, the tide of rats receded, leaving the yellow-white sand devoid of even a fishbone. "Drop anchor, secure your weapons and explosives, and prepare to disembark." At Charles's command, the crew sprang into action. For this expedition, he had prepared an abundance of explosives. While gunpowder might not always prove useful, it was certainly better to have it than to lack it. If the only peril on the island were those rodents, then surely this dynamite would prove invaluable. 2 wooden canoes were launched into the sea, leaving behind only the Bandage disabled, while the others disembarked, fabric strips tied around their shoulders. The crowd gradually moved toward the crevices of the rocks, with the seasoned old sailor maintaining a semblance of calm, while the newcomers exhibited heightened anxiety, startled by even the slightest rustle. The rocks deep within the island grew increasingly loose, and scattered animal bones began to appear on the ground. A flicker of disappointment crossed Charles's face. It seemed that the passage to the surface was not to be found here. Just as he hesitated over whether to venture further inward, a crimson light suddenly drifted between the distant rocks. Charles instinctively shrank behind a massive boulder and whispered urgently to the others, "Extinguish the torches at once." Though the other sailors were perplexed, they obeyed the captain's command. Without the glow of the torches, the distant red became ever more vivid, that striking hue flickering in and out of view as it approached. As it drew closer, Everyone could discern the true nature of the color. The creature resembled a swollen leech, measuring an estimated 5 meters in length, with a red glow emanating from luminous spots embedded beneath its translucent skin, flickering ominously. Despite lacking wings, this leech could glide effortlessly through the air, seemingly searching for something, its 6 eye stalks writhing and scanning the surroundings. The humans cowering behind the rocks held their breath, some trembling in fear and closing their eyes. Charles fixated on those eye stalks, instinctively aware that they belonged to no peaceful entity, and resolved to avoid provoking it. Suddenly, a soft rumble emanated from an unknown source. The sound, although faint, reverberated like thunder in the stillness. In an instant, the leech's eye stalks swung toward the humans, its fearsome maw emitting a terrifying growl, and with a slight shimmer, it vanished into thin air. This was disastrous. The creature could become invisible, and it was coming for them. Grasping the dynamite at his waist, Charles' body tensed, his expression resolute, ready to confront the monster head-on. The other sailors gripped their weapons tightly, their heart rates escalating. As Charles mentally counted the seconds, just as he was about to hurl the dynamite, the inky darkness was illuminated by a red light. The leech reappeared above a rock, its eye stalks scanning the distance. The squeaking of mice echoed from that direction, growing louder as if deliberately orchestrated. The leech writhed its swollen body, swiftly propelling itself toward the source of the noise. And the red glow vanished. In the darkness, Charles exhaled a sigh of relief, never expecting to be saved by the mice. Turning to speak to those beside him, he suddenly noticed a pair of eyes glowing with an eerie green light to his left. But this was merely the beginning. More eyes ignited, layering upon one another, a sight that sent chills down his spine. Charles struck a match against the rock wall, illuminating the surroundings, revealing countless mice, a seemingly infinite horde encircling them. "Greetings. I am Lily. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." The unexpected voice of a female startled everyone, their instinctive defensive postures freezing in place. Upon closer inspection, Charles discerned that the speaker was a white mouse standing amidst the throng. This white mouse moved with a grace entirely distinct from its kin, its eyes brimming with intelligence. The mouse appeared to recognize Charles as their leader, hopping forward to gaze up at him. "Hello, I am Lily. What is your name?" Charles surveyed the multitude of mice and replied quietly, "Charles." Just as their initial exchange concluded, a roar erupted from the direction the leech had departed. The white mouse, having spoken, promptly led the other mice in a hasty retreat. Not daring to linger, Charles and the sailors quickly followed suit. Compared to that monstrous creature, at least these mice seemed capable of communication. In the enveloping darkness, Charles and his companions followed the mice in a frantic scramble, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a cave over a meter high. As they entered, torches held aloft, a multitude of eyes fixated on the intruding humans, and a cacophony of rustling filled the air. With a dozen torches ignited and cast into the air, the flames illuminated the cavern, revealing a space the size of a football field, teeming with brown mice that stared intently at them. While the presence of the mice was not particularly unusual, a few wielded bone tools, lending an air of peculiarity. Among the orderly rows of diminutive, rounded houses, Charles even observed a large mouse instructing a small one in counting. He felt as though he had stumbled into a realm of diminutive beings. A throng of mice advanced, presenting each human with a bowl of brown liquid, seemingly a gesture of hospitality. "Home." Charles surveyed the extraordinary mouse burrow. "This isn't your home?" "Of course not. I'm not a mouse. I am a human," the white mouse replied, agitated, standing atop a makeshift stool. "Human?" All the sailors gazed incredulously at the diminutive creature, unable to see how it could possibly be human. Sensing their disbelief, Lily hastily began to explain, "I truly am human. My parents took me by boat to Ho Wong Island to visit my grandfather, but we encountered a whirlpool, and I fell into the sea. When I awoke, I had transformed into this. I do not know why." Listening to the mouse's tale, Deep remained skeptical, pressing little one. "Where do you live? How many people are in your family?" The white mouse puffed out its chest. "I reside at 158 Coral Island, East District 12. My father, Oliver, is a doctor, and my mother, Olivia. I'm 11 years old, and a girl." "Now, do you believe me? Are there many of you?" "Countless. Beyond the rocky terrain lies a mountain, teeming with them." Lily gestured emphatically with her tiny paws. After gauging the strengths of both sides, Charles fell into contemplation. This island harbored no paths to the surface and was fraught with perilous creatures, seemingly rendering exploration unnecessary. Just as he turned to leave, the sound of squeaking erupted. A multitude of mice baring their teeth, blocking their path of retreat. Wait, uncles, they need your help. After we assist them, can we leave? The innocent Lily seemed to misunderstand Charles's intent, pleading in a coaxing tone, "Oh, please agree. That thing is truly important to them. Look, the uncle is coming out." The group turned to see a massive rat, the size of a small dog, emerging from the shadows, its bright yellow eyes scrutinizing the humans. This large rat was evidently far less amiable than Lily, its gaze rife with hostility. Squeak! The giant rat suddenly called out, and the surrounding mice surged forward, their menacing demeanor suggesting they were ready to devour Charles and his companions whole. In an instant, Charles and his crew drew their weapons, pointing them at the Rat King. Observing the standoff, the white mouse's furry face displayed urgency as it hurried to the side of the giant rat, chattering as though attempting to negotiate. After a lengthy exchange, it seemed a consensus was reached, and Lily, wearing an apologetic expression, conveyed, "I'm sorry. The uncle says he has already dispatched mice to seal off the beach. If you do not assist him, he will not allow you to board the boat." Charles let out a light laugh, hardly believing he was being threatened by a mouse. The fuse of the dynamite, no larger than a small blanket, was ignited. Lily recognized the object in Charles's hand, and a shiver coursed through her body as she urgently exclaimed, "Don't ignite it! Don't ignite it! Uncle will provide a reward. It's a treasure, a marvelous treasure." With a swift motion, Charles pinched the lit fuse, extinguishing it. "What treasure?" he inquired, not wishing to engage in a futile fight with these rodents. If the reward was adequate, he might consider it. Almost immediately, he witnessed two mice dragging two items towards him, a mask and a sheet of white paper. Upon lifting the paper and reading the text, Charles's eyes widened in surprise, as the contents recorded therein were indeed unexpected. Project number 096. Project name, Clown Mask. Containment level, Level 3 object containment, currently housed in Laboratory number 3. Description: 096 appears as a snow-white clown mask with a red nose and an expression of sheer delight. It was discovered in the circus on Red Tree Island, data redacted. The previous owner of 096 had gone mad. Psychological evaluations revealed that this 27-year-old woman exhibited significant personality changes, along with dissociative identity disorder. Experiment Log 1. Subject 654 was instructed to wear 096. After 10 minutes, the subject's body became unusually supple and agile, with a substantial increase in strength, approaching human limits, enabling proficiency in all acrobatic feats, including, but not limited to, trapeze artistry, blindfolded knife throwing, and contortion in a boxes. After 30 minutes of wear, Subject 654 exhibited heightened emotions and attempted to engage with Dr. Data Redacted outside the blast-proof glass, attempting to amuse the doctor with poor jokes. After an hour, Subject 654 began to engage in self-directed dialogue, accusing another persona within, accompanied by fits of neurotic laughter. 3 hours post-wear, the subject attempted to slice their own trachea with their nails. Security personnel administered anesthetic gas to remove 096. 3 days later, the subject's physical and mental aberrations persisted. Subject 654 was deemed worthless and subsequently terminated. This appeared to be some sort of report, indicating that certain individuals intended to comprehend an artifact known as the clown mask through scientific means. Charles's gaze shifted from the paper to the mask upon the back of the mouse. It was likely the very clown mask described in the document. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted the mask and placed it upon his face. In an instant, he felt as though his body had been relieved of half its weight, as if he were treading upon clouds. He propelled himself with a gentle kick, executing 2.5 somersaults in the air before landing gracefully. The next moment, he hastily removed the mask, staring in horror at the ghastly grin painted upon it. "How about it? Do you agree? I just persuaded Uncle for quite a while," Lily exclaimed, jumping onto Charles's foot and tugging at his pant leg vigorously. After a moment of contemplation, Charles lifted Lily into his arms. "Why do we need to assist? These mice seem quite intelligent. They should be far more capable than us. But we don't have hands. That thing is locked in a room. Uncle said you must have hands to open it." "Don't worry, it's easy and not dangerous at all. I've been there several times." After pondering briefly, Charles looked down and replied, "All right, I consent." Although the mask artifact was peculiar, its utility was undeniable as long as the wearing time was controlled. It could prove invaluable for either escape or combat. Upon hearing Charles's affirmation, Lily leaped for joy. "That's wonderful. Ani were a good person. Chapter 20, Laboratorino. 3. Emerging from the mouse hole, Lily led Charles and the others swiftly through the rocks. Occasionally, a crimson glow from the flying leech would appear in the distance, at which point White Mouse Lily would dispatch one of her companions to divert the attention of those creatures. After zigzagging for nearly half an hour, the irregular rocks began to thin, revealing a smooth rock face before Charles. The darkness obscured his view of what lay above. He could not discern whether it was a mountain or a massive wall. The group continued walking alongside the base of the wall for a few minutes until a strikingly technological iron door abruptly appeared before them. Before Charles could inquire, the mice swiftly stacked themselves, and with a determined tug on the doorknob, the door swung open with a decisive click. Charles instantly deduced that this architectural style was not crafted by the same hands as those outside. Lily, are you certain that the item is located here? Charles questioned, feeling skeptical about the building's origin, suspecting the mice's mission was far from simple. He touched the surface, noting its hardness, somewhat reminiscent of plastic. The surface bore a simplistic map marked with regions denoted in a foreign language: monitoring room, lounge, cafeteria, and the like. Lily hopped onto the map, first stepping on the eastern corner, then darting to the western section marked with a prohibition sign. We are here, and the item is over there. Let's hurry. As Charles examined the map, a vague hypothesis began to form in his mind, yet now was not the time for speculation. This place appeared unsafe, and it was best to locate the item and depart swiftly. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the end of the corridor, startling Deep, who was at the forefront, prompting him to shout. Charles swiftly pressed the muzzle of his gun down. It's all right, just a corpse. The group gathered around, the torchlight illuminating the figure, a desiccated body, frozen in a kneeling position, mouth agape, arms outstretched as if to scream. He crouched down, inspecting closely. Deputy Director of Laboratory Number 3. Charles's pupils dilated as a realization struck him. He promptly retrieved the document concerning the clown mask. Containment level. Level 3 object containment, currently housed in Laboratory Number 3. So this was indeed Laboratory Number 3, and the mask had been pilfered by the mice. Who constructed Laboratory Number 3? Who were they? One question was answered, yet a plethora of others arose. Initially, Charles anticipated encountering numerous dangers along the way, but White Mouse Lily had not lied. Aside from the disordered environment and the occasional corpse, there was truly no threat. They gradually approached their destination. Look, we've arrived. This is it, Lily exclaimed, stopping before an iron door, bouncing eagerly at its threshold. A small square panel was situated at the entrance. Press your hand here, and the door will open. Gazing at the familiar structure on the door, an ominous premonition settled within Charles. He pressed his hand against it, but naturally, it did not yield. There was no power, and the fingerprints did not match. How could it possibly open? This was undoubtedly a fingerprint-locked door. Why didn't it open? Lily, tilting her head in confusion, exclaimed, Uncle said it would open as long as a human pressed their hand against it. Charles knocked on the door and, upon discovering it was not particularly thick, retrieved explosives, ignited the fuse, and tossed it at the entrance before retreating to a safe distance. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, and a gaping hole was blown into the door. As Charles stepped through the opening, he discovered a black flask quietly resting upon a central table. Not daring to linger, he snatched the flask and dashed outside, wary of the noise attracting unwanted attention. Yet, as if summoned, a flying leech drifted around the corner just as Charles and the others were halfway through their escape, its corpulent form blocking the path. Roar! The flying leech bellowed and charged towards the group. Realizing there was no time to evade, Charles instantly raised his revolver and began to pull the trigger repeatedly. Fire! The flying leech emitted a roar, twisting its bulbous body as its glowing, translucent form vanished. Don't stop. Everyone shoot forward. It could become invisible. Drain all the bullets. Bullets whizzed through the air, striking the distant wall and riddling it with holes. As the gunfire momentarily subsided, Charles was about to urge everyone to flee when a massive head of the leech suddenly materialized before him, its razor-sharp mandibles hovering perilously close. Less than 10 centimeters from his skull, the mandibles whirled open, resembling a lethal blood dagger, and descended menacingly towards Charles's head. Just as he braced himself for the impending doom of being devoured, an overwhelming force surged from his waist, propelling him backward with startling vigor. Glancing down, he realized it was Deep who had pushed him aside, saving his life. Quickly regaining his footing, Charles instinctively drew forth the mask and placed it over his face. In moments of peril, one cannot afford to hesitate. With his left hand, he deftly retrieved the black dagger, which materialized in his grasp. And a thrill of excitement blossomed behind the mask. The instant the mask settled on his face, he felt a significant enhancement in his strength and reflexes, as the surroundings became vividly illuminated, not merely in perception, but he could now discern objects even in the dark. The sharp black blade quivered at his fingertips, leaving trails of afterimages as it danced through the air. Chapter 21. The Peculiar Charles. James and Fry exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting the novelty of encountering a captain with such an audacious demeanor. The dim corridor gradually fell silent, the atmosphere seemingly frozen under the looming threat of the invisible leech. Suddenly, Charles erupted into a fit of laughter, his shoulders shaking, beginning with a low chuckle that crescendoed into unabashed mirth. Lily timidly peered out from her nest of mice. "Mr. Charles, what is amiss?" Struggling to contain his laughter, Charles turned around and exclaimed, "Puffed, Sister Mouse, I've just thought a joke that I simply must share with you. Once upon a time, there was a..." Almost simultaneously as he pivoted, the airborne leech materialized on the wall to his left, its grotesque mandibles lunging toward the back of his head. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. But the warning came too late. In a surprising turn of events, Charles's body seemed to fold like a rag doll, evading the creature's vicious bite. With a swift motion, his right hand surged with power, plunging the sharp blade into the leech's abdomen. "Aha! Finally caught you. You can even phase through walls," Charles exclaimed triumphantly. With a spring-like leap, he vaulted onto the leech's back, thrusting the black dagger fiercely into its semi-transparent flesh. The leech thrashed violently, yet Charles, as if equipped with an internal gyroscope, remained steadfastly anchored. "You think you can throw me off? Not a chance." Wounded, the leech's head retracted swiftly, pivoting to unleash a torrent of foul, yellowish liquid at Charles. "I've had my fun. Farewell, great worm." He gripped the hilt of the dagger embedded in the leech's body and twisted it forcefully, accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh as the blade sliced through the skin from its back to its abdomen. The gaping wound nearly bisected the creature. With a resounding roar, the leech's battered form began to shimmer and fade, attempting to flee. However, with a surge of strength, Charles drove the hilt deeper into its body, sending the bloated leech crashing to the ground. As the leech hit the floor, Charles pushed off its skin with force, executing a series of graceful somersaults before landing with a regal pose. "Am I not magnificent? Where the applause?" He called out. "Oh, you lot, truly lacking in coordination. What are you standing around for? Run." Only then did the crowd spring into action, Charles taking up the rear. Deep glanced down at the captain, who was humming a tune and shaking with laughter, then turned to the second mate, Krona. "Should we remove the mask from the captain's face? He seems a bit off." In a sudden motion, Charles thrust the pristine white mask directly into Deep's face. "Hey, what are you muttering about? I can hear you, you know. If I remove the mask, who'll protect you?" Deep gritted his teeth, reaching towards the mask with intent, but Charles evaded him with the agility of an eel. He then extended his hand, shoving a flask into Deep's grasp while pushing him forward. "You all go ahead and wait for me on the ship." Before anyone could protest, Charles fell backward into the abyss of darkness. "Mr. Charles, where are you going?" Amidst the shouts of his companions, the jester-masked Charles ventured further into the shadows. In the enveloping gloom, he conversed with himself. Since this place is a repository of relics, it must be brimming with treasures. "Ha ha, I shall reap a fortune." Humming a tune from the recesses of his memory, Charles re-entered the previous area, this time barging through each door with reckless abandon, detonating explosives without hesitation. Behind the first door lay a medieval-style oil lamp, and just as Charles grasped it to exit, his keen vision caught sight of a notebook hanging on the wall. TSK, how considerate of these fellows to prepare a manual. Snatching the notebook, Charles dashed toward the next room. "Ha ha ha, I'm going to be rich," he exclaimed joyfully, cradling a collection of relics, resembling a farmer harvesting his crops. Just as he slipped a silver tentacle ring onto his ring finger, a crimson glow erupted at the doorway. "Oh dear, the slime molds dare to return. If I don't show you some real power today, you'll never know how many eyes the King of Horses has." Clutching his bundle with one hand, Charles strode confidently toward the entrance. However, as he peeked out from the room, he froze in place. Before him stood not one, but a throng of grotesque creatures. Cramped together, some were partially embedded in the ceiling, others in the floor, while a distant cluster flashed with red light, resembling a wall bedecked in neon. The moment Charles spotted them, the creatures noticed him as well. All the airborne leeches contorted, their crimson glow vanishing abruptly. Once more, darkness enveloped the desolate corridor, and as Charles stared into the void, he could vividly imagine the invisible leeches ascending toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted away, but before he could make much headway, a gaping maw materialized directly in front of him. Charles skidded to a halt, his torso half entrapped in the creature's jaws. Summoning every ounce of strength, he twisted his body with great effort, barely escaping before the jaws snapped shut. Though he narrowly evaded disaster, his garments were shredded into tatters by the mandibles. Breathing a sigh of relief, Charles wasted no time. Seizing the opportunity while the leech was still reeling, he slipped past its slick body, narrowly evading capture. Yet this was merely the beginning. The invisible leeches proved swifter than Charles, and more airborne leeches emerged to assault him. At that moment, Charles resembled a circus performer, narrowly dodging attacks with mere fractions of an inch to spare, his body moving with remarkable agility as if he were a dancer pirouetting on the edge of a blade, teetering on the brink of life and death. Just as he evaded a spray of liquid from a leech, another yawning maw appeared to his right. Charles pushed off the ground, barely escaping its grasp. But before he could land, yet another gaping mouth emerged before him. Suspended in midair without leverage, Charles found himself helpless, watching as he was inexorably drawn into the creature's maw. Chapter 22, 1068. As the elongated teeth loomed dangerously close to his head, in a moment of desperation, Charles swung the hefty bundle he was carrying with all his might, using the recoil to escape the immediate peril. However, the force of his pull caused the fabric of his clothing to tear, scattering countless relics across the ground, producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters. After a slight tremor, the ancient oil lamp suddenly emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the entire corridor as if it were daylight. The flying leeches, seemingly agitated by an unknown stimulus, quivered as if electrified. Seizing the excellent opportunity to escape, Charles could not afford to hesitate. He clutched the remaining small bundle of belongings and sprinted for his life. He ran at the limits of human capability for nearly 5 minutes, and upon realizing that nothing was pursuing him, he finally came to a halt, panting heavily. The sight of the meager remnants in his arms filled him with sorrow. Only 4 artifacts remained within the tattered clothing. After venting his frustration, Charles rose to his feet, surveying the dim surroundings. If the previous location resembled a hospital, this place was unmistakably a military base, with walls transformed from bright white tiles to sturdy steel plates. It appeared he had inadvertently wandered into another area he had never visited before. "Is anyone there?" Charles's voice echoed in the emptiness. He made his way along the wall, and soon, a towering circular iron door, nearly 5 meters high, came into view. The door, half a meter thick, bore a significant crack that nearly split it in two. Cautiously, Charles peered inside and discovered a vast space beyond. Suddenly, a distant, resonant cough emanated from within, startling him. What was that? Could there still be a living person inside? After glancing back, Charles tiptoed across the crack and ventured inside. Upon entering, he was struck by the sight before him, a long tunnel reminiscent of an air raid shelter, with iron doors every 100 meters. The nearest door had detached from its hinges, embedded in the ceiling. Cough, cough. The sound echoed again from afar, seemingly produced by an elderly individual. Charles slowed his pace and cautiously moved toward the source of the sound. Soon, he discovered the origin of the cough: shattered entrails, congealed blood, vacant eyes, withered limbs, and a mutilated brain. A grotesque door formed from these remnants stood in the center of door number 4, its frame filled with a writhing purple liquid. Embedded at the bottom left of that door was a corpse, its upper half bloodied. The cough had originated from it. The disfigured being opened its eyes and gazed at Charles. "Ah, 096. Have you finally found another host? Come. It's been so long since you visited this accursed place. Let's have a good talk. Does he know me? No. Does he recognize the mask on my face?" Charles's gaze swept over the records on the wall, noting the project number, 1068. "Haha, I thought I recognized you. It's been a long time, 1068, my old friend." "Indeed, I am 096. Charles approached the flesh door with familiarity. After a few moments, the bloodied corpse shook its head gently. "No, you're not 096. You have not become it." Realizing he could not deceive this entity, Charles abandoned pretense and inquired, "Do you know where the exit of this place is?" Asking an immobile old man for directions. How utterly unrealistic. Has humanity truly become foolish over these years? All these years, has this being existed for a long time? Might it possess knowledge of the surface? After pondering momentarily, Charles began to question it about the surface. Ah, the sun. Of course, I know it. It's that thing hanging in the sky. I have not basked in its warmth for ages. Could you perhaps move me outside to soak in some sunlight? Hearing this uplifting news, Charles leaped forward like a monkey, tightly cradling the bloodied head, and exclaimed, "When did you last see it? How long has it been? Damn it, don't grip my head like that. I still have sensation." With a swift motion, Charles extracted the black knife embedded in his calf and pressed it against the creature's face, threatening sternly, "Enough with the chatter. Speak." A flicker of anger crossed 1068's distorted visage. "The door on my body. Pass through that door to see the sun." Door? Charles contemplated and approached the entrance, examining the records hanging on the wall. As 1068 let out a wretched scream, the entire flesh door appeared to convulse in pain. "You worthless scum, destined to be nothing more than a wiping tool. I curse you." 1068 shed its facade and hurled insults at Charles. "Speak quickly, or I shall sever your head." Faced with the glinting blade mere inches away, 1068 ultimately relented, its tone weary. "I can't recall exactly how long it's been since I last saw the sun, but I remember it was when they placed me on a ship. I sat there for quite some time." "Ha ha ha." Charles, filled with elation, performed somersaults in the air, laughing maniacally. "I knew someone had come from the surface. I knew it. If they can descend, I too shall ascend." Yet before Charles could revel in his triumph for long, a familiar crimson light flared outside the door. "Oh no, the leeches are back." Charles glanced around frantically for a place to hide, only to realize that the room contained no cover apart from the flesh door. His mind raced, and suddenly he conceived a plan. He dashed toward the corner of the room, and, like a gecko, scurried up to the upper left corner. Pressing his limbs tightly against the walls, he utilized his remarkable body control to wedge himself into the corner. Just as he steadied himself, 3 flying leeches, glowing with a red hue, floated into the room. The leeches, oblivious to Charles, approached 1068, beginning to regurgitate half-rotten mice that poured into the door. There they feeding 1068? Why? Just as Charles pondered this perplexity, 1068 began to speak. "Dr. Tina, you remain as beautiful as ever." Who was it speaking to? Another question arose in Charles's mind. At that moment, he noticed 1068 looking up at him, its bloodied face breaking into a smug grin, causing his heart to skip a beat. "Dr. Tina, 096 has escaped. It's currently hanging in the upper left corner of the room. Quickly contain it." Chapter 23, Betrayal. Upon hearing 1068's warning, the 3-headed flying leeches, still regurgitating mice, swiftly turned, their 18 eyes fixated on the corner where Charles was concealed. "You bastard." Charles leaped, darting toward the door. Just as he was about to exit, he reached into his left pocket, producing a revolver. Bang! The bloodied head of 1068 was blown apart, and amidst its agonized screams and curses, Charles dashed through the door, fleeing for his life. This time, the leeches refrained from engaging him in close combat. Instead, they congregated at a distance, continuously spewing corrosive fluids. Charles twisted his body, swiftly retreating through a hail of bullets. This was merely the beginning. The number of leeches pursuing Charles increased, and the long-silent third laboratory erupted into chaos for the first time in years. In the wake of the leech's relentless pursuit, Charles retraced his steps. Just as he expended every ounce of effort to escape the laboratory, a brilliant red light ignited behind him. He turned in horror, witnessing the entire wall ablaze with crimson luminescence. As they shrieked and emerged from the walls, their eyes burning with fury, fixated on Charles. Hundreds, if not thousands, of flying leeches writhed and vanished from sight. A chill shot from his tailbone straight to his brain, compelling him to turn and sprint toward the coast with utmost speed. "Am I stealing your wives or something? Why are you chasing me like this?" Charles nimbly ascended a 3-meter-high rock, his athletic physique enabling him to leap deftly between the stones. Possessing exceptional night vision, he sprinted with remarkable speed. Yet an overwhelming sense of insecurity enveloped him as he scanned the surroundings, wary of any lurking leeches that might emerge from the shadows. In the distance, he spotted the bright searchlight of the narwhal illuminating the sea's surface. The buzzing swarms of flying leeches revealed themselves, casting a vast expanse of crimson light that obstructed Charles's path as they formed a pocket formation advancing towards him. "So, you deem me worthy of such tactics, do you?" He mused, panting atop a rock. Observing the sky ablaze with red light, he remarked, "How beautiful. Compared to this, drone displays are utterly mundane." However, in this moment, he longed more for drones than for these luminous insects. Gripping the few remnants he had left, He propelled himself resolutely toward the distant crimson wall. As the leeches began to spit their corrosive saliva, the air illuminated by their red glow was soon drenched in a deluge of acidic rain. Charles dove once more into the stone forest below, utilizing the rocks for cover as he pressed onward. The sound of the stones above him sizzling under the acidic assault filled the air, and he sprinted towards the coastline, his footing precariously balanced on the remaining solid ground. The leeches seemed to have anticipated his every move. Countless toothy maws emerged from the ground, viciously biting at his feet. No matter how agile his body was, twisting and turning in midair ultimately proved futile. Charles's collar was riddled with holes from the corrosive liquid, thick, phlegm-like acid dripping onto him and emitting swirls of white smoke. The burning sensation intensified, and in his desperate plight, Charles realized his endurance was waning. Am I to perish? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, and a vast section of the crimson light was abruptly illuminated. Standing on one of the few patches of clear ground, Charles's face, hidden behind his mask, broke into a joyful grin. It was the deck cannon of the narwhal. His crew was coming to his aid. No matter how numerous the flying leeches were, they were mere flesh against the might of cannon fire. With another deafening boom, a significant portion of the crimson veil was torn away, leaving the leeches in disarray, unsure whether to flee or continue their assault on Charles. With the pressure alleviated, Charles sprinted furiously until he reached the shoreline. As he leaped into the icy sea, the cold water alleviated the burning sensations coursing through his body, and his limbs flailed wildly towards the narwhal. Upon climbing the soft ladder onto the deck, his first command was to set sail. The narwhal, already primed for departure, roared to life and swiftly left the island behind. Exhausted, Charles collapsed onto the deck, and upon spotting several damp remnants nearby, he burst into exhilarated laughter. "Huh, slugs, do you see this? I have pilfered your treasures, and I emerged unscathed. I have triumphed." Nearby, Deep approached nervously to assist Charles. "Captain, you must remove that mask at once." Charles felt a jolt of realization. How long had he worn this mask? Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unfamiliar voice erupted in his mind. "I cannot say for certain, but I suspect it has been 1 or 2 hours." Hastily, Charles removed the mask, and in that instant, the brightness of his surroundings dimmed significantly, and the pain coursing through his body amplified dramatically. However, he concentrated solely on the voice in his mind, repeatedly inquiring as to its identity. Noticing his captain lost in thought, Deep waved a hand in front of him. "Captain, are you all right?" Ignoring him, Charles sat on the ground, seemingly waiting for something. When he realized that the voice had ceased after removing the mask, he exhaled deeply. A wave of dread washed over him. Had he worn it for just a few more minutes, he might have had to contend with the struggle for control against my other selves. It appeared that this mask required careful consideration for future use. While it offered undeniable benefits, the drawbacks were equally astounding. With the mask on, I felt no aversion to its removal, yet my temperament became exceedingly impulsive. As the captain regained his composure, the crew collectively sighed in relief, hastily carrying Charles toward the captain's quarters. After a flurry of activity, his acid-corroded wounds were tended to, leaving Charles looking more like a mummy than a man. Weakened, he propped himself up on the bed, surrounded by concerned crew members. "Who fired the cannon?" "It was me. It was me," squeaked the white mouse, Lily, as she climbed up the bedspread to stand before Charles. Surprised by her enthusiasm, he asked, "You operated the deck cannon?" He had assumed it was Chief Engineer James who had manned the cannon, only to discover it was Lily instead. "My friends and I worked together. Impressive, don't you think?" Lily chattered, as a throng of brown mice swarmed onto Charles's bed. "I promised them I would invite them to my home for my mother's famous sweet fish soup. I cannot go back on my word," she declared with conviction. Charles reassured Lily before turning to the second mate, Nona. The red-haired youth seemed to anticipate Charles's inquiry, responding, "Rest assured, Captain, all numbers have been accounted for. No one is missing." "That is good to hear," Charles replied. Once the danger had passed, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, the wounds and the exertion taking their toll as his body issued a warning. Before anyone could exit the room, Charles's eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to slumber. When he awakened, he had no sense of how much time had elapsed. "I ought to acquire a pocket watch." Rejuvenated, Charles remained in bed, leaning against the pillow with a faint smile gracing his face. The words of the Flesh and Blood door, 1068, confirmed one thing. Outside, the sun shone, and where there was sunlight, there was earth. There was a significant probability that his home still existed. With his resolve strengthened, Charles prepared to rise, only to notice the remnants extracted from the third laboratory piled upon the cabinet. His heart stirred at the sight of these items. Although he had crafted them all, he now felt an unfamiliarity with his former self. At that time, the mere thought of possessing so many remnants had ignited a cat-like urge within him to steal them, completely oblivious to the dangers of such an action. However, gazing at the remnants now, Charles felt fortunate. He had obtained so many treasures at the cost of only his wounds. This transaction was undoubtedly worthwhile. Among the items were a rust-covered long knife, a feather quill as thick as a forearm, a pyramid-shaped amethyst, and the silver-white ring of intertwined tentacles he still wore. In total, there were 4 remnants. While they appeared extraordinary, Charles hesitated to experiment with them. Having lost some of the records during his confrontation with the leeches and others being ruined by seawater upon his leap into the ocean. Now, only 2 informational booklets remained, one of which detailed the ring on his hand. Project number 168. Project name, Tentacle Ring. Appendix 1. Due to Dr. Tina detecting its anomalies and submitting a report promptly, the Foundation has decided to contain Project 168 directly. The description of its anomalies will be placed in Appendix 2 through interview records. Appendix 2, Dr. Tina. Could you elaborate on how you discovered 168? What particular abilities did you uncover? Well, my hand can transform into 3 tentacles invisible to others. An experience that feels remarkably peculiar, as though the tentacles are an innate extension of my hand. I anticipate your next inquiry. Indeed, the grip of these tentacles is formidable, approximately equivalent to the strength of 2 adult men, and they possess remarkable elasticity, stretching up to 5 meters. As for the negative anomaly, this ring has the tendency to subconsciously entice individuals to wear it, tightening progressively, necessitating periodic removal to alleviate the pressure. Is it truly that straightforward? Yes, indeed. It is rather simple, a rather unassuming little item. If only other projects exhibited such docility. Sophie, I find 1068 manageable, provided there is sufficient sustenance. It does not cause trouble. However, 641 is quite a headache. Oh, Tina, I've heard of that entity. It is indeed quite troublesome. Should it breach containment, the entire island's populace might risk assimilation. Yet, in terms of its potential harm, it pales in comparison to 134, which I oversee. Ahem. Ladies, it is currently work hours. Let us reserve our discussions for after hours and be mindful of our surroundings. My apologies. 2241. The interview concludes. Transforming into tentacles? After a moment of contemplation, Charles raised his hand, and a miraculous occurrence ensued. He could feel his fingers rapidly elongating and thickening, yet to the naked eye, his hand remained unchanged. Suddenly, a drawer on a distant table creaked open, and a bottle of wine floated out, suspended in midair, creating a rather eerie scene. Charles began to experiment with this new artifact within the room, various small objects soaring through the air. Familiarizing himself with the artifact, Charles decided to keep it for personal use. In terms of direct offensive capabilities, it cannot compare to the clown mask or even the black dagger. However, if utilized wisely, it could serve unexpected purposes. What intrigued Charles further was that this little item had the least side effects he had encountered among artifacts. Gently touching the ring, Charles turned his gaze to another piece of paper, which detailed the records of the Purple Pyramid. Project number 434. Project name, Purple Pyramid. Description: 434 is a crystal pyramid measuring 10 centimeters on each side. Due to the disturbances it caused, it was reported by the Shadow Island Police Department and subsequently transferred to the Foundation. Experiment 1. Instructed test subject 13 to grasp 434 and mentally repeat, I am powerful, twice. Experiment results. The subject underwent physical mutation. Their proportions increased, reaching a height of 2.5 meters, but their ability to articulate diminished significantly, with intelligence measured at 80. Experiment 2. Instructed test subject 13 to grasp 434 and mentally repeat, I am powerful, 3 times. Experiment results. The subject's height increased by 3 meters. Intelligence dropped to 60. Experiment 3. Instructed test subject 13 to grasp 434 and mentally repeat, I am powerful, 4 times. Experiment results. Height soared to 4 meters. Intelligence plummeted to 40. Due to the subject's severely reduced intellect, they could not comprehend the instructions, necessitating the experiment's termination. The subject returned to normal 30 minutes after distancing from 434. Chapter 25. the mouse returns home. Charles furrowed his brow as he contemplated the artifact in his hand. This relic exchanges intelligence for physical stature, the implications of which are ambiguous at best. If one possesses no fundamental understanding, great power becomes futile. Furthermore, upon enlarging, one's three artifacts become unusable. In a precarious balance, one might even see a decrease in strength. Quickly, Charles discerned the artifact's greatest utility. I may not be able to utilize it, but I can bestow it upon my crew. The forthcoming adventures are destined to grow increasingly perilous. Relying solely on one's own strength is insufficient. The crew aboard the Narwhal must experience a comprehensive enhancement in their abilities to avoid being a hindrance. As thoughts of a certain individual's robust physique flashed through his mind, Charles instantly identified a new owner for this artifact. Ignoring the lingering pain in his body, he threw aside the covers and ventured out with the relic in hand. 30 minutes later, Charles stood on the deck, shouting at the 4-meter-tall engineer, James. Place the artifact on the ground. Down. Other unoccupied crew members gathered around, eagerly watching the spectacle. Enlarged, James plopped down on the deck, causing the entire Narwhal to sway. After a few seconds, he finally released his grip, allowing 434 to thud onto the deck. The extent of the intelligence reduction is greater than I anticipated. Charles mused to himself as he gazed at the purple pyramid in his hand. Testing revealed that the growth in stature rendered physical strength remarkably potent. However, the decline in intelligence proved dangerously detrimental. A constant guiding presence was essential. Otherwise, the befuddled James would merely stand idly, fiddling with his fingers. Captain, may I have a turn with that? A curious deep approached, accompanied by a group of sailors. After a moment's thought, Charles tossed 434 toward them, instructing, everyone take a turn and see who is most suited for this. In no time, the deck was alive with the crew's boisterous exclamations, enjoying their newfound toy. Charles refrained from intervening. After all, one is not a machine, and opportunities to relax amidst the tumultuous sea are scarce. After giving a few directives, he retreated to his quarters, where his wounds began to throb anew. Time at sea passes swiftly, and Charles's corrosive injuries healed rapidly. Any minor mishaps along the way were deftly handled by the crew. For once, he relished the privileges of a captain rather than attending to every detail himself. As the ship docked, everyone rushed to collect their earnings from Charles before dashing off to release their pent-up frustrations. With the remaining 2 artifacts in hand, he intended to visit the Explorers Association, uncertain of their utility or potential detriments, eager to seek insights from other captains. Just as he prepared to disembark, he spotted Lily, surrounded by brown mice, standing on the dock. Approaching her, he realized that her drooping ears indicated she had not left. Why haven't you gone? Charles's inquiry startled Lily, causing her to turn around in a fluster. Mr. Charles, but I've turned into a mouse. Will my mother recognize me? Will she chase me away with a broom? Lily asked, her eyes brimming with innocence. Charles understood her trepidation. After all, such profound changes can be daunting for a child. Fear not. No parent would ever abandon their daughter. Even if you become a mouse, they will not reject you, he reassured her. Really? Lily's ears perked up. Yes, truly, Charles replied, suddenly reminded of his own sister as he gazed at the little mouse. Excitedly, Lily exclaimed, You were right, Mr. Charles. My mother will not forget me. I have been gone for so long. She must miss me terribly. Just as Charles was about to decline, he caught sight of the pitiful expression on the little mouse's face. Before long, a peculiar scene unfolded at Coral Island's Dock 3, as a man with black pupils paraded through the streets with a throng of mice. After Charles generously paid 4 times the fare and assured the driver that the mice would not gnaw on the cushions, the steam car driver finally agreed to take them. Lily's home was nearly an hour's drive from the port, and as they drew nearer, her excitement escalated. She must be overjoyed now, Charles thought, glancing at the white mouse twirling on his lap. Will I experience such joy one day? Sir, we have arrived. Just left at the next corner is Dr. Oliver S. home. He has a delightful little girl. It would be best not to bring these mice near her, as they might frighten her. Impatient, Lily leaped from the vehicle before it could come to a complete stop, dashing ahead with the mice in tow, eager to turn the corner. As Lily dashed around the corner, her petite form abruptly froze as if struck by a jolt of electricity. Sensing something amiss, Charles approached. At the upper left of the corner stood a charming 2-story villa, where a gentle mother was enjoying tea and conversation with her daughter in the garden. The daughter, appearing no older than 11 or 12, bore a resemblance to Hermione from the first season of Harry Potter. and her lively demeanor hinted at a future as a beauty surpassing even her mother's allure. Lily, do you have a younger sister or an older sister? Charles asked hesitantly, noting that the mother in the distance seemed untouched by the grief of losing a daughter. His words roused the frozen Lily, who erupted into a frantic scream. Ah, that Lily is an impostor. I am my mother's true daughter. She must be the witch from the story. She transformed me into a mouse and snatched away my mother's love. I shall bite her to death. With that, Lily charged away, accompanied by the mice that had begun to claw and gnash their teeth. Charles raised his left hand, adorned with a ring, and ensnared Lily mid-flight. Calm down. Upon seeing the white mouse ensnared, the other mice swiftly turned to face Charles, baring their teeth and glaring with ferocity. Just as Charles's other hand reached for the clown mask, Lily halted the mice's attack and wept loudly while suspended in the air. Chapter 26. The False Lily. Charles's unusual actions had drawn the attention of onlookers. A person accompanied by a swarm of mice was undeniably conspicuous, and the crowd around him began to swell. Do not rush, Charles said, his brow furrowed as he led Lily towards the adjacent street. Are you certain that is your home? And that little girl is the original you? Absolutely. That is exactly how I looked, and that is undoubtedly my mother, Lily replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. First, ask your friends to disperse. It will be difficult to act otherwise. With a couple of squeaks, Lily commanded the surrounding mice to scatter, inciting a chorus of feminine screams. At that moment, within the small courtyard, Lily's mother had departed, leaving only Lily, who sat reading. Do not speak for now. Let me test the waters, Charles instructed. After scanning his surroundings for any anomalies, he pushed open the wooden door and walked directly towards her. Lily? The little girl, perplexed, raised her head from her book. Upon seeing Charles, her expression shifted, and she hastily lowered her book, retreating into the house in a panic. Huh? Charles raised his left hand, and 3 invisible tendrils immediately ensnared her. Just as he anticipated that the girl might reveal her true form, this Lily merely struggled desperately, crying out, Mom, help me. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of doubt crossed Charles's face. He had encountered numerous shapeshifters, yet this reaction was unprecedented. He pulled Lily closer, drew out a black blade, and made a swift incision, crimson blood seeping from the little girl's arm. Licking the blade, Charles was astonished to discover it was indeed human blood. At that moment, the door beside him swung open, and Lily's mother emerged, trembling, a flintlock pistol clutched in her quaking hands. Release my daughter. I have already called the police. Ignoring the woman's weapon, which posed no real threat, Charles calmly addressed the little girl before him. Why did you flee upon seeing me? The girl, visibly terrified, quickly responded, because you smell of the sea. Dad said that those who smell of the sea are all bad people. Imposter. That is my father. The white mouse Lily lunged toward the little girl. Charles swiftly grasped the mouse, releasing the girl as he moved toward the exit. Lily's demeanor appeared completely normal, devoid of any pretense, which stirred a sense of confusion within Charles. Do not rush. We must investigate thoroughly. Charles pressed down on the anxious white mouse's head. After ensuring no one else was present, he knocked above and whispered, Find your boss with the large ears. The door opened silently, and Charles led Lily inside. The interior resembled a disheveled warehouse, where a group of men adorned with various tattoos were engaged in a card game. Upon seeing Charles enter with a swarm of mice, a gaunt man with a scar on his face stood up. Captain Charles, it's been a while. Looking to move some goods again? I've heard you've acquired a large ship capable of carrying substantial cargo. Since the situation was not discernible at face value, it would be prudent to consult some local informants for additional leads. Before long, a paper filled with writing was pushed through the crack of Charles's door. After examining it carefully, he cast a complex glance toward the white mouse on the ground. Lily, did you transform into a mouse after being swept into the vortex while visiting your grandfather? Yes, that is correct. However, according to the information gathered from those individuals, your parents have remained on the island for the past few years and have not ventured out to sea. A profound silence engulfed the room. After a tense 3 seconds, disbelief filled Lily's eyes as she spoke. Then it means that the other Lily is genuine. She is the true daughter of the Olivers, and not an imposter. Since Dr. Oliver had not sailed, he could not have encountered a shipwreck, and thus their daughter could not have fallen into the vortex. She is real. Then who am I? Tears streamed from the white mouse's eyes. After weighing his words carefully, Charles replied, Lily, although it may be difficult to accept, what resides in your memory may not necessarily be the truth. Impossible. I am Lily. I'm not a mouse. I am the real Lily. The white mouse shrieked in a fit of despair. Hearing her cries, the brown mice quickly surrounded her, chirping with concern. Get away from me. I'm not one of you. I am human. I am human. The brown mice reluctantly parted slightly, but remained encircling the weeping white mouse. Charles, at a loss for words, had contemplated numerous outcomes, yet this was beyond his imagination. However, upon reflection, it was somewhat expected. The world of the sea was indeed despairing. Half an hour later, surrounded by the mice, Lily lay motionless on the ground, as if her soul had departed. Mr. Charles, do you truly think I am a mouse? The white mouse slowly rose, devoid of spirit, and trudged toward the door, followed closely by the brown mice. Where are you going? Lily's voice was tinged with a pitiful sorrow. I do not know, but since I'm a mouse, perhaps I should go live in the sewers. Thank you for your care these past few days, Mr. Charles. You are a good person. The mice surged forward, easily turning the doorknob, and followed the white mouse into the dim corridor beyond. Watching the departing mice, a flicker of irritation crossed Charles's face. Are you planning to give up? To live in the sewers, eating garbage for the rest of your life? With drooping ears, Lily turned, staring blankly at Charles. Her eyes brimmed with tears once more, and the sobbing white mouse nodded fervently. Thank you, Mr. Charles. Why are you helping me so much? Chapter 27. Elizabeth. Alone, Charles made his way to the Explorers Association, leaving Lily at the inn, where the little girl remained somewhat despondent, hoping time would heal all wounds. Upon entering the Explorers Association, Charles instinctively cast his gaze toward the corner sofa. This time, the captains were fewer in number, only 4 present, including the statuesque beauty, Elizabeth. Dearest Charles, I'm over here. Elizabeth waved her hand incessantly. Charles did not approach. Instead, he gestured toward the counter and proceeded in that direction. Here is the intelligence regarding that island. Charles handed the completed record to the staff member behind the counter. Did you really go there? The woman behind the counter appeared somewhat incredulous. Hurry up. I have no time to waste. Charles replied impatiently to the unfamiliar face before him. I apologize. I just started my shift today. Please wait a moment while I consult my superior. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man wearing round glasses and a suit approached. After offering a polite smile to Charles, he picked up the paper and scrutinized it closely, even retrieving several books to cross-reference. After a considerable time, he exhaled deeply and respectfully stated, Thank you for your significant contribution to the association. We have eliminated part of the unknown fog surrounding the defy. What is my remuneration for this? Charles was taken aback by the figure presented to him. He had not anticipated that exploring an island could be so lucrative, enough to purchase a 2-story house with a front yard on Coral Island. Yet, reflecting on the numerous life and death crises he faced on the island, he felt it was only fitting, as it was a price paid with his very life. Mr. Charles, you provided your bank account details on the previous application form, so we can directly transfer your remuneration there. Would that be acceptable? Let us proceed with that, Charles said, turning toward the sofa, as he had other matters to attend to that day. What's wrong with your eye? He inquired, pointing at the black eye patch reminiscent of a pirate that adorned Elizabeth's left eye. Why are there so few people today? Charles observed the 3 unfamiliar faces. Raising his left hand, he waved it dismissively. It's merely a relic. Elizabeth, how are relics exchanged among explorers? Upon hearing this, the curious gazes of the other 3 immediately turned toward Charles. Typically, exchanges occur on Saturday afternoons. However, you may show yours now, if they prove useful. I can offer a fair price. The speaker was a disheveled young man clutching a bottle, his attire stained with alcohol, and even from 2 meters away, Charles could smell the sour odor emanating from him. Charles revealed the remaining 2 relics and placed them on the table. Elizabeth and the others examined them closely. After a long pause, the inebriated youth spoke up. Untested relics usually lack a fixed price, but let's be friends. Hiccup 300,000 for each. I'll take both. That seems reasonable, Elizabeth whispered, her lips brushing against Charles's ear as she exhaled softly. All right, it's a deal. Charles shifted aside. I'm William. We can collaborate on other relics in the future, the young man said, pulling out a packet of red powder and pouring it into his bottle, tilting his head back to inhale it. Observing William's convulsions, Charles cast a puzzled glance at Elizabeth. It's nothing, just joy fruit powder. This guy has been using it for half a year. Is it some kind of addictive substance? Watching William weep and sniffle, a suspicion flickered through Charles's mind. He decided not to delve too deeply into the affairs of other captains and turned his attention to the towering beauty beside him. Do you still have that jelly that alleviates auditory hallucinations? I need to purchase some. Although the frequency of such hallucinations was not high, their occasional occurrence was still bothersome. I have some left. This stuff can indeed be addictive. If you stop using it, you might end up in dire circumstances. Do you have any other methods to eliminate this nuisance? Charles quickly dismissed the notion. Under no circumstances would he return ashore. After conversing with the other captains for a while, Charles glanced at the clock and stood up. Elizabeth, please bring some on Saturday. I wish to purchase them. It's getting late. We could discuss further next time. As Charles departed, Elizabeth rose, a faint smile gracing her face as she followed him. Standing at the dock, watching the laborers bustling about in the distance, Charles found himself at a loss for what to do. I need to buy a pocket watch. Upon entering his abode, Charles was greeted by a flurry of mice scurrying about. After patting his head, he approached his desk to begin writing in his journal. In the meantime, Lily curiously approached to take a look, but soon lost interest and wandered off. The scrawled square characters were utterly incomprehensible. With a discreet glance at Lily, Charles signaled, and in an instant, the mice scattered to various corners, leaving him alone in the room. As Charles opened the door, he was met with the ample bosom of the voluptuous beauty, Elizabeth. Darling, why are you living here? The sound insulation isn't very good. Chapter 28, Elizabeth's Request. You mentioned needing gel. Seeing you so anxious, I brought some. Elizabeth produced a small box from behind her. Thank you. How much do I owe you? Elizabeth pushed the box into Charles's arms. Why so formal? It's not worth much. Consider it a gift. With that, Elizabeth stepped into the dimly lit room, surveying the somewhat shadowy space. Darling, don't you ever seek companionship? Being alone can be quite lonely. Observing her actions, Charles felt a pang in his chest. Glancing at the pairs of eyes peering from under the bed, he cleared his throat and moved toward the desk, setting down the items in his hands. You should name your price. I don't like being in debt to others. Elizabeth's lips curled into a smile, a hint of blush coloring her cheeks as desire shimmered in her eyes. In that case, how about you give yourself to me? What? Before Charles could respond, Elizabeth raised a short wooden staff and lit the oil lamp on the table, which erupted in a burst of flame, casting the room into darkness. The next moment, Charles felt a fragrant breeze waft toward him, a soft, supple body pressing against him. Relax, darling. You must learn to unwind. The sea is already stifling enough. Charles's breath quickened. Before he could utter a word, the soft form had pressed against his lips. The suffocating softness finally withdrew, only for hurried breaths to fill the air. Just as Charles felt he could barely contain himself, a squeak from beneath the bed broke the moment, dousing him in a chilling realization. While he could overlook many things, the presence of a multitude of lights in the room was not one of them. Raising his left hand, transparent tendrils swiftly ensnared Elizabeth, pushing her away. Miss Elizabeth, I apologize, but I am rather indisposed today. Her face darkened in the shadows. Being so abruptly rejected made her question her allure. Charles, are you being unreasonable? I have no impediments, yet you claim to be unable? Taking a deep breath, Charles opened the door, light flooding in from the hallway. I'm truly not in a position today. I have always assisted you at the association, yet you seem to have no understanding of gratitude. How heartless. Elizabeth adjusted her disheveled attire, walking toward the corridor with a neutral expression. As the towering beauty departed, she left him with one final remark. You're not one of those who prefers men like the governor, are you? A bittersweet smile crossed Charles's face. The hard-won friendship he had forged was likely to fade back into mere acquaintance, albeit with some ulterior motives. However, Lily still remained in the room, despite being a mouse. She was essentially an 11-year-old girl. In the darkened room, Charles searched for a candle and lit it. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Lily, actually, A voice emerged from beneath the bed. I know what you were doing. My father is a doctor, and he taught me about these things. Mr. Charles, did I interrupt you? The following morning, Lily, curled up on her pillow, opened her eyes, intending to greet Mr. Charles with a cheerful good morning, only to discover that the bed was empty. Where could Mr. Charles be? Had he already ventured out so early? He truly is a busy man. After stretching lazily on her pillow, Lily sat up, tilting her head in contemplation before addressing the mice beneath her bed. Shall we go out and play? Upon hearing their enthusiastic responses, a smile graced Lily's fluffy face as she leapt from bed. Ignoring the shrill cries that erupted around her, she dashed through the streets of the inner island with the mice in tow. The scene was filled with startled women in dresses covering their mouths, barking wild dogs, elderly ladies wielding brooms, and drivers screeching to a halt, all appearing grand and wondrous from the mice's perspective. However, as hostile glares began to multiply around them. Lily quickly led her companions into a narrow alleyway. In this secluded passage, devoid of the crowds of the main street, Lily and the mice strolled leisurely. Wow, look at that loaf of bread. It's so big I could sleep inside it. No, don't go near it. That bread belongs to someone else. And the meat is off limits too. You'll get Mr. Charles into trouble. While Lily wandered aimlessly, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the distance, a tall man from the turbine chamber. Just as she was about to rush over to greet him, she noticed James, usually covered in grease, now clad in a tight-fitting suit, clutching a bouquet of exquisite flowers. He appeared quite anxious, with sweat soaking the back of his suit. Let us follow him quietly and see what he is up to. James meandered through the alley, ultimately arriving at a bakery. When a graceful woman in a dress emerged from within, James produced a small box from his pocket and knelt on one knee, prompting applause from the customers inside. Wow, a proposal! Lily exclaimed with excitement. When she saw the woman tearfully nod in agreement and embrace James, a sweet smile blossomed on Lily's face. How wonderful it was! As she watched them enter the shop, Lily continued onward, but at that moment, her stomach let out a loud growl. Since Mr. Charles said I am his crew member, he should be paying me, allowing me to buy food for everyone. The surrounding mice chirped in agreement. With that, Lily took off running with the mice, this time being wiser and choosing to navigate through more secluded corners, successfully avoiding the fright of passers-by. Lily and her companions soon returned to the villa, where the mice expertly formed a tower to send the white mouse up to a window. Peering through the glass, Lily became entranced by a family enjoying their meal. Why is Dad home so early today? Watching them share laughter inside the house, tears began to well in Lily's eyes. She stood at the window until lunch concluded, only retreating when she saw her mother step out to throw away the garbage. Picking up a fishbone, she licked the remnants of fish from it, and the brown mice swarmed to clean it up in an instant. Just then, Lily heard the jubilant cheers of a little girl from outside. Thank you for my birthday gift, Mom and Dad. I love you. Standing amidst the refuse, the white mouse trembled, raising her fishbone to the other mice. Tears streamed down her face. You see, I told you my mother as sweet fish soup is truly delicious. Chapter 29. Eyes in the Sky. Where have you been? Charles asked the mouse that had just opened the door while examining the nautical chart. Are you hungry? I have some food on my table. Let the others eat. I've already had my fill. The weary Lily climbed onto the pillow and lay down. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Charles looked perplexed. He couldn't comprehend what was troubling this little mouse, especially since everything seemed to have settled down. However, he was too tired to indulge her whims and tugged her tail, sending her sliding onto the table. I found you some books on operating the cannon. You need to study them quickly. I'm taking you to the port for training tomorrow. Lily looked at the towering stack of books, instinctively feeling resistant. I want to read them. I already know how to operate the cannon. Stop your nonsense. Becoming a qualified gunner is no simple task. Since you're my crew member, I must ensure you meet the standards. Any minor flaw at sea could endanger everyone's lives. Charles opened a book and tossed it onto the mouse. Under the captain's pressure, Lily was compelled to digest material not suited for her age. As the mice continued to pester him, Charles, normally a man of few words, found himself speaking more, and for the first time, their shared quarters buzzed with a bit of life. Half a month swiftly passed, and Lily's preliminary training was completed. Charles, accompanied by his well-rested crew, embarked on a new mission. Since the previously explored Level 5 island was already at the edge of the known world, this time, Charles had been assigned to the northernmost maritime region. Generally, exploring open waters is somewhat safer than venturing to islands. However, in the unpredictable sea, who could truly say? The return of Mouse Lily surprised the other crew members, but under Charles's subtle hints, no one pried further. They only knew one thing. The narwhal now had a mouse gunner. The narwhal's chimney billowed black smoke once more, gradually disappearing as the dockworkers looked on. Life at sea remained as tranquil as ever, with the occasional unknown entities swiftly dealt with. As they entered the unmarked waters for the second time, the crew exhibited a remarkable calmness. Perhaps the absence of casualties in the previous mission had instilled a sense of confidence in them. Even with only half a month of rest, each face radiated assurance. The second mate, Krona, was eager to introduce his cousin to the ship, hoping they could prosper together. The crew privately speculated on how long it would be before they discovered a new island and thrived alongside their captain. In the cockpit, Charles held a pen, calculating the ship's current position based on speed and direction on the nautical chart. This was typically the navigator's duty, but now he personally undertook it. Such tasks could not be taken lightly. A slight error in coordinates could lead to a significant miscalculation in actual position. After double-checking the coordinates for the day and finding no mistakes, Charles turned ahead to the captain's quarters to write the nautical log. However, just as he stepped out, he felt an inexplicable awkwardness. Standing at the door, he turned back to survey the cockpit. The narwhal's cockpit was considerably larger than that of the mouse, roughly the size of half a classroom. At that moment, the chief mate, Deep, was at the helm, while the first mate, Bandage, sat beside him, both engaged in conversation. Bandage, did you know? James secretly got married. He got married without inviting us. Isn't that a bit too unfriendly? Left rudder 15, speed up 5 knots, Bandage said, seemingly ignoring the chief mate's grievances. The thigh that had been consumed by Anna had miraculously regrown, contrasting the tattooed dark skin with the newly sprouted bright white skin. I don't know. My memories are all jumbled. I've been to many places and experienced many things, but my memories keep fading. Bandage covered his head with his hand, a look of pain crossing his face. I think I'm not called Bandage, but I'm not sure. It seemed this fellow also had a story to tell. Charles thought with a faint sigh. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder. It's all right. If you can't recall the past, then don't dwell on it. Just remember, you're the first mate of the narwhal. Sitting on the stool, Bandage lifted his head, forcing a smile that appeared exceedingly peculiar. Thank you, Captain. Upon concluding his speech, he deftly pierced the newly sprouted flesh of his thigh with a long, black needle, a series of small characters emerging upon his skin. Captain Charles can be trusted. First mate, you need not. Captain, there's a situation. Quick, look outside. At the sound of Deep's somewhat frantic voice, Charles swiftly shifted his gaze toward the window. Flakes of brilliant yellow trembled and descended, a sight that momentarily conjured visions of snow upon the earth. Yet, in this realm devoid of land, how could there be snow? Confronted with the anomaly, Captain Charles immediately issued commands. Everyone, into the cabin. Full speed ahead, away from this area. The bright yellow flakes began to accumulate upon the deck, and the atmosphere aboard the Unicorn began to thicken with tension. As the vessel emitted a low rumble, ominous black smoke began to billow from the funnel. With his senses heightened, Charles fixated on the inky surface of the sea, scarcely allowing himself a blink. A howling wind arose, and the water's surface began to heave. Is this wind? Has the sea stirred? Are we nearing the surface entrance? An absurd thought crept into his mind. Suddenly, a realization struck him. His pupils constricted to pinpricks as he grasped the red lever and yanked it forcefully. Above the cockpit, the spotlight, which should have been aimed at the sea, rapidly ascended, illuminating the sky. Charles dashed outside, glancing upward, and was instantly seized by an inexplicable tremor. A wave of unprecedented terror enveloped him. Directly above the Unicorn, a colossal eye, spanning half the sky, fixated upon him. Chapter 30. The Divine. Charles stood frozen for 3 seconds, jolted back to reality by the fervent prayers of Bandage. He looked down to see the first mate, Bandage, inexplicably at his side, incessantly bowing before the vast celestial eye. Gritting his teeth, Charles pulled Bandage into the cockpit. Just then, the second mate's voice crackled through the communications pipe. Captain, what's happening up there? Why have you activated? In the next moment, the second mate's tone shifted to one of sheer terror. My God, have we encountered a deity in the darkness? We're doomed, utterly doomed. Second mate, silence. Charles roared through gritted teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Beside him, the first mate trembled uncontrollably, his body ensnared by Bandage, curling into a ball on the floor, mumbling incoherent prayers. Following the sound, Charles rushed over, forcefully covering his mouth, whispering urgently, "That is not your futant deity. Can't you see the creature is in the sky?" In the oppressive darkness of the cabin, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Aside from their rapid breaths, silence reigned. After several minutes, a low voice from Deep broke the stillness, seemingly suppressing some emotion. Captain, which deity did you just witness? Perhaps we should beseech it. I've heard that encountering a deity requires only sincere prayer for it to spare us. Charles remained silent, uncertain of what that being was. He wished not to know, only yearning for the entity outside to depart swiftly. A deep, resonant vibration echoed from the darkened skies. The chilling sound sent shivers down the spines of all aboard, and moments later, peculiar noises began to emanate from the deck, growing increasingly numerous. Damn it, something has boarded. Charles's heart clenched, knowing they could no longer remain idle. If this continued, everyone aboard would perish. Resolute, he dashed to the array of instruments, activating all light sources in an instant. Through the glass, he beheld a writhing mass of crimson flesh, an unknown entity, feasting upon the bright yellow snow on the deck. "Chief Engineer, turbo overload. We must leave this cursed place at full speed." The slumbering unicorn emitted a low hum, its speed rapidly ascending. Observing the grotesque creatures on the deck leaping into the sea, Charles felt no sense of relief. The true danger lay above, and he dare not look up to see if that entity still lingered. One eye could obscure half the sky, and he could scarcely fathom the size of its owner. All he could do was escape with every ounce of his strength. Suddenly, the unicorn jolted violently, bandage and deep crashing against the wall, followed by a cacophony of noise and screams from the turbine compartment. "Captain, something has penetrated the turbine compartment. The second turbine is down." The metallic screech of grinding echoed, and outside the glass, several colossal appendages resembling fingers descended from the sky, clutching the vessel. In an instant, Charles realized the ship was immobilized and slowly rising. Something had ensnared the unicorn. Upon reaching the deck, Charles looked up, finally discerning the true form of the airborne entity. It was a monstrous butterfly, a creature several times larger than the unicorn. The appendages grasping the vessel were its insectal limbs, and the eye he had glimpsed was merely a pattern upon its wings, releasing showers of bright yellow scales with each flap. Despite the overwhelming presence of the creature, a smile crept across Charles's face. What loomed above was no deity, but rather a mere beast. No matter its size, it was but an animal. A low-frequency vibration reverberated again as the enormous moth's other limbs lunged toward the spotlight, seemingly repulsed by the harsh illumination. "Quickly, to the deck cannon. Lily, load the ammunition." By the time the shells were prepared, the unicorn had ascended 7 or 8 meters above the sea's surface. "We cannot allow it to maintain its grip on the ship." Charles aimed the cannon at the massive limb embedded in the ship's side. "Brace yourselves." With a thunderous roar, the chitinous limb exploded, spraying crimson and green ichor into the air. The unicorn plummeted violently into the water, causing tremendous waves. Had it been a wooden vessel, it would have splintered apart by now. Ignoring the blood streaming from his battered chin, Charles shouted excitedly into the cockpit, "Set sail. Quickly set sail. Captain, look behind you." Deep cried out from the cockpit, gesticulating wildly before the glass. "You wish to return? Very well. I shall accompany you to the end." With a hint of madness in his eyes, Charles adjusted the cannons aimed toward the grotesque head of the giant butterfly. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, the sea's surface suddenly surged, forming a column 3 times larger than the giant butterfly. The water erupted violently, and a massive translucent hand, adorned with sinister patterns and resembling a mountain, emerged from the depths. The moment Charles beheld that hand, he was immediately enveloped in a deafening whisper, as everything around him warped and his self-awareness began to dissipate. With a ferocious wind, the colossal hand descended upon the giant butterfly. Upon contact, a monumental wave surged forth, transforming into a fierce tsunami that barreled toward the unicorn. In a daze, Charles glimpsed a giant striding between heaven and earth, his entire being radiating a verdant hue, with colossal wings sprouting from his back. His soft head was adorned with countless tendrils, and his forelimbs resembled flaccid claws, a grotesque maw extending from his chin to his abdomen. Boom! The towering wave crashed onto the deck, sweeping the stationary Charles into the ocean, and witnessing this, Deep leaped in after him. "Captain, please wake up. Captain." As Charles opened his eyes, the crew exhaled in relief, while Lily wept tears of joy. Charles, disregarding the sharp pain in his head, turned to the second mate beside him and inquired, "Are we safe now?" "Where are we?" The red-haired youth bore a faint smile tinged with bitterness. "We are safe, yes, but as for our current location, I cannot say." Chapter 31. Fresh Water. Charles threw off the covers and stepped out of bed, only to be met with a piercing ringing in his ears. A tidal wave of whispers surged forth. The current predicament is far more dire than any previous encounters. Charles is even beginning to experience hallucinations. The crew's bodies are undergoing grotesque decay, with bizarre, deformed tentacles protruding from their forms, transforming them into monstrous entities. With no time to spare, Charles hastily retrieves a box given to him by Elizabeth and swallows a large piece of green gel. The whispers in his ears quickly diminish, and the crew members' appearances finally return to normal. Charles, drenched in cold sweat, gasps for breath from a distance. Ignoring the concerns of others, he commands, "Notify everyone. The captain's quarters are to convene." Soon, the rest of the crew aboard the Unicorn is engaged in an urgent meeting within the captain's quarters. "What is our location?" We cannot confirm at the moment. The massive waves seem to have propelled the Unicorn far off course. Fortunately, the first mate is experienced, and the ship has not capsized. What is the status of the crew? We lost 2 sailors, likely swept away by the sea. The second mate was impaled by that creature's claw, and Chef Fry has dislocated his left arm. Just as the second mate, Krona, finished speaking, the chief engineer interjected. Captain, that monster's forelimb penetrated the turbine compartment. Although we patched the hole, the turbine's power has been compromised, and the Unicorn speed is now merely 1/5 of what it was. Bad news keeps piling up, and Charles feels the weight of responsibility intensifying. He takes a deep breath and states, First mate, adjust the crew's watch schedules to fill the vacant positions. The previous mission is cancelled. The ship shall head south, where human islands are more abundant, thus increasing our chances of encounter. The crew members promptly comply, and the Unicorn, which had been incapacitated for half a day, finally resumes its operation. Once the crew has departed, Charles takes a hearty swig from a bottle of liquor he retrieved from below deck. The calm captain has vanished, replaced by a visage filled with profound dread. That arm, larger than a mountain, could it truly belong to the giant from his dreams? What on earth is it? He had previously adopted an indifferent attitude towards the so-called deities of the deep sea, but upon witnessing such a divine entity for the first time, he truly comprehended humanity's insignificance. Is this still Earth? Such colossal creatures could not possibly exist on this planet. The sheer force of gravity should have crushed its form. Yet, the hazy visage of his family flickers in his mind, and Charles's gaze gradually hardens. He cannot give up. Nothing, not even a god, can hinder him. After another hearty drink from the bottle, Charles stows it away, his expression once again returning to one of cold indifference as he strides outside. As time passes, under Charles's direction, the Unicorn gradually regains its composure. Although danger still looms, the morale of the crew stabilizes. However, the monstrous hand that emerged from the depths remains an unspoken taboo among them. Mr. Charles, Deep is bullying me. In the mess hall, the white mouse Lily storms up to Charles, who is in the midst of a meal, to complain. That guy said if there's no food later, he'll eat my friends. Amused by the mouse's grievance, Deep looks up and retorts, Captain, I was just joking with her. Besides, mice aren't exactly a delicacy. Can we not be so childish? We are still not out of danger. Charles admonishes the first mate before turning his attention to Lily on the floor. There is plenty of food. If it runs low, we can cast nets to catch fish. We don't need to resort to eating your friends. Upon hearing Charles's words, Lily feels reassured and confronts Deep. While Charles's face betrays no anxiety, internally, he is growing increasingly anxious. Food may be sufficient, but fresh water is running low. If they do not find a new refuge before their fresh water runs out, the entire crew will succumb to thirst. As if sensing Charles's thoughts, the first mate, Bandage, approaches while munching on bread. Captain, I have a way to escape. Charles's interest peaks. What method? A sacrifice? Just 3 souls? The deity Verton will guide us. A flicker of revulsion crosses Charles's face as he attempts to dismiss such grotesque notions. Bandage falls silent for a moment before addressing the distant sailors. The ship's fresh water can last another month. If we resort to drawing lots for sacrifice, the survivors can drink the blood of the others. The final 3 might last half a year. Charles suddenly turns his head sharply, his pupils constricting as he gazes at Bandage, as if seeing him for the first time. This individual is not as harmless as he appears. I am sorry. This is just an emergency plan. I encountered a similar situation before and I consumed my captain. Enough. Time to eat. Charles's unexpectedly raised voice startles everyone. The following day, the crew discovers that the fresh water aboard the Unicorn has begun to dwindle. No one protests, yet the crew seems to sense something amiss. Their smiles noticeably diminished. The supply of fresh water decreases day by day. Even Charles's liquor is rationed. When each crew member is left with only a cup of water per day, one can no longer hold back despair and attempts to jump overboard, only to be restrained by fellow sailors. Bandage proposes the notion of sacrifice once more, and, just as Charles begins to waver, a vague white beam of light pierces the darkness from above. It is the lighthouse's illumination. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crew, Charles exhales heavily, his heart finally settling. The hellish scenario has been averted. As the Unicorn draws closer, a peculiar island materializes before them. If the other islands resembled pancakes, this one is akin to an egg. At the base of the egg, an opening has been made, with various steamboats adorned with red flags coming and going. Due to the loss of their bearings, Charles is unaware of this island's name, as his nautical charts bear no record of its location. However, as it is a human settlement, communication should be feasible. And the unicorn follows the other vessels into the colossal egg. Inside the egg lies a vast city, with an array of Gothic architecture neatly arranged. Perhaps due to being situated within a cavern, bats frequently flit overhead. First mate, inquire if they possess a shipyard. The unicorn requires a turbine replacement. Understood. Deep, holding 2 green flags, stands at the bow and gestures rapidly. Chapter 32. The Locals. Watching the distant figures on the dock, Charles moistens his cracked lips. Let us dock and directly inquire with the locals. Upon disembarking, they're met by a throng of people who stare at them without blinking. Just as Charles begins to feel uneasy under their gaze, 2 middle-aged men clad in customs uniforms push through the crowd. One man, bearing deep lines on his face, speaks up. Who is the captain? Where did your ship come from? You cannot dock foreign vessels here. Are you unaware? Charles takes a step forward and thoroughly explains the situation, inquiring whether there is a shipyard on the island. After several seconds of silence, the men seem to awaken, their expressions noticeably warming. Yes, sir. If you steer your ship eastward, there's a repair yard. The second mate, Krona, leans in to whisper to Charles, Captain, don't you think the islanders are a bit slow to respond? Charles is uncertain, but considers it a minor issue. The crisis has finally passed. However, when he guides the unicorn into the shipyard, he is informed that replacing the turbine will require a month. After paying the deposit and exiting the dock, Charles notices the islanders still staring at them, motionless. Parched lips render them oblivious to the locals' peculiar customs. Charles leads the crew into a sparsely populated inn, where they indulge in a hearty meal. Observing the crew members, who were leisurely patting their bellies in satisfaction, Charles spoke up. Replacing the turbine will take a month. The locals here seem somewhat insular, so please exercise caution and avoid causing any trouble. The crew members, reclining comfortably in their chairs, responded in scattered agreement. However, when Charles distributed the remuneration for the task, everyone suddenly became invigorated. Upon receiving their payments, the crew members could no longer remain seated, with smiles illuminating their faces. They linked arms and sauntered out. That night, Charles was plagued by a nightmare, finding himself once again submerged in water, confronted by a colossal, terrifying humanoid creature that turned to gaze at him. He screamed in terror, ultimately awakening in a cold sweat, only to find no underwater depths or monsters before him, but rather the somewhat peeling ceiling of the inn. Mr. Charles, did you have a nightmare last night? Lily leapt onto his chest and inquired. Charles sat up, retrieved his pocket watch, and discovered that he had slept for 11 hours, a duration he had never experienced before. As Charles rose to head to the washroom, he noticed an envelope placed at the door. It read, to Mr. Charles, from the former sailor, Seifler. Sighing, Charles crumpled the envelope and tossed it into the nearby waste pile. It seemed that mere monetary compensation could not secure loyalty, as some individuals were evidently paralyzed by fear. Charles felt little emotional upheaval. Given the circumstances, it was only natural for some to depart. Calculating the time, it seemed to be evening, and Charles set out with Lily. The distinction between the port area and the so-called Crown District was immediately apparent to Charles upon entering. The attire and architectural styles here starkly contrasted with those of Coral Island. Every man donned a tailored suit with a cane in hand, while elegantly dressed women exuded a sense of grace. Perhaps it was merely Charles's imagination, but the island's inhabitants appeared to belong to a higher echelon, with strikingly handsome men and beautiful women far surpassing those of typical islands. Yet, regardless of their appearances, their penchant for staring remained unchanged. Feeling the discomfort of being scrutinized like a spectacle, Charles approached a man passing by, inquiring, Excuse me, could you direct me to the Explorers Association? I was unable to locate it in the port area. Explorers Association? What is that? I haven't heard of it, the man replied. You haven't heard of it? Charles replied, astonished. To his knowledge, most of the islands in the Sea of Earth had been charted by explorers. Although the association was loosely organized, it maintained a symbiotic relationship with the island's governor, wielding considerable influence wherever humans resided. If this place lacked even an explorers association, could it possibly be an isolated island, devoid of contact with others? While Charles pondered, the man he had questioned turned and walked away. After a brief moment of contemplation, Charles entered a nearby library, where he swiftly found various nautical charts. After cross-referencing them, he soon pinpointed the island's current location. Purchasing several charts, both new and old, Charles exited the library. Standing in the bustling street, he suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment. The ships were under repair, and he had confirmed his coordinates. yet he was at a loss as to what to do next. The former Charles might have continued to train his physique and hone his marksmanship in preparation for future adventures. However, considering the increasingly severe auditory hallucinations, he began to wonder if he was too tense, having not rested since arriving. Perhaps attempting to relax would benefit his condition. With this thought, he turned to Lily perched on his shoulder, suggesting, "Shall we explore this island?" "Yes." Lily's ears perked up at the mention of play. Towering spires, vividly carved reliefs, and stained glass windows adorned the buildings. Although Charles lacked an artistic inclination, he could discern that these structures were exquisitely crafted, far surpassing the relatively unrefined architecture of Coral Island. "Mr. Charles, what is that? It looks delicious," Lily exclaimed. Chapter 33. The blind painter. Hearing Lily's voice, Charles glanced in the direction she pointed. A few dozen meters ahead was a square bustling with activity, filled with numerous stalls reminiscent of barbecues. "Is this the pedestrian street of the Sea of Earth?" Charles mused as he walked forward. After purchasing a bag of creamy oysters for Lily, he stepped into the lively square, which appeared to be a local market teeming with various delicacies and performances, overwhelming Lily's senses. As Charles unconsciously wandered to the edge of the square, a sinister-looking blind man wearing sunglasses appeared before him. His face, marred by what seemed to be a horrific burn, stood in stark contrast to the surrounding handsome and beautiful figures. Noticing the tattered cloak draped over the blind man, Charles surmised that his business was poor. After all, who would seek out a blind artist? Crouching timidly beside his easel, the blind man appeared pitiful amidst the vibrant surroundings. At that moment, 3 young men, arm in arm, sauntered past and kicked the easel, laughing boisterously as they watched the blind man scramble to pick up his belongings. When Charles observed that everyone around him turned a blind eye to the cruelty, he frowned slightly. The people on this island were not only peculiar, but also disturbingly indifferent. Sensing the injustice, compassionate Lily rushed over to assist the blind man in organizing his scattered papers. Feeling the kindness of another, the disfigured blind man suddenly broke down in tears. Why must I be so unfortunate?" Charles approached, contemplating for a moment before addressing the blind man. "Do not weep. Instead, create a portrait for me." Recognizing the opportunity for business, the blind man quickly composed himself, sniffling as he stood. "Sir, please have a seat." He clumsily retrieved a folding chair from behind his easel. Watching the blind man skillfully mix colors, Charles felt a flicker of curiosity. How could a blind man create art? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the blind man turned the palette towards him, extending his hands towards Charles's face. "Are you going to feel the paint?" A notion emerged in Charles's mind. The blind man had already picked up the brush and began to work. Intrigued, Charles was eager to see the blind man's skill. Minutes later, the blind man paused, carefully detaching the artwork from the easel and presenting it to Charles with reverence. Startled, Charles accidentally knocked over the folding chair, retreating 3 steps while instinctively reaching for his gun holster. The canvas did not depict Charles, but rather a lifelike representation of Anna. The sound of the chair falling drew the blind artist's attention, and he approached with a hint of panic. "Sir, does my painting not resemble you? Please do not leave. I have not eaten for 3 days. Have pity on me." Feeling the texture of the canvas, the blind man's once terrifying face now radiated joy as he deeply bowed towards Charles. "Sir, thank you for your compassion towards this wretched soul. May the lady bless you." "Can you read minds?" Charles asked, holding the painting. No. It is merely a useless ability that developed after I lost my sight," the blind man humbly replied, shrinking back with an air of deference. Charles's fingers traced Anna's face, and a flood of fabricated memories surged forth in his mind. "Gao Jiming, I like you. Can I be your girlfriend?" "Gao Jiming, stop playing games. I'm far more entertaining than any game. It's nothing, just traversing to the underworld. It's no big deal. With me by your side, we will surely make it out." Charles's expression twisted slightly as his hands, veins bulging, clutched the edges of the canvas, ready to tear it apart. Lily leapt onto Charles's shoulder. "Mr. Charles, who is this beautiful sister?" Just as the man and mouse were conversing, the blind man raised his chin, continuously sniffing the air. The blind man behind him was about to raise his hand to intervene, but seemed to hesitate, ultimately saying nothing. On the return journey, Lily distinctly sensed that Mr. Charles was somewhat distracted, and the white mouse quickly surmised it was related to that portrait. Could it be that, like in the play, this sister had shared a tumultuous romance with Mr. Charles, only to cruelly abandon him afterward? Adding to the deceased, nearly half of the crew aboard the Unicorn had perished. Lighting the oil lamp, Charles took out the portrait he held tightly, staring at it for a while before inserting the paper into his maritime journal. Taking out his steel pen from his chest pocket, he began to write in his logbook, but before he could pen more than a few words, an envelope was shoved through the crevice of the door. "If you intend to disembark, speak before me." Yet, there was no response from outside. With a grim expression, Charles approached and tore open the envelope. Upon seeing deep inscribed on it, his demeanor turned serious. "Lily, come with me." Lily once again jumped onto Charles's shoulder, followed closely by the brown mice like a carpet. "Mr. Charles, why must we go out again? Something feels amiss. That boy Deep is in danger." "Hmm?" Lily's eyes widened. Charles waved the letter in front of her. "This cannot possibly be his writing. That boy is an orphan, barely able to recognize all the letters. How could he write a resignation letter? This is a forgery." Realizing the previous resignation letter was also suspicious, Charles understood that crew members who wished to leave would typically depart without a word, and only a select few would take the time to pen a resignation letter. Moreover, the elegant cursive did not resemble the handwriting of rough seafarers. Upon arriving on the street, Charles noticed something was off about the islanders around him. He addressed Lily. "Your mice have scattered. Summon everyone aboard the unicorn that can be found." "All right." Lily squeaked twice, and the brown carpet of mice dispersed instantly. Chapter 34. The Vampire. "Captain, what has happened?" The crew of the unicorn, following the mice, arrived, most of them disheveled, reeking of alcohol, with various lipstick stains on their collars. "Does anyone know where Deep went last night?" Charles inquired. The thin chef, Fry, quickly spoke up. "Captain, I know. That boy was taken away by the second mate yesterday. He said he wanted to find a more upscale place to become a real man. It's just up ahead. Bring your weapons. Follow me." Charles thought about the possibility of provoking the local gangsters. Typically, such industries have specific individuals controlling them. However, it didn't add up. Gangsters wouldn't send a resignation letter after kidnapping. This action clearly aimed to keep others unaware of the crew's disappearance. Soon, a tavern adorned with red curtains came into view. Just approaching the entrance, the intoxicating scent that stirred men's desires wafted through the air. With a kick, Charles burst through the door, entering a hall filled with embracing couples who turned their gazes toward him. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, stood up with a dark expression, flanked by dozens of subordinates. "Who dares to wreak havoc on our turf?" A short man shouted, but was swiftly sent flying by a slap from a giant. The burly man approached Charles, looking down at him. "Someone claims my crew is here." Charles unabashedly locked eyes with him. Despite Charles's audacity, the giant remained somewhat composed. "Your 2 crew members are not here. Perhaps they went elsewhere." Charles narrowed his eyes, an icy demeanor settling on his face. "Did I mention 2 crew members?" The giant's expression shifted to one of discomfort, not expecting to be outmaneuvered. Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, he gestured to his men. The surrounding thugs began ushering patrons out, and soon, the once lively establishment grew eerily quiet. "I know you seafaring folk are not to be trifled with, but since you are here, why not stay a while?" As he spoke, the giant licked his lips with a crimson tongue. "By the Mother's grace, I, Durand, am indeed fortunate to have captured this batch of humans." Upon hearing such ominous words, Charles did not hesitate. With a swift motion, he drew his revolver, aiming it directly at Durand. Other crew members followed suit, brandishing their weapons. In the next moment, laughter erupted from everyone present, as if Charles had just told the grandest joke. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck Durand, splattering blood. "It seems you are unaware of what you have encountered. Humans," Durand sneered, a ghastly smile spreading across his pale face. Fangs emerged from beneath his upper lip, and his eyes turned a blood-red hue. "A vampire." Charles's pupils constricted. "Your blood is mine." With a powerful leap, Durand lunged at Charles, knocking him to the ground, his sharp fangs sinking deeply into Charles's neck. Simultaneously, the others revealed their true nature, shedding their disguises as they lunged at the crew. While Durand was feeding, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The man before him showed no signs of struggle, an absolute anomaly. Is this fellow paralyzed with fear? Just as that thought crossed his mind, a white, ecstatic mask enveloped Charles's face. With a flash, a cold gleam appeared as the black blade pierced Durand's chest, forcing him backward. "I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just a vampire. How utterly embarrassing." Behind them, the nearly 4-meter-tall James roared, seizing a vampire and tearing it in half. The mice surged forward, swarming over one vampire, who let out horrified screams. The remaining crew members began their assault. Though they were timid before the giant butterfly, vampires did not intimidate those who had encountered deities. "You!" Durand glared at the white mask before him. utterly surprised by the turn of events. With his sharp claws leaving afterimages, he lunged at Charles' face. Charles' neck muscles tensed, and the smooth mask narrowly evaded the razor-sharp claws. "You enjoy biting, do you? Allow me to reciprocate." With a swift motion, the bloodied black blade rose and forcefully plunged into Durand's mouth, the blade emerging from the back of his skull. Enraged, Durand attempted to resist, but Charles thrust the knife forward, cleaving the monstrous visage in two before swiftly driving the blade into his heart. The one who had just been so arrogant convulsed and collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. Focusing intently on reassembling the bloodied remains of his head, Charles executed a backflip, joining the fray behind him. Witnessing Charles slaughtering his kin with such ease, the remaining vampires could no longer withstand their fear and shattered windows in their desperate flight for survival. What a paltry display. How is it that I feel so invigorated? Watching them flee, Charles spoke with a tone laced with disdain. As he heard the commotion, Charles, along with his crew, traversed the chaotic hall, arriving at a wooden door. As soon as the door swung open, Charles beheld Dip and Nona, grotesquely suspended on an inverted cross, their wrists marred by deep gashes from which crimson droplets fell into a wooden basin below. The pallor of their faces suggested that, had Charles not arrived in time, they would have succumbed to their sanguine losses. Upon noticing Charles, the two men writhed frantically in their restraints. However, Charles did not immediately release them. Instead, he approached Dip and casually tapped his face with a black blade. How does it feel to taste the essence of a female vampire? The young man, his mouth gagged, could not articulate his thoughts, yet his eyes pleaded with a silent desperation. Indifferent to their plight, Charles turned his attention to the array of bloodletting instruments nearby. It appeared this was a designated site for vampires to extract blood, and the sight of the blood-filled glass jars indicated that the victims were not limited to just these two. The other missing crew members were not present, suggesting that there were likely more vampires lurking about. "Mr. Charles, what shall we do next?" Lily inquired with curiosity. "What else is there to say? Having slain so many vampires, we must alert the authorities," he replied. Chapter 35, The Entire Island. Soon, on the bustling streets of the dock, the islanders were met with a profoundly shocking spectacle. A colossal figure, nearly 4 meters tall, paraded through the streets, dragging a vampire's corpse swathed in pink curtains, leaving a trail of dark red blood that soaked into the cobblestones, forming a gruesome crimson carpet. The islanders hastily parted to create a path, their faces etched with alarm. Some among the crowd, witnessing the scene, turned to flee. Observing their reaction, Charles smirked coldly. These individuals were likely spies for the vampires. This was the intimidation he desired. Compared to the terrors of the sea, these fiends were mere trifles. The bloodied path extended from the brothel to the police kiosk at the dock. "Hey, your island's management is abysmal. So much chaos has seeped through without your notice. What on earth are you doing?" Charles admonished, donning a mask that conveyed authority. The two on-duty policemen, their eyes glued to the disarray of corpses on the ground, were drenched in sweat. "Are you hot?" Charles inquired, leaning in closely. "Consider this my way of alleviating your troubles. Shouldn't you offer some gratitude? I suspect there are more hidden vampires at the dock. Hurry and find them. Several of my crew are still unaccounted for." Faced with the pile of bodies at the entrance, the two officers dared not utter a word and promptly promised to notify their superiors. As soon as Charles departed, a portly officer urgently whispered to his companion. "Quick, inform the chief. Those newcomers have killed Durand. Captain, will those black-skinned dogs help us find the others?" Nona, clutching his wrist, asked. Charles removed his mask, his expression gravely serious. "That's not the main concern. Given the audacity of those vampires, this island is far from safe. We must leave post-haste. Come, let's inspect the shipyard." "Sir, what brings you here? Did I not inform you it would take a month?" The harried shipyard foreman rushed to greet him amidst the clamor of the yard. Upon hearing Charles's words, the foreman's face contorted with discomfort. "This is quite a predicament." His sentence was cut short when a young worker approached and whispered urgently in his ear. The foreman's expression shifted dramatically, fear overtaking him as he cast a wary glance at Charles. "Yes, sir. I swear, within 3 days, I will have our finest turbine ready for you. Just give me 3 days." Though Charles could not discern what had been said, he unmistakably sensed a change in the foreman's demeanor. With his objectives achieved, Charles dismissed further conversation, issuing a few brief instructions before stepping outside. "Once everything is prepared and the turbine is ready, we shall depart immediately." "And what of Jack and the others?" Dip inquired about the missing crew members. There's no time to dwell on that. If the ship is repaired and they remain unfound by the police, their fates will likely be grim. Just as Charles conversed with the crew, Lily, perched on his shoulder, exclaimed, "Mr. Charles, look, it's that painter." Charles turned his gaze upward to see the disfigured blind artist stumbling toward them, sniffing the air as he approached. Instinctively, Charles felt the man was searching for him. "Is there something you need?" Charles asked as he stepped in front of him. The artist flinched at Charles's inquiry, but joy flickered across his grotesque features. "Sir, I have finally found you. I wanted to speak with you back at Helen Square, but there were simply too many people." "Speak quickly," Charles interrupted. The blind man leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Sir, I possess crucial information regarding your safety, and I wish to trade this for passage on your ship to escape this dreadful place. I cannot endure the bullying any longer." Though Charles was wary of the man's mysterious air, he recognized the value of such an unequal exchange. He needed more information from the locals. "Go on. I know of your considerable strength, but you must leave swiftly. The incident involving Duran has already reached the police. Higher authorities have dispatched 2 dukes to manage the situation. If you wait for their arrival, you will be trapped." "Dukes? What on earth are you talking about?" Charles furrowed his brow. The blind man gestured animatedly. "Not just those you killed. The entire island's populace is comprised of vampires. This is the vampire stronghold, Black Crystal Island." This revelation stunned everyone aboard the Unicorn. Their expressions mirrored shock as they widened their eyes and surveyed the surrounding islanders. "All of them?" "Yes, all, including myself." The blind man opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp, glistening fangs. Charles's complexion darkened with dread. If it were merely a handful of vampires, it would be manageable, but an entire island of them rendered them utterly vulnerable. He had thought he had narrowly escaped, only to find himself ensnared in a den of wolves. If they were all in cahoots, then moments ago, he had collided with the foreman upon entering. "Did you not promise to expedite the repairs? How could you have time to wander about?" The crew members wore expressions of suspicion. "Aye." The foreman stuttered, but Charles, disinterested in explanations, commanded his crew to seal all exits and gather everyone in the factory. Confronting the foreman's fluctuating demeanor, Charles stated, "No need to feign innocence. That man has already divulged the truth to us. You and those outside are in league, are you not? I am certain my ship has not been touched since its arrival." "Traitor!" The enraged foreman revealed his true nature, lunging at the blind man. But a still-bloodied black blade intercepted him. Chapter 36, The Duke. As the vampire dockworkers began to stir restlessly, James, standing behind Charles, swiftly expanded in size, hoisting a steel beam as thick as a bowl onto his shoulder, which immediately quelled the commotion. Charles turned to the blind man. "When will those dukes arrive?" "Typically, they reside in the central mausoleum of the island, so it may take them half a day to reach here." "Excellent." Pointing to the Unicorn, Charles addressed the vampire foreman. "You have 3 hours to install the turbine. Otherwise, Duran's fate will be yours." A burly seaman with a scruffy beard stepped forward, his voice trembling with agitation. "This is utterly impossible. Do you have any idea how troublesome it is to replace a turbine?" As the chief engineer, Charles issued his command. A steel beam whistled through the air and crashed down upon the bearded man's form. His contorted body struggled to mend, but the steel came down relentlessly, reducing him to a pulpy mass. Blood splattered onto the remaining vampires, each face etched with a flicker of dread. "Do you think I'm lenient, you blood-sucking fiends? Now, get to replacing it." Charles' voice was laced with suppressed fury. The factory manager's lips quivered slightly as he wiped the remnants of flesh from his face, turning with the other vampires to head towards the Unicorn. "Chief Engineer, keep a vigilant watch on them. Be wary of their underhanded tactics." "Understood, Captain." The chief engineer of the Unicorn replied as he followed behind. Ordinarily, such matters would call for the chief engineer's expertise. But the current chief was far too dim-witted to handle the task, leaving James standing dumbfounded in place, intimidating all the vampires. The creaking metallic gates of the shipyard opened a crack, and Deep peered cautiously outside. After a brief observation, he turned to Charles, who was seated atop a crate, and said, "Captain, it seems the people outside have noticed us. Many are casting glances in our direction. Odric, do you think they will storm in?" Charles inquired while wiping his black blade. The blind man beside him shook his head. "No, they wouldn't dare touch what belongs to the Duke. And you are not just any ordinary humans to be slaughtered at will. They are a disorganized rabble, unlikely to act without leadership." Charles felt a flicker of understanding. It seemed the previous intimidation still held sway. Even if the outside vampires were aware of their intent to flee, without a leader, they hesitated to act recklessly. What is the Duke's strength? Charles probed, seeking insights about the impending adversary. The power of the bloodline is determined by age. The older they are, the more experienced and formidable they become. To attain the rank of Duke, one must be at least 500 years old. They are fundamentally different from us. If they wished, they could effortlessly slay thousands of ordinary bloods. 500 years? Charles pondered, taken aback by such antiquity. Did this imply knowledge of the Light Continent? Upon hearing Charles's speculation, Odric shook his head. In such matters, you must consult the mistress. All the bloods on this island were created by her initial embrace. Only she has ventured into that cursed land. It is said that light is omnipresent there, igniting to ash upon the slightest touch. One cannot fathom how the mistress has survived. Then why did your mistress come to this place? Ah, I have heard whispers of this. It is said that an entity informed the mistress of a sanctuary where sunlight, harmful to our kind, never penetrates, and where humans abound. Charles was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered that the vampires had come for such a reason. The blind Odric, unable to see Charles's expression, continued, but that entity deceived the mistress. This place harbors not only humans, but also various beings far stronger than us. Even among bloods, survival here is arduous, and the mistress harbors deep resentment towards him. The thought of beings far mightier than the bloodline instinctively led Charles to envision the colossal hand that emerged from the sea, an entity against which resistance was futile. A bitter smile crossed Odric's face. Mr. Charles, I am but 124 years old, still quite young, and my standing among the bloods is evident. I cannot possibly possess knowledge of these matters. To uncover answers, one must confront the mistress directly, but considering that is unlikely unless one seeks death. Nearby, the entranced Lily, noticing Charles's departure, approached Odric with curiosity. So, your mistress fled to this island to escape danger? How tragic. No, we came to evade humanity. Their power has grown increasingly formidable, and the discord between bloods and humans has intensified. The mistress foresaw the impending confrontation and led her progeny away. In truth, we share a symbiotic relationship. Should you perish, we would also starve. What do you feed on then? Mice? Time slipped by, and the number of vampires loitering outside the shipyard grew exponentially. No longer concealing their presence, they bared their fangs, their bloodlust unmistakable. Though they did not rush in, the sight of the encircling vampires weighed heavily on Charles. Quickly, we are almost done with the rivets. The factory manager urged his subordinates, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Just then, the sound of wings flapping pierced the air, reaching the ears of everyone within the shipyard. Charles dashed to a window, peering outside to behold a vast swarm of black bats approaching. The vampires outside erupted in cheers at the sight of the airborne creatures. The bats swiftly descended, coalescing into a crimson-collared cloak draped over a man and a woman. Damn it! Charles, agitated, needn't wait for others to elucidate the identities of these two intruders. Wasn't it supposed to take longer? Why are they here after just 2 hours? Chapter 37. The Battle. At Charles's inquiry, the blind vampire faltered at a loss for words. Charles gestured to the other crew members. We can't wait any longer. Everyone aboard. Akasha watched the tightly shut shipyard with keen interest, a smile gracing her lips as her sharp fangs peeked through. How fascinating. It seems these humans possess some strength. Armand, these humans will satisfy my thirst. It has been ages since I tasted blood from the outside. The male vampire Duke beside her shook his head. My dear, that won't do. We must adhere to our agreement. Indeed, a family of misers, just like your sister, Akasha scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at her companion as she approached the grand door. The diminutive female vampire, standing at only 5 feet tall, thrust her pale hands into the thick gap of the door and yanked with all her might. A shrill screech accompanied her actions as the steel door, thick as a palm, was effortlessly torn apart. The sight before the two vampire dukes left them momentarily stunned. A small pile of explosives lay on the ground, with a fuse that was nearly spent. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a deafening explosion erupted, engulfing the shipyard in flames and smoke, obscuring the two dukes from view. Emerging from the inferno, a charred figure, blackened and grotesque, stumbled forth, gazing at the swiftly retreating unicorn. The figure rapidly healed, and soon, a naked Akasha stood in its place. Indeed, the strongest food is the most delicious. No sooner had she spoken than dark hair sprouted from her form, her pale skin morphing, and within moments, a monstrous creature, half human and half bat, towering at 3 meters, emerged. The abomination swiftly fragmented into countless bats, surging toward the unicorn. Following closely behind, a swarm of bats emerged from the smoke. Watching the approaching bats from the deck, Charles turned to the deck cannon and shouted, "Lily, shoot them down." The sound of cannon fire reverberated continuously as bat fragments rained down into the water. But there were simply too many bats. The cannon fire was insufficient, and they drew closer, the sound of flapping wings echoing like the harbinger of doom, tightening the hearts of everyone aboard. Soon, the bats reached their destination, coalescing into a half-human, half-bat monstrosity that crashed heavily onto the deck. With a swift swipe of her sharp foreclaws, blood and flesh splattered as they struck the brown rat on the turret, eliciting a piercing scream from Lily. Akasha, with her crimson eyes ablaze, gazed at the fleeing rodents, a flame materializing in her palm. Just as she prepared to hurl the fire towards them, Charles, masked and enigmatic, appeared beneath her, brandishing a gleaming black blade. He swiftly slashed her arm, causing her fiery grasp to fall to the deck. "Hello there, lovely. Did you lose this hand? Your smile is rather irksome," he taunted. Akasha propelled herself forward, entangling with Charles in a flurry of motion. Simultaneously, another half-bat creature surged onto the deck. James, towering at 4 meters, his face streaming with green mucus, led the charge. Other crew members stood at a distance, brandishing various weapons in support. Charles executed a backflip to evade the razor-sharp claws, retaliating with another strike aimed at the grotesque appendage. They danced around each other, and Charles landed deftly on the ship's edge, while Akasha remained stationary, her crimson gaze fixed on her adversary. Observing the monster's arm restored to its former state, Charles cursed under his breath. "This is utterly unreasonable. Has she some sort of cheat? You, young man, were something intriguing on your face. Where did it come from?" "Too bad you chose the wrong master," Charles quipped, his demeanor shifting to a more playful tone. "How about I give it to you, and you let us go?" Akasha chuckled softly. "Do you truly think that possible?" "Fear not. I'm in no rush. We can converse leisurely." "Ah, it hurts. So much pain." The anguished cries of James from behind sent a wave of urgency through Charles. The situation over there was dire, and further dialogue risked turning into a 2-on-1 confrontation. He turned to the cowering Audric in the cockpit. "Hey, Blintman, do those guardians have any weaknesses?" Hesitant, Audric quickly replied, "The Duke's sole vulnerability is her heart. You must obliterate it completely to prevent her regeneration." A flicker of rage crossed Akasha's terrifying visage as she unfurled her wings and charged toward the cockpit. Betrayal from one's own is often more despised than from an enemy. With a resounding crash, the cockpit's glass shattered, and Akasha effortlessly seized the fleeing Audric. Her maw, lined with jagged teeth, clamped down, releasing a heart-wrenching scream as the blind artist's neck was nearly severed. Just as she intended to consume this traitor whole, Charles, having stealthily approached from behind, plunged a gleaming blade deep into her chest. The bat creature flapped its wings, forcing Charles back, and gazed down at the wound with a chilling expression. "I've changed my mind. You humans shall meet your doom beneath the waves." She conjured a small, circular mirror in her left hand, and as it materialized, the air thickened with the cloying scent of blood, intensifying by the second. "Damn it, she possesses a relic," Charles thought, his feet propelling him forward to intervene, but Akasha soared into the air, her terrifying form transforming under the massive spotlight into a 5-meter-long pig-nosed bat. The creature unleashed a piercing wail, reminiscent of a lament from the depths of hell, resonating in every ear. Instinctively, everyone covered their ears, including the other half-bat creature, and within moments, blood began to seep from every listener's ears. Charles then beheld a chilling sight. A fissure appeared along the edge of the unicorn's ship, extending downward. Steel was not impervious. This sonic assault not only harmed flesh, but also jeopardized the vessel's integrity. If she continued, the entire unicorn might disintegrate, surveying the chaos around him. Charles leaped onto the injured James's chest and pointed desperately at the bat above, then at James's hand. The bewildered giant stood frozen, prompting Charles to slap his face vigorously. At last, James moved, seizing Charles's legs and tossing him like a projectile. Charles collided with the bat, and the agonizing wail finally ceased. He drove his blade into the creature, summoning every ounce of strength to shout, "Lily, fire the cannon." Chapter 38, The Clue of Sunshine. As the dark cannon on the deck pivoted towards her, Akasha's composure faltered. She sought to flee, but Charles was relentless in denying her that opportunity. He raised his left hand, activating the tentacle ring, invisible tendrils ensnaring the bat. Though the creature broke free almost instantly, the delay was sufficient. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of the giant bat's form disintegrated, gore scattering across the deck, the bat's grotesque face etched with disbelief. As Charles plummeted towards the sea, he caught a glimmer of white light ahead and instinctively grasped it. It was the bat's mirror. With a splash, the frigid seawater enveloped him. When he resurfaced, he witnessed the other half-bat creature scurrying towards the harbor, evidently not inclined to avenge its fallen comrade. "Coward, why not face me?" Charles taunted from the water. The demise of a duke seemed to have instilled fear in the remaining vampires, as no others emerged from the shadows while the crew searched for the dark crystal island. Soaked and exhausted, Charles lay sprawled on the deck, utterly drained. The mask had pushed his body to its limits, yet the fatigue remained palpable. He felt too weak to even move a finger. The elated crew members, having survived, rushed over, lifting him high in celebration. The following day, having regained some energy, Charles awoke, disregarding the lingering aches in his muscles, and made his way to the deck. He spotted the first officer, bandaging the ship's damage, and sighed softly. The losses this time were considerable. 2 sailors and a second mate had perished in the encounter with the giant butterfly, and now 2 more had been lost along with the cook during this venture to the dark crystal island. The battered unicorn had suffered greatly, rendering their exploration of new seas a complete failure. The only spoils Charles had to show for it were a mirror and a blind vampire. Pulling out the circular mirror, he observed his reflection, but the surface was murky and indistinct. A thought struck him, and he headed towards the crew's rest area. Undoubtedly, the sole local on board would possess the most knowledge about this relic. As he entered the rest area, a wave of bloodiness assaulted his senses. Audric, the blind vampire, was sucking on a blood-soaked bandage, while James, the source of the blood, lay snoring on a nearby rope. The blind artist's neck writhed, vibrant red flesh intertwining, evidently healing rapidly. Hearing familiar footsteps, Audric quickly stood. "Captain Charles, you have arrived." Charles unsheathed his black blade and placed it in James's hand, noting the severe injuries he had sustained while confronting the bat creature. Despite his size increasing, the majority of his injuries were superficial and had not affected his internal organs. After confirming that the giant was not feverish by touching his forehead, Charles turned and handed the mirror to Audric. "This is a relic of that duke. Her ability to transform into a giant bat seems to be connected to this. Do you know how it functions?" Audric's blind hands began to explore the mirror, searching for its secrets. This must belong to Duke Akasha, the mirror of bats. It is said that by applying blood to its surface, one can transform into a formidable giant bat. However, for some, the bloodlust induced by this mirror intensifies, and with frequent use, they may ultimately succumb to this power and become nothing more than a beast. Its previous owner, Viscount Lance, still dangles upside down on Dark Crystal Island. Charles gazed at the mirror in his hand, pondering. The side effects are rather severe. It seems this relic should only be employed in critical moments, unlike the Jester's mask, which can be utilized at any time. The blind vampire suddenly had a thought and quickly cupped the mirror in his hands, fully aware of his own position. A flicker of trepidation crossed the terrifying visage of Audric. That was an unfortunate incident. My companions and I had raided a pirate ship, and while searching through a concealed cabin, we stumbled upon a box. We initially believed it contained some treasure, but to our astonishment, it housed sunlight. Upon hearing the word sunlight, Charles's heart skipped a beat, nearly halting altogether. Yet he soon detected the peculiarity in the vampire's words. "Are you certain? Sunlight? Encased in a box?" At this, Audric removed his dark sunglasses, revealing 2 bulging eyes reminiscent of runny eggs, accentuated by the surrounding engorged red veins, giving him an especially horrific appearance. "Do you see? My eyes still ache. Such torment can only be inflicted by sunlight. Perhaps it contains some other type of light-based weapon." He found it absurd. Could sunlight truly be contained within a box? Can intangible light be captured? Audric shook his head. At the time, there were still living pirates nearby. When the incident occurred, they exhibited no signs of distress. If it were indeed some sort of weapon, they would have reacted. I'm not entirely sure, but those pirates hailed from the chaotic city of Sodom and likely obtained it from there. "Mr. Charles, do you require sunlight?" The chaotic city of Sodom Charles, who rarely wore a smile, patted Audric on the shoulder and turned to leave. Regardless of whether the box contained genuine sunlight, Charles resolved to investigate. Once he heard footsteps fading away, Audric stealthily retrieved a half-decayed corpse from a nearby barrel. Had Charles been present, he would have immediately recognized it as that of the Duchess he had battled. The blind vampire greedily gnawed at the corpse, the sounds of chewing intertwining with the snores in the dimly lit cabin. Chapter 39. The Vampire's Inclusion. With newfound clues at hand, Charles was eager to head to the chaotic city of Sodom, yet the crew was utterly exhausted. Giant butterflies, deities, vampires, each crew member's face bore the marks of fatigue. Charles did not press them. He understood that they were not made of iron, and the crew, as well as the unicorn, required rest. The hastily installed turbine was straining under the load, compounded by the sonic waves damaging the ship's structure, necessitating a complete overhaul of the unicorn. Standing on the ship, Charles tenderly caressed the ship's edge and muttered, "You've worked hard, my companion. Mr. Charles, it seems your voyage has not gone smoothly. Have you encountered any dangers?" Why the extensive damage? It was Wood, the one who had sold the ship to Charles. Wood was astonished, never expecting to see the ship again, as he had presumed it had long sunk to the ocean floor. A premonition struck him. Perhaps this young man truly had the potential to become the governor of the island. How much in total? Charles had no time for idle chatter. Signing his name on the bill, he calculated his remaining funds in his mind. It appeared substantial, yet for an exploratory vessel, it was a precarious sum. If the next voyage yielded no income, the entire unicorn would be rendered immobile. He intended to set sail for Sodom next, which promised no rewards, placing him in a dire predicament. As Charles pondered, he exited the shipyard, only to find Odric, adorned with sunglasses, waiting by the roadside. "What are you doing here, Mr. Charles? Does your ship still require more crew? Please allow me to join as your sailor." An excited Odric bowed his head in Charles's direction. "Apologies, my crew is already at full capacity." Charles firmly declined, brushing past him towards the distant dock. It was not a matter of discrimination against his vampiric nature. Rather, no ship could accommodate a blind man. What use could a blind artist have aboard? Would he simply paint portraits of the crew? Before he could take more than a few steps, a frantic Odric rushed up to him. "Captain Charles, I am not a burden. I have ascended. I possess new abilities." The black cloak draped over the blind vampire writhed, and within moments, a black bat flitted around Charles. "Captain Charles, I am now a baron. I have the ability to transform, and when I take the form of a bat, I can see without my eyes." Observing the bat, which was no larger than his own forearm, Charles shook his head. He swiftly drew his revolver. "If you wish to survive, you would do better as your artist." As the sound of footsteps faded, Odric hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Captain, are you not seeking sunlight in Sodom? I visited there 40 years ago. I can guide you. I don't require your assistance. I have my own contacts." Odric's face reflected urgency as he implored, "Mr. Charles, I can be a formidable asset. Though I am blind, as a vampire, my combat prowess is at least on par with your crew." After a long silence, Charles's voice echoed in Odric's ears. "Are you not afraid of sunlight? Why then would you accompany me?" A faint bitter smile crossed Odric's face. "You may find it hard to believe, but the pay for a single task of your crew amounts to years of my earnings. I envy you. I no longer seek extravagant desires. I simply wish for a job and a stable life." Gazing at the vampire before him, Charles found his expression somewhat peculiar. It was the first time he had encountered a vampire in such dire straits. "Captain Charles, are you still with me? The unicorn's crew will count you among them." "Thank you, Captain. 3 days prior, on the 3rd of August, I and my crew safely arrived at Coral Island. The blind vampire had joined my ranks. His demeanor is somewhat timid, which does not entirely please me, but he should suffice as a sailor. His ability to transform into a bat may serve as a lookout in critical moments. Vampires possess formidable healing abilities, and with the previous crew having perished, I need to recruit those who are harder to kill. Next, I intend to venture to Sodom in search of that sunlight contained within a box. If it truly is sunlight, it must lead to a path above ground." Creak. The door swung open. As Charles was jotting in his diary, he turned to see Lily, her ears drooping, entering with her mice. "Where have you been?" Charles inquired. A dejected Lily climbed onto the pillow, expressing her discontent. "I won't tell you." Charles shook his head, closing his diary and rising. "I'm stepping out. Keep a good watch." The head of a mouse, buried within the soft pillow, poked out. "Mr. Charles, where are you going?" "Today is Saturday. All captains should gather at the Explorers Association. I'm going to see what news there is." "That sounds exciting. Take me with you. Keep a good watch." The indifferent Charles pushed the door open and stepped outside. Watching the door slam shut, Lily pouted, angrily pounding the pillow. "Mr. Charles, how annoying." After pounding her fists a few times, she flopped her body onto the pillow. "If you don't take me with you, I'll annoy you to death while you sleep tonight." As time slowly passed, a drowsy Lily was startled awake by a series of knocks on the door. Glancing at the incessantly knocking door, she exhibited signs of panic. Who is it? Who's there? There's no one inside. With a sudden crack, the door lock was forcibly twisted open, revealing a grotesque, tentacled creature at the threshold. Upon witnessing the twisted appendages and the furious giant eye, Lily screamed in terror, and the brown mice immediately surrounded her, baring their sharp teeth at the intruder. The monstrous tentacle creature, upon seeing the screaming mice, swiftly transformed into a voluptuous adult woman. Lily's eyes widened as she recognized the beauty before her. It was the woman painted by the blind artist. It turned out that a mere mouse had startled her. At the sound of the woman's voice, she had momentarily thought that Gao Jiming was sneaking off to indulge in infidelity behind her back. Chapter 40. The Church of the God of Light. As Charles stepped into the Explorers Association, he was greeted by an unexpected scene. The once quiet hall was now bustling with activity. Sofas and coffee tables were haphazardly arranged, and men and women clad in various maritime attire congregated in groups, standing or sitting, with a cacophony of voices filling the air. Among the crowd were several individuals who clearly did not belong to the maritime profession, whispering conspiratorially around some ship captains. Charles maneuvered through the throng towards the counter to take on a task, discerning that these people were there to commission jobs. "Hey, Charles, over here." The inexplicably exuberant William waved a bottle of liquor in his hand, surrounded by several familiar captains. Noticing Charles's gaze, Elizabeth snorted derisively and turned her head away. As Charles approached, William enthusiastically draped an arm over his shoulder. "My friend, that knife of yours is quite impressive." The pungent odor emanating from William was somewhat discomforting to Charles, who shrugged off William's arm and inquired, "Is it a powerful relic?" He recalled having sold William 2 unidentified relics previously. Judging by his current demeanor, it seemed that William had struck it rich. "Indeed, it's extraordinarily powerful, simply unparalleled. I pretended to casually gift that knife to my enemy, and guess what? He ended up slaughtering his entire crew. Ha ha ha." Observing the maniacal laughter of William, Charles felt a sense of absurdity. Was it truly possible to utilize relics in such a manner? Just then, a stout man sidled up to Charles and nudged him with his elbow. "I heard you went out to sea again. Encountered anything interesting? Do share." "Yes, do tell." Others chimed in. "Why come here to chat when you could be at the casino winning big?" Unable to resist their curiosity, Charles eventually recounted his recent experiences: the giant butterfly, the palm, the dark crystal island. "Sigh, Stark wasn't so lucky," the stout man remarked casually. "Who is Stark?" Charles inquired. "If that fellow knew you didn't even know his name, he'd be furious. He was the one who, along with Elizabeth, kidnapped you. Don't you remember?" Charles suddenly recalled the cheerful, robust man, his pupils narrowing. "Is he dead?" The stout man nodded, biting into a blue fruit before continuing. "Death is quite normal, actually. This month hasn't been too bad. Only 7 people have died." Charles scanned the faces of those present, noting that not a single one bore any sign of sorrow. They chatted as if discussing the weather. With a deeper understanding of the concept of life and death, he fell silent for a moment before addressing the other captains. "Gentlemen, how much do you know about the city of Sodom?" This was the purpose of his visit today. He had only heard the name and required more clues. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned towards a middle-aged man in the corner, whose dark complexion and hooked nose suggested a certain severity. "Charlie used to be a pirate. You can ask him," William suggested, tilting his head back to drink. "I can only tell you that it's a chaotic place. If you're not careful, you'll be seeking death if you venture there with insufficient strength." Charlie's voice remained as grave as ever. "Have you heard of anyone selling sunlight there?" Upon hearing Charles's inquiry, Charlie shook his head. "No." Charles felt a twinge of anxiety. "Unclear. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. In that place, anything can be bought with money. Once you reach Sodom, you can ask the bartender at the ship's anchor bar. Just mention that you were sent by the Sea Dog. He is a friend of mine." "Thank you," Charles replied to Charlie, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Such information was likely unknown to the average person, and his willingness to share was a kindness. Charles chuckled dryly, recognizing that in such a treacherous place, no one could guarantee survival until the end. He was merely an ordinary person fighting for his life. He picked up a round cake from the table and took a bite. The soft bread combined with sweet cream was unexpectedly delightful. It was his first experience with such exquisite food since entering this world. After finishing his snack, just as Charles contemplated making his exit, a seemingly ordinary young man approached him. "Captain Charles?" Charles turned to assess the newcomer, clad in a red robe, with a bright white triangle painted on his forehead. His attire completely distinct from the other captains around. And you are? I am Sonny, an explorer just like you. Elizabeth, who had been ignoring Charles, cleared her throat and dipped her finger into the wine, sketching a few horizontal and vertical lines on the table. Upon seeing the flag signals indicating a warning to steer clear, Charles's vigilance heightened instantly. I've heard that you, Mr. Charles, are searching for the land of light? Why didn't I see you at the church service? The Church of the God of Light? Charles immediately lost interest in feigning politeness, rising to leave. In the next moment, Sonny swiftly positioned himself in front of Charles. Faced with such absurd language, Charles was at a loss for how to respond. He had no idea where these individuals derived their so-called prophecies from, but he was certain that they could not have originated from that blazing, celestial body above. I'm sorry, but I'm not affiliated with your church. Please step aside. Sonny appeared somewhat taken aback. If you're not from the cult of the sun god, then why seek the land of light? I'm not searching anymore. Farewell. After declaring this, Charles attempted to bypass Sonny towards the exit. Sonny's white mark glowed, and a translucent, bluish fluid swiftly enveloped Charles. Shall we find another place to converse? Charles's expression turned cold as the barrel of his revolver aimed at Sonny's head. Chapter 41. Zhao Jieja, a small circle quickly formed around the two, as onlookers eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. At that moment, a suit-clad staff member from the association hurried over. Gentlemen, you both have signed contracts. Please think carefully. If you engage in violence within the association, not only will you be expelled, but you will also be hunted by the governor. Sonny nodded with a smile, while the translucent fluid surrounding Charles rapidly retracted into his clothing. Mr. Charles, I truly mean no harm. What exactly do you want? Charles asked, his brow furrowed. He had an inkling that if this matter was not resolved today, Sonny would persistently haunt him in the future. Sonny gestured towards the edge of the hall, indicating that they should move there. In the corner, away from the commotion, Sonny smiled at Charles. Captain Charles, how much do you know about us? I can't say I know much. I have heard some rumors, such as the initiation ceremony for joining your church, which involves inserting several steel needles directly into the brain from beside the eyeball, as you claim this grants the blessings of the sun god. Mr. Charles, do you not find such a ritual to be quite practical? The cursed sea, a realm where humanity's gravest peril lies within the confines of our own minds, is dominated by fear. Yet, once one receives the blessing within our sacred congregation, fear dissipates entirely. This is precisely why the captains of our solar cult's exploratory vessels boast the highest survival rates. But what are the mortality rates associated with such rituals? Is this truly a blessing or merely a curse? Do not even speak of your luminary deity. I ask you, do you truly comprehend the visage of the sun? Of course, Sonny replied, gesturing to his forehead. This is the likeness of our Lord. Gazing upon that white triangle, Charles nearly erupted into laughter. Is the sun triangular? Why not? This is the answer bestowed by the oracle. The sun is round. Charles's voice escalated in pitch. Have you ever seen it? How can you be so certain? Sonny raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Well, since you do not belong to our congregation, I do not wish to debate doctrine with you. I have come to seek your assistance. Assistance? It will not take much of your time. Mr. Charles, as you intend to journey to Sodom, I would like you to deal with certain individuals there who also belong to the solar cult, albeit with differing ideologies. How do you know I'm going to Sodom? The sensation of being spied upon left Charles feeling distinctly uncomfortable. Sonny chuckled. Unique individuals always attract attention. As long as Mr. Charles demonstrates sincerity, our collaboration will flourish. You must be running low on funds by now, correct? And if I refuse? Charles scoffed. I believe Mr. Charles will acquiesce. You would agree to collaborate with those aberrations of the Futon cult. Why would you not consent to a mutually beneficial arrangement? Humph. Charles rubbed his nose. The Futon cult is indeed somewhat superior to yours. At least they possess a modicum of politeness. Logically, he should have accepted this transaction. Charles truly needed the financial backing. However, he was irked by Sonny's tone and even less inclined to engage in the cultic strife. Upon returning to his abode, Charles immediately sensed that someone had intruded. A sudden thought struck him, and he dashed to the drawer. Upon opening it, he discovered that indeed, his journal had been tampered with. Lily? What transpired after my departure? Charles inquired, his expression tinged with anxiety. You left not long before she arrived. A tearful voice emanated from beneath the bed. What did that individual look like? Did she have an inverted triangle on her forehead? Timidly, Lily emerged, her hair disheveled. It was the sister, you know. Which sister? The one depicted in your journal. Anna? Charles's pupils contracted to pinpoints as he rushed to Lily. taking her by the shoulders. Are you certain it was her? Or merely someone resembling her? It was indeed her. She even wrote something on the back of that drawing, Mr. Charles. Why did you never mention that this sister is not human, but monster? Charles cast aside the mouse in his hand and hastily retrieved the drawing from his journal, flipping it over to reveal neatly inscribed characters. I cannot believe you actually drew a portrait for me. You claimed I was a figment, yet you still harbored thoughts of me. Truthfully, I felt a surge of joy upon seeing that drawing. My beloved man, even in death, still remembers me. Hai Jiming, I am but a fabrication, and the feelings between us are mere illusions, all conjured by the Dewa tribe. I know what you must be thinking. You surely do not care that I am an invention and wish to help me escape the grasp of the monster. But you are mistaken. I am that monster, and we are inseparable. The Dewa tribe lacks a brain, surviving solely by instinct. When we need to think, we create a consciousness. And I am that consciousness birthed from my own creation. I miss you dearly and wish to be by your side always, and I trust you feel the same. However, we both know that even longing is a falsehood. I came here today intending to sever ties with you. Since you are not present, I shall let it go. I refuse to be governed by a deceptive emotion. I intend to seek the meaning of my existence in the abyss. Do not seek me out. Pursue your terrestrial endeavors in peace. Zhao Jia signed off. By the way, if you find another woman, do not let me discover it, or I may be compelled to consume them. With his mind a tumultuous whirlpool, Charles flung the drawing aside and, with reddened eyes, turned to the white mouse beside him. How long has she been gone? About half an hour, the mouse replied. Without another word, Charles dashed out, biting into his thumb and quickly transforming before a mirror, his form shifting into a colossal bat that soared low through the air. In a dim alleyway, Anna, adorned in a stunning red dress, gazed at the bat overhead, tears of yellow-green staining her cheeks. Gently wiping her tears, she turned to face the drunken ruffian. 200 for a night, 800 for all night. Upon seeing Anna's angelic visage, the drunkard was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and excitedly unbuckled his belt. 800 it is. I'll take it. Anna approached him with a radiant smile, her previously pristine skin now splitting open to reveal tendrils of black creeping forth. Chapter 42. The Relics of Deep. Look, a bat is flying in the sky. The exclamations from outside the tavern caught Deep's attention. He joined the other inebriated sailors rushing out to witness the spectacle. Why does that bat seem so familiar? Deep scratched his neck, clutching a bottle of liquor. Suddenly, he recalled the vampire had mentioned that the captain had recently acquired a new relic that could transform him into a giant bat. Surely, the creature soaring above was Captain Charles. Is the captain experimenting with his new relic? How splendid. If only I had a relic of my own, Deep mused, his tone laced with deep envy. Watching the captain wielding various powers thanks to his relics, one could hardly claim to feel no envy. Returning to the raucous tavern, Deep leapt onto a wooden table and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone know where I might procure relics on Coral Island? The laughter subsided momentarily, as a portly old man with a nose reddened by drink exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Look at this little fellow, barely a hair on his chin, and yet he dares to seek relics. Truly, he must be tired of living." Ha ha ha. The tavern erupted into laughter, the atmosphere lively and boisterous. At a corner table, members of a uniquely horned whale stood abruptly. The laughter ceased, and the sailors averted their gazes to their drinks, well aware that those aboard the exploratory vessel were not to be trifled with. Seeing the mood grow stale, Deep snapped his fingers toward the bar. "Barkeep, serve everyone a drink. I'll cover the tab." A half-naked sailor took a hearty swig before proclaiming, "Friend, you ought to check Black Robe Alley. Some unsavory items are sold there. Just be wary of the black-skinned dogs. The dealings there are illicit." "Thank you," Deep exclaimed, leaping down from the table, waving goodbye to his companions in the corner and bolting out the door. "Should we follow that lad? He is not going to get into trouble again, is he?" Krona remarked to the others. The other crew members nodded in agreement. In the Coral Island Harbor District, Deep had become quite familiar with the surroundings. Passing through the fish-drying area, he arrived at the desolate Black Robe Alley. True to its name, everyone in the alley wore masks and dark cloaks, making Deep's sailor attire seem utterly out of place. He squeezed into the crowd, intrigued to see some individuals lifting their cloaks to reveal their wares, whispering amongst themselves. "Hello, does anyone have relics? Is anyone selling relics?" Deep's call immediately drew the attention of others. A diminutive figure clad in a black robe approached, lowering his voice to inquire. "Kid, how much do you have?" 30,000 echoes. Deep revealed his savings. He felt a twinge of disappointment, scratching his neck. He had originally saved more, but was robbed by vampires on Dark Crystal Island. Do you want relics? A sudden voice startled Deep from behind. He swiftly turned to find a corpulent figure in a black robe standing directly behind him. Deal 30,000 it is. The robed man produced a silver bracelet from within his cloak, its surface encrusted with a thick layer of grime. Really? You'll sell it to me for 30,000? Deep was taken aback, as just moments ago the man had claimed it was insufficient. Want it or not? If not, I'm leaving. As the man pretended to depart, the 16-year-old Deep, not contemplating further, quickly acquiesced. I'll take it, but first, tell me what this relic does. Once worn, it increases strength, but the downside is that it makes you excessively thirsty. After experimenting with the relic and discovering its utility, Deep readily paid the price, feeling elated at having snagged a bargain. The robed man swiftly departed with the money, meandering through the black robe alley until he knelt before a door. Father Priest, the item has been delivered. It's confirmed to be from Charles's crew. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a smiling Sonny. Once they set sail, hand over the other bracelet to that fellow. Since he is of no use to me, let Cod know he shall not benefit from this boon either. Captain, are you in there? An excited Deep knocked fervently on Charles' door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Lily's rat. Deep's gaze fell upon Charles, who sat in silence, his body trembling, his expression contorted, hands clenched as if in restraint. What's wrong? Charles's voice emerged, hoarse and strained. Though Deep was young, he was not naive. The current atmosphere was hardly suitable for flaunting his new relic. In nothing. Please rest well. As Deep turned to leave, a bat, clutching a blood-red pouch, swooped in through the door. The bat swiftly transformed into Audric, nervously presenting the blood pouch to Charles. Captain, this is from the hospital. Charles's trembling hands quickly grasped it, biting through the pouch with his sharp white teeth, greedily sucking the crimson liquid that dripped from the corners of his mouth. His ghastly visage evoking a more vampiric appearance than Audric beside him. Deep approached Lily, who stood in the corner, and curiously inquired, "What's wrong with the captain?" Just then, Deep observed a pained expression flicker across Charles's face, his lips quivering as he murmured something. He hastily pushed away the vampire attempting to assist him, stumbling towards a desk to retrieve a piece of green gel, forcefully shoving it into his mouth. Glistening with cold sweat, Charles's breathing gradually steadied, though his face bore an unmistakable fatigue as he waved his crew away. "I need to rest. You all can leave." Deep promptly followed Audric out, glancing back at the door, his voice laced with confusion. Why does the captain always seem so repressed? At his age, he already has his own exploration ship. What could possibly trouble him? If I had my own ship, I'd be laughing in my dreams. Audric, leaning against the wall, shook his head. Who knows? But if the captain continues like this, he may not last much longer. Don't you think he is becoming more like the madman on the streets? Deep shot him an indignant glare. What nonsense! Captain Charles is too formidable for that. If you continue to slander him, don't blame me for my rudeness. With that, Deep turned and briskly made his way toward the stairs. Chapter 43. The wooden ship. A month passed swiftly, and the day of departure arrived once more. The Unicorn Whale's smokestack billowed black smoke as Charles led the newly recruited crew onto the deck. Bands, you go assign tasks to the new crew. Charles instructed his first mate. The silent first mate nodded, striding with the new crew towards the deck. Meanwhile, Charles and Audric entered the captain's quarters, with a newly acquired colossal nautical chart lay unfurled on the table, displaying islands, perilous zones, and dark regions with clarity. Charles addressed the vampire before him. Where is Sodom? Mark it for me. I can't see it. Please indicate the location of Dark Crystal Island. Charles pressed his hand on a pin, indicating, here is Dark Crystal Island. Following the line to Dark Crystal Island, Audric traced an arc on the chart with his finger, gently puncturing it with his sharp nail. Here, to Charles's surprise. The location was not as distant as he had anticipated. Sodom is that close? It appears here at times, specifically on the 6th and 25th of each month. Charles was taken aback. Appear? ISNT an island? It moves? Indeed, Captain. To be precise, it is a ship. A grand vessel constructed from the remnants of ships plundered by pirates. Gazing at the marked point, Charles calculated the sailing time and provisions in his mind. Do we have enough blood pouches? Audric promptly nodded. Yes, ample supply for 60 days. Reserve some. In the event of intense combat, I may require it. Understood. But Captain Charles, given that it is a relic of the bloodline, it would be wise to use it sparingly. Noted. You may go. Audric bowed and swiftly transformed into a bat, darting out. In the coastal waters near the island, Charles deliberately slowed the pace, allowing the newly joined crew to acclimate. Most of the crew were locals from Coral Island, some even having met Charles before, creating a relatively harmonious atmosphere. On the 8th day after departure, the unicorn whale gradually approached its destination, the once pitch-black sea beginning to transform. "Captain, there's a ship ahead. I see it." Charles's gaze pierced through the glass towards the distant vessel. That was clearly not Sodom. The ship was too small, barely half the size of the unicorn whale. And it was a wooden ship. Wooden vessels were rare in the land sea. Generally, places where wood could grow had been leveled for cultivating edible crops. Not to mention, the land sea typically lacked wind. Even if there was wind, relying solely on sails for navigation would be tantamount to courting death. "What should we do, Captain?" "I'll take the helm. You go out and signal them, instructing them to adhere to the custom of left rudder to left rudder." This was basic nautical protocol, for fear of miscommunication leading to a collision between the two ships. "Understood." Donning the bracelet, Deep dashed out with the flag. The red flag fluttered rapidly in the boy's hands as the wooden ship began to veer, as though comprehending the signal. The two vessels narrowly passed each other, and as Charles observed the aging wooden ship, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was that ship also bound for Sodom? Suddenly, a crisis erupted as the cannon ports on the left side of the wooden ship swung open, revealing a blackened cannon aimed directly at the unicorn whale. With muscles taut, Charles decisively spun the wheel, attempting to minimize exposure to the incoming cannon fire. Despite his urgent maneuvers, several cannonballs struck the deck. However, the anticipated explosion did not follow. The projectiles appeared to be soft, adhering wherever they landed, releasing a dark purple smoke that soon enveloped the entire unicorn whale. "Lily, counterattack!" Hearing Charles's command, the rats on deck rushed towards the cannon positions, the 125mm cannon aiming at the wooden ship. Simultaneously, shadows emerged from the dark purple mist, their inky forms as thin as paper, devoid of features where their heads should have been, armed with weapons of similar material. The enigmatic paper figure had just taken its stand when it rushed towards the deck cannon, frantically slashing at the mice above, causing the cannon's movement to come to an abrupt halt. The crew swiftly fired upon those entities, yet the bullets passed through them, leaving their movements utterly unscathed. With a furrowed brow, Charles dared not delay. He retrieved a mirror, preparing to smear it with blood. The ghastly antics of the deity's specter did not intimidate him. The wooden ship in the distance was the true key that needed to be thwarted. Just as he bit down on his finger, a sudden pain pierced his abdomen. Startled, Charles looked down to see a bloodied blade protruding from his chest. Without a moment's contemplation, he drew his pistol with his right hand, pointing it behind him, but he halted just before pulling the trigger. The assailant was the boatswain, Deep, whose face wore a sinister smile, a chilling voice escaping his lips. "Fire away. Fire away." In the next instant, Charles took a deep breath, enduring the searing pain as he donned the clown mask. Once the mask was in place, he squeezed the trigger, and Deep fell to the ground, struck by the bullet. Controlling the muscles within his body to clamp down on the blade embedded within, Charles staggered out of the cockpit. Outside, the crew was already engaged in combat with the paper figures, clearly at a disadvantage. Aside from the enlarged James, the attacks of the others were utterly ineffective. Clutching his wound, Charles grasped the bat mirror and hurled it at the bat in the air. "Blind one, shake his ship for me." The bat seized the mirror and swiftly flew towards the wooden vessel. No sooner had he spoken than a paper figure appeared behind Charles, brandishing a gleaming weapon aimed at his head. Charles quickly retreated, crashing into its embrace, his black blade flashing up and down as the paper figure disintegrated into scraps. "Is that all you've got?" Charles gripped his knife, ready to charge into the fray, when his body suddenly stiffened. Blood began to seep from his wound once more. He hesitated, aware that his life was precariously hanging by a thread. Any reckless movement could lead to catastrophic bleeding. Soon, Charles devised an alternative solution. He slowly crouched down, retrieving a steel nail from a nearby wooden barrel. The nail was thrown with precision, embedding itself in the paper figure and pinning it firmly to the ground. Though this was merely a temporary reprieve, the paper figures multiplied endlessly, as if they were inexhaustible, and Charles's consciousness began to blur. Chapter 44. The Deathly Counterattack. Just as the unicorn was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the paper figures, a piercing shriek resonated from the distant sky, causing the paper figures on the unicorn to suddenly halt. Charles strained to look towards the source of the sound. Audric had transformed into a giant bat and was now hovering above the wooden ship, the waxy yellow canvas trembling violently under the force of the sonic waves. The entire wooden vessel began to shake uncontrollably. The crew immediately took notice of their captain's peculiar state and gathered around him, each face etched with anxiety. "Captain, who did this?" The second mate, glancing at the protruding blade in Charles's chest, appeared utterly bewildered. "Don't mind me. Quickly resolve those paper figures." Charles's vision darkened as he spoke in fragmented sentences. The second mate nodded vigorously and led the sailors towards the thrumming enemies. As darkness enveloped him further, Charles could barely hear the sound around him. Watching as torches were ignited on the deck, a thought flashed through his mind. I'd perish? Charles felt a growing brightness, the pain in his body swiftly dissipating. The first mate, who had just been unseen, squeezed through the throng to Charles's side, his hands dragging along two individuals. One was a new sailor with a deep gash across his neck, and the other was Deep, who had been shot. Neither bore fatal wounds. Charles could see the two, filled with terror, attempting to communicate something regarding the bandages, but he could hear nothing. The bandages placed the two side by side on the ground, casting a profound glance at Charles before seizing the black knife from his hand. Charles wished to inquire what the bandages intended to do, but his bloodless lips quivered, unable to part. The bandages swiftly traced a three-pointed blood formation on the deck with the blade, filling the gaps of the magical array with twisted inscriptions. With a swift thrust, the sharp blade pierced the sailor's chest, and disbelief filled the eyes of Charles and the surrounding crew. The bandages positioned the sailor's lifeless body within the array, then turned to raise the knife towards Deep. A ship's nail suddenly pinned the first mate's hand that gripped the knife. Meeting Charles's furious gaze, the bandages silently lowered the knife, crawling on the ground as they softly chanted an incantation. The blood of the sailor seeped into the magical formation on the deck. A tendril pointed towards the sailor within the array, and the wide-eyed corpse swiftly slid out through the tendril. The blood-drenched tendril swiftly collapsed towards Charles, transforming back into blood and splattering all over him. Drenched in this, Charles, who had just been on the brink of death, erupted into a desperate scream. His body emitted white smoke, twisting and writhing like a serpent as the blade within him was forcefully expelled, the wounds beginning to mend. At that moment, Charles felt as if thousands of blades were stabbing into him, the excruciating pain nearly sending him into shock. Mere seconds later, Charles, lying in the seawater, had fully healed. The bandages calmly approached, assisting the drenched Charles to his feet. "Captain, the sacrifice is only half paid. Your wounds are not yet fully healed." Gasping for breath, Charles cast a complex glance at his first mate, saying nothing as he turned his gaze towards the distant battle. The shrieking had ceased, and in mid-air, Audric, drenched in blood, was being besieged by a horde of black paper figures, appearing quite beleaguered. Charles dashed towards the deck cannon, aiming directly at the distant wooden ship and firing. Perhaps due to the distance, several shots missed their target. Turning to the crew on the deck, Charles commanded, "Bandages, you take the helm. James, overload the turbine. Everyone else, prepare your weapons. We must catch up." All sprang into action, and the unicorn resumed its movement after a prolonged pause. The wind whipped through Charles's black hair, his expression cold as frost, the hatred in his eyes inescapable. As the unicorn drew nearer, the wooden vessel seemed to seek escape, but it was at a disadvantage in speed. The distance between the two ships quickly diminished. Under Charles's command, the deck cannon tilted once more, sending towering columns of water erupting around the wooden ship. With a crack, the wooden ship's mast was shattered, collapsing with its canvas onto the deck, its speed drastically reduced. "Don't slow down. Charge straight ahead." Charles's furious roar echoed across the deck. The unicorn surged forward, its prow piercing into the hull of the wooden vessel like a spear. Observing the silhouettes aboard, Charles disregarded everything else and pivoted the cannon, unleashing a barrage upon the opposing deck. The cannon roared, and the wooden ship was instantly riddled with holes, bloodied corpses raining down. With a few more shots, this ship would surely sink, but Charles refrained. He needed to ascertain who had sent it. "Board!" Charles rallied his crew as they surged towards the opposing ship. Crossing the battered deck, Charles and his crew entered the wooden ship's cabin. Yet this was merely the beginning, for an unending tide of black paper figures surged forth, seemingly frenzied in their assault against the enemies. "These things are being controlled. Hold your ground. I will confront their master." With that, Charles charged at the paper figures before him, his body moving like an eel, swiftly navigating through their ranks. The paper figures appeared to grow anxious, surging forward in an attempt to obstruct Charles's advance. Charles, akin to a fragile vessel amidst turbulent waters, precariously balanced yet never capsizing. However, as the number of people increased, his remarkable agility, an unparalleled advantage, was accentuated, yet the density of bodies led to chaotic mishaps as paper-thin figures wielding weapons inadvertently struck their own comrades. Moments later, clarity fell over him. Within the dimly lit cabin, a figure clad in a black captain's coat muttered to himself, flanked by 4 azure candles flickering softly. Upon catching sight of the masked Charles, terror washed over the man's face. He swiftly extinguished the candles, plunging the room into darkness, and hastily scurried towards a nearby window along the wall. This feeble trick was of no consequence to Charles, endowed with the gift of dark vision. He raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. Crimson blossoms erupted with precision upon the man's limbs. Before he could react, the black blade in Charles's hand was pressed against the man's throat. Chapter 45. The Little Man Boy. If you wish to keep your head intact, do not move. Who sent you to kill me? Do not attempt to deceive me by claiming to be a pirate. I have encountered numerous pirates, and those of the Sea of Earth do not rob in such a manner. Charles's words were laced with levity, yet the gaze beneath the mask was frosty. If I reveal the truth, will you spare my life? The man, threatened, was filled with dread. I may consider it. Why, yes. Just as Charles anticipated the man's confession, the figure suddenly thrust his neck forward, a razor-sharp blade effortlessly severing his head. Scalding blood splattered onto Charles's mask, staining the once pristine white surface a vivid red. After a brief moment of shock, a disgruntled Charles rose and turned to exit the cabin. As the sound of his footsteps faded, the severed head slowly opened its eyes, a smirk of triumph playing across its lips, producing an eerie ambience in the dark cabin. The head, with a peculiar motion, nudged its lips and moved towards the nearby corpse. So even severed heads can survive? Very well, I shall indulge you. Witnessing your current state has ignited a plethora of inspiration within me. Tell me, if I were to cast you into a cauldron to boil, would you still remain alive? Charles stepped on the head. My lord, I was mistaken. Do not boil me. I shall reveal everything. The mournful visage of the head suddenly lost its right eye, which plopped onto the ground, revealing a tiny figure coiled up within. The diminutive creature appeared akin to an undeveloped infant, its semi-transparent body tinted pink, accompanied by a grotesquely corpulent form and deformed limbs that elicited discomfort. Its voice was as thin as a mosquito, trembling as it lay on the ground, exclaiming, "It was Pastor Sonny who commanded me to control your crew and ambush you. He also sent me to kill you." A broad smile spread across Charles's masked face. So it was that little rascal. Very well, our feud is now sealed. Mr. Charles, I am innocent. Sonny has taken over our island and forced me to serve him. I have divulged everything. I implore you to spare me. Spare you? You think I would let go of the one who sought my life? How naive of you. The panicked little man suddenly remembered something, quickly rising to point at a corner cabinet, shouting, "There's a hidden chamber in there, containing the rewards Sonny promised me. Now it belongs to you." With a thud, Charles's boot came crashing down, silencing the creature's voice. Just moments ago, he claimed to be coerced, yet now spoke of rewards? Charles wiped the sticky residue from his boot and made his way to the cabinet. Upon opening it, he discovered a keyhole in the floor. Charles deftly sliced through the lock with a black blade, revealing a concealed compartment. Within lay an array of glimmering gold bars, neatly stacked, filling the modest space, an estimated weight of several pounds, a treasure of considerable value both on land and in the Sea of Earth. Good heavens, I was worth this much, and I was entirely unaware. Charles reached to pick up a bar, intending to test its authenticity by tasting it, only to find his mask obstructing him. Displeased, he stood up and headed towards the stairs. Emerging onto the deck, Charles was greeted by the sight of crew members approaching. The previously frenzied, paper-thin figures now lifeless on the ground, evidently under the control of the diminutive creature. What the casualties? Charles removed his mask. As they surged onto the deck, a scene unfolded before them that left them utterly shocked. A mountainous heap of various shipwrecks loomed ahead, flickering lights dancing between the peaks, and shadowy figures sliding about, resembling phantoms in the dim light. The mountains were not static. They drifted slowly yet purposefully forward. This was the stronghold of the pirates of the Sea of Earth, Sodom. "Captain, Sodom approaches. Shall we move forward?" the first mate inquired. Yet, Charles stood silent, lost in thought, until Krona gently patted his shoulder, puzzled. In that instant, it felt as though he had triggered a switch. The wounds that had begun to heal suddenly reopened, crimson blood splattering several meters away. As the crew's gasps dwindled, Charles's consciousness rapidly plunged into darkness. Upon regaining awareness, Charles found himself no longer aboard the ship, but surrounded by utter blackness. Suddenly, a light illuminated beneath him, revealing a younger version of himself, standing in a wooden boat, holding a lantern and scanning the surroundings. This was when he first arrived in this sea of Earth, and Charles anticipated what would transpire next, his breath quickening. At that moment, the younger Charles leaned forward to peer into the water, where in the inky depths, a green glowing object the size of a ping-pong ball moved slowly. The orb abruptly halted and shot upwards with incredible speed, and in an instant, it transformed into a colossal sphere, pressing tightly against the water's surface. The eerie glow illuminating a vast expanse of the sea. If the ping-pong ball represented a football field, then Charles was the ball resting at the center of the pitch. A dark spot emerged from the glow center. It was not a ping-pong ball. It was the eye of some creature. Under the gaze, Charles witnessed his younger self beginning to deform, writhing tentacles, quivering innards, a face contorted in fear and despair, sharp claws or teeth, and repugnant organs multiplying upon him. Charles watched helplessly as his younger self transformed into a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. An indescribable terror enveloped him, and though he longed to shut his eyes, they remained wide open. The eye beneath the surface shifted its gaze towards the airborne Charles. "It sees me. It sees me." Charles awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat. James, who had been dozing nearby, rushed over, concern etched on his face. "Captain, are you all right?" Regaining his composure, Charles surveyed his surroundings, finding himself sprawled on a filthy wooden bed, the ground and tables cluttered with various bottles containing all manner of substances. The air thick with a blend of putrid and herbal scents. "Where am I?" Charles pulled back his clothing to reveal that his wounds had been bandaged. "Captain, we are in Sodom. Your sudden collapse nearly frightened us to death. We thought you had truly perished. Thankfully, there is a doctor here." The amiable giant handed him a cup of water. Chapter 46. The Doctor. Charles, dripping with cold sweat, sipped the water and gazed at his crew. "Thank you, James." The robust James wore his characteristic hearty smile. "It was nothing. After all, you are our captain. Gather the others. We must discuss our next course of action." "Of course." James exited the room. At last, they had arrived at Sodom. Charles reclined slowly, a flicker of relief crossing his fatigued face. Cough. The sudden onset of a cough instinctively prompted Charles to reach for his holster. As he propped himself up, he turned his gaze to the entrance, where an elderly man clad in a tattered white coat stood. In his iron left hand, he held a wooden cup. Yet, in comparison to his appearance, his peculiar visage seemed almost normal. His already wrinkled face was crisscrossed with various scars, resembling a mirror that had been shattered and hastily pieced back together. On this nightmarish countenance, two yellowed eyeballs quivered uncontrollably, their gaze betraying a hint of neurosis. The old man appeared oblivious to the hand that hovered near a weapon, limping towards Charles, who then noticed that his left foot was also made of iron. "Drink it, do not chew." The elderly man instructed in a voice that was both raspy and abrupt, placing the cup upon the table beside the bed. Charles grasped the cup and peered inside, discovering a pitch-black liquid in which what seemed to be some living entity writhed. "Did you save me?" "Thank you. With such grievous injuries, I thought I was surely doomed," Charles remarked, raising the cup to his lips and tilting his head back to drink. Instantly, a bitterness more intense than that of gall flooded his mouth. The creatures within the potion bore tiny barbs, scraping against his throat with painful precision, as if he were swallowing a stone wrapped in gauze. "This injury is trivial. Your mind is far more afflicted than your body," the old man responded, turning to crouch down, sifting through jars with his iron hand. "Are you referring to the auditory hallucinations?" Charles inquired. Hallucinations? If they were merely hallucinations, I would gladly sever my other hand right now." The old man's voice dripped with sarcasm. Indeed, he spoke the truth. The troubling auditory hallucinations had morphed into vivid visual distortions, with all creatures around him contorting into grotesque forms. Charles was uncertain of what lay ahead, but it was undoubtedly not promising. Though the words were harsh, Charles discerned an underlying implication. "Do you have a solution?" "Money is not an issue." The old man turned to face Charles, his trembling eyes locked onto him. "What is your name?" "Charles." "And your surname?" Charles instinctively recoiled, increasing the distance between himself and the old man. "Just call me Charles." The old man extended his iron arm. Rasthorman. I dislike being called Rastho by those younger than me. You may address me as Doctor. Charles reached out his right hand and shook the cold, metallic grasp. Thank you, regarding my hallucinations. Charles immediately understood the implication. Retrieving his dead phone from his pocket. Do you want it? The moment Rastho laid eyes on the phone, an unmistakable desire flickered in his gaze. Indeed, that is it. Such an intact item is exceedingly rare. I desire it. Charles looked down at the phone and the reflection of himself on its black screen. Why do you want it? Do you recognize it? No, I do not. But my intuition tells me that this object is extraordinary. My intuition is invariably accurate. Charles hesitated. This was the only item he had brought from the surface, containing photographs of his family. It was not that he was unwilling to part with it, but he had heard rumors that certain individuals from the mysterious side could curse the original owner through objects. Heaven knows what this man would do if he took the phone. Just as Charles pondered this, the doors swung open, and the crew of the Narwhal rushed in. Excitement palpable in their demeanor, with Lily leaping directly into his arms. Captain, you are finally awake. Mr. Charles. Captain, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Charles' gaze shifted to Rasthorman, who was retreating from the throng. Doctor, I will think it over and notify you once I have made a decision. Charles tucked the phone back into his pocket. Rastho cast a glance at the group before limping towards the exit. You best hurry. I do not mind. But your head cannot endure much longer. Charles turned his attention to the bandages on the edges. First mate, what are the crew's casualties? 2 sailors are deceased. 1 sacrificed. 1 lost a limb. Others sustained varying degrees of injuries. The captain is near death. It was better than Charles had imagined. He thought they would be replacing half the crew again. After surveying the scene, he inquired with some confusion. Where's that lad Deep gone? Surely he hasn't perished? All the crew members glanced towards the distant wooden door, where a shadow loomed on the floor. Deep, come here. Bruised and battered, Deep entered from outside, his own body bound in bandages. What happened to your face? Charles asked. I deserved it. This lad needed a beating. The cook Freya declared vehemently, waving his arm. With bloodshot eyes, Deep knelt before Charles, shame etched across his features. In Deep's heart, Charles was almost a paternal figure, and the thought of having nearly fatally injured him filled him with sorrow and guilt. If Charles were to die because of him, he would never forgive himself. You will not receive payment for this mission. Consider this lesson learned and do not let others take advantage of you again. Charles had his own plans. Although Deep was somewhat naive, he had been personally trained by him and trusted him. It was crucial to ensure that the crew consisted of his own people. The absence of such loyalty aboard a ship was terrifying. In similar situations, disloyal crew members would undoubtedly abandon a dying captain, sell the ship, and split the profits. Tears streamed from Deep's eyes as he nodded vigorously, silently vowing that such a thing would never happen again. Charles' gaze shifted from Deep to the second mate. Has the gold from the wooden ship been retrieved? Chapter 47. The Ship's Anchor Tavern. Cronari produced several well-worn books that had long been prepared. Their faded red covers nearly indistinguishable with yellowed pages. Charles took them, flipping through to find the pages filled with various unfamiliar symbols written in bold crimson ink, resembling cuneiform, yet interconnected in a peculiar manner. Beside the text were crude drawings of magical circles and monsters, though he could not comprehend them. The arrangement suggested that these books recorded something significant. Could be the spell book of that diminutive figure who summoned paper beings? This thought lingered in Charles' mind, refusing to dissipate. After contemplating for a moment, he returned the books to Cronari. Let us hold on to these for now. We will seek clues in Sodom. If anyone translates this, we can find someone to learn from. All right, let be so. Charles rose from the bed, donning the coat beside him. James's eyes widened with alarm as he urgently questioned, Captain, what are you planning to do? Am I here to take you all on a leisurely trip to Sodom? I have very important matters to attend to. Displaying a panicked demeanor, James quickly spread his arms to block Charles. No, you cannot. Your injuries have not healed. You must not get out of bed. Lily, too, urged the rats to swarm around, attempting to pin Charles back down. The others joined in their protests. Charles insisted that he was perfectly fine, feeling no pain, but his words fell on deaf ears. The crew's insistence vexed Charles, and the whispers in his ears returned, distorting the crew into various monstrous forms. Enough, Charles bellowed, stunning everyone into silence, causing the rats to shrink back. He retrieved a spare gel from his clothing and placed it in his mouth, as the surroundings began to revert to normalcy. As captain, he commanded respect, and none dared to defy him. They promptly complied with his wishes. Watching them retreat, Charles sighed, aware that they meant well, yet they could not fathom his current turmoil. The clues leading home were right before him. Each passing second was a torment, and he longed to cease waiting. Upon exiting the doctor's disheveled room, he found himself on a bustling street. The creativity of humanity is formidable. Although everything around is crafted from ships, it has been ingeniously fashioned into a street, illuminated by gas lamps and oil lights that cast an eerie, ghostly atmosphere. Charles strode forward, turning to the second mate trailing behind him, and inquired, "Where did you find that doctor? When we first arrived in Sodom, you could scarcely breathe, yet the fellows at the port informed us of an excellent physician in the vicinity. Thus we brought you to him." After a moment's contemplation, Charles lifted his gaze and instructed, "Scout around for information. I must ascertain his background and whether he is reputable." "Certainly. Leave this matter to me," the second mate replied, departing swiftly. "Captain, what about me?" asked Audric, who was nearby. "Haven't you been here before? Do you know the anchor bar? Take me there." Audric nodded, unfurling his cloak to transform into a bat, soaring into the air. After orienting himself, he flew eastward, while Charles hurriedly followed. Outside this makeshift street, an array of vessels formed a derelict wasteland, offering no ground to stand upon. Watching Audric ascend into the distance, Charles donned his mask and, like an acrobat, leaped swiftly between the rusting ships. As he trailed Audric, Charles witnessed the myriad facets of life in Sodom, which indeed lived up to its moniker as the City of Sin. Not only were there various stolen goods, but ragged men and women were brazenly sold on the streets. In the shadows where light dared not penetrate, the depths of human depravity occasionally erupted, rendering the notorious port area a model community by comparison. After traversing a considerable portion of Sodom, Audric finally alighted before a bar aglow with neon lights. Upon halting, beads of sweat forming on his brow, Charles reached beneath his clothing to discover that his wound had indeed begun to bleed. The lead to home was now in sight, and disregarding all else, he entered the bar with Audric. Stepping inside, the dim ambience was instantly transformed by the brilliance of electric lights, a rarity even on Coral Island. Several alluring women, clad in nearly transparent veils, swayed to the rhythm of the music at the bar. The dance floor was alive with a cacophony of voices and pulsating beats. Charles felt as though he had entered a nightclub rather than a mere bar. Navigating through the boisterous crowd, Charles reached the edge of the bar, where a heavily made-up barmaid adorned with a skull tattoo leaned closer. "What will you have, handsome?" she purred, introduced by the sea dog. "I wish to inquire about a few matters," Charles replied, resting his elbows on the bar. "No problem. Do you know where one might find sunlight in Sodom?" Charles felt his heart quicken. "Sunlight? What is that?" "Never heard of it," she responded. A sense of dread washed over Charles as he turned to Audric, saying, "Sketch the box that contains the sunlight." Audric nodded vigorously, swiftly producing paper and pencil, drawing with remarkable speed until a lifelike depiction of a six-sided mirrored box emerged. "Ah, so this is what you seek. It's a weapon capable of subduing dark creatures, but we don't refer to it as sunlight. We call it a mirror box." "Why call it sunlight? Who dubbed it such a ridiculous name? Where can one procure it?" Charles pressed. "I don't require many, just one." "One? Do you think this is a child's plaything?" The barmaid regarded Charles with a bemused expression. "Do you know that item is as expendable as a bullet?" "I only need one. Can you obtain it?" Charles's urgency was palpable. The barmaid crossed her arms, pondering. Just one? Let me think." "No problem. Please bring me one immediately." Seeing Charles agree so readily, the barmaid felt a pang of regret for not quoting a higher price. The allure of her enticing form paled in comparison to the urgency coursing through Charles. He was fraught with anxiety. Generally, the only thing capable of turning a vampire to ash is sunlight, yet sunlight ought not to be contained. This illogical underworld had already presented Charles with too many surprises. He could not be certain. "Why are your legs trembling so violently? Are you enduring something?" the veiled girl inquired, leaning toward Charles. Frustrated, he raised his hand, adorned with tentacle-like rings, and pushed her away. In a swift motion, Audric swooped in, draping his cloak over her, covering her mouth with his hand, revealing his sharp fangs as he prepared to bite into her pale neck, her bare feet trembling beneath the cloak. Charles was on the verge of opening the box. "Wait, Captain, let me out first." Audric, blood-soaked and disheveled, dashed toward the exit. Charles's trembling hands pressed down on the lid, his breath quickening. "Are you truly opening it now? You regard a 40,000 echo item as a toy?" the barmaid exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. With a swift motion, as the box sprang open, a blinding light flooded the bar, illuminating every corner. The radiance within the box resembled not the harsh glare of a summer sun, but rather the gentle warmth of winter sunlight, casting a comforting glow that unexpectedly induced drowsiness. All of Charles's prior anxiety transformed into tranquility as he felt the light caress his skin. He had never felt so close to home. Inhaling the scent of dust mites being vanquished from his clothing, a smile graced Charles's lips, and tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. Cradling the mirror box, Charles sniffled and asked the barmaid, "Where does this come from? Didn't T.I. mention? The king releases a new shipment every fortnight." "No, I mean, where did the contents originate?" The barmaid halted her swaying, her expression growing serious. "What are you planning? Those who attempted to hijack the king's business have all met dire fates, impaled by harpoons and fed to sharks. I have no intention of usurping his trade. I merely desire to know the source of this sunlight. Isn't that the same? If you were in my place, would you reveal such information? Do you have any idea how much profit this business generates for the king? For the sake of the sea dog, I advise you against courting death." Yet Charles remained undeterred, pressing further. "When does he typically appear?" The barmaid sighed. "The king usually attends the auction held every fortnight." Charles's fingers tapped anxiously on the bar. "He is the king of Sodom? Does he control the entirety of Sodom?" "Indeed, not merely Sodom. His influence is vast. He commands over a dozen ships exceeding 100 meters, and even the pirates of the North Sea must bow to him. Even the governors of those islands tread carefully around him." Charles sat there, his expression grave and contemplative. "Stop daydreaming and pay up," the barmaid insisted, hands on her hips. "If this so-called king has a route to the surface, why does he remain here, shrouded in darkness? Does he thrive on the resources of the surface, effortlessly elevating himself in this subterranean realm? Or is this sunlight not sourced from the sun at all?" Regardless of the reason, Charles resolved to pursue this lead, as it was the only clue he had thus far. As he mulled over these thoughts, the second mate, Krona, burst in. "Captain, I've gathered intelligence from the local informants about that old man. What did you find out?" Charles propped himself up. After a moment of hesitation, Krona continued, "Captain, it cost me quite a bit to obtain this information. Will you reimburse me?" "No problem. Just speak quickly." "Well, the locals say that the old man has been here for quite some time. No one can pinpoint when he arrived. Most pirates have encountered him here, where he heals all manner of ailments. This individual possesses such limited credentials. He is a physician, and there are no other pirates causing disturbances, for after all, one can never guarantee immunity from future injuries." Thus, Charles pondered deeply. "Captain, why are we probing into his background?" "He is merely a doctor," inquired Krona with curiosity. "Do you not perceive that the unicorn lacks a ship surgeon?" Krona's mouth fell slightly agape, his expression one of surprise. "So you intended to?" Just as he began to articulate this thought, the door swung open, and the doctor limped inside. "Undress and change the bandages." Upon seeing Charles, signaled subtly with his eyes. Krona hastily departed. The doctor brandished his iron hand, pinching the bandage against Charles's chest, revealing the bloodied wounds that should have healed but now oozed crimson once more. "Running about with such grievous injuries, are you eager for death?" After evenly applying a layer of black powder to the wounds, the iron hand was removed to reveal a contraption akin to a stapler, which he pressed against Charles's injury, audibly fastening it. Remarkably, Charles felt no pain. Instead, he found the sensation of his flesh being bound together by metallic rivets quite extraordinary. Chapter 49. The Ship's Surgeon. "I agree to the transaction," Charles stated to the doctor, stitching his wounds. "However, the terms must be altered. I can offer you the Mirror of Black, but you must become my ship surgeon." If there was anything he had learned from his previous battles, it was that a vessel required a skilled surgeon aboard. Had there been a proficient medic during the last confrontation, the casualties would have undoubtedly been mitigated. The doctor lowered his head, continuing to fasten the flesh. "You are not the first to seek me as a ship's surgeon. Their ships are larger, and their might surpasses yours. Why should I choose you? Because I possess that which you covet. Your fixation on the Mirror of Black suggests you desire not merely the object, but also the knowledge of its origins. By fortunate coincidence, I am privy to such information. Should you choose to become my ship's surgeon, I can divulge everything behind it, provided you trust my words." Charles tossed the phone towards him. Observing the doctor caress the black screen with his hand, a tenderness unexpectedly surfaced upon his otherwise unremarkable visage. Bang! The doctor struck the edge of the bed with his iron hand. 2 years. I shall remain aboard your vessel for 2 years, and you will reveal everything to me. Agreed. That object is now yours. You may inquire about it at any time once you are aboard. As long as he became the unicorn surgeon, It ensured he would not surrender the phone to anyone else, and 2 years would suffice for Charles to discern the doctor's character before proceeding with his next plans. Whispers echoed in Charles's ears as he observed the doctor before him, grotesquely transforming into a monstrous figure, an even more severe manifestation than before. At that moment, he felt his consciousness akin to garments tossed into a washing machine, tumbling chaotically, on the verge of unraveling. Trembling, Charles reached for the gel concealed within his clothing, only to have it knocked from his grasp by the monstrous figure before him, which extended a cup of potion. Aware that this ever-shifting entity was indeed the doctor, he accepted the potion with quivering hands and drank it down. The monster departed, only to return shortly with an abundance of potions, various pills, and ointments. The peculiar flavors assaulted Charles's palate repeatedly, rendering him nearly devoid of taste. "Doctor, how much longer must I endure this?" He cried out in agony at the monstrous figure. Clutching his head, the effects of the potion were not immediate. The creature's 6 mouths on its grotesque abdomen opened to utter something, but the whispers drowned out all other sounds. At that moment, the aberration gradually began to contract, revealing the hideous visage of Rasto Hellman once more. "Is it healed?" The doctor appeared anxious, his iron hand incessantly scratching at his graying scalp, flakes scattering. "Impossible. The silent salt cannot be ineffective." Observing his demeanor, Charles deduced that his auditory hallucinations were unlikely to be easily remedied. Rasto suddenly darted toward Charles, fixating intently on his eyes. Instinctively, Charles attempted to evade, but the doctor firmly grasped his head. "Do not move." After several tense seconds, the doctor released him, urgently and nervously inquiring, "Did you witness something extraordinary at sea? A deity? I have seen such beings twice, once 8 years ago and once recently." This revelation seemed to ignite Rasto, causing him to tremble, violently stomping the floor with his steel leg. "I knew it. I should have guessed. My medicine is flawless. It is absolutely infallible. Is this ailment related to the divine?" "Divine?" The doctor scoffed. "I care not whether they are genuine deities. What I know is that those who become entangled with them often meet a grim fate. Can you cure this affliction? It is not an illness, do you understand? It is a curse, a vile thing. Merely glimpsing it could cost you your life. And yet you speak of divinity." "Oomph." The doctor's grotesque face loomed closer, his trembling eyes fixated upon Charles. "I can suppress these symptoms, but only temporarily. If you wish to survive, you must find a way to resolve the curse yourself. I am not adept in that domain." Recalling the auction set to take place in a fortnight, Charles formed a conclusion in his mind. "Then you shall first assist me in suppression. I have some personal matters to attend to." The doctor retrieved a fist-sized sea spider from beneath the bed and approached the table to concoct a remedy. "Let it be known, Captain, if you perish before the 2 years are up, I shall consider my promise fulfilled." "Agreed, provided you do not resort to poisoning me to meet your obligations ahead of time." "Poisoning? Such an accusation is an affront to a healer." Over the ensuing days, Charles continued to sample the various peculiar concoctions crafted by the elder. Though the myriad flavors left much to be desired, Charles's mental state noticeably improved, even when whispers surfaced. They were reduced to mere mosquito-like murmurs, and the visions ceased entirely. "Captain, are you certain that fellow is our ship's surgeon? Just the other day, I discreetly witnessed him adding gunpowder to your pills," the first mate Krona queried with concern. Pausing in his journaling, Charles resumed writing, "Attend to your own affairs. How are the crew's spirits?" "Fairly well. They are aware of this place's reputation and dare not wander aimlessly." "Captain, how much longer shall we remain here?" "Not much longer." No sooner had Charles spoken than a bat burst through the door, transforming into Audric's form. "Captain, the auction in Sodom is about to commence." Donning his captain's coat, Charles proceeded toward the captain's quarters. Under Audric's guidance, Charles soon found himself before a wooden vessel, its hull hollowed out where the keel ought to be. This was now the venue for the Sodom auction. Chapter 50, The King. Presenting the invitation purchased from the skeleton lady, Charles entered. The interior of the wooden vessel was spacious yet sparsely adorned. Before the guest seating was a simple stage draped in a blood-red carpet. The pirates, lacking any semblance of decorum, indulged in drink and the fruit of comfort, while others greedily inhaled various powders, the air thick with a mingling of aromas. Amidst the murmurs of pirate leaders conferring quietly, Charles stood alone, feeling somewhat out of place. He refrained from allowing Audric to enter, aware that the pirates within were of considerable renown, and he feared that some might discern his vampiric nature and cause trouble. As the attendees gradually assembled, the bright oil lamps dimmed to their lowest setting. With a snap, A brilliant beam of light illuminated the stage. The atmosphere fell eerily silent, as the pirates below scarcely regarded him. The dwarf remained unfazed, a smile gracing his face as he clapped his hands. "Now, let us welcome our noble, esteemed, and unparalleled king." As soon as the dwarf's voice faded, a spotlight illuminated the adjacent cabin door. Out emerged a corpulent figure, weighing at least a ton, pushed forward by a wooden cart. His face, grotesquely pockmarked and excessively oily, combined with a belly that nearly grazed the ground, rendered the king of Sodom remarkably repugnant. Ignoring the audience, the king's gaze was fixated entirely on the mountainous piles of meat flanking the cart. Watching him devour food with a mouthful of rotten teeth, Charles felt a wave of nausea. The king's appearance was vastly different from what he had envisioned. However, the other pirates had a different perspective. Recently rebellious, they all stood in deference to the king. The king uttered no words, merely gesturing dismissively with his greasy hands for the dwarf to continue. The curtain behind the dwarf was drawn aside, revealing a hesitant girl clad in resplendent attire. "Ladies and gentlemen, she is no mere plaything. She is the daughter of the recently missing governor of Hofang Island. Whoever purchases her can extort the governor daily." The crowd gasped in anticipation. This is not just a woman. She is a veritable cash cow. Bidding starts at 500,000, with increments of 100,000. Let the auction begin. 1 million from the captain. 2 million. Excellent. 6 million. Charles, oblivious to the escalating bids, was entirely focused on the king, who seemed to hold vital clues. He pondered how to extract a map from him. At that moment, the governor's daughter was bought by a pirate. Her face a mask of despair as she descended from the stage, unnoticed as she drew closer to the king. Just 3 meters away, her tear-streaked face contorted into a snarl, and she swiftly produced a handgun from beneath her ruffled skirt, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the king. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets lodged into the king's flesh, blood and yellowish fat splattering in all directions. One large boil on the king's face burst, and a grotesque, palm-sized creature resembling a face-hugging parasite lunged at the woman. In the next instant, the sound of flesh tearing echoed, and her headless body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The king remained seated, dazed, shoving bloody morsels into his mouth as if nothing had transpired. After several seconds, the dwarf hurriedly attempted to regain control, exclaiming, "Ah, yet another fool who dared to dream against our king. Our king is unrivaled. Now, let us proceed to the second item for auction." Charles was convinced that the king had barely revealed his true power, which he suspected to be terrifying. As the auction neared its conclusion, Charles remained at an impasse, his thoughts consumed by the king's overwhelming presence. A cough interrupted his contemplation. Do not stare so intently at the king. He may perceive it as a provocation. Turning, Charles was startled to see the white triangle on the forehead of a figure standing before him. Seeing a follower of the sun god, hostility filled Charles's gaze. "I survived. Are you surprised, Sonny?" The follower's face mirrored astonishment. "Sonny? Apologies, I am not familiar with him. He is an Orthodox, whereas I am a reformist." Charles's expression was one of skepticism, uncertain of the man's intentions. "Do not doubt my sincerity. You know we, the followers of the sun god, never deceive." Charles set aside his misgivings. After all, he was aware that the followers of the sun god, having undergone their rituals, lost their fear and the ability to conceal the truth. He scrutinized the follower's appearance. The man appeared to be nearly 60, with graying hair and round spectacles perched on his nose, clad in a yellow robe that lent him an air of benevolence. "I am Keed, a saintly figure of the sun god's church. Captain Charles, a pleasure to meet you." A recollection flashed in Charles's mind. He remembered that Sonny had sought to eliminate other sect followers in Sodom. Was this man the target? "You know me?" Keed smiled slightly. "Of course. We received word when you expressed your desire to find the land of light within the Explorers Association. Captain Charles, may we have a conversation?" Charles felt a flicker of intrigue. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and this man might prove useful. "Very well, let us converse aboard my ship." "Why are you focused on me?" Charles inquired, observing Keed and the line of followers behind him. "We do not focus on you. We are concerned for anyone seeking the land of light, as it indicates you have been called by the sun god." Listening to this seemingly superstitious rhetoric, Charles fought against the urge to scoff. "Mr. Charles, I earnestly invite you to join our faith. Surviving your previous perilous journeys is a testament to the sun god's favor upon you. In this dark ocean, few are blessed as you." Charles chuckled softly, waving a hand dismissively. Let us set aside this impossible proposition for now. I have a matter I wish to inquire about from you so-called followers of the sun god. He gestured invitingly. Please proceed. The box of mirrors from Sodom. You must be aware of it? Of course. Some captains within my sect have requested that I procure a few. Charles leaned forward, scrutinizing the elderly man. Do you not find that the light within the box resembles that of your sun god? He'd chuckled lightly, tapping the table with his hand, confidence radiating from his aged visage. Captain Charles, your intentions to seek the sun god's radiance are commendable, yet to speak without understanding is merely foolishness. As a saint of the sun god's church, I possess far greater knowledge than you regarding the sun god. Should the divine light manifest before me, I would undoubtedly recognize it. Charles unexpectedly burst into laughter. Thank you for that amusing tale. It has been quite some time since I laughed like that. A flicker of annoyance crossed Keed's face as he rose, seemingly ready to depart, only to sit back down. Mr. Charles, I understand your resistance. No matter. We can initially collaborate. You have exhibited the talents befitting an explorer captain. I can provide you with coordinates to islands likely harboring a celestial ladder. All expenses during your search can be reimbursed by our sect. Charles weighed his options internally, recognizing that the path to the surface was controlled by the king. His current strength was insufficient. He needed additional support, and this man might be of use. Mr. Charles, what are your thoughts? What if I told you I already possess clues to the land of light? Keed's face bore a hint of impatience as Captain Charles continued to ramble on about irrelevant topics, which seemed rather insincere. What is your criterion for judging the divine light? Is it the rainbow? Charles snapped his fingers, and a group of mice entered, dragging a box containing a mirror. He opened the box slightly and extracted a prism, placing it upright, causing a cascade of prismatic colors to reflect onto Keed's astonished visage. The rainbow light was now present. Charles handed the prism to him. With a look of bewilderment, Keed held the prism up to his eyes, testing it personally. With each trial, his astonishment deepened, continuing until the sunlight contained in the box was completely exhausted. The prism effect was a concept even elementary students in later generations could comprehend. However, in this realm of the sea, the absence of sunlight for experimentation left no one aware that sunlight is a composite of various monochromatic lights. Witnessing this fellow being taken in by his ruse, Charles seized the opportunity and stood up. The light contained in this box is the sacred light of your god of light. The king of Sodom knows the location of the land of light. If we can persuade him to surrender the nautical chart, we can uncover the land of light. The two parties deliberated for an extended period. Yet Keed ultimately offered no definitive response, leaving in a somewhat despondent state. The Church of the God of Light held considerable influence in the Sea of Earth, and Charles aimed to have Keed relay this information to all the followers. If he could rally the faithful, even the king of Sodom would struggle to withstand them. What could even the fiercest and most powerful pirate do against these fearless cultists? 3 days later, Keed returned, his expression grave. I apologize, Captain Charles, but the Archbishop's telegram has arrived. They deemed this nonsense. Leaning back in his chair, Charles sighed, realizing that mere words could not sway such a vast organization. He needed to seek alternative methods. After a brief silence, he turned to Keed. What about you? Do you believe it? Keed's face revealed an inner struggle. He understood the Archbishop's sentiments. Who would believe a stranger claiming that the object sought for centuries was right before them? Yet the thought of that colorful light stirred something within him. What if it were true? But even if he believed, what good would it do? Without the Archbishop dispatching crusaders from the North Sea, a mere few hundred of them could never defeat the king. We do not need to defeat him. Charles's words took Keed by surprise. He did not elaborate, instead glancing at those behind Keed. You all stand guard outside. No one is permitted to approach. Once they had vacated, Charles continued, Our objective is not to conquer Sodom. We merely need to ascertain the source of the sunlight within the box. With that clue, we can seek the land of light. Do you have a plan? Keed's voice trembled slightly. The king typically resides in the central palace of Sodom, where the nautical chart of the land of light must surely be. If you can lure the king and his guard away, I can sneak in, or even better, just a glance at the chart would suffice, thus avoiding a direct confrontation. However, that would take too long enough that I doubt I will survive until then. Captain, that cult leader is back. This time he has brought along a huge giant. Chapter 52, The Beginning. Gerald, the burly man interjected. I heard you're looking to team up against that fat pig. Quite bold of you. Indeed, with our current resources, taking on the king alone is quite daunting. Hence, I sought Captain Gerald's assistance. His strength can be of great help. He swallowed my cargo. He even took my ship. I will never forget that scoundrel's grudge. Gerald's face, marked by a rugged exterior, was subtly imbued with fury. Charles nodded knowingly. It appeared Keed had enlisted the aid of the king's adversary, which could prove advantageous. More allies meant greater strength. Let's cut to the chase. I am more familiar with this locale than you. I will devise the plan. The assertive Gerald monopolized the conversation. 5 days hence, Sodom will approach a new island, and most of the king's fleet will venture out to plunder the docks. This presents an opportunity. My people will lure the king away, while Keed will have the followers intercept his subordinates. As for you, I will infiltrate the king's residence, distracting a portion of his guards, while simultaneously searching for the items Keed and I need. However, I have my doubts about your capabilities. Will you truly be of use there? You don't even carry the scent of blood. I wager you have not slain many. Gerald crossed his arms, skepticism evident in his gaze. Charles regarded him calmly. Even if I were to face death, it would still serve our collective purpose. Gerald shrugged, acknowledging the truth in that sentiment. Fair enough. You are merely an extra. Keed's men are what I truly need. That fat pig has lingered in power for far too long. Keed, ever the affable one, stood up, chuckling excellent. Everyone will get what they desire. It cannot be better. Yet, as soon as Gerald departed, Keed's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he looked at Charles. That man is no match for the king. You best find a nautical chart before he meets his demise. Charles inwardly scoffed. Even with a missing piece in his brain, this old fox was no fool. Risk was to be taken by others while he reaped the rewards. Do you have any assistance regarding infiltration? Perhaps a map of the king's residence or the locations of important items? Alas, I fear I cannot be of much assistance in that regard. No one truly knows the king, and no one has ever returned alive after attempting to sneak into his abode. I can only tell you that it is exceptionally perilous. Charles frowned. Charging in without preparation would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. You have a few days to prepare and gather intelligence. I sincerely hope what you have claimed holds truth. The followers of Sodom will pay dearly for this endeavor. Then, we shall seek you out. The bandaged one handed over his backpack. Charles smiled, saying nothing further. After accepting the backpack, he patted the bandaged one's shoulder and disembarked from the ship. Meanwhile, a bat soared skyward from the unicorn whale. Charles strolled leisurely, and as he approached the immense ship stretching several hundred meters, he saw the king being wheeled out. Taking out his pocket watch to check the time, Charles waited, during which he meticulously examined the relics on him. These relics were all he could rely upon now. Boom! As he witnessed the explosion light up the distance, Charles closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. When he opened them again, a jester's mask had covered his face. Navigating through the chaos of people drawn by the explosion, he arrived at the rear of the colossal vessel. From his bag, he swiftly retrieved a grappling hook and threw it upward. The moment he climbed onto the ship's deck, he was taken aback by the opulent decor. The deck had been transformed into a miniature garden, with exquisite flowers contrasting sharply against the surrounding chaos. Carefully observing the garden to confirm it was unoccupied, he swiftly made his way to the adjacent door. Inside, the decor was even more refined, crystal chandeliers illuminating the space. The interior was dominated by shades of gold and red, accented by silver and jade trinkets, exuding understated luxury in every corridor and room. Goodness, this pirate lives more lavishly than nobility. Does that corpulent fellow possess such exquisite taste? Initially cautious, fearful of being discovered, he pried open several doors and, finding no one, Charles fully relaxed and began ransacking the place for treasures. As Charles abruptly pulled open a drawer, he was suddenly struck by a warm sensation at his neck, as if someone were leaning behind him, blowing a gentle breeze. In a swift motion, he unsheathed his knife and executed a backflip, landing atop the desk. The room, now in disarray from his acrobatics, was utterly devoid of life. Confounded, Charles slowly turned back to resume his search through the drawers. Nearby, a wooden chair inexplicably shifted slightly. This time, Charles seemed oblivious, engrossed in his own pursuits. Without warning, a loud bang reverberated as the door slammed shut, the lock clicking ominously, trapping Charles within the confines of the room. A haunting, is it? This wretched place is fraught with peril, and yet these spirits dare to intrude? Clutching a drawer, Charles pivoted, casting a glance at the firmly shut door. He retrieved explosives from his bag, igniting the fuse before hurling it towards the door. With a deft swipe of his blade, he cleaved the bomb in two. In that instant, every sharp object in the room levitated into the air, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Clang! The airborne projectiles were halted by the upright wooden table. Charles shoved the table aside and lunged towards the doorway, his dark blade swiftly twisting against the lock, forcing the door open, leading him into an opulent corridor. In that moment, the exquisite ceramics lining the corridor shattered, sending sharp shards floating once more. Chapter 53. The Living Aboard the Ship. In a state of disarray, Charles darted through the vast ship, feeling as though it had come to life. Everything seemed to conspire against him, every aggressive entity intent on his demise. He finally comprehended why this place was devoid of guardians. He sensed the presence of unseen entities, coldly observing him from the shadows. As he fled in desperation, anxiety gnawed at him. He needed to escape whatever these beings were. After a sharp turn, Charles employed his previous tactic, scaling the wall and using his knife to embed himself like a fly in the corner. Below, various floating fragments turned a corner, advancing down the corridor. Once those fragments had entirely vanished, beads of sweat began to form on Charles's forehead, prompting him to leap down. Good heavens, that corpulent man not only harbored insects, but could it be he also nurtured spirits? Just as Charles turned, his body stiffened in an instant, for before him stood a little girl clad in a gothic black dress. Her silver hair and plump, rosy cheeks, accentuated by a tear-shaped beauty mark, rendered her exceptionally adorable. However, encountering such a child in this eerie environment sent chills down Charles's spine. The gazes of the two locked in a tense standoff, and in a flash, Charles lunged forward, pressing his dark blade against her neck. As he covered the girl's mouth, a wave of relief washed over him. She was warm, undeniably a living being. Tears dripped from the girl's eyes onto his hand, and her long lashes drooped, evoking sympathy. "Little sister, come now. Simply tell me where your family's nautical chart is, and I shall release you." Charles loosened his grip slightly, yet the girl remained silent, her expression one of profound sorrow. After a moment's contemplation, he wrapped his arms around her and continued forward. Observing her appearance, she likely belonged to someone of considerable importance. Perhaps she could be leveraged against the spirits he had encountered earlier. However, just as Charles took a few steps, the little girl began to wiggle her tiny feet in her shoes, seemingly yearning to be set down. Releasing her, she bounded forward like a fawn. Was she attempting to bribe him with food, hoping to secure her release? When Charles finally discerned the appearance of the red fruit she held, his pupils constricted to pinpoints. The fruit bore an uncanny resemblance to a cherry tomato, unlike any produce found in the sea. He picked one up and inquired of the girl, "Do you often consume this?" Watching her adorably nod, a jolt of alarm surged through Charles. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from below, accompanied by the screams of a human. The girl listened intently, then placed a finger to her lips, tugging at Charles's hand, urging him to run ahead. Where was this child leading him? As he followed the back of her head, Charles stowed the cherry tomato in his pocket, bending slightly to keep pace with her. The ship was vast, with rooms stacked upon one another, and Charles felt disoriented. Boom! The wall before them shattered, and a bloodied Wong burst through, brandishing a severed head, Gerald's head. Upon seeing the grisly trophy, Charles's expression soured. It was evident that his allies' plan had not only failed, but had also been executed too hastily. Just as Charles drew his weapon, prepared for a desperate confrontation, Wong's face contorted with terror, collapsing to the ground, his hands shielding his face as he emitted a primal wail. The little girl released Charles's hand and approached Wong, who had yet to utter a word. As her cherubic mouth slowly opened, revealing a set of serrated teeth reminiscent of sharks. "Useless. What are you doing? Intruders have breached our sanctuary." A chandelier from above crashed down upon Wong's head, followed swiftly by a rusted rebar that pierced through him, exacerbating his cries of anguish. Damn it! Charles disregarded all caution, spinning on his heel to sprint for his life. Perhaps he could still try to escape. If he and Wong continued to struggle, it would surely spell their doom. The girl's slender fingers delicately lifted, extracting the rebar from Wong's body, which then floated in midair before striking him, causing Wong's left eye to pop out, landing on the floor. "Capture him. I want him alive. If he escapes, you shan't eat a morsel this month." Charles raced down the corridor, unable to fathom that the little girl was an even more formidable adversary than Wong. Yet, he had little time to ponder this. 4 Wong's grotesquely diverse insects were hot on his heels. Despite Charles exerting every ounce of strength, the insects closed in with alarming speed, far swifter than any human could hope to match. Just as the swarm prepared to leap, a thought raced through Charles's mind. With a swift motion, he pulled a bolt embedded in his flesh from his chest, launching it towards the surrounding light sources. Clang, clang, clang. The bulbs shattered in succession, plunging the corridor into darkness, causing the insects to flounder in confusion, unsure of their target. Though they could not see, Charles, gifted with night vision, drew his pistol and fired rapidly. The grotesque heads of the insects exploded, green ichor splattering across the floor. As he moved, he extinguished each bulb, finding solace in the encroaching darkness, swiftly searching for an exit. Gradually, a soft melody began to weave through the air, enchanting and ethereal, lightening Charles's bones. Yet, the situation quickly deteriorated. He felt his hair elongating, the bones beneath his skin beginning to swell grotesquely. The most alarming change, however, was the sudden, intense cramping in his stomach. Charles inserted his fingers into his throat, inducing a violent retch. What emerged was not the remnants of his morning meal, but rather writhing brown tendrils and mushrooms that sprouted and withered in a grotesque display. Cursed, as Charles staggered to his feet, he suddenly felt an itch on the back of his hand. He raised it to find dark green moss growing rapidly. Chapter 54, The Nautical Chart. The melody persisted, and despite covering his ears, Charles found no reprieve. His body's transformation continued unabated. His hands had contorted into grotesque, swollen shapes akin to those afflicted by gout. As Charles struggled to rise, he glanced around before dashing toward the cabinet in the corridor, where he swiftly seized 2 silver utensils. With deft strokes, he sharpened them into pointed silver spikes using the black blade. Taking a deep breath, Charles forcefully pierced the spikes into his earlobes. The pain of perforating his eardrum brought him to one knee, yet a hint of relief flickered across his face behind the mask. The haunting song ceased, and the transformation of his body came to a halt. Removing the moss that had grown from his skin, Charles pressed onward. The immediate peril had subsided, but navigating the labyrinthine corridors and rooms of the colossal ship proved confounding. Should he simply blast through the wall? Yet, would the explosion attract those 2 individuals? Just as uncertainty clouded his thoughts, his feet suddenly halted before a doorplate that read Captain's Quarters. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open, for if any place harbored a sea chart, it had to be here. Upon entering, he beheld a massive wooden table, atop which the little girl from before swung her legs, her grotesque mouth moving as she sang something. Extreme danger did not deter Charles. His gaze was drawn to a map, a nautical chart that revealed an expanse of new territories beyond the ordinary. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the black blade towards the girl and charged towards the map with fervor. Blood obscured his vision, forcing him to halt his observations. Once he extricated the knife from his face and wiped away the blood, the girl stood before him, grinning widely and uttering something, but Charles could no longer hear her. The corners of his mouth curled upward beneath the mask. The rotund man was not the true king. He was the actual controller of Sodom, was he not? Her abilities seemed akin to telekinesis, combined with a song that animated all it touched. These 2 revealed traits led Charles to doubt her innocence as merely a 7-year-old girl. With a flick of her hands, Charles's body levitated in the air. Crack! His left forearm twisted grotesquely. The excruciating pain did not waver his focus from the map. He continued to etch every detail in his mind. The girl's expression turned to one of irritation, and with a squeeze of her hands, Charles's form contorted into an exaggerated shape, his bones seeming to shatter instantaneously, and he collapsed to the ground like a broken doll. At that moment, the bloodied king burst into the room, panting heavily. His face twisted with rage as he marched toward Charles, thudding heavily with each step. However, just as the king bent down to seize him, Charles sprang to his feet, darting out of the room like a cheetah. Roar! Surprise! The masked one knows jujitsu. Come catch me, fool! Charles exclaimed, bolting from the door without a second thought. He ignited explosives and hurled them backward. The ensuing shockwave propelled him forward. Without glancing back at the aftermath, he quickly emptied his pack of explosives, placing them against the nearby wall. He had memorized the chart. Now, all that remained was to escape, and his mission would be complete. Boom! The world spun as a massive hole was blasted through the king's abode, revealing the squalid structures of Sodom before Charles. Ignoring the towering buildings, he leaped into the air. Mid-flight, his body swelled and transformed into a colossal bat nearly 5 meters in size, soaring rapidly towards the harbor. The disheveled king nodded frantically, leaping down from the gaping hole. Soon, Charles realized the skies were not safe. As he soared halfway, all cannons in the vicinity of Sodom pivoted to target him. Boom! A cannonball hurtled toward him. Charles narrowly dodged, the projectile exploding nearby and sending him tumbling 3 meters. Folding his wings, he skimmed low over rooftops and ship decks, attempting to evade the bombardment. Though the cannon fire ceased, other dangers ensued. Rat-tat-tat, a volley of bullets rained down, puncturing several holes in his left wing. Looking down, he saw crazed pirates below, brandishing an array of weapons, launching a frenzied assault upon him. Observing their flushed and excited faces, Charles surmised that the king had placed a substantial bounty on his head. Beyond the customary gunfire, unimaginable projectiles soared toward him. Fireballs, bolts of lightning, and some pirates who inexplicably ascended into the air. Amidst such relentless attacks, even Charles's agility could not stave off the mounting injuries. A rum-laden explosive burst within his leg, unleashing an unprecedented wave of fatigue that threatened to overwhelm him. In mere seconds, the chaos cleared before him, revealing a dock filled with vessels. Just as Charles felt a surge of relief, a yellow blur, trailing afterimages, sprang from the ground and collided with him. The tremendous impact finally overwhelmed his battered body, sending him plummeting toward the sea. In midair, Charles strained to turn his head, witnessing the crazed king climbing onto him, gnashing his teeth in a wild frenzy. With a splash, they both plunged into the frigid depths. In the murky water, Charles fought desperately to escape the king's grasp. Just as he made headway, dozens of centipede-like parasites erupted from his body, their hooks ensnaring him, binding their fates together as their blood stained the ocean red. In a frenzy of gnashing teeth, the king's decayed molars shattered, revealing dark, pointed fangs that emerged. He resembled a ravenous beast, tearing into Charles's flesh with a fervor to consume him whole. Chapter 55, The Escape. A flicker of pain crossed the king's face as his pudgy hands reached for Charles's mouth. In that fleeting moment, Charles transformed back into human form, causing the king's parasites to disengage. But at that instant, the king's belly erupted, unleashing a torrent of grotesque, malformed insects that surged forth, plunging Charles back into peril. With no other choice, Charles morphed into a bat once more, unleashing a sonic wave attack that caused the waterborne parasites to freeze in place. Seizing the opportunity, he transformed back into human form and dove underwater in an attempt to flee. However, as he descended, a gaping maw awaited him, the king's mouth, grotesquely distended, contorted into a monstrous visage. This time, Charles did not attempt to escape. Excessive blood loss had dulled his senses, leaving him too weak to resist. With a final surge, he plunged into the king's mouth, activating the ring of tentacles that held the monstrous jaws ajar. He screamed, bubbles erupting violently from his lips. He raised the black blade, executing a circular cut. The blade penetrated the greasy skin, swiftly coursing along the contours, and severed half of the king's head. As he watched the king's bloated body sink into the inky depths, darkness enveloped Charles, his strength waning. Suddenly, a shadow burst from the water, a shark, drawn by the scent of blood. The shark's gaping maw, lined with serrated teeth, clamped down on Charles, dragging him into the abyss. Captain! Captain! On the deck, Deep anxiously paced, witnessing the ocean transformed into a crimson expanse. The silent bandages beside him obstructed his path. He opened the bag on the adjacent deck, revealing a dozen faces marked by confusion and terror, their mouths tightly bound with gauze. Regardless of gender, they were all emaciated and clad in tattered garments. After counting the number of individuals, the bandages drew forth a dagger, aiming it at his own chest. The blade gradually pressed in, and crimson blood soaked through the bandages enveloping him. The other crew members of the Unicorn stood in hushed silence, seemingly aware of the first mate's intentions, yet none dared to intervene. The ship's doctor, with an unsightly visage, displayed a hint of revulsion, taking a swig from his iron flask before turning away. Suddenly, a series of abrupt knocks startled everyone. Second mate Conora rushed to the ship's edge, peering downwards with an expression of wild elation. When the crew members clumsily pulled Charles from the water, the timid Lily was so taken aback by the sight that she burst into tears. At that moment, not a single part of Charles was unscathed. Grotesque wounds marred his body. The salt water had rendered his flesh pallid and raw, and a gaping wound in his abdomen revealed glimpses of his innards. Deeply trembling, he attempted to remove the mask from Charles's face, only to be thwarted by his twisted, frail arm. "Don't. If you do, I want to be able to hold on. Set sail first." Overwhelmed with excitement, Conora nodded vigorously and dashed towards the helm. Ignoring the concerned voices of the surrounding crew, Charles turned to Lily, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Lily, the journal. When Lily's mouse finally delivered the journal to Charles, he was already lying on the ship's doctor's operating table. Charles pulled out a pen, mustering the last vestiges of his strength to meticulously replicate the nautical chart etched in his mind. The moment he set the pen down, he slipped into oblivion. When Charles regained consciousness, he discovered himself swathed like a mummy, lying in his own bed. The profound deafness that had plagued him began to fade, allowing him to discern faint sounds. Indeed, it had been an arduous ordeal, risking everything for such a trivial matter. A mocking voice resonated in his mind. A chill surged from his coccyx to his brain as Charles's trembling hand brushed his face, only to find it devoid of the mask. He remained silent, the room enveloped in stillness. "Why haven't you vanished?" Charles managed to utter with great difficulty. Almost immediately, his lips parted again, this time adopting a markedly different tone. "Hey, what a coincidence. I was wondering the same." At that moment, the door creaked open as the ship's doctor entered. Charles swiftly turned to the aged visage and inquired, "How long have I been wearing this mask?" "You've worn it throughout the surgery. It proved quite effective in minimizing your blood loss." A flicker of pain crossed Charles's face beneath the bandages, despite all his precautions. He had ultimately succumbed to the emergence of a persona crafted by 096 within his mind. "Buddy, you should be thanking me. Had I not removed the mask while you were unconscious, we wouldn't be merely playing mahjong in our heads. We might as well be playing basketball. There's another person inhabiting my body. Could this possibly be a good thing?" "Listen, what do you mean by your body? We are simply different personalities. Yet we are both Gao Jiming," the captain retorted, witnessing himself bicker with himself, leaving the doctor perplexed. Is this fellow experiencing a mental breakdown? He seems to possess only external injuries. As their quarrel intensified, the doctor brandished a metallic syringe, piercing it into Charles's arm. "Old man, what's in this?" Charles questioned. "A tranquilizer. First, we need to stabilize your physical injuries. We'll address the mental issues later." In the next moment, Charles's eyes rolled back, and both personas within him succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awakened once more, an indeterminate amount of time had passed, and the wounds on his body began to itch. Charles exhaled slowly, and, after a moment of silence, he spoke in his mind, "Let us discuss this. I'm not He. I'm Chu Yushin. How long will this commotion last?" "Oh, I was just joking. Why are you in such a hurry? Go on, speak." Chapter 56, Richard. Upon hearing the nonchalant tone of the other persona, Charles struggled to quell his rising frustration, opting instead to lift his revolver and fire a shot at the window. "What are you doing? Call the doctor. Let us see if he has any solutions for this predicament." Upon hearing this, the second persona's tone shifted to one of alarm. "I'm telling you, don't think about erasing me. Every memory you possess, I share. If you attempt any tricks, we'll both be finished." Charles suddenly pressed the gun against his chin, just as the doctor entered the room. Displaying indifference to the suicidal captain, the doctor remarked, "If you wish to end your life, at least tell me what you promised before you do. We'll discuss that later. I'm facing a troublesome matter." Charles detailed the emergence of an additional persona within him. "So, there's even a fragment of a split persona. How fascinating," the doctor observed, scrutinizing Charles with the gaze of a scientist studying a specimen. "Is there a solution?" "Doctor, I believe this situation is quite advantageous. You may leave now." The two personas expressed conflicting sentiments. After a brief pause, the doctor, appearing somewhat exhilarated, retrieved a clown mask from his coat. "Is this it?" Charles nodded, and without uttering another word, the doctor turned to exit. Listening to the sound of the closing door, the inner persona interjected, "Forget it. The old man doesn't seem reliable. This matter is hopeless." Charles sighed deeply. It had come to this, and discussing anything further would bear no fruit. Since he could not shake it off for the time being, they would have to find a way to coexist. "Why should it be your way? I am also Gao Jiming. What kind of talk is that? If I hadn't appropriated so many relics in the past, would our strength have escalated so swiftly? This is all my merit. You are a creation of 096. I am the original. Stop it. You possess my memories, and so do I. You're merely a twin that appears for a few extra seconds." The two personas erupted into yet another argument, escalating to the point of physical confrontation. Yet, a resolution was necessary. After a lengthy negotiation, they finally reached an agreement to coexist peacefully. Not only was the control of the body time divided, but regulations were also established for other matters, ensuring that critical moments would not lead to crises due to differing opinions. Gazing at the myriad of stipulations inscribed in the journal, the persona controlling Charles pouted. "TCH, why pretend with myself? It's my time now, be quiet." "Wait a minute. We haven't determined our names yet. We can't all be called Charles. Let us clarify this. I refuse to be called number 2. I'll be number 1. You'll be number 2. That is so glitch. Just a moment. I'll give myself a cool name. How about Richard? Charles stared in astonishment at his own hands, bewildered by how it had come to this. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Charles extracted a rivet from his skin and flung it at the wall, hitting a small insect with precision. After swiftly extinguishing the oil lamp on the table, he realized he could see clearly in the pitch darkness. The situation was becoming clearer. Charles was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Due to his split personalities, he could now maintain the physical prowess of wearing 096 at all times. Wow, this is undoubtedly a good thing, buddy. We're invincible now. Hearing the voice in his mind again, Charles thought that if given a choice, he would prefer to forego such a blessing. What about my relics? Will my wounds heal completely? In 2 months? Can it be any quicker? No. Do you have any idea how severe your injuries are? 2 months is already a considerable advance. With just a word of notice, I resorted to some potent medication to salvage your life. However, due to the drug side effects, you may not live to see your 40th year. Upon hearing this shocking news, Richard immediately seized the opportunity to speak. Are you insane? You merely treated some wounds. And now you've gambled away half of my lifespan? Half a lifespan? Had I not come to your rescue, would you still possess even half of that? If someone else were your physician, you would have perished long ago. In contrast to this news, Charles accepted it with far greater alacrity than he did when confronted with his own alter ego. He interrupted Richard, asking the doctor how long they had been away from Sodom. Feeling the dull ache of his wounds throughout his body, Charles understood that his physique required rest. Yet, he was still preoccupied with an unresolved matter. He trembled as he leaped from the bed, opened his journal, and scrutinized the nautical maps he had drawn. Comparing them with previous charts, he noted, this point is Britannia, and this one is another land. The angle formed by the 2 islands leads directly to a sunlit expanse of ocean. In this comparison, the long-held ballad of the sea is erroneous. The land of light does not reside to the north, but rather to the south. Charles's voice resonated with conviction. On the map, the previously dark expanse to the south had been meticulously filled in, with the pins representing the islands accurately placed upon it. The additional territories appeared like stars scattered across the sky, with significant distances between them. My friend, we face a challenge. Do you see how far the most distant islands are from the habitable lands of the Sea of Earth? With the carrying capacity of the unicorn, we would run out of fuel halfway there. The pirates of Sodom can reach them, and so can we. There must be supply points between these islands. We simply need to locate them to explore the subsequent islands. As Richard continued to ramble, Charles gradually closed his eyes. Chapter 57. Margaret. Margaret awoke, chilled to the bone, her disheveled hair framing her face as she opened her eyes to the unchanged surroundings, still on that unfamiliar deck. A figure, entirely bound in bandages, was at the helm, and upon seeing his face, she trembled with fear, recognizing him as the one who had purchased them. Her father's words rang true. There were no good people on the sea. They regarded human lives with the same indifference as they did fish. Father, where are you? Please save me. If you can rescue me, I promise to remain on the inner island for the rest of my life. With this thought, tears streamed down Margaret's cheeks. At that moment, she heard the clamor of sailors beginning to scrub the deck, their voices piercing through her thoughts. The slaves recoiled in terror, huddling together. The first mate bought this himself. It belongs to him. How dare you throw it away? Alas, who would dare? Apart from the captain, who would challenge him? If he takes offense, he might sacrifice me on the spot. Enough chatter. Can't you see he's up there steering? If he hears you, there will be no good outcome. As the sailor's boots drew nearer, Margaret quickly tucked her head into the filthy sack. Thud! A wet mop struck the slaves. Are you blind? Can't you see the master is mopping the floor? Get out of the way. The slaves huddled at the bow, scrambled to their feet like frightened mice, scurrying toward the deck. Just as Margaret stood to follow the others, a tall sailor curiously blocked her path, his thick fingers lifting her chin. Look, this slave girl is rather pretty. As 3 sailors surrounded her, Margaret trembled, her eyes wide with fear as she desperately tried to retreat. But the ship's edge left no sanctuary. A bucket of water splashed over her, washing away the grime from her face. Her skin, as white as milk, her delicate features, and those large eyes adorned with long lashes caught the sailor's breath, quickening it in unison. Having revealed Margaret's concealed beauty, the sailors' breaths became ragged. The lengthy duration of their mission had left them pinned up with desire. Under the incessant scrutiny of their predatory gazes, A terrified Margaret cried out and struggled, recalling the fate of other girls she had witnessed in Sodom. "Get away from me. I am the daughter of the governor of Hofar. You cannot treat me this way. Father, save me. Woe is me. What are you doing?" A weary voice resonated from behind, causing the three sailors to shudder as they quickly grabbed the mop from the ground and lined up. "Reporting to the captain. We are cleaning the deck. How did a slave end up on my ship?" Margaret turned to see a young man clad in deep blue captain's attire, a diagonal scar across his face, lending him an air of fierceness. Before Margaret could finish her thought, she felt an invisible force envelop her, throwing her to the ground. As she struggled to sit up, she collided with the young man, their faces mere inches apart, stirring something within her. "You claim to be the daughter of the governor of Hofar. What proof do you possess?" His question startled Margaret back to reality as she fumbled to retrieve the fishbone token from her bosom. "This was given to me by my father. Just present this to him, and he will know I am here." Watching as the young man accepted it, Margaret anxiously awaited her fate, fully aware that her life hung in the balance. At that moment, she noticed a chilling sight. The young man S1 I was fixed upon her, while the other scrutinized the token. Overcome with fear, she wrapped her arms around herself, biting her lip. "How did you escape?" The abrupt inquiry took Margaret by surprise. "I was captured and imprisoned for a long time, but one night, a sister saved me. I did not know who she was. She wore the same clothes as mine and transformed in my likeness." "Good, that is precisely what I needed to hear. Now our adventure expenses are secured." Uncertain of what was transpiring, Margaret was sent to wash and change into loose clothing. When she emerged from the bathing area, her true appearance was revealed, and she acutely felt the dark glances of the man aboard the ship. "Can you write?" "I can." "Excellent. Write a letter to your father." Just as joy flickered on Margaret's face, believing she had encountered a good person, the latter half of the young man's statement struck her like a cold wave. After completing the letter, Margaret respectfully handed it to the young man. When he instructed her to leave, a sense of instinctual fear washed over her. "Sir, may I stay by your side?" She was uncertain of his identity, yet felt an overwhelming sense of safety in his presence. At that moment, her stomach grumbled in protest, and she lowered her head in embarrassment at the young man's curious gaze. Seated in the mess hall, confronted with a variety of simple foods, Margaret felt tears welling up. Since her capture, she had not experienced such fullness. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Glancing at the young man dining beside her, she stealthily stuffed some bread into her pocket. After the meal, Margaret discreetly made her way to the deck, hastily emptying her pockets of food. The famished slaves pounced upon the offerings with fervor. Do not expect the sailors to have provided them with anything too nourishing. Merely surviving was a blessing. "Why are you giving them food?" A voice suddenly broke through from behind her, causing her to whirl around to find the captain. "Because hunger is unbearable. I am full, yet they are still starving. You should persuade your father to provide more funds. I can ensure they eat well." "Is that true?" "Sir, you're truly a good person." Margaret leaped forward in excitement. A good person? Haha, perhaps. Just as she reveled in the thought that no one would go hungry again, she suddenly spotted a glimmer upon the surface of the sea. The light swiftly approached, revealing a large vessel nearly 100 meters in length, adorned with a colossal white triangle on its hull. Chapter 58, A Second Transaction. The sound of a horn echoed as a steamship, slightly larger than the Unicorn, drew near. Upon seeing the emblem of the white triangle on the ship, Charles immediately recognized the identity of the newcomers. Before long, a plank was laid between the two vessels, and a visibly anxious Code hurriedly made his way across. "Have you found the sea chart?" Upon receiving a nod from Charles, Code's face instantly lit up with elation. "By the grace of his sun god, after all these years, we have finally discovered the land of light. Quickly, show it to me." Charles remained silent, observing the excited elder before him, with no intention of retrieving the sea chart. "Captain Charles, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and bring me the sea chart." Code's urgency intensified. "What right do you have to see it? That night, it was your men S in action that led to Gerald S. Swift defeat. Everything you said was a deception, wasn't it? Your true aim was to have us risk our lives for you. If we succeeded, it would be joyous for all. But if we failed, you would suffer no loss. A clever calculation indeed." Code's expression shifted several times before he sighed in resignation. "I truly sent someone. You must believe me. Am I a fool? One of my crew happens to be a vampire. I specifically instructed him to transform into a bat and remain over Sodom until the plan concluded, yet he never saw any followers of the sun god emerge." At that moment, disdain crossed Charles's face. He had once entertained the possibility of Gerald encountering unforeseen circumstances. Yet he never anticipated that Code would be the one to remain passive in battle. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Will you give it to me or not? Code's once amiable demeanor vanished, replaced by a menacing glare. Ah, do you wish to resort to violence? Charles raised a finger, prompting the helmsman to sound the horn, and the crew of the Unicorn emerged, armed and ready. The atmosphere grew tense, as the gunners on both ships turned their cannons toward each other, while the followers of the Sun God on the adjacent vessel brandished their weapons. Though I am still gravely wounded, I am fully capable of killing you, Charles declared, shedding his captain's attire and revealing the black blade that had mysteriously found its way into his hand. Code's expression faltered, followed by a resigned sigh. Of course my followers were disguised. How could I boldly venture out in Sodom? What must I do to persuade you to hand over the sea chart? Simple. You must compensate me for my losses. It is because of you that I nearly perished in Sodom. Assist me in eliminating Sonny. Have you lost your mind? He is one of our own. Code retorted incredulously. How can you expect me to help you? Do not speak so fondly. You yourself said he is a traditionalist while you are a Protestant, and you hardly know each other. Besides, he even sought to commission my services to kill you on Coral Island, Charles replied. Fine, I agree. Just let me see the sea chart first. Code's face flushed with excitement. Charles remained silent, observing him with a knowing expression. Having been deceived once, he would not fall for it again. If you do not show it to me now, how can I trust that you are not deceiving me? Perhaps you have not even found the sea chart. Code shouted in fury. Charles, uninterested in further debate, turned and walked toward the cabin. Bring me Sonny's head. Otherwise, do not expect to obtain the sea chart from me. Of course, you could always attempt to seize it by force and see whether you are quicker than I am to destroy it. Upon entering the cabin and hearing the sound of the waves gradually recede, a faint smile crept upon Charles's lips. Code had tacitly accepted this transaction. Charles had long harbored a grudge against Sonny for the ambush, and if the other party dared to lay a trap for him, he would not hesitate to return the favor tenfold at the first opportunity. My friend, what a splendid opportunity we have. We can extort a substantial sum from him. This deal has the potential for great profit. Moreover, Charles paused for a moment, glancing at the girl who had entered through the door. And as long as it is genuine, funding will not be an issue. After speaking, Charles began to undress, startling Margaret to the point where she instinctively moved to retreat outside. But upon recalling the gaze of the sailors outside, she hesitated, grasping the door latch in a state of indecision. Do not stand there in a daze. Come here and tend to my wounds. At his command, Margaret trembled as she approached. Upon seeing the extensive wounds on his broad back, she gasped in horror. The wounds, forcibly closed by metal, seeped blood, and the grotesque gashes marred nearly his entire body, a sight most terrifying. Margaret could scarcely fathom the pain such grievous injuries would cause. She felt that even a single scar from such a body could claim her life. Do not just stand there foolishly. First, wipe away the blood, then apply the ointment along the wounds, Charles instructed, handing her a vial of medicine. Ordinarily, such tasks would fall to a physician, but one could not expect his iron grip to be gentle. Each application felt akin to torture. As her hand brushed against his firm back, Margaret's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing wildly. What brings the daughter of a governor to be captured by pirates? The girl's hand trembled slightly. I read some novels that described the adventures at sea as thrilling and exciting, so I secretly ran away, only to discover it was all a deception. Your previous life was one others would envy, and yet you chose to abandon it. A hint of bitterness crossed Charles's face. You speak the truth. There are no good people at sea. Do not return here again. Continue applying the ointment. The port area of Coral Island remained unchanged, chaotic and dim, as Margaret instinctively leaned closer to him while walking through the muddy, foul-smelling streets. Standing outside was the doctor, his grotesque face remarkably devoid of the usual madness and flamboyance. His lips pressed tightly together, revealing a hint of tension as he held a now-dead phone in his hand. Chapter 59, The Doctor's Belongings. Can you tell me everything about this device now? The doctor inquired in a low voice. Charles nodded and stepped aside to allow him entry. Please come in. Faced with the doctor, Charles slowly recounted all he knew about the phone. The doctor listened in silence, his good hand continually rubbing the surface of the device. This thing can communicate, entertain, and facilitate work. On the surface, I cannot live a day without it. So, this device is a tool for communication, akin to a telegraph? That could be one way to interpret it. The doctor paused for a moment before continuing. In fact, I once had a similar device. This unexpected revelation nearly caused Charles to choke on his drink. He had guessed correctly. The doctor truly possessed a phone? The doctor lifted the filthy white coat he wore, from which he extracted a square object wrapped in cloth. Upon seeing the contents, Charles was taken aback, standing in shock. It was a black device resembling a tablet. The back cover had been removed, exposing the green circuit board within. Staring at this object, which bore no resemblance to anything from the sea, he quickly inquired, "Is this yours? Did you come from the surface as well? Where did you descend?" Charles's first reaction was to assume that this man had also fallen from above. "I know nothing about it. My great-grandfather died young, leaving me only this. My father instructed me to keep it safe, but he never told me what it truly was. This matter has remained a mystery in my mind, and I have sought many people, yet none knew anything. Could it be that his great-grandfather had crossed over just as he had?" Charles quickly abandoned the notion. The doctor was so advanced in age that his great-grandfather could only be older. The timeline between the invention of tablets and smartphones was negligible, making it impossible for him to have descended from the same era. As this thought crossed his mind, Charles took the tablet and began to scrutinize it meticulously. Soon enough, he discerned the differences. Compared to the sleek and lightweight designs of modern devices, the one in his hand was undeniably clunky and cumbersome. The sheer weight of 2 pounds alone was enough for Charles to conclude that this object could not possibly be a product of the surface world. Any manufacturer attempting to create such a device would face ruin in an instant. "Is there a way to repair this?" he inquired. "I doubt I will have a successor, and I have no intention of passing this down. I simply wish to ascertain what my great-grandfather entrusted to his descendants." The doctor's gaze remained fixed on the tablet. "Alas, I cannot assist you in this regard," he replied. "When it comes to the repair of electronic devices, I am at a loss. You previously mentioned that as long as it has power, this black mirror can illuminate once more. Does that imply that providing it with electricity could make it functional again? While I am unaware of the current voltage in Coral Island, I can assure you it is incompatible with your tablet. A reckless attempt could easily render it inoperative." A hint of frustration crossed the doctor's face. Charles pondered further. If this device was not of the surface, it was evidently crafted by the inhabitants of the deep sea. Given that their past technology was advanced enough to create a tablet, why did the contemporary technology of the deep sea remain at the level of the 1819th century? This was utterly illogical. If anyone among the deep sea's populace were likely to have invented the tablet, it would be the individuals from the third laboratory, especially since they had already employed fingerprint recognition technology. Could the doctor's great-grandfather have been among the laboratory's staff? Yet the same question loomed before Charles. Those humans possessed formidable technology and countless powerful relics. But where had they all gone? The mysteries in Charles's mind multiplied. "Regardless, I must express my gratitude. I have finally discerned what my great-grandfather left behind. I shall endeavor to make it glow." "Our agreement still holds," the doctor stated, taking the tablet and striding towards the door. As the doctor opened the door, he startled Margaret, who had been eavesdropping, causing her to scurry behind Charles, peering out timidly. The doctor turned to Charles, asking if he needed to erase her memory of what she had just overheard. "I have my methods." "Forget it. It doesn't matter," Charles replied. He had shared news of his arrival on the surface with everyone he met, but all had dismissed him as a madman. None had believed him. Upon witnessing the sun god called envision the sun as a triangle, he understood completely. Unless the facts were laid bare before them, they would remain unconvinced. Humanity could indeed be remarkably foolish, believing only in what they chose to accept. The doctor turned away, limping through the corridor towards the dim staircase. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I thought it was my father," Margaret said anxiously. "Not so soon. Your belongings and your letter have been entrusted to someone for delivery. They won't arrive for at least 2 weeks." After a moment of hesitation, Margaret lowered her head, her toes tapping against the floor. "Sir, may I stay in this room? It's very dark in there, and I'm a bit frightened." "Suit yourself, but remain quiet." Charles took out his journal and began to write a maritime log. As Margaret watched the young man focused on his writing, her cheeks gradually flushed with color. Charles now possessed a sea chart and a ship, yet he could not depart just yet. First, his injuries had yet to heal properly, and secondly, the bounty on Sonny's head and the 5 million had not yet been received. However, he did not linger indefinitely. Early one morning, upon witnessing the governor's patrol ship chasing away fishing boats on the surface of Coral Island, he sensed that something significant was about to transpire. The gates between the port area and the inner city rarely opened, but today they swung wide, allowing a lavish convoy to emerge. With exceptional vision, Charles recognized the man inside the car, adorned with excessive makeup, a figure he had seen in the newspapers. the governor of Coral Island, Nico. Chapter 60. The governor, even Charles, who seldom kept up with current affairs, frequently encountered gossip about this governor. Overall, he was a man known to favor other men. While this was not particularly scandalous, his brazen decision to marry 6 husbands certainly bordered on the outrageous. Fortunately, aside from his peculiarities, he displayed some diligence in managing the island's administration and the welfare of its citizens, earning a degree of satisfaction from the islanders. The gleaming automobile came to a halt beside the dock, yet the governor did not alight, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, a throng of police officers clad in black uniforms surged forth, numbering nearly 1,000. They swiftly dispersed the crowd at the dock, driving away laborers and fish vendors alike, rendering the once bustling port eerily quiet. As the coastline, blending with the darkness, suddenly illuminated with a brilliant light, Charles finally understood who he had been waiting for. 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 steamships of titanic proportions approached the shore with a deafening horn, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Draped in a fluffy white cloak, Nico descended from the vehicle, smiling as he clapped his hands, while nearly 10 heavily armed warships positioned their cannons toward the 3 approaching vessels. The enormous steamers found themselves trapped outside the harbor, unable to advance, despite the sailors aboard signaling frantically. The warships remained indifferent, employing the threat of force to bar their passage. Boom! A distant cannon fired, and a shadow plunged toward the dock. As the object drew nearer, Charles's pupils dilated in realization. It was not a cannonball, but a man, a stout figure with a prominent belly and a thick mustache. He was struck by the tremendous force and slammed to the ground, only to bounce back up and stand upright as if nothing had happened. Indeed, those who could rise to the governorship were no ordinary individuals. He had literally become a human cannonball. Charles marveled inwardly. "Let us go," he urged, taking the girl by his side and leaping from the window onto the adjacent rooftop, sprinting across chimneys and tiles toward the dock. "Nico, what do you mean by this?" Daniel shouted angrily at the governor of Coral Island, completely disregarding the firearms aimed at him from all sides. Hearing the furious outcry from the governor of the other island, Nico nonchalantly trimmed his long nails with a glittering golden file. "You arrive on my island aboard 3 royal leviathans, and you dare question my intentions? I made my purpose clear in the telegram. I am here to find my daughter." His demeanor resembled that of an enraged lion. 6 years ago, you said the same to young Arthur, and as a result, his island became yours. The urgent whistle of the police interrupted their quarrel, prompting both men to turn toward the sound. A young man with a diagonal scar on his face, accompanied by a girl, leaped between the rooftops like a nimble monkey, swiftly approaching them. As the suspect neared the governor, the police began drawing their weapons. "Father!" Margaret exclaimed, her excitement overwhelming her as she attempted to rush toward the distance, only to be restrained by Charles. Observing the two, Nico blinked his heavily made-up eyes. "Lower your weapons. I seem to recognize this handsome young man. You scoundrel! You are the one who kidnapped my daughter." The governor of the other island clenched his fists in anger, ready to charge forward. "Father, it's not what you think. Mister Charles is a good man. He saved me." Margaret hastily explained the situation to her furious father. After listening to his daughter's account, Daniel cast a cold glance at Charles. If this was indeed a misunderstanding, then why not release my daughter at once? Before Charles could respond, Margaret interjected, "Father, have you forgotten? You still owe Mr. Charles the promised $5 million. At her thoughtful reminder, his thick lips quivered, yet he ultimately remained silent. He retrieved a check from his pocket, hastily completed it, and flung it down onto the ground with vigor. As the check descended, Charles swiftly raised his hand, causing it to soar towards him. "Father!" Margaret rushed forward, embracing Daniel's midsection, their contrasting sizes appearing quite comical to onlookers. "How are you? Did they mistreat you? Tell father, and I shall avenge you." The governor of the island scrutinized his daughter with palpable concern. "No, not at all. I owe my gratitude to Mr. Charles. He is the one who saved me. Wait, I need to speak with Mr. Charles for a moment." Under the watchful eyes of all present, the governor stepped delicately across the water's surface towards the distant vessel. Leaning against her father's shoulder, Margaret cast a reluctant glance at the young man on the dock, expecting him to utter something, yet he remained silent. "Mr. Charles, farewell. I shall send you a telegram." Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. Upon hearing this, Daniel's expression darkened further, his pace quickening. Clever indeed, to have extorted money from Daniel. But your heart lacks the requisite darkness. If I were to gain his daughter, the price would be far greater. Nico leaned closer to the young man. the scent of his heavy perfume wafting into Charles's nostrils. Charles retreated a couple of steps, responding, "Your Excellency, you jest, for someone of my humble stature. 5 million is already more than sufficient." The 5 million was merely a means to assuage his discomfort, should one truly demand a king's ransom. The price could very well cost one their life. Nico observed Charles with intrigue. "Is it true that you caused quite the ruckus in Sodom, leaving the king humbled?" Charles felt a stir within. The governor was indeed well informed, having learned of the incident so swiftly. "Yes, I was the one who killed the king." Yet Nico's next words caught Charles off guard. "No, you could not have slain him. If he were so easily killed, he would not be the king of Sodom. To my knowledge, there is currently no one in the entire sea of earth who could accomplish such a feat, young man. You are quite impressive. Do visit my island sometime, and we can deepen our acquaintance." With that, Nico turned and strode towards his glimmering automobile. Charles promptly dismissed the invitation from his mind. He had no desire to become this man's seventh husband. He tucked the check into his pocket, glanced around, and called out to a nearby onlooker, "Lily, gather the crew. The vacation is over, and it's time to set sail." Chapter 61, The Stars. "Damn it, this guy's truly a con artist. He won't even let me off easy." The youth angrily tossed his phone onto the sofa. The girl beside him, watching television, scoffed dismissively. "Isn't it your own fault, you novice?" Just then, a large gorilla on the screen began pounding its chest, prompting the boy to scowl at the television. "Look, you're on TV again." Infuriated, the girl grabbed a nearby cushion and hurled it at him. "Gao Jiming, go die." The two immediately began to tussle. "Enough of this. Come to dinner." A woman's voice from the living room interrupted their playful brawl. At the dining table, the woman, wearing an apron, addressed her son. "You're all grown up. Can't you be a bit kinder to your sister?" "Why should I? She was stronger than me when we were kids. She never let me off the hook." The girl, who had been eating, glared angrily and kicked her brother's leg, to which he retaliated immediately. As the commotion beneath the table escalated, the woman shook her head, resigning to the fact that her children had been bickering since childhood. After a few bites of her meal, she turned to her son again. "Why did you insist on taking a boat with your classmates instead of the train? Boats can be dangerous." "It's fine, Mom. What era are we in? There's no danger on a boat, especially since it's Mr. Lu Dai's." Gao Jiming continued to eat with his chopsticks, not missing a beat. "Who knows? Didn't a ship sink in Korea a few years back? If it weren't for the high-speed rail, I've already bought the tickets. You can rest easy. Nothing will happen," Gao Jiming assured confidently. Just then, he felt a chill around his ankle, looking down to see dark water creeping across the floor, steadily rising. As panic set in, Gao Jiming tried to stand, but the water quickly engulfed him. A single thought flashed in his mind. His sister couldn't swim. He reached out desperately for his sibling. Yet his anguished sister seemed to be pulled away by some unseen force, growing ever distant. Turning his gaze to find his mother, he realized she had vanished without a trace. Gao Jiming struggled beneath the surface, but no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find her. As the air in his lungs dwindled, the sensation of suffocation intensified. In those final moments before death, he saw a gaping maw full of sharp teeth consuming him whole. Gasping for breath, Charles jolted awake, eyes wide with terror. Listening to the sound of crashing waves and feeling the ship sway, he realized it had all been a dream. "Dude, did you have a nightmare? What was it about? Share it with me for some amusement." Ignoring the teasing of his other self, Charles surveyed his surroundings. Discovering he was not in the captain's cabin, but rather lying on the deck in shorts, holding a clear glass of liquor, donning sunglasses, a complete beach vacation ensemble. "How did I end up here? It's my time. I'm supposed to be sunbathing." Charles looked bemusedly at the pitch-black environment outside. "Are you out of your mind? Sunbathing here? You wouldn't understand. As long as there's sand in the heart, anywhere can be the Maldives. It's a lifestyle choice. How is the route looking?" Charles stood up, steadying himself with his hand on the ship's railing, gazing silently at the dark sea. He was certain the nautical chart was accurate. Yet the situation had been dire, relying solely on his visual memory. To claim there was no margin for error would be an exaggeration. "Don't be downcast. If we can't find it this time, we can always come back. I've noticed living seems exhausting for you. Want to lighten up? How about I tell you a joke?" After a few seconds, the stars began to twinkle more frequently before abruptly extinguishing, plunging everything into an impenetrable darkness that even Charles could not pierce. Suddenly, a small stone fell from the sky, striking his face without warning. With his night vision ability, Charles's pupils constricted as he caught sight of something, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. He shouted frantically to the second officer Nona behind the ship's glass. "Second officer, Hard to starboard. Full throttle. As the unicorn whale swiftly turned, the small stones began to rain down from above, resembling a meteor shower. With a deafening roar, a massive stalactite descended from the sky, crashing onto the very spot where the unicorn whale had just been. The resounding boom created a series of tsunamis that rocked the unicorn whale violently. On the deck, Charles tightly secured himself with a rope to avoid being swept overboard. Goodness, are the stars in such a foul mood now? Did they just decide to jump down and find us? Richard exclaimed in disbelief. Damn, is there something on top? How do they manage to stay up there? Geckos? That is not our concern. Look, the stars are shining again. Above them, the hazy white dots reilluminated, only to extinguish once more seconds later. As the mountain-like stalactites followed in quick succession, forcing the unicorn whale to flee in desperation. Yet another massive wave surged toward them, and Richard shouted, "This isn't working. Those things are chasing us." Gazing at the stars as they illuminated the night sky once more, Charles pondered briefly before issuing a command to extinguish the lights. In the enveloping darkness, the only sound that reached his ears was the hurried rhythm of his own breath. It was only when he noticed that the rain of stones had ceased that he exhaled deeply, regardless of what lurked above. It was reliant on the light of the narwhal to pinpoint their location. Thus, by turning off the lights, they would evade its tracking. In the shadows, Charles communicated with his crew. "Second mate, do not halt. Proceed onward. We are not yet entirely safe. Captain, I cannot see. I can see. Allow me to guide you." Amidst the profound darkness, the narwhal continued its voyage, with Charles standing on the deck, anxiously deciphering their position from the nautical charts to ensure they would not lose their way. After half an hour had passed, upon raising his gaze to inspect the sea once more, he was startled by Richard's exuberant shout. "An island! That is an island! We have found it!" Chapter 62, Alive. As the narwhal's searchlight illuminated the area, an island teeming with verdant flora materialized before the crew's eyes. This promising revelation alleviated the recent tension. In a thrilled Charles retrieved the nautical chart to recalibrate their coordinates. With the coordinates of the first island located, identifying the positions of the other islands in the chain would become significantly easier, thereby affirming the authenticity of the chart. The narwhal commenced a preliminary survey around this island. After circling it, Charles discerned that the island was not vast, likely only half the size of a coral atoll. He surmised that the likelihood of a surface entrance was minimal, yet he felt compelled to investigate regardless of how slight the chance might be. After 2 hours, the first group of crew members emerged from the thicket, signaling from the beach. No threats, Charles discerned from the signals. Drop anchor, extinguish the furnace. 2 wooden boats were lowered, and all crew members approached the island. The first to set foot on the island, Deep excitedly exclaimed, "Captain, come quickly. I have discovered a dilapidated house here." Without hesitation, Charles followed him into the forest, traversing a narrow path carved by a blade, where he beheld a 3-story cottage enveloped in vines. The dilapidation of this dwelling was such that Charles speculated whether its cracked walls were propped up by the creeping vines clinging to its exterior. "Captain, there is no one inside, not even a corpse." Cautiously, Charles led the group into the building, where everything was shrouded in dust, as if forgotten by history. "Search thoroughly. Report any written information you find." Upon hearing the captain's command, the crew began to scour the premises, dust swirling as coughs echoed within. Charles casually picked up a cup made from an unknown material, but it shattered into fragments upon his gentle touch. Rushing into the room from whence the sound had originated, he found 4 sailors huddled together, nervously aiming their firearms in all directions. "What did you see? Why did you fire?" "Captain, over there. We just saw something small dart past." The sailors pointed their guns toward the farthest reaches of the disordered room. Charles unsheathed his black blade and charged forward, tossing aside various cluttered items, but finding no signs of life. His gaze fell upon a corner of the wall, where a fissure had formed, revealing a trail of small footprints on the ground. Crouching down, he peered into the crack, and a blue-eyed human gaze flickered within. "There's something inside." Charles immediately stood and dashed to the adjacent room, but upon arrival, he found no trace of the owner of that eye. Yet he swiftly dismissed that thought. The eye he had glimpsed was clearly the size of normal humans, raising a contradiction. How could a human pass through a fissure no wider than a finger? "Captain, what happened? I heard gunfire. What transpired here?" The other crew members of the Narwhal arrived at that moment, clamoring with inquiries. Charles rose, recounting the recent events. "There are living beings on this island. Everyone exercise caution." Noticing a slight tension on the faces of his crew, Charles reassured them, "Do not be overly concerned. Whatever that thing is, it is currently hiding from us, not the other way around. He then inquired, have you found any clues in the other rooms? Under Charles's leadership, the group exited the building, continuing their exploration deeper into the island. The path through the forest proved arduous, fraught with vines and branches, necessitating the use of knives to carve a way forward. After 2 hours, Charles estimated they had barely covered a mile. Observing his weary, panting crew, he commanded a rest. Doctor, are you familiar with the flora of this island? Charles inquired of the elderly man munching on bread. Do you consider me omniscient? How could I possibly identify the plants of a deserted island? I can only ascertain that they likely do not consume humans. Richard interjected, come on, there are so many trees here. That indicates the soil is fertile. If we can locate fresh water, this island could support habitation. It's not that simple. This place is devoid of animals, just plants. Just as the two were engaged in discussion, the doctor suddenly collapsed to the ground, contorted in pain. Seeing this, Charles rushed over to support him. Doctor, what is wrong? Speak. The doctor, grimacing, clawed at his chest with a grim expression. Damn it, something is biting me. Help me pull off. Charles lifted the doctor's coat, revealing a circular, disc-like creature writhing rapidly within his blood-stained garment. Wasting no time, he swiftly raised his black blade and, with a deft motion, severed the creature from the doctor's chest, sending it flying several meters away with the doctor's pained grunt. As Charles looked down at the doctor's chest, he was horrified to see a gaping wound where a large patch of skin had vanished, exposing the stark ribs beneath. My God, what have you concealed within your clothing? I concealed nothing. What is inside the clothing is your mask. The doctor, in agony, produced a trembling handful of powder, scattering it over the wound. 096. Charles turned to the ground, where a pale clown mask emerged from the tattered fabric, stained with blood. The mask was alive? All eyes widened in disbelief at the absurdity before them. Before anyone could react, the 096 mask revealed a terrifying grin to the crowd and rolled into the forest. Chapter 63. The Revenge of 096. 3 seconds after the clown mask had rolled into the woods, chaos erupted throughout the camp. My lady, the captain's mask is indeed alive. Mr. Charles, may I hide in your pocket? I'm rather frightened. Silence. Charles's voice pierced through the tumult. His brow furrowed as he glared at his crew. What is all this commotion? It is merely a moving mask. After enduring countless adventures, is this trivial spectacle enough to frighten you? As the murmurs subsided, a stoic Charles glanced at his watch and declared, Rest is over. We shall continue our expedition. The subdued crew followed their captain without further dissent. Though their faces bore a clear tension, their grips on their weapons tightening. At the forefront, Charles pondered the same question as his crew. Why had 096 come to life so suddenly? Could it be related to this island? Did it share a connection with this land? Contemplating this, Charles gazed into the shadows between the trees, yet saw no further clues. In my opinion, this is indeed a fortunate occurrence. It signifies that we have chosen the right location. The more bizarre the surroundings, the greater the benefits, while the seemingly innocuous areas yield scarcely any advantage. Richard interjected in Charles's mind. If they truly had my best interests at heart, they would have allowed me to remain on the ship. During our initial agreement, there was no mention of needing to explore the island. The doctor remarked, producing a metal flask and taking a hearty swig. Observing his self-assured demeanor, Charles surmised that the injuries he had sustained were likely of little consequence to him. As the crowd gradually advanced, the environment began to transform. The trees that required clearing became shorter, revealing a vast expanse of overgrown ruins beyond. This desolate site was extensive, comparable to a small town, covered in crumbling walls entwined with thick vines, projecting an aura of profound desolation. The crew could only glimpse a portion of the ruins illuminated by the firelight, yet Charles, endowed with night vision, perceived much more. In the shadows, the collapsed structures resembled a horde of crawling spiders, fixated on all who passed by, regardless of their former grandeur. The marks of humanity were inexorably being obscured by encroaching weeds and trees. Charles paused momentarily before resuming his forward march. Whoever the former inhabitants of these ruins may have been, time had claimed all. Can you hear that sound of water? Have you noticed? Charles suddenly inquired. But upon seeing the puzzled expressions of his crew, he chose not to elaborate and continued onward. Mr. Charles, there truly is water. My friend, and I can smell it, Lily exclaimed, darting to perch on Charles's shoulder, twitching her little nose. And it's fresh water. The mention of fresh water sent the crew into a frenzy of excitement, for they understood the implications of this discovery. Following the increasingly audible sound of water, Charles advanced and soon found himself at the heart of the ruins, where a pile of rusted machinery, overrun with red moss, lay before him, the water's murmur emanating from beneath it. "Bring me the explosives." With a resounding bang, the decrepit machinery was blasted apart, and the crew leaned in to peer into the dark void below. A torch was tossed into the abyss, and as the flames illuminated the space, a flowing underground river revealed itself to the onlookers. As Deep eagerly drank from the water that surged forth, his expression transformed into one of exuberance as he exclaimed, "Captain, it truly is fresh water. This island is a livable, vibrant land." Upon hearing this news, the crew erupted into jubilant cheers, their fervor so intense it seemed to dispel the surrounding darkness. Their lives of stability had been exchanged for the perilous pursuit of exploration. All for this moment. A new island had been discovered. The captain could ascend to the rank of governor, and each crew member would rise in status, forever freed from the depths of the sea to become esteemed individuals, akin to the aristocrats residing at the island's core. Charles, however, did not share in their exuberance. His aspirations did not align with those of his crew, as the quest for a living island was merely an ancillary goal. Observing their unrestrained excitement, Charles resolved to rest momentarily, allowing them to regain their composure before continuing their journey. While a surge in morale was advantageous, overly exuberant crew members could lead to complications. In the corner of two somewhat intact walls, a campfire was ignited. The excited crew found it impossible to sleep, all reveling in the prospects of a promising future. Ultimately, Charles ordered the doctor to administer a sedative to quell the restless crew. Charles himself struggled to find rest. After taking a small dose of the doctor's medication, he succumbed to slumber. Time passed, and an unusual sound jolted Charles awake, a hissing reminiscent of a gas canister releasing pressure. The sound repeated, sending a chill through him. Fully alert, Charles realized that the noise was none other than the sound of a human trachea being severed. He sprang to his feet, immediately spotting a small figure raising a rusted blade towards James. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, the figure abruptly turned, and in the flickering firelight, the pale face of 096, adorned with a crimson nose, emerged before Charles. Almost instinctively, Charles raised his weapon and fired, unleashing the entire magazine at 096's host. The slender frame staggered backward under the impact of the bullets, yet as the gunfire ceased, it dropped to all fours and swiftly darted away like a cheetah. "Deep, get the doctor to help," Charles shouted at the drowsy sailor, giving him a swift kick before charging out with his black blade in hand. Observing the figure retreating into the distance, Charles's expression grew grave, regardless of the circumstances that had allowed 096 to survive. It was evident that it bore a grudge against them. It must be eradicated, otherwise it would undoubtedly return. Amidst the overgrown ruins, two shadows sprinted with fervor, navigating the treacherous terrain as if it were flat ground. To an onlooker, this would appear as a stunning display of parkour. Richard, whose body is 096 using now. How can it still run so swiftly despite being shot in the chest? Don't ask me. That old man's medicine put me to sleep as well. Their paces matched. Neither could outdistance the other. 096 surged towards the edge of the woods, plunging headlong into the thicket without hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Charles quickly followed suit. Chapter 64. The Shell. Branches lashed against Charles's face, yet his eyes remained fixed on the retreating form of 096. The intricate tangle of branches could not impede their enhanced physiques as they leaped and bounded between the trees. "Ha ha ha." 096 maniacal laughter echoed through the woods. "Mate, this isn't working. Our speeds are identical. Who knows where he might lead us?" Richard's voice resonated in Charles's mind. "Spare me your chatter. I'm well aware." Charles propelled himself off a fallen tree trunk, his revolver reloaded and aimed, not at 096 vital points, but directly at its lower limbs. Bang! The gunfire erupted, splintering wood as a chunk of bark flew off from beside 096's right leg. The combination of rapid movement and the surrounding branches made aiming quite the challenge, even for Charles, whose eyesight was remarkable. "I'll run, you shoot." Richard seized a portion of control over Charles's body. The gunfire erupted again, several rounds missing their target, until, suddenly, blood blossomed from 096's left leg. It had been struck. Though the body continued to sprint, its speed began to wane. Charles lunged forward like a predator, his black blade slicing cleanly, severing the head from the body. Ignoring the gushing wounds, Charles activated his tendril ring, swiftly ensnaring the severed head. As he gazed upon the countenance of the head, his black pupils constricted in shock. This body bore no resemblance to any of the crew members. Moreover, the 096 clown mask, which had been present, had mysteriously vanished, replaced by a visage of terror. The head was devoid of eyes, nose, and mouth, leaving behind four deep, dark circular voids, a skeletal visage imbued with an unsettling aura. Charles turned his gaze to the surrounding woods, seeking any trace of the mask, but it was clear that, during the pursuit, it had fled unbeknownst to him. Mate, has that mask developed a new trick? Can it consume the host features? Could this corpse belong to the island's natives? The island's indigenous people were known for their bizarre appearances, leaving Charles uncertain. After a brief contemplation, he carried the body towards the doctor, who was tending to the injured first mate, Nona. A tube, no thicker than a pinky finger, was inserted into his throat, emitting a soft whistling sound with each breath. The doctor turned to face the captain. How are things on your end? Did you capture that creature? Oomph. Being your ship's doctor is no easy task. Gazing upon the lifeless form sprawled on the ground, the doctor twisted the pinky finger of his metallic hand, causing a sharp surgical blade to spring forth in an instant. As the doctor proceeded with the autopsy, Charles ran his fingers over the smooth black fabric that adorned the corpse, reminiscent of a diving suit, albeit aged and weathered. With a gentle tug, the material began to tear, revealing no discernible clues. Charles shifted his gaze to the doctor, whose demeanor resembled that of a ghoul. Is this possible? The doctor queried, his voice laced with disbelief. What seems to be the matter? Come see for yourself. There are no internal organs within. Are you certain this creature was just moving? Upon hearing this, Charles crouched beside the body and peeled back the incision made by the doctor's scalpel. To his astonishment, the chest and abdominal cavities were indeed empty, devoid of the organs that should have been present. He was convinced that the entity had been alive when he severed its head. My greater concern lies with the origin of this being. Observe here, feel it with your hand, he urged. The doctor probed the gaping void of the skull, discovering an absence of scars, the healing pristine. Even I could not achieve such a flawless state. If this shell is artificial, it is nothing short of a perfect masterpiece. Finding little satisfaction in their examination, Charles stood up, brushing off his hands. This corpse, instead of providing clarity, only deepened the mystery in his mind. Meanwhile, the crew members had shed their drowsiness, their eyes fixed on him, awaiting the captain's next command. Can't sleep, I see. Then let us press onward, he declared. Lily, cradling a half loaf of bread, approached him nervously. Mr. Charles, what if that thing returns? A glint of resolve flashed in Charles's eyes. Fear not, there will not be a second chance. Upon hearing their captain's orders, the crew began to prepare, the makeshift camp alive with the sounds of bustling activity. Big guy, keep your socks in check. How would they end up in my bag? Curse it, who see my flask? Though the ruins were treacherous, they were preferable to the dense forest, and Charles and the others rose to forge ahead. Engrossed in his task, Charles swiftly sketched a rudimentary map of the island in his notebook. He led the crew towards the island's center, where, given the evidence of human habitation, they were most likely to uncover valuable information. A fleeting shadow darted behind the ruins, as the creature known as 096 concealed in the darkness, once more commandeered a body, malevolently fixating on Charles's retreating figure. By the following evening, Charles had traversed nearly half of the island. Apart from the sudden activation of 096, nothing seemed amiss. The island appeared as ordinary as any other. On a cleared patch of ground, save for the sentinels keeping watch, the rest had succumbed to slumber. Dip, the night watchman, gazed into the flickering fire, envisioning his future. If I become one of the island dwellers, I shall have 10 wives, one of whom must be a vampire. Can you handle that? Interjected the cook, Fry. Why not? Forget it. Once we disembark, I'll take you to a place where you'll understand. I won't go. It was your fault I was captured by a vampire last time. Dip's silhouette danced in the firelight, merging with the encroaching darkness. Holding a rusty blade, 096 crept closer, moving with the stealth of a spider, inching through the shadows. Just as it was 2 meters away from Dip, a piercing shriek shattered the air. The bright white clown mask jerked upward, revealing a colossal bat, resembling a harbinger of death, hanging from a tree trunk. As it prepared to flee, the massive wings unfurled, and the creature plummeted like a missile. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Charles's host was rendered immobile. Realizing it stood no chance, 096 swiftly shed its face, attempting to escape. At that moment, Dip spun around, hurling a large net, awakening the surrounding crew members, who armed themselves with various implements and surged towards the ensnared 096. This was a trap meticulously laid to ambush 096. As Charles, now reformed into human shape, approached, his fangs had already elongated, distorting his once handsome visage into something monstrous. The nearby blind vampire quickly presented a blood bag. As Charles drained it, the grotesque transformation receded. "Captain, that artifact belongs to our bloodline. You should refrain from using it in the future. Your fangs have already grown," the blind vampire cautioned. Charles probed his mouth with a finger, feeling the pronounced fangs that had sharpened significantly. The clown mask had been firmly embedded with large nails into a thick wooden board, rendered immobile. "What triggered your activation?" Charles inquired. "Humans. You disgusting, lowly creatures. I shall annihilate you all," 096 roared, cursing from the board. Seeing that 096 remained unresponsive, Charles grew impatient and raised his weapon. Firing. Clang. The bullet struck the mask, producing a metallic clatter. A manic grin spread across 096's grotesque face. "I am the hardest substance on Earth. Your trivial tricks cannot harm me. You cannot fathom the greatness of the being that created me. Is that so? You are the hardest mask? Conveniently. I possess a blade capable of slicing through steel with ease. I am eager to discover whether your mask or my blade is the true stronger." As Charles produced the black blade from his boot, 096 bravado swiftly dissipated, and its porcelain-like face contorted in trepidation. With a swift stroke, the black blade scraped against 096, producing a sound akin to nails on chalkboard, as fine white powder drifted downwards. "Human, you have triumphed. These shells were unearthed from beneath the eastern woods," 096 confessed, an unusual expression of fear crossing its features. Without hesitation, Charles led it eastward, with the other crew members quickly following suit. During their journey, Charles inquired of 096 regarding the cause of its activation, yet remained reticent, even under the duress of the Black Blade. It merely claimed to have suddenly acquired the ability to think, harboring an intense hatred for humanity. Charles remained skeptical of this creature's claims, pondering the possibility that it had always been alive, merely lying in wait. As they conversed, Charles and his crew arrived at the eastern woods, where, guided by 096, they discovered a diminutive hollow in a tree, emanating a slow yet steady, eerie red glow. Richard emerged, questioning, "Are you certain this is the place? You aren't plotting to ensnare me, are you?" "You need not believe me. Those two shells were indeed found here," Charles replied, contemplating for a moment before turning to the white mouse on the ground. "Lily, summon your friends to investigate. In such perilous locales, there is no need for personal exploration. Mice were far better suited for these confined environments." "Squeak, squeak," Lily softly called out, and 4 brown mice dashed inside. The white mouse gestured with its tiny paws, translating. "They say it is very red, quite large, and long." "What sort of description is that? Can they elaborate?" Lily scratched her head, continuing her discussion with the mice. After a few moments, she turned to Charles, saying, "They claim it resembles the dwelling of large creatures that enjoy consuming them." "The dwelling of large creatures? The third laboratory?" Charles's face registered surprise. Could it be that this hollow leads to another laboratory? Charles suddenly felt it was highly probable that with the existence of a third laboratory, there must certainly be a first and second as well. When such an organization exists, it cannot possibly confine itself to a single island. Regardless of the truth, Charles resolved to venture inside to seek clues about the surface exit, and the doctor's tablet sparked a flicker of curiosity within him. Where had the generation that constructed these artifacts vanished to? The area was rather confined. Only Lily and he would proceed, instructing the others to remain on standby, with the first mate in charge during his absence. As Charles stealthily descended into the cavern with the rodents, 096, pinned to a wooden structure, revealed a sinister grin. Navigating through the twisted tunnel entwined with roots, he encountered a corridor that was cracked and distorted, propped up by the roots. The familiar decor and scenery solidified his suspicions. This place indeed resembled facilities akin to the third laboratory. The source of the ominous red glow emanated from the erratically flickering square lights on the ceiling, casting what seemed like a warning of danger. "Goodness, my friend, this is alarming. With so many relics in the third laboratory, there must be a plethora here as well," Charles mused, disregarding the voice echoing in his mind as he continued forward. The corridor, which should have been straight, fluctuated in width due to the multitude of roots, forcing Charles to clamber up and down. Just as he vaulted over one of the roots, he came face to face with a head crowned with 4 ominous black holes. Instinctively, his left hand moved on its own, bringing his blade perilously close to the grotesque visage. Yet, it halted a mere centimeter from the horror. Do not strike. This entity harbors no hostility. He addressed another facet of his psyche, gradually retracting his blade to reveal a new corporeal form before him. The human shell, devoid of any organs, stood motionless. Charles waved his hand in front of it, but there was no response. When he pressed a finger against its face, he discovered it was warm. Though incredulous, he realized that this lifeless shell still possessed a semblance of life. Chapter 66. The Pale Gray Massachusetts, Mr. Charles. We should depart swiftly. I harbor a fear of this entity. Lily, her ears drooping, shrank into Charles's pocket. Shoo! Suddenly, the previously motionless shell sprang to life, startling Lily into a shriek. It turned and proceeded deeper into the corridor. After a moment's contemplation, Charles followed suit. Whatever this creature was, it had inhabited this place longer than he had, and perhaps following it would lead to further clues. My friend, do you think this entity is here to receive some form of reward? Uncertain, judging by the ruins outside. This place has been abandoned for centuries. If this creature was once a staff member, how many years has it endured? Who can say in this cursed location? It's possible it traded its organs for longevity. At that moment, Charles sensed movement in the corner, swiftly directing his revolver toward the source. Unbeknownst to him, a long, white creature was writhing in the shadows. Ignoring Charles's threat, it slithered forward at a leisurely pace. Cautiously, Charles approached, lifting it with his blade. This elongated being exhibited far more agility than the shell. Darting away with alacrity. Mr. Charles, it's escaping. Lily squeaked from her pocket. Glancing at the still-moving shell in the distance, Charles quickly stood and followed. His mind raced as he pondered the recent elongated creature. While it was unlike any known species on Earth, it bore an uncanny familiarity that eluded him. As they ventured deeper into the corridor, the roots began to dwindle. Upon rounding a corner, an expansive circular hall unfolded before Charles. Observing the cracked, striped flooring, he could envision the grandeur this space once held. Yet, peculiarly, the hall was devoid of any furniture or adornments, barren to the extent that it seemed the inhabitants had contracted a moving company before their abrupt departure. As he trailed the shell through the hall, Charles suddenly slipped, having stepped on something. Clearing away the thick dust, he uncovered a pristine metal plaque, seemingly affixed to a door for identification purposes. However, the front displayed only a fragment, with the back obscured for unknown reasons. Level 4 Project Interaction. Project Interaction? Are they conducting experiments with relics? Charles's mind buzzed with questions. Tossing the plaque aside, he attempted to depart, but in a chilling turn of events, the discarded plaque inexplicably stood upright. It swayed as its pointed edges propelled it forward. Watching the plaque advance, Charles hastened to keep pace, undeterred by this peculiar entity. As they delved deeper, an increasing number of objects emerged from the other corridors, various unidentifiable flesh-like masses and entirely inert items, including a wallet and a shoe. Their movement mirrored that of the shell, and observing them, Charles felt they resembled pilgrims journeying toward a sacred site. Ignoring Charles completely, he refrained from attacking them, and for a moment, the scene bore an unsettling harmony. However, when a pair of human lungs scuttled past his feet, his steps faltered. A sudden epiphany struck Charles. He realized the elongated creature he had encountered earlier was none other than human intestines. It dawned on him why the shell bore no internal organs. All its innards had fled. His body began to tremble, not from fear, but from an inexplicable sensation he could not comprehend. Though the surroundings exuded no sense of imminent danger, his 8 years of maritime experience cautioned him. This place was perilous, and it was time to depart. Yet, the thought of retreating now left him feeling unfulfilled. Suddenly, all the animated entities converged into a room, faint voices emanating from within. Come on, we've come this far. We should at least take a look. What if there is something valuable? Richard urged. After a moment of hesitation, Charles pressed onward. At least for now. These animated beings appeared to harbor no malice. Perhaps within this facility lay an entrance to the surface. Following the trail of various innards, Charles turned into the room, and the sight that greeted him left him astounded. His gaze fixated on a tank, where a pale gray mass quivered and expanded, grotesque creatures writhing forth, only to be swiftly devoured by the mass once more as they attempted to escape. Charles swallowed hard, his feet instinctively retreating, whatever that tank contained. It was evident that the exit to the surface was not to be found here. Suddenly, the The pale gray mass coalesced into the visage of a terrified human male, who began to wail frantically, "Help me! Please, kill me! I am in excruciating pain. I cannot endure this." Charles stood frozen, having entertained myriad hypotheses. Yet he had never anticipated such a scene. "My friend, this entity appears somewhat daft. Perhaps you could deceive it and glean some benefits," Richard suggested. However, Charles was disinclined to pursue that course. The situation in this place felt entirely beyond his control, and that sensation was disconcerting. Just as he prepared to depart, Richard seized control of his mouth, addressing the unknown entity within the tank. "Who are you?" As soon as Charles's voice fell, the animated entities surrounding the water tank turned in unison, a scene that sent a chilling shiver down one's spine. "I cannot endure this any longer. I am in excruciating pain. Please, my body is melting away. For the sake of our shared humanity, end my suffering swiftly." The head within the tank uttered these words before collapsing once more into a pale gray mass. Chapter 67, 1002. How can I assist you? What reward do I receive for helping you? Richard continued to inquire, as the mass reformed into a human head, contorted in agony. "Over there, on that table lies 487. Use it on me to bring about my end. Hurry, I have endured this torment for far too long." The various creatures near the water tank quickly cleared a path, and a table with 4 legs began to approach him from a distance. 487? That sounds like an artifact. Richard controlled his body, preparing to move towards it. But Charles seized control, overriding him. "Are you willing to sacrifice your life for an artifact? We must retreat from this place. Something is amiss." Charles propelled his feet towards the exit, the tremors in his body intensifying, an ominous sign. "Why are you running? This fellow seems quite reasonable. What's wrong with lending him a hand? This is my moment. Consider it a loan. You can repay me with interest tomorrow." In this laboratory, a bizarre scene unfolded. Under the watchful gaze of various bloody organs, a young man advanced and retreated erratically, while the massive head in the tank continued to wail in despair. "Hurry up, please." The head suddenly bellowed as the fleshly entities surged forward, encircling them tightly. Although most lacked eyes, Charles could distinctly sense their fury, seeing their escape route blocked. The two ceased their quarrel, their gazes drawn to the chaotic array of crawling objects on the table. Amidst this chaos, Charles spotted a short staff resembling a lightning bolt. "Is this 487? Is this artifact formidable?" Richard curiously examined the object, the staff's head slightly bent as if gazing back at him. Charles's eyes swept across the table, and he controlled another arm to grasp a quivering notebook. Experiment title: Activation, Dawn Experiment Subproject 1-3. Date: July 12, 74. Objective: to test the retention of rationality of Product 041, one under the activation radiation of Project 074. Materials: Project 074, Project 041, oversized water tank. Method: a portion of 074 was severed, instructing 041, one to touch it with its front fins for 10 minutes. Results: due to a misoperation by researcher Fox, he accidentally fell into the water tank. The experiment succeeded in an unusual manner, creating an unknown substance that perfectly accepted Fox's cognitive and emotional perceptions. However, it unfortunately also carried the activation radiation from Project 074, necessitating further optimization of the experiment. The product is currently designated as number 1002. Conclusion: Dr. Deleted S proposed theory is correct. We are one step closer to success. Despite the eerie nature of this locale, we shall one day dominate this wondrous marine realm as our predecessors, the Homo sapiens, once did on the surface. I have a premonition that the knowledge within this sea could elevate humanity's development by an entire dimension, heralding the second technological explosion in human history. The proposal of using humans as experimental materials has been submitted by Dr. Deleted to the Washington Foundation headquarters. The contents of the notebook quickened Charles's heartbeat with inexplicable excitement, revealing to him much previously unknown information. First, the organization, known as the Foundation, aims to analyze everything here through scientific means and leverage it for the advancement of human civilization. Secondly, their headquarters is on the surface, indicating that they too originated from above and maintain regular contact with the surface. They know where the exit to the surface lies. Perhaps this very location is the entry they excavated. Will you assist me or not? A thunderous roar erupted, causing the entire water tank to tremble, while 1002 within oscillated between cohesion and disintegration. "It has arrived. I seem to have figured out how to wield this thing," Richard proclaimed, lifting the short staff. and a brilliant arc of electricity shot forth, striking the water tank. However, in tandem, Charles's body convulsed as if electrocuted, his hair standing on end under the high-voltage shock. When Richard halted with the new artifact in hand, smoke billowing from him, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. Goodness, the side effects of this artifact are quite intense. Ignoring the other persona's remarks, Charles caught a whiff of a nauseating charred flesh odor. He lifted his gaze to find the water in the tank violently boiling. The pale gray masses transforming into white, floating atop the water. Does this mean we have completed the task? For once, we are being implored to take a life rather than fleeing for hours. This short staff must be our reward. Yet, just as they had moved halfway, the white masses on the surface reverted to pale gray, coalescing once again, and the massive head reappeared before Charles. The laboratory was once more filled with its mournful wails. Who are you? No matter your identity, please assist me. In my suffering, I cannot bear it any longer. Charles keenly sensed that its memories had been reset to before their arrival. What should we do? Electrocute again? This creature seems resilient. If it doesn't perish from the shock, I might be taken away. Let us give it a try. This time, we unleash it and bolt for the exit. Charles raised the trembling staff once more. Just as Charles was about to release the arc of 487, he suddenly heard a squeaking sound beneath him. Looking down, he saw one of Lily's mice convulsing on the ground. With a couple of pops, the mouse's eyes burst forth from its owner, merely the beginning, as other organs followed suit. In no time, only the mouse's carcass remained. As he watched the lifeless shell rise like a zombie, a tremor coursed through Charles's heart. Is this what the activation radiation entails? Remaining near it will lead to continuous activation? Does that mean Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a shift in his vision. His right eye began to bulge outward. A chill ran down Charles's spine. He had guessed correctly. He forcefully closed his right eye and raced through the carcasses and activated viscera towards the exit. Hearing sounds behind him, Charles quickened his pace, whatever 1002 was commanding. It was detrimental to him now. Various grotesque entities surged from the corridor ahead, revolting organs writhing through blood vessels, while activated creatures swayed in their movements, blocking Charles's path. Just as he prepared to retreat, he noticed the entities behind him closing in as well. What now? Let's fight. I'll control my left hand to use 487. At that moment, Charles's expression was grim. It was too late for words in this dire situation. With a swift motion, he grasped the black blade in reverse, while mice on the ground bared their fangs. Just as Charles was ready to fight to the death, a door suddenly opened in the wall to his left, and a pale hand grasped his shirt, pulling him inside. The owner of the hand was someone Charles never expected. Tall and alluring, it was Elizabeth, who was pulling him away at a frantic pace. Do not linger. Hasten your steps. The creatures lurking in this dark passage are aware of our presence and will soon pursue us. As Elizabeth spoke, she deftly navigated the labyrinthine corridor with remarkable agility. What brings you here? Charles inquired of the statuesque beauty leading him in a frantic flight. Elizabeth appeared intimately familiar with the surroundings, effortlessly evading the activated entities that emerged from the shadows, guiding Charles towards safety. Just as he sprinted toward the exit, he felt a sharp tug on the collar of his coat, brushing against his face before dangling downwards. Charles's pupils constricted slightly. His attire had also been animated. Noticing Charles's lack of response, the collar playfully struck his face again, indicating downward. Upon glancing down, Charles's heart raced in alarm. The pocket that should have contained Lily was bulging ominously. Swallowing hard, he hesitantly opened the pocket, discovering it was filled not with the expected white mouse, but rather a writhing mass of various organs, all clamoring to escape. Lily's entire being had been thoroughly animated. Just as Charles opened his mouth to speak, his right ear, along with the cochlea, detached from his body. Any living creature can be activated? He pondered. Indeed, as long as they remain within proximity. Thank you. Charles's heart, which had been suspended in dread, now settled. He pressed down on the agitated pocket, finding solace in Elizabeth's words. Perhaps there was still hope for Lily. Suddenly, the mice accompanying them began to undergo activation as well, their organs severing from their bodies. Yet, as if understanding their plight, the less activated mice assisted their more advanced counterparts in dragging their organs along. Still, some mice collapsed instantaneously, their organs disintegrating on the spot. At that moment, Charles could not concern himself with others. A prickling sensation in his throat indicated something was attempting to emerge, prompting him to abandon speech and follow Elizabeth at full speed. Upon emerging from a tunnel, the oppressive crimson glow of the structure dissipated. Charles scanned the area for his crew, quickly realizing this was not the tree hollow he had entered. Wait, I must find my crew first. He retrieved his compass, swiftly ascertaining the direction, and pricked his fingertip with the blade, smearing the blood across the mirror. A colossal bat took flight with Charles, Elizabeth, and the mice soaring into the sky. As they ascended rapidly, Charles felt his body cease to tremble. He knew he had escaped the activation radius of 1002. With a menacing grin, the bat-like Charles unleashed inaudible subsonic waves toward the ground, swiftly pinpointing the location of his crew. As he neared, the scene before him appeared grim. Explosions and gunfire erupted as various creatures surged forth from the hole, charging toward them under intense firepower. Charles swiftly descended, transforming back into human form just a few meters from the ground. He aimed the 487 at the encroaching creatures, and brilliant arcs of electricity illuminated the dim island, causing the struck organs to twitch and darken. As the tingling sensation coursed through him, Charles rose from the ground to see his crew rushing toward him with elation. Spotting the eager chef, Fry, whose eyes were ablaze, Charles lunged forward and embraced him, sinking his sharp teeth into Frey's neck and drawing blood. The crew was momentarily paralyzed by shock, prompting Elizabeth to urgently pull Charles away. Hey, what are you doing? Let him go. She steadied the weakened Fry and dashed toward the distant ruins. The remaining crew exchanged bewildered glances before hastily following suit. Captain, who is this lady? The first mate curiously asked, casting a glance at the fleeing Elizabeth. With furrowed brows, Charles pressed his lips together, bewildered by his own instinctive reaction. He nodded silently, preparing to apologize to the dazed Fry when a tremor coursed through his body once more, and he realized an unsettling truth. 1002 need not remain confined to the tank. Witnessing the endless tide of bizarre creatures, the crew of the Narwhal finally comprehended the gravity of their situation, summoning every ounce of strength to keep pace with their captain. In the next moment, a chilling, desperate plea echoed behind them. Please don't leave. Just kill me. I beg you. My body endures ceaseless agony akin to being sliced by knives. Why must I alone suffer this torment? As the voice resonated, Charles's newly affixed left ear twitched ominously. Seizing a moment to glance back, he beheld 1002, which had escaped the confines of the tank, coalescing into a spherical form that rolled toward them, consuming any living creature that came into contact with it. With each entity devoured, the pale gray orb grew larger. Without hesitation, Charles retrieved a bundle of explosives from Deep S pack, igniting it and hurling it backward. However, the lit explosive merely tumbled a few times before extinguishing its fuse and standing upright. It too had been animated by 1002. This was merely the beginning. The lifeless objects on the crew began to quiver, gaining sentience. Realizing the dire situation could not persist, Charles gritted his teeth and dashed toward 1002. Captain, what are you doing? Amidst the crew's cries, Charles closed the distance to 1002, his features contorting as they began to resemble the grotesque forms surrounding him. Summoning every ounce of strength, he directed his lightning staff at 1002, illuminating the island once more, reducing it to a charred mass that remained stationary. Overwhelmed, Charles collapsed to the ground, having endured 3 consecutive electric shocks beyond his limits. Captain, you are incredible. With such a powerful relic, why didn't you use it sooner? The first mate exclaimed excitedly. We must flee. It cannot be killed. It will awaken again. Charles managed to utter through the pain. The first mate, gripped by fear, quickly assisted the numbed Charles in retreating. They hastened toward the shore, not pausing for a moment, every crew member exerting their utmost strength to escape. In their frantic bid for survival, they discarded anything that could be shed. Thud! The doctor, drenched in sweat, collapsed, gasping for breath, blood seeping from the junction of his iron leg and flesh. Charles rushed over to support him. Don't give up. We're almost there. The doctor shot a glance at the young man assisting him, swallowing a pill from his pocket and pushing Charles away to rejoin the main group. I'm not old yet. The narrow forest path seemed endless as they expended all their physical energy, just as they felt utterly drained. The melodious sound of the waves reached their ears. With faces alight with joy, the crew stumbled toward their ship, preparing to leave the haunted island. Charles, panting heavily, found the continuous exertion taxing even for his enhanced body. Who are you? No matter who you are, just kill me. I am in so much pain. With an exceedingly ghastly expression, Charles turned his head only to behold a colossal flying entity, composed of various flesh and blood, soaring swiftly towards him above the treetops. It was 1002, albeit not entirely so. Eyes, mouths, organs, and myriad human appendages ebbed and flowed upon its pale gray form, eliciting a visceral nausea at first glance. At that moment, the size of 1002 had expanded to nearly 5 times that of the water tank, hovering in the air like a gargantuan aircraft. Sensing his body tremble increasingly, a flicker of despair surged within Charles, for the activation radiation of 1002 had once again broadened. He could feel something rising in his throat, his body teetering on the brink of activation, while his fellow crew members writhed in agony, collapsing to the ground. In this dire moment, an explosion suddenly erupted, shattering the grotesque form of 1002 and sending it plummeting into the forest. The despairing quaking of its body diminished significantly. "Quick, let's flee," Charles urged, as he and the others rapidly maneuvered the oars, steering their wooden vessel closer to the ship, while cannon fire rained down from above, providing them with cover. "Captain, did we leave anyone on board? Who fired the cannon? Such accuracy!" exclaimed the exhilarated second mate. The steamship's whistle sounded as the Narwhal, anchored at the coastline, approached. It was the deck cannon of the Narwhal. Charles paused before slowly responding, "There is no one aboard." The second mate was taken aback. "No one on board? Then who fired the cannon?" As he watched the Narwhal draw near, Charles felt a wave of relief wash over him as he patted the smooth hull of the ship. "The cannon fired itself. It is one of our companions." As if in response to Charles's words, the Narwhal released a sonorous whistle, having also been activated by 1002. Standing upon the deck, witnessing the wailing 1002 crawl out of the woods once more, the tension in Charles's heart began to ease. At last, it seemed everything had come to an end. No, it could not be. It was not over yet. Charles realized his pocket had ceased to move. It stirred, and a charming little white mouse poked its head out, looking somewhat bewildered. "Mr. Charles, how do we end up on the ship? What has transpired?" With a sigh of relief, Charles gently stroked her head. "It's all right. Everything is over." Just as he was about to reassure his little gunner, Elizabeth approached with a tense expression. "Do we sleep together after our first meeting?" Faced with Elizabeth's piercing gaze, Charles averted his eyes, questioning the relevance of her query. "You have yet to explain why you were alone on that island." Elizabeth remained silent, seemingly suppressing some emotion. Her expression bore no semblance of ease, appearing far more anxious than during their time on the island. Chapter 70, The Eyeball. "Is something amiss on the island?" Charles inquired, puzzled. "Shouldn't we be celebrating our escape? Why such a countenance?" "No." Charles's hand stealthily crept towards his pistol. Elizabeth's expression turned one of disappointment as she muttered self-deprecatingly, "How useless I am. Why not act quickly instead of hesitating? What on earth are you saying?" Before Charles could finish, Elizabeth suddenly lunged forward, and his gun instinctively aimed at her midsection. Her next action caused Charles to halt his finger, which was poised on the trigger, as the beautiful woman leaned in to kiss him passionately. The other crew members on the deck exchanged knowing glances before hastily retreating. As the sweetness and softness danced upon his lips, after a few moments, Charles forcefully pushed Elizabeth away, regarding her with a peculiar expression. "What is happening to you?" He was aware of Elizabeth's feelings towards him. Yet was this truly the opportune moment for such actions? "Charles, do you know, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt a spark. Don't be fooled by my apparent confidence. I am quite inept when it comes to matters of the heart, perhaps rather blunt." What is this girl suddenly confessing? It feels like a farewell speech, Richard thought, sensing something was amiss. Furrowing his brow, Charles retrieved Lily from his pocket. "Lily, go fetch the doctor." Watching the white mouse scurry across the deck towards the cabin door, Charles turned to Elizabeth and inquired, "If there is trouble, speak. I shall find a way to assist you." Elizabeth shook her head, casting a glance at the swiftly receding island. Her expression was a mix of urgency and resignation, though her voice was alarmingly hurried. After speaking, her tall form began to shimmer with transparency, collapsing onto the deck. Witnessing this, Charles instinctively spread his arms to catch her. In a flurry of starlight, Elizabeth's body vanished within his embrace, leaving 2 small objects to plummet from the space where she had been. Charles swiftly grasped them, one being an exquisite women's earring, the other a diminutive human eyeball, complete with tiny hands and feet. In that instant, the words spoken by Elizabeth, adorned with an eye patch, flashed through his mind. The luster of the eyeball rapidly faded, its white little hands gently brushing against Charles's palm before swiftly withering away. Before long, the eyeball had become an inanimate object. Charles stared blankly at the eyeball, as if coming to an understanding. "Captain, did you call for me?" The doctor approached. He picked up the eyeball with his iron hand, examining it closely. No good. This eyeball has been inactive for quite some time. Margaret awoke, her eyes fluttering open as she lay nestled in a soft, fluffy quilt, staring blankly at the opulent crystal chandelier above. Miss Margaret, your attire for today is ready. A maid approached, holding a silk gown. Squinting, Margaret stretched and gracefully leapt from her bed. The maids, who had been waiting patiently, eagerly stepped forward to assist their mistress in shedding her nightgown. No need, I can manage myself. Margaret graciously declined their help. A nearby head maid waved her hand gently, signaling the somewhat bewildered maids to step back. Although the young lady had previously displayed affection mostly towards kittens and puppies, her demeanor towards the help had often been dismissive. Yet now, she exhibited a stark transformation, expressing genuine concern for those beneath her. Her exquisite features left even the female maids momentarily entranced. Margaret twirled playfully before the mirror, a subtle smile gracing her lips. If Mr. Charles were to see me like this, his jaw would surely drop in astonishment, she mused with a giggle. Gina, how did you injure your hand? Take the day off. If the steward inquires, tell him it was my request. With that, Margaret lifted her skirt and dashed towards the parlor. Mother, good morning. Margaret gently embraced a beautiful woman. Kalita affectionately stroked her daughter's silky hair. In just 3 months? You'll be 17. Why do you still linger in bed? No matter the age, I will always be your daughter. Margaret smiled sweetly, playfully pouting. Let us hasten to breakfast. I prepared it myself, Kalita said, pulling Margaret down to sit beside her. After sharing a smile with her mother, Margaret elegantly took a silver spoon, scooping a spoonful of milk to her lips. The milk, enriched with condensed milk, was exceptionally sweet and delicious, causing Margaret's eyes to narrow with delight as she savored several sips before launching an assault on the other delectable dishes on the table. In the delightful embrace of tomato sauce-soaked yellow beans, sausage sandwiches, and gently warmed fried eggs, Margaret experienced an overwhelming sense of happiness as each delectable morsel graced her palate. Observing her previously finicky daughter relishing her meal, Kalita could not help but feel a surge of emotion. How much suffering had her dear daughter endured to find such joy in an ordinary breakfast? Chapter 71, Margaret's Morning. Indeed, she resolved to cast aside thoughts of sorrow. Please continue eating. I shall keep you company, she said sweetly, encouraging Margaret to indulge in her feast. After savoring a few bites, Margaret paused and inquired, Mother, where is father? He and your brother are attending to matters on the island. They will be here shortly. Must they attend to business so early? I shall fetch them, Margaret declared, wiping her mouth with a napkin and, disregarding her mother's protests, hurried towards the office of the governor of Haiphong Island. Traversing the corridor adorned with crystal chandeliers, Margaret arrived at her family-esque garden, where her father's workspace lay at the far end. The flowers suited to the underground were few, yet here, an array of exquisite blooms vied for attention, each more splendid than the last. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of the blossoms, Margaret's spirits lifted significantly. As she approached the garden's edge, she was drawn to the glow emanating from beyond the fence. The governor's residence was perched atop the highest peak at the island's center, offering a panoramic view of the islanders' homes, their lights twinkling like stars. Haiphong, as the third largest island in the realm, boasted an expansive area nearly equivalent to half a continent. Straining her gaze towards the distant harbor, she caught a glimpse of flickering flames. Father's Island also had a harbor. Perhaps I could send a telegram to Mr. Charles to visit here, granting me a chance to see him. Typically, when she called for him, it was merely to assist with his bandages, and the thought of that scene ignited her anger. How could she, the daughter of the governor, be treated like a mere servant? Leaning against the railing, Margaret sighed, momentarily lost in thought, her expression shifting between joy and sorrow. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a suit approached her from behind, slightly bowing as he spoke. Miss, it is rather perilous here. Please exercise caution. Startled by his voice, Margaret turned to discover it was the estate steward. Feeling a tad embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue. My apologies, Mr. York. I was somewhat lost in thought. Are you here to admire the flowers, miss? Do not linger too long. You have etiquette lessons this morning. Suddenly recalling her purpose, Margaret's expression shifted to one of urgency as she grasped her skirt and hurried towards the garden's exit. Oh no, I came to summon father for breakfast. Upon reaching the entrance of the governor's office, she found a line of guards, weapons in hand, standing stoically on either side. Margaret took a moment to steady her racing heart, raising her hand to knock on the door just as a tremendous uproar erupted from within. Incompetent! Worthless! How could you be so inept? If you cannot manage this, then get lost. After a brief hesitation, she pressed her ear against the door. The guards remained motionless, as though they had seen nothing. You are the chief of the entire Haiphong Island Police Department. How can you fail to locate a living person? I tell you, he is the grandson of Peter, the Minister of Finance. Not some rubbish from the harbor. Daniel's furious voice caused Margaret's ears to tingle. Governor, I have exhausted all avenues. I even enlisted those lunatics from Fertan, yet he seems to have vanished without a trace. I do not want excuses. My family resides on this island. I cannot permit them to be in danger. Within 3 days, resolve this matter, or if anything befalls my daughter, I shall crush your skull. Now get out. With a heavy thud, the wooden door swung open, and a balding man, drenched in sweat, stumbled out. Upon seeing Margaret, he bowed respectfully before hastily departing. Cautiously entering, Margaret approached the imposing desk where Daniel sat. Father, is something amiss? Seeing his daughter, Daniel's fury dissipated instantly. It is nothing, merely a minor issue. What brings our precious jewel here? Mother said you should come for breakfast, Margaret replied, moving closer to the large table. In an instant, her eyes fell upon several photographs scattered across the disarrayed surface, one of which featured a stunningly beautiful woman, her striking black eyes reminiscent of Mr. Charles. Father, who is this lady? She is so lovely, Margaret inquired, lifting the photograph. She is the newlywed wife of that deceased fellow. What a shame. So beautiful. And she passed away shortly after their union. I wonder if they ever shared a night together, Daniel remarked. A young man resembling Daniel approached from behind and snatched the photograph from Margaret's hands. Is it appropriate to speak of such matters in front of your sister? Daniel chided his son. The young man shrugged, displaying no fear of his father's reprimand. That fellow is dead. Half of his estate will go to this widow. It is not that simple. Peter is a miser. He will not easily allow an outsider to seize his inheritance. Father, the marriage law was signed by the founder of our family. That applies to commoners. Peter can make a person disappear without difficulty. Huh. Such words are unbecoming of a ruler of an island. Whether it is proper or not, the facts remain. Margaret gazed at her father and brother, bewildered and unable to grasp the conversation's meaning. Well, do hurry, she said, nodding obediently before turning toward the door. As she exited, Daniel's expression darkened as he turned to his son. Have you found him? Yes, it is a band of pirates lurking near the Paradise Whirlpool, notorious for robbing fishing and cargo vessels. Margaret was taken by them. Excellent. Dispatch a royal giant ship. Leave no one behind. And ensure those who dare to provoke Haiphong pay dearly. Chapter 72. Return to the island. In the captain's quarters of the Narwhal, Charles was deeply engrossed in the nautical charts spread before him, which prominently marked the experimental interaction islands and the third laboratory, alongside notes on their anomalies. He sought to unravel the connection between the two. Do you think the inhabitants of the underground brought them here? Charles shook his head. But why are there no traces of them in history books, myths, or even in the revelations of the solar god cult, which only speaks of the exalted solar god, with no mention of messengers? Who can say? Frankly, we should disregard them. They're all dead now. That defies logic. The Foundation is not only technologically advanced, but also possesses a vast array of relics. Their existence cannot simply vanish without a trace. I feel our search for the surface entrance is inextricably linked to them. If you truly believe that, why not speculate further? Perhaps a cataclysmic disaster has occurred on the surface, and they fled underground with the remnants of humanity to survive. I believe I have read something similar in the Bible, Noah's Ark. Charles felt an inexplicable agitation as the long-forgotten whispers began to echo in his ears. The door creaked open, and Deep cautiously poked his head inside, holding a tray. Captain, the crew and I have salvaged a bioluminescent giant crab. I brought you the finest meat from its claws. The tray held long strips of glistening white meat, appearing exceptionally tender. Place it on the table. Next time, knock before entering, Charles replied, his gaze fixed firmly on the charts. Deep softly set down his belongings, preparing to depart, only to be halted by Charles's voice. Upon seeing Charles extend a clown mask towards him, the youth's breath quickened. Did you not desire a relic? This is for you. Charles proffered the unmoving mask once more. A wave of elation washed over Deep's face. He had witnessed the power of this artifact before, and it astonished him that the captain would bestow it upon him. Nevertheless, upon hearing Charles's words, a hint of hesitation flickered across Deep's features. Ultimately, he reached out to accept the mask, cradling it with care as he declared, Captain, I shall handle it with caution. Go on then, and by the way, summon the doctor, Charles said, rubbing his forehead. Hey, you just gave that kid a powerful relic? Richard controlled his body, shoving crab meat into his mouth. We have no use for it anyway. Giving it to him only bolsters our overall strength. After swallowing the crab meat, Charles continued to scrutinize the nautical charts. Before long, the doctor limped in, his iron leg clanking. Did you call for me? I need more medicine. The auditory hallucinations are worsening again, Charles replied, looking up at him. Worsening again? The doctor, puzzled, proceeded to conduct a thorough examination of Charles. After a considerable pause, he placed his iron hand on the table and said, "You know, I can only suppress the curse of the divine, right? Of course. You mentioned it before." The doctor continued, "I do have a remedy that could eliminate your hallucinations, but if you resort to that, your life will be forfeit. Is there no other alternative?" Before Charles could voice his concern, the doctor interjected, "I recommend you choose the former option. After all these years at sea, I have yet to encounter anyone capable of curing a divine curse. And your current affliction is a combination of the divine curse and the mental pollution brought by the sea. The simplest way to alleviate it is to rest on land." Gazing at the islands depicted on the nautical chart, a flicker of indecision crossed Charles's face. The exit to the surface lay among those very islands. And to halt now felt more distressing than death itself. The doctor seemed to sense Charles's thoughts as he leaned closer, his terrifying visage looming. "I understand you fear not death, willing to sacrifice your life for your goals, but cannot you spare a thought for your crew? The chief engineer sought my help a few days ago. His hallucinations have become quite severe. He refrained from informing you, fearing he might delay your endeavors." A pang of concern gripped Charles's heart. Besides James, who else suffered from hallucinations? The doctor wore a grim smile as he patted Charles's shoulder. "Mind you, when I speak of rest, I mean complete relaxation. You're still quite young. Do not push yourself so hard." With that, he raised his iron leg and limped out. Observing the brightly lit port, every crew member wore a jubilant expression, save for Charles. Upon returning to the dock, he summoned everyone to the deck to announce a temporary halt to their voyage. The crew members beamed with joy at the news. Although they had earned ample money aboard this vessel, their time on land had been scant, and now they could finally enjoy a proper respite. Once the crew had dispersed, Charles steered the Unicorn into the repair yard for maintenance. Humans require rest, and so too do ships. As he watched the shipwrights remove layers of barnacles from the hull, Charles waved farewell to the suspended Unicorn and turned away. Exiting the shipyard, he made his way directly to the Explorers Association, for there remained a matter yet unresolved. Upon entering the bustling hall of the association, Charles observed lively discussions among various ship captains, exchanging relics and information. Life at sea had blurred the passage of time. It dawned on him that today was Saturday. He navigated through the crowd, his eyes scanning rapidly until they landed on Elizabeth, who was happily conversing with several familiar captains, her arm draped around a young girl. Chapter 73. The Reward for Assistance. Charles glanced at the ordinary-looking girl beside Elizabeth. "Who is this? Charlie?" Richard immediately recalled the middle-aged man with a gaunt face and a hooked nose. What happened to him? Charles's expression turned to one of shock. After so long as an explorer, he still struggled to acclimate to the frequent loss of life. William let out a burp and chuckled. "He.S. dead. And that S. that. Why concern yourself with the details?" A twinge of sadness enveloped Charles. It was Charlie who had facilitated his acquisition of vital information in Sodom. He had intended to express his gratitude, only to discover that their last encounter had been the final farewell. Turning to the young girl, Charles chose his words carefully. "I am a friend of your father's. Should you encounter any hardships, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Since another had selflessly aided him, he felt compelled to look after the offspring of that benefactor. Nearby, the portly man winked at the girl. "Little lady, this fellow Charles is quite remarkable. If you were to ask him for a living island, he might just procure one for you." Charlie's daughter, slightly bashful, smiled at Charles. "Thank you. My father spoke of you." Observing her innocent grin, Charles felt a surge of protectiveness. He wished to dissuade her from treading into treacherous waters. Who knows what torment that accursed sea could inflict upon her? Yet, this was not his affair to meddle in. Charles's gaze shifted to the striking beauty lounging on the sofa. This was the purpose of his visit. "May I have a word?" Even William and the other familiar faces erupted in laughter, instantly recognizing the awkwardness between the two. Charles brandished the women's earring, waving it slightly before making his way toward the exit. Upon seeing the earring, Elizabeth's expression turned grave. She released the girl and hastily followed him. Observing their departure, the other captains speculated amongst themselves. "What do you reckon their relationship is? What else could it be? You know the nature of it. Wasn't Elizabeth into women before? Why the sudden interest in men? Who can say?" Perhaps she wishes to broaden her horizons. With a woman of such stature, that lad Charles must be worn out every night. Indeed, one could easily suffice for two. At the Concord entrance, the two halted. How did my illusionary earring end up in your possession? Elizabeth's expression was solemn. Charles remained silent as he returned the earring, then reached out to lift her eye patch, revealing a gaping black void reminiscent of the island's cursed shell. Charles gazed toward the bustling port, and after a moment of silence, he calmly recounted everything that had transpired on the island. After a period of quiet contemplation, he slowly spoke. It is not that I harbor disdain for you. To be frank, it pleases me that a beauty holds such affection for me. However, I must apologize. I have pressing matters that require my attention, and I cannot acquiesce. Her expression instantly turned frigid as she turned to re-enter the hall. There is no need for that. My other eye's intent does not reflect my own. Let's pretend this conversation never occurred. Charles activated the ring to halt her, then produced a stack of papers from within his cloak and handed them to her. Elizabeth's brow furrowed in confusion as she opened the papers. As she discerned the contents, her eyes widened in disbelief. There is fresh water on the island. Her voice rose in pitch, overwhelmed by astonishment. I have explored a significant portion of the island. There should be no major issues. The greatest danger lies with the 1002. Detailed information is provided therein. If you can devise a means to neutralize it, that place will become a new island. Elizabeth's hands trembled as she clutched the papers, astonished that the young man before her would offer such valuable information. The information I hold in my hands is invaluable beyond imagination. Everyone ventures forth into the treacherous seas, risking life and limb, all for the sake of a living island, and yet Charles so readily relinquished it. Take it. It holds little value for me. My goals diverge from yours, and since you were the first to set foot on that island, it rightly belongs to you. With that, Charles turned and strode towards the bustling port district. Elizabeth gazed after him, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Indeed, we are as bold as they come. It was a living island to us. We can give it away without a moment's hesitation. Charles detected the irony in Richard's words. Elizabeth saved us on that island. I wish not to owe anyone anything, and for us, one ship suffices in our exploration of islands. If one wishes to repay a debt, then one might as well offer oneself. Do you think you are a domineering CEO? Just like that, handing over an island? A living island, no less. That is quite the folly. At that moment, Charles felt an unusual sensation in his body. He reached out with his left hand and tossed aside a shifty-eyed thief who had been lurking nearby, sending him crashing into the mud. A sickening crack echoed as the wretched thief's bones contorted. Witnessing his misfortune, those nearby recoiled in terror. With the unseeing thief discarded, Charles wandered aimlessly through the streets. Fishermen with nets, brash gang members, clusters of sailors, all were engrossed in their pursuits, while Charles seemed like a solitary rock amidst a raging current, utterly out of place. The doctor had advised him to rest, but he was uncertain of what that truly entailed. Complete relaxation was a luxury he had not indulged in for far too long. This seemed to be a task more daunting than exploring islands. Chapter 74, Milk Oysters. After a moment's contemplation, Charles willingly relinquished control of his body, curious to see what another version of himself would do in such circumstances. His previously bewildered expression was immediately replaced by an exaggerated euphoria as he propelled himself skyward, leaping off the shoulders of a nearby laborer and landing deftly on a rooftop. With nimble strides, he traversed several streets before Richard burst into a neon-lit bar, the largest in the Port District, a place of revelry. He sauntered to the bar, producing a black blade and lightly tapping a small metallic bell perched atop it. Ding! All eyes in the bar turned toward the source of the sound. The patrons understood its significance. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, all drinks are on me. Let us celebrate. The roar of cheers from the crew reverberated, nearly lifting the roof off. Richard laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around a provocatively dressed waitress and downing the drink from her tray. In stark contrast to the aloof Charles, the vivacious Richard appeared exceptionally adept at forging friendships. Though they had only just met, he soon mingled with nearly everyone in the bar, his jokes eliciting peals of laughter from all present. His sleight of hand with coins left the onlookers in awe. In a bid to impress, he casually handed various trinkets to other patrons for their amusement, energizing the bar's atmosphere, with everyone gravitating around him. Charles, controlling his left eye, gazed calmly at his reflection in the glass of his drink, where he beheld a jovial version of himself. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, an amusing thought struck him, and he began to laugh uncontrollably. slapping his thigh until tears streamed down his face. The distorted reflection of Charles in his glass was raised and poured into his darkened mouth. One drink after another, Charles's consciousness began to fade under the influence of alcohol. Time lost all meaning, and eventually he awoke with a splitting headache, the scenery before him still spinning. He tapped his head on the left side, and his vision gradually steadied. To his astonishment, he found himself lying atop a rope, with inebriated patrons and toppled chairs beneath him. Propelling himself with his hands on the rope, he stepped over the sailors on the ground and exited the bar. Charles wet his parched lips and mentally queried, "How about this? Is it effective? Quit rambling. I'm exhausted. I need a proper rest." It seemed this fellow's method was not particularly effective. A slight smile crept onto Charles's lips as he melded into the crowd, his thoughts meandering. How'd I rest back on the surface? Playing on my phone? Gaming? Bickering with my sister? Upon my arrival in the ocean realm, I recall often drinking and chatting with fellow sailors at bars. When did I become so impatient? Charles lifted his gaze to the dark expanse above. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel his contemplations. He was here to unwind, and did not wish to dwell on such matters today. Street musicians played violins, trumpets, and drums, while islanders gathered around, dancing with fervor. And those who could not dance applauded with extraordinary enthusiasm. The freshly roasted crab meat was delectably chewy as he bit into the pristine white flesh. The exquisite flavor burst forth. A solitary crab leg held little meat, yet it awakened Charles's appetite, and his eyes scanned the surroundings, seeking his next target. Soon, the fragrant aroma of milk wafted through the air, leading him to a small stall where a plump, white-bearded elder swiftly stirred fresh milk and oysters on a hot iron plate. Recognizing the familiar visage, Charles called out, "I'll have a serving." "Of course, please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly." Old John worked quickly, but then suddenly paused, sensing the voice was somewhat familiar. He looked up, and a broad smile illuminated his face. "Ah, Captain, long time no see." Glancing at the former first mate, Charles gestured toward the stall. "Weren't you supposed to be enjoying retirement on shore?" "Ah, you know my character. Before the money even warms my hands, it finds its way into the casino or into the arms of the ladies. But do not underestimate my humble stall. I've calculated that I earn more here than I did at sea." Noticing the patches on his trousers, Charles feigned ignorance and nodded. "That's good. At least there's no danger to your life." Old John chuckled heartily before continuing. "I heard you actually acquired an exploration vessel. Is there still a need for crew? Not that I'm short on funds, but I find the sea far more interesting. Life on this island is dreadfully dull. When the islanders hear I've been to sea, they all look down on me. Damn it, I went to sea as a crew member, not to be a pirate." Charles paused for a moment, shaking his head slightly. "I'm sorry, but the crew is already full." He did not wish to put old John at risk. Perhaps life on the island was impoverished, but at least he could live out his days in peace. Disappointment flickered across old John's face, but he quickly masked it with indifference. "No worries, I was merely asking. Your milk oysters will be ready shortly." Chapter 75, Rest. The clattering of oyster shells against the iron plate soon heralded the arrival of a steaming cup of milk oysters before Charles. He plucked a bill from his wallet, grasped it in his left hand, and with a flick, sent it flying into the cash box. "Next time, I happen to have some change." Without waiting for a reply, Charles cradled the milk oysters and swiftly vanished into the throng. "Ah, that lad has struck it rich. I wish I hadn't disembarked back then." Old John mused, reaching into the cash box to sift through the coins. To his astonishment, he discovered that the recently deposited bill was wrapped around a half coin of gold. As he savored the milk-infused oysters, Charles glanced about, soaking in the street performances around him. In a bid to garner attention and popularity, the adjacent theater set up a stage on the bustling street, where performers clad in an array of theatrical costumes passionately enacted a new play. The narrative seemed to revolve around a romantic tale of the governor of Coral Island. Observing from the sidelines for a while, the audience shook their heads in disapproval. The locals were well aware of Governor Nico's notorious reputation for being callous and fickle in love, never capable of such melodramatic displays of desperation for romance. This was pure fabrication. As he meandered through the celebratory crowd, Charles gradually blended into the jubilant islanders. "Father, look, that's the uncle who stabbed me with a knife." A child's voice pierced through the noise, prompting Charles to swiftly turn around, only to find Lily's family across the street, staring at him in terror. What a twist of fate to encounter them here. In high spirits, Charles nodded in their direction. The Oliver couple appeared startled, hastily scooping up their daughter and darting towards the nearby makeshift police station. Charles chuckled softly and continued on his way, soon encountering a circus, where a rare lion roared within its cage, sending the islanders into a frenzy of screams. Aerial acrobats, clowns on unicycles, and lions leaping through flaming hoops. An array of performances unfolded before Charles, revealing the vibrant entertainment scene of the island. After a day of exploration, he made his way home, laden with an assortment of delicacies from inexpensive roasted spider crab legs to pricey roasted beef shanks. All of it was for Lily, although he was satiated. He still had to feed the mouse at home. "Lily, I've brought you some." Upon pushing open the door, Charles abruptly halted, taken aback by the unexpected presence within. Elizabeth, meticulously adorned, rushed towards him, her excitement palpable. Just as he was about to speak, her fervor silenced him, overwhelming him with her unexpected warmth. "Wait, the mouse." He mumbled. "I've chased him away," she replied, her breath brushing against his face, intoxicating him like fine wine, leaving him lightheaded. Suddenly, with a swift movement of his left foot, the door behind him slammed shut. After an eternity, lying on the bed, Charles gazed at the ceiling, feeling the softness of her body beside him, a dull ache forming in his head. He had thought all ties with this woman were severed, yet here they were, entwined once more. "Elizabeth, he began, but a gentle hand silenced him. At this moment, Elizabeth was devoid of her usual assertiveness, exuding a tender, youthful gentleness. With the conversation reaching this intimate juncture, Charles felt reluctant to continue. To refuse again would be to scorn himself. After gifting him a lingering kiss, Elizabeth reluctantly departed, for she was the new governor of the living island, needing to assemble a fleet for conquest. Taking a deep breath, Charles rose from the bed and headed towards the washroom. Just as he emerged, he found Lily, the white mouse, anxiously pacing within the room. With her keen sense of smell, could she have detected something amiss? He quickly approached the window, flung it open, and, as he turned to speak, his gaze caught the torn crimson corset on the floor, causing his eye to twitch slightly. Yet, Lily remained oblivious to it, rushing to him with urgency. "Mr. Charles, the big man has been taken by the police." "Get to the point," Charles said, throwing on his coat and seizing Lily, leaping through the window. "I went to find the big man's wife, hoping to buy bread, and when I arrived, I saw a lot of blood in the shop. The sister was on the ground crying. That's when I learned the big man was taken by the police." "Do you know which district?" "Yes, the 7th district. My friend sneaked into the detention center and saw him inside. They were beating him with sticks, riding in a steam vehicle." Charles swiftly arrived at the precinct in the 7th district, where a strikingly black 4-story building stood, with uniformed personnel bustling in and out. He entered, quickly identifying himself, and made his way directly to the chief's office. Upon pushing the door open, he found an elderly man in uniform engrossed in writing. Pulling out a chair, Charles seated himself across from him. "Did you just apprehend someone named James?" The chief, noticing the youth's attire and the scent of the sea, paled instantly. "May I ask who you are?" "Charles, the man you've arrested is my crew member. How much for his release?" "Your crew member has committed murder. How can we possibly release him?" Chief Reno's eyes widened. "Do you think this is my first time in Coral Island? How many times have your men from the Sea Serpent gang been apprehended? How much did it cost? If you refuse, I have my own means of resolving this." Chapter 76, The Dagger Gang. "May I ask your identity?" Reno's tone grew cautious. "My ship is an exploration vessel. The person you've detained is my chief engineer." Charles gently stroked Lily's back, reassuring the somewhat anxious gunner. "An exploration vessel." Reno's hand, which had been reaching for a gun beneath the table, relaxed, his expression becoming increasingly conflicted. Dealing with maritime individuals was already challenging, and those on an exploration vessel were even more formidable, each possessing exceptional skills honed for navigating treacherous islands. Heaven knows why a mere civil crime administrator like himself found himself embroiled in such complications. Generally, these troublesome individuals were dealt with by the governor's navy. After a moment of hesitation, Reno hastily approached and closed the door, his expression bitter as he said, "If it were just a matter of eliminating someone without connections, I might have let it go for your sake. But your crew member has killed the brother of the Dagger Gang's leader. If we release him, we'd be courting disaster." "Where's my crew member?" "I need to see him," Charles inquired. "In the detention room." "I'll take you there immediately." Reno stood and hurried to open the door. Under the watchful eyes of armed guards, Charles entered the holding area where prisoners were kept. Upon seeing Charles, James, who was suspended, became agitated, struggling against his restraints. "Captain, that guy stripped Mazika in front of me. I couldn't help it." James's eyes were bloodshot. Charles swiftly unsheathed a blade and cut the cuffs binding James, who promptly fell to the ground. "Sir, you cannot," Reno exclaimed, panic evident in his expression. "If anyone troubles you, just mention my name. I'm staying on the third floor of the Bat Hotel in the Harbor District." After leading James out, Charles sensed the piercing gazes behind him. Clearly, the so-called Dagger Gang had sent someone to keep watch. "Bring your wife. Go to my place," Charles calmly instructed James. "Captain, I've killed someone. What should I do? I don't want to go to prison. Mazika needs me." The big man's face reflected his turmoil. "Do as I say. Don't panic. This will be resolved swiftly," Charles reassured him with a pat on his shoulder. James, attempting to compose himself, nodded and dashed towards Mazika's bakery. Before long, Charles's room became somewhat cramped, with Deep squatting on the floor, gnawing on a cold beef shank. Audric stood in the corner, shaking a glass filled with a crimson liquid. "Captain, this place is too small. Why not buy a house?" Deep remarked after swallowing his mouthful of meat. Ignoring the first mate's complaints, Charles turned to Lily. "Why did you call them over?" "I was afraid of danger. There's strength in numbers," she replied. "I also asked my friends to come. They should be on their way." Grasping his wife's hand, James bowed deeply to Charles. "Captain, I'm sorry. I acted impulsively." "You lack impulse. If you cannot even protect your own woman, then I truly look down upon you." Charles cast a glance at his wife. She may not possess the beauty that captivates nations, but her countenance is pleasing, and her simple attire exudes an extraordinary comfort. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the window, prompting Deep to rise and push it open. "Captain, some ruffians are clearing the streets." Charles approached and beheld a brutish man brandishing an assortment of firearms, driving the populace from the thoroughfare. Each individual bore the same dagger tattoo around their necks. From the throng emerged a burly man adorned with tattoos, his mouth revealing a grim display of decayed teeth. "Damn it, very well. You dare to touch my people, and now have the audacity to come to the Port District to seek death. Today, I shall make my brothers ravage your woman before your very eyes. Come out obediently." Observing the brazen demeanor of these thugs, Charles felt a disinterest. They were less than the creatures of the sea. Raising his revolver, a series of shots rang out, extinguishing the oil lamps and gaslights in the street. Deep donned his mask, leaped from the window, and was met with a chorus of screams below. Nearby, Audra transformed into a bat and swooped down. Inside, Mazika, startled by the tumult, clung tightly to her husband, her face pale. James gently reassured his wife, his tenderness a stark contrast to his formidable appearance. Standing aside, Charles felt somewhat out of place. He propped himself against the window and vaulted down. Witnessing his captain rush into action, James felt a pang of anxiety to assist. Yet his wife's presence held him back. "What is your true profession? You claim to be merely a common sailor aboard a fishing vessel. Yet does your captain resemble a mere fisherman?" Mazika gazed at her husband with reddened eyes. With his dark vision, Charles clearly observed that under Deep and Audric's coordinated assault, this so-called Dagger Gang swiftly faltered. Those who had once exuded arrogance now trembled in fear, firing into the empty darkness. Deep calmly maneuvered through the hail of bullets, advancing directly to their leader, his dagger gleaming as he severed the man's hand holding the pistol. The leader of the Dagger Gang, clutching his wrist, retreated with anguished cries. "Do you islanders not comprehend the situation? You dare provoke even the crew of an exploration ship?" The masked youth tilted his head, questioning him with an undertone of pride. Sensing danger, the man stammered, I had no knowledge. You cannot blame me. That brute never mentioned he worked on an exploration ship. Had my brother known, he would never have dared to provoke him." Before he could finish, a black blade soared through the air, embedding itself in his neck, crimson blood splattering as disbelief filled his dying gaze. "Captain, might we allow him to finish?" Deep complained before executing a backflip away. Chapter 77. The crew of the exploration vessel. Just as Charles was about to extract the black blade from the corpse, an aged voice interrupted. "Does killing alleviate your affliction?" How intriguing. Charles turned to see the ship's doctor, who had appeared unbeknownst to him, recording something with a pen. "What brings you here?" "Your pet mouse led me here in such a hurry. I thought something dire had occurred, yet it is merely this?" The doctor stepped into the pool of blood with his iron leg. He sprinkled some powder over the cadavers, and with a gurgling sound, the bodies began to decompose rapidly. James rose, excitedly bowing to everyone. "Thank you all for your assistance." Charles's transparent tendrils helped him rise, and with a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "Are you unable to handle these individuals?" The capabilities of the Purple Pyramid were more than adequate for dealing with the Dagger Gang, or the police pursuing him, and he was curious why his chief engineer had waited for them to strike first. James's face flushed crimson, rendering him speechless. Charles understood the nature of this gentle giant. To put it nicely, he was too kind, and to be blunt, somewhat naïve. While others on the ship indulged in drink and women, he remained aloof. All his earnings, following his deceased mother's wishes, were saved for marriage and a home, treating the perilous business aboard the exploration ship as a mere 9-to-5 job. While we do not bully others, it does not imply we permit others to urinate upon us. Remember, we are not the common folk of Coral Island. The governor's laws do not bind us. Those who care not for their own lives will certainly not regard the lives of others, which is why the islanders harbor fear and disdain for those of the sea. Upon hearing the captain's profound words, James's expression turned complex. He had believed his work to be akin to that of others on the island, swapping labor for coin. However, it became evident that the realities were starkly different. Captain, killing so many, will it not bring you trouble? James hesitated to voice his concern. He awkwardly bid farewell to his comrades, leading his wife outside. Wait. At Charles's call, James halted immediately. Seek out a blacksmith to craft armor and weapons suitable for your enlarged form. This will greatly enhance your combat and defensive capabilities. All right, James replied, managing a reluctant smile and nodding. On the desolate street, Mazika and James walked in silence, both harboring thoughts, the recent events having profoundly impacted them. Mazika glanced at her husband and softly inquired, "Can you disembark? My bakery suffices for our needs." "You can." James's face revealed hesitation before he vigorously shook his head. "The captain saved my life. Unless he ceases to set sail, I cannot leave." Observing her usually compliant husband rare in his refusal, Mazika lowered her head in disappointment. After so much time together, she understood that although he was gentle, his inner resolve was quite stubborn. Once he made a decision, it would not easily change. "Is your task dangerous?" Hearing her voice soften, James quickly reassured her. "Not dangerous at all. I'm merely a turbine operator. What danger could there be?" He then embraced her tightly, and Mazika offered no resistance, her arms encircling his sturdy frame. "Very well, I promise you." Their faces drew closer. Clang! James stumbled as someone brushed past him. The incident with the Dagger Gang seemed but a minor interlude, leaving no ripples upon Coral Island. Charles remained unconcerned. If trouble arose, he would simply relocate to another island. Nevertheless, change was apparent. Each time Charles stepped outside, he felt an inexplicable sense of fearful gazes upon him. As he traversed the streets, people instinctively kept their distance. Ultimately, he relinquished control of his body to Richard, allowing him a free rein. Initially, Richard reveled in the experience, indulging in various entertainments. But after a week, he grew weary, rolling on the bed and lamenting the boredom. After some contemplation, Charles suddenly recalled a few acquaintances from the Explorers Association. He turned towards the association, hoping to seek their counsel regarding a means to lift the curse of the divine. "What did you say? They have all set sail?" Upon witnessing Charles's astonished expression, the association's staff member nodded in acknowledgement. Captain Elizabeth of the Black Rose had discovered a living island and had invited all the captains she knew to assemble an attacking fleet for a grand expedition. Charles, visibly agitated, emerged from the association, feeling helpless and frustrated. "Hey, do you have any ideas?" He mentally inquired of his other persona. "Let's seek out the old man," he suggested, recalling that rest is a remedy for auditory hallucinations, and being a doctor, he must elucidate the treatment process. Realizing the validity of this thought, Charles turned and made his way toward the island. Guided by the address the doctor had provided, he soon arrived at a dilapidated inn. The doctor, displaying considerable impatience upon Charles's arrival, irritably inquired, "What now? Are you attempting to charge the Black Mirror? It's none of your concern. What do you need me for?" He flung the wires he held behind him. "How much longer must I rest? I believe I have rested long enough." The doctor leaned in to scrutinize Charles's eyes for a moment before producing a foul-smelling, slimy substance from his pocket. "Consume this." Taking a deep breath, Charles tilted his head back and swallowed a whole. In an instant, the whispers around him surged like a resounding bell, and everything before him began to twist and contort. This state persisted for a full 3 minutes before gradually returning to normalcy, at which point the doctor shook his head at Charles, who was now breathing heavily. "No, this is insufficient time. Continue. I will deliver the restorative elixir to you in a week." "Old man, what constitutes adequate rest? I cannot find a way to rest. I must set sail." Richard, now in control of the body, exclaimed in frustration. "As an exploratory captain, you cannot even indulge in leisure?" Delightful fruits, alcohol, gambling, women, psychedelic mushrooms, anything, even painting all day like that blind man. Just leave me be. I'm busy. With a resounding thud, the Dr.'s door was slammed shut. Chapter 78, Painting. Charles sat at the pier, observing a distant cargo ship unloading its goods, and began to put brush to canvas. He sketched layered colors, applied shadows, and added reflections, gradually revealing an exquisite watercolor landscape on the board. Charles had never anticipated that the enhanced physique bestowed upon him by 096 would also benefit his artistic endeavors. How do you feel? He queried his other persona within his mind. Initially, the doctor had merely mentioned it in passing, but after careful consideration of his options, Charles ultimately chose painting as a means of alleviating his stress. At first, he merely dabbled, but as he captured the scenes in his mind, he grew increasingly absorbed. He painted the likenesses of his family, the landscapes of the surface world, and various skyscrapers, creating a series of watercolor artworks, some beautiful, others less so. The ability to manifest his innermost thoughts into tangible creations brought him immense satisfaction. Regardless, Charles had achieved his goal. With this newfound hobby, he no longer spent his days yearning to set sail, finding solace on the island as he awaited the cleansing of the pollution brought by the sea. 3 months passed, and as Charles's painting skills flourished, the persistent fatigue and weariness etched upon his face began to fade. While he and his companion discussed their works, a group of sailors approached, casually draping their arms over one another. Among them, a middle-aged man with a mole on his forehead noticed Charles engrossed in his painting. He leaned closer, exclaiming in surprise, "Look, this gentleman is painting our ship. It's remarkably accurate." A throng of sailors gathered around, excitedly joining the commotion. Charles, not particularly fond of such attention, prepared to leave with his easel. Just as he stood, the sailor with the mole approached with an ingratiating smile, asking, "Sir, would you be able to paint a picture for me?" Charles raised an eyebrow. "What shall I paint? Are you familiar with the Spider Islands governed by the local governor? The cargo we are transporting is silk from there, and my son has always wanted to know what it looks like. I would like to request a painting for him, as he has never been to another island." Seeing the glimmer of hope in the man's eyes, Charles pondered for a moment before sitting back down and skillfully laying colors on the canvas. "Very well. Wonderful. Let me describe the islands to you. They are truly terrifying. The trees and rooftops are all draped in white spider silk, and the spiders there are enormous. Much larger than a person, no need for explanations," Charles interrupted, deftly applying his brush to the paper. Behind the dense human constructions, a web of spider silk emerged, with glimmers of red light hidden within, the eyes of the spiders. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the outlines of spiders larger than houses. How lifelike. It's almost as if I'm seeing it for real. Have you been to that island before, painter sir? The Spider Islands provide a plethora of clothing materials for humanity in the vast sea. Having served as a cargo ship captain for several years, Charles had indeed traversed that route. "Thank you. With this, my son will surely be overjoyed." The sailor took the painting and dashed toward the pier's exit. Other sailors, witnessing the scene, eagerly approached. "Painter sir, could you paint me a picture of the governor's island? I've never been there, but I've heard it's the most prosperous island in the northern seas, and I wish to know what it looks like." "Painter sir, do you do portraits? How about one of me? I fear that if I perish at sea, my daughter will forget what I look like." A low, mournful foghorn abruptly silenced their chatter. As Charles gazed at the distant ship, his indifferent expression transformed into one of grave seriousness. The vessel bore the distinct white, triangular insignia of the sun god sect. Charles strode past the sailors toward the pier, his keen eyesight immediately spotting Keed standing at the bow. The once amiable expression on Keed's face had vanished, replaced by the frenzied demeanor of a gambler. His eyes alight with an unsettling mix of excitement and despair. Before the ship had even anchored, Keed stumbled down the swaying wooden ladder, clutching a box the size of a watermelon. "Here, hand over the sea chart. Quickly." The box was unceremoniously tossed to Charles. Inside lay the head of a Sonny, encased in lime, its eyes wide and bulging. Even in death, the malice and madness within those eyes were palpable. "You must have exerted considerable effort to eliminate him. Haven to you?" Charles grasped the Sonny's hair, lifting it with disdain. "Give me the sea chart," Keed hissed through clenched teeth, his expression grotesque, as if he would devour Charles alive, should he refuse. "Patience," Charles replied, cradling the severed head as he turned toward his inn, the grim-faced Keed and his entourage following closely behind. With no traces of disguise and only a thin layer of skin, Combined with the divine needles of the light god sect in his mind, it appeared this was indeed genuine. After confirming its authenticity, Charles discarded the head into a nearby, fetid heap of refuse. He seized the opportunity, stroking the smooth fur along her back. Casting a glance at Keed, he declared, "Gather the crew. The rest period has been sufficient." Understood. Lily glanced back at Keed before swiftly darting around the corner, and the brown rats within the room scurried after her. Nearby, a follower of the sun god sect promptly produced a metallic square box. As he deftly worked with it, Charles realized it was an old-fashioned camera. After capturing the image, Keed finally accepted the journal, engrossed in its contents. After a lengthy pause, he lifted his gaze towards Charles. "Have the coordinates been verified? I have already visited this place." Charles pointed toward the island designated as 1002. "Based on its coordinates, we can easily deduce the locations of other islands." "Excellent. Splendid. Marvelous. I am on the verge of discovering the land of light." Ha ha ha. Overwhelmed with excitement, Keed pounded the table like a child. Chapter 79. Collaboration. Gradually, the expression of ecstatic delight on Keed's face twisted into a sinister grimace as he turned to fixate intently on Charles's countenance. "Captain Charles, I sincerely thank you for so readily relinquishing the nautical charts," he said. The adherents of the Church of Light, standing expressionless in the corridor, stepped into the room, their gaze unwaveringly fixed on Charles. Unperturbed by the threat before him, Charles regarded him with indifference. "What? Do you intend to tackle the remaining 33 islands alone? With the charts in hand, I can collaborate with other captains. The land of light must be discovered by me first." Upon finishing his sentence, Keed's followers brandished various firearms concealed beneath their robes. Suddenly, Charles's left hand moved of its own accord, reaching for the lightning baton concealed within the inner lining of his coat. "Do not move. He is merely posturing." Charles suppressed the actions of his other persona. He looked at Keed once more and remarked, "Are you afraid that I might discover the land of light before you and whisk away your deity? Let go of such narrow-minded thoughts. In this regard, our goals align." Extending his right hand, Charles calmly regarded the elder before him. Keed lunged forward, frantically grasping Charles's collar, the veins in his neck bulging. "Are you frightened?" Keed's expression shifted in an instant, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes. Charles smirked, abruptly changing the subject. "At this juncture, do you not require an experienced exploration captain? In truth, we have no significant conflict, do we? You betray me, and I betray you. That would merely balance the scales." The wrinkles on Keed's face trembled as he forcefully released his grip, redirecting his gaze to the nautical chart in the diary. "I currently possess 3 exploration vessels, plus yours, totaling 4, with 4 ships exploring an island every 2 months. We could uncover the path to the land of light within 2 years at the earliest." Observing the weapons of the Church of Light followers lowering, Charles moved to the opposite side of the table and sat down. "That is not as simple as you think. Exploring unknown islands is fraught with peril. Can you guarantee that your 3 vessels will survive until the end? Moreover, beyond us, the King of Sodom is equally aware of that place. It must work, no matter what. I am willing to risk everything. I must die in the land of light. Only in dying there can I enter the divine realm of the God of Light." Upon hearing this, Charles felt a twinge of pity. This man was utterly mad. "Are there no others in your congregation? Perhaps you could enlist their assistance." Charles sought to prompt Keed to seek external aid. "Did you not hear my words? If they discover what I am doing, I am as good as dead. Furthermore, the obstinate elders of the cathedral do not believe your claims." Charles sighed, leaning forward, tapping the chart with his finger. "Regardless, let us commence our explorations. Share the targets for your 3 vessels with me. We must avoid colliding later." Keed produced a feather quill dipped in ink and circled 3 islands. "We will convene here in 2 months to exchange intelligence." With that, he turned and walked directly toward the door. "Ha! This fool with a hole in his brain seems to have a tough road ahead," Richard scoffed in Charles's mind. "Do not mind him. Such zealots are more easily manipulated the more devout they are." After comparing the chart, Charles circled an island as well. "Our next target is here." With the assistance of Lily the Mouse, the crew quickly assembled, and after 3 months of maintenance, the unicorn whale was once again set to sea. This time, there was a notable difference. James's wife, Mazika, personally came to bid farewell to her husband, and upon having their true identities revealed, James ceased to hide anything. Observing their reluctant parting on the dock, the unmarried men aboard felt a pang of jealousy. Charles, frowning, swallowed hard. The ringing in his ears returned. Yet it was significantly better than before. At least the doctor still appeared somewhat human, rather than having completely morphed into a monster. Charles disregarded the old man's assurances, which sounded like curses. How is your black mirror coming along? It's best not to use electricity directly. That device is quite delicate. The doctor, without lifting his head, replied, that device is now mine. I have my own methods. You need not concern yourself. If it opens, do let me know. Charles expressed his curiosity about the contents within the tablet. Life at sea remained as monotonous as ever, devoid of any anomalies. Captain, do not worry. We are still within safe navigational routes. What could possibly go wrong? Do not let your guard down. Safe routes can sometimes lead to unexpected complications. Charles gazed into the distance at the indistinct beacon. Fortunately, it appeared normal this time, steadily approaching as the unicorn whale moved forward. Captain, are you aware of the volcanic islands in the southern seas? I was born there. Krona engaged his captain in casual conversation. Charles, preoccupied with examining the nautical chart on the wall, offered a perfunctory response. The second mate was quite chatty. Do you know the local specialties? Aside from iron and copper, the volcanic islands are most famous for the oil of leviathan whales, which can be used for lubricants, fuel, candles, and soap. The leftover residue can even serve as fuel, much like the fuel we currently use in our turbine chamber, which may very well originate from my homeland. On this point, Charles was somewhat informed. During the early stages of the Industrial Revolution on Earth, the oil from sperm whales in the Pacific was a crucial industrial material before the discovery of petroleum. How did you end up in the northern seas? The journey from Coral Island to the volcanic island must take at least 6 months by ship. Krona bore a somewhat helpless expression. Actually, my father was the captain of a whaling ship, and he wanted me to inherit his vessel. However, I had no desire to. Leviathan whales can grow to 100 meters long, and every year, boats are overturned by them, consigning their crews to the deep. So you ventured out to escape the danger? To be honest, having you aboard is not the wisest choice. Krona shook his head. I am not afraid of danger, but I fear my children engaging in such perilous work. I wish to bring about change. Rest assured, one day you will possess your own land. When that time comes, I shall bring all my family over to make them island dwellers. A flicker of pain crossed Krona's eyes, as if recalling something. Chapter 80, The Swamp. January 2nd, Year 9. It has been over 20 days since we set sail, and this explorations island is rather distant. The resources aboard the unicorn whale are running low. Should Island 1002 transform into a new island, it would significantly ease our supply issues. Upon my arrival, I deliberately took a glance near that island. The chaotic state of its surface suggests that the conflict between Elizabeth and 1002 has not gone smoothly. It may take considerable time for this island to develop. However, that peculiar power of 1002 is indeed not easily resolved. I hope they fare well. Heat has also begun to take action, all things considered. Everything seems to be moving in a favorable direction. I wonder where Anna is now. Perhaps. Crossed out, Charles waited for the ink to dry before closing the diary and headed to the deck to commence his daily inspection of the vessel. Just as he was about to push open the kitchen door, an excited Deep dashed past him, fishing rod in hand, with a jellyfish-like creature dangling from a hook. Freddy, come quickly. I've caught a crystal jellyfish. Can you make soup with it? The kitchen reverberated with the furious shouts of Chef Fry. Get out of my sight. You spend all day hauling in this rubbish. Do it yourself. I refuse to partake. Charles entered the kitchen, sidestepping the two and ensuring that all was in order within. Chef, we have a problem. These salty biscuits are starting to breed worms. Please take heed. His words interrupted the heated exchange. Fry hurried over, promising immediate rectification and asserting that the infested biscuits were meant for the sailors, while the captain's provisions were assuredly untainted. What do you mean, meant for the sailors? Are they not human? In defense of his subordinates, Deep re-engaged in the quarrel. Charles did not intervene. In stark contrast to the trepidation displayed by the crew upon entering uncharted waters, they now found the time to bicker. Indeed, human adaptability is remarkably swift. As he exited the kitchen, Charles made his way toward the other cabins. Inspections were not merely about monitoring for unwelcome intruders from the sea. Other factors were equally paramount. Whether it be provisions, fuel, or the morale of the crew, any misstep could transform a vessel into a floating coffin, endangering all aboard. On the deck, in the control room, the turbine chamber, the crew's lounge, the kitchen, the cargo hold, and the water chamber, Charles meticulously inspected every nook and cranny. While other captains might adhere to different protocols, on his ship, Charles always conducted the inspections personally. These tasks constituted the bulk of a captain's responsibilities, mundane yet profoundly vital. Captain, an island. The news jolted Charles, who had been counting fuel reserves. By all accounts, they should still have 3 days to reach their destination. He hurried to the deck and beheld a hazy island illuminated by the distant searchlight. Unlike the previous islands, this one towered impressively, resembling a flat-topped mountain. The surrounding cliffs were barren, devoid of any life, and the platform above was so elevated that it was obscured from view. Gazing up at the imposing island, Charles waved his hand to instruct the sailors to lower the anchor, then turned to his vampire crew member. "Audric, take flight and investigate." The vampire nodded and transformed into a bat, soaring into the sky. How could the depths elude them here? Charles approached the anchoring mechanism, discovering that the chain had indeed been fully released. The anchor chain of the narwhal was a staggering 100 meters long, yet had not reached the bottom. What manner of structure was this island? A vertical pole? After pondering for a moment, he declared, "We shall not drop anchor. When we board the island, Fry and the sailors will remain aboard to keep watch." A swamp? Charles was taken aback by this revelation, having never anticipated such terrain on an island. Nevertheless, they pressed on to investigate. Perhaps this island was a concealed supply point for the king. With Audric's assistance, a rope ladder was swiftly secured to the rock face. As Charles and the other crew members ascended, they found the vampire's account to be accurate. Indeed, a swamp lay above. This swamp differed from those in forests. There were no trees, no flowers, no signs of life, only wet mud, foul water, and thick fog. Yet, the swamp was not entirely devoid of substance. Various rocks lay submerged in the mire. Tossing some fish meat into the sludge yielded no response from any creatures. Cautiously, Charles approached the muck, discovering that it was not particularly deep. At its worst, it barely reached his thighs, and when he stepped in with his right foot, he found the ground beneath surprisingly solid. "Hey, buddy, doesn't this place resemble a hot pot? Look at those stones. They're just like the white tofu in a lamb hot pot." Charles ignored the teasing voice in his head, cupping some muddy water in his hand and bringing it to his nose. The unique scent of seawater mingled with the putrid odor of decay assaulted his nostrils. The water in this swamp was seawater devoid of any utility. He gestured for the others to follow. The dismal environment caused each crew member to frown. No one relished filth. Traversing the swamp felt akin to stepping into a dung pit. Lily's white rat, upon entering the water, quickly morphed into a blackened coal-like mass. The frightened white rat, Lily, clung tightly to Charles's neck, refusing to let go. Though Charles possessed night vision, the dense fog obscured his sight. In this place, visibility was virtually non-existent. The torches held by the crew cast a long line of light, pushing back the fog as they slowly advanced toward the island's center. The coldness of the swamp's muddy water seeped into Charles's bones. After merely half an hour, he could scarcely feel his toes. He prudently instructed all crew members to stand on the rocks until their feet regained sensation before proceeding. Seizing the opportunity, the sailors hastily stuffed food into their mouths, eating even when not hungry to fuel their bodies. Chapter 81. Disappearance. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, yet the crew's spirits remained stable. This environment, while unsettling, was not the worst they had encountered compared to previous islands. Sitting on the stones, Charles engaged in conversation with Richard in his mind. The prospects of this island seemed dim. It lacked sunlight. Indeed, it reeks terribly here. If I were a repairman, I wouldn't bother fixing anything in this place. Let us finish exploring first. Perhaps the king deliberately concealed the supply island in this manner. Oh, if they truly visited this island, does that imply there are relics here? Enough of this nonsense. Haven T, we learned from our last lesson. What have I done? Isn't this enhancing our strength? Our survival to this point is thanks to the power of the relics. The side effects of the relics are formidable. Simply possessing more relics does not guarantee greater strength. Just then, Deep's voice interrupted their discussion. They both turned their heads simultaneously to see their sailor retrieving a cylindrical object from his backpack. "Huh, I brought this along too. I thought I'd forgotten it." Deep proudly displayed the object, noticing the curious gazes of his companions. "This is a new device from British Island. Look." He pressed a red button, and a blinding white light shot into the fog. "This is a flashlight, a portable electric lamp. How about that? You've never seen one, have you, Captain? Why are you smiling? And you see, this device can even adjust the size of the light beam." As Deep twisted the flashlight's beam, the white light quickly converged, held in the boy's hand like a sword of light. With a playful spirit, he waved the flashlight around, sweeping the beam across the mist. Charles watched as the smile faded from his face. This device might indeed prove useful. being not only more durable than torches, but also more efficient in storage and capable of penetrating the thick fog. He mentally earmarked this item for procurement in their next adventure. Suddenly, Lily, standing behind Charles, screamed in terror. "What's wrong?" Charles turned her to face him. There's a face. As the beam swept by, she had seen a visage. Charles fixed his gaze on the direction Lily pointed, climbing over the stones with determination. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed behind him as the crew followed suit. They swiftly navigated through the fog and discovered the large face Lily had mentioned, only to find it was not a person but rather a crude drawing on the wall. More of a child as haphazard doodle than a painting. The execution was rough, yet the emotion it conveyed was palpable. It depicted a naked human desperately clutching their own neck, an expression of agony vividly portrayed. Such a sight, coupled with the hastily rendered strokes, appeared particularly eerie. "Mr. Charles, who painted this?" Lily, with her head tucked into his clothing, inquired. "Compared to this painting, I am far more intrigued by the identity of the architect behind this wall." Charles, running his hand along the sturdy surface, found his vision obscured by a thick mist, rendering him unable to ascertain the height or breadth of the wall. Testing it with his black blade, he discovered the wall to be remarkably solid, its hardness rivaling that of cement. What sort of individual would construct a wall in the midst of a foul, putrid swamp without reason? The pale yellow hue did not resemble the foundation style. Could it possibly belong to the king? Let us proceed along the wall to investigate. With that, Charles and his crew mobilized once more. The flickering flames gradually dissipated from the painting, and the terrifying image suddenly contorted, followed by a surge of ghastly graffiti emerging from the wall, their mouths agape in silent wails, intertwining until the entire wall was consumed, melding into darkness. After nearly 2 hours traversing the wall, Charles finally reached its end, where a sudden opening appeared, shrouded in mist, obscuring its contents. Fortunately, Charles had equipped himself with several new tools that would prove useful at this moment. He extracted a mirror box from his backpack, commanding the vampire to fly away. He then opened the box. Blinding sunlight instantly dispelled the dense fog, leaving everyone present awestruck by the scene before them. Within the opening of the wall, numerous walls intersected in the distance, forming an immense labyrinth amidst the damp mist. Each wall towered high and wide, as if the labyrinth were constructed for giants of 100 meters in stature, instilling a sense of dread merely by standing alongside it. The warm glow gradually faded, and the walls receded back into the mist. After a long silence, a harsh, scraping sound echoed as Charles etched an arrow into the wall with his black blade. "Let's proceed." He stepped into the fog. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. It was evident to all that this place was perilous, and no one wished to meet their demise. Each individual was on high alert. The absence of anomalies only indicated that danger had yet to reveal itself, a notion that Charles detested, his mind taut with tension. The labyrinth offered no respite, and Charles's feet gradually grew numb from the cold. Checking his pocket watch, he noted that they had been within the labyrinth for nearly 2 hours. Upon hearing this, everyone, including the doctor, let out a collective sigh of relief. Such a place was hardly pleasant. Time ticked away, approaching half an hour, when suddenly Charles flicked his black blade, the edge trailing a shadow as it plunged into the water. Following closely, Charles propelled himself forward, seizing the hilt of the submerged blade, only to discover that the blade bore nothing. This time, it was Richard who had acted. "What did you find?" Charles inquired mentally. "I just saw ripples break the surface. I thought something was in the water. Strange, could it be my imagination?" Charles probed the water with his black blade, uncovering only a mass of silt. A wave of relief washed over everyone, and they turned to leave. However, when Charles once again counted heads, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. "Wait, the first mate is missing." Chapter 82. The Nasal Indigenous. Hearing Charles's words, the other crew members began scanning the vicinity, realizing that the bandaged figure had indeed vanished. Terror flickered across each face. How could their companion have simply disappeared? When was the last time anyone saw the bandaged one? Charles, suppressing his unease, questioned the crew. I hesitantly raised his hand. 5 minutes ago, the first mate was right in front of me. No, it must have been more than 10 minutes. I haven't seen him in quite a while, Lily interjected. The crew's accounts were inconsistent. It was clear that the bandaged one had vanished within those last few minutes. Glancing at the encroaching mist, Charles furrowed his brow and turned to Odric. Transform into a bat and follow the arrow I carved. See if the bandaged one has lost his way elsewhere. Odric nodded, unfurling his cloak and transforming into a bat. capable of using echolocation to navigate despite the thick fog. Leaning against the wall, Charles pondered his next move, finding himself more troubled by such a predicament than by terrifying, grotesque monsters. The former at least allowed for the possibility of counterattack, whereas the latter left one utterly bereft of options, no matter how formidable one might be. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the mist, startling everyone. Charles quickly opened a mirror box, light piercing through the fog once more. Yet the source of the noise revealed nothing. Soon after, the dense mist began to thin, and Charles sensed something ominous was unfolding. Under the gaze of all, he spoke slowly. "We must leave this place." Frey, next to him, grew anxious. "Captain, but the first mate has yet to be found. Follow my orders." "We will talk about it later," Charles replied, leading the way. Although this decision weighed heavily on him for abandoning the bandaged one, as captain, he had to prioritize the safety of the other crew members. This was his duty as their leader. If one could vanish, so too could another. Without knowledge of what had caused the first mate's disappearance, remaining here was not a prudent choice. He could not risk the lives of others for a single crew member. Furthermore, as a devout follower of the god of Fortan with remarkable regenerative abilities, the bandaged one should survive long enough for them to devise a rescue plan once they were outside. Following the captain's orders, everyone swiftly moved along the wall, adhering to the arrow markings. The thick fog was parted by the flames, and aside from the sound of mud being disturbed, there was an eerie silence. Yet, when the crowd ignited a second torch, Charles's expression darkened. After running for so long, they should have reached the exit of the labyrinth, yet they had not. "Wait." Charles halted the crew, scrutinizing the arrow on the wall. Upon careful examination, he discovered that all the hidden markers he had intentionally left within the arrow were present. This arrow was indeed his own drawing and not altered by anyone else. However, anticipating such a scenario before entering, he sliced his fingertip with his black blade, swiftly smearing the blood onto the bat mirror, causing black fur to sprout across his face, with membranes rapidly developing beneath his arms. The labyrinth, no matter how confounding, was merely a flat plane. As long as he flew above with his crew, they could directly locate the exit. Within seconds, his transformation was complete, and the gust from his bat wings sent waves crashing through the mud. Charles propelled himself skyward, even having witnessed it once. The structure of the colossal labyrinth astounded him anew, a dizzying array of intricate intersections. Ignoring those diverging paths, he soared directly upward, with the rapid flapping of his wings. Charles sensed something amiss. No matter how high he ascended, the adjacent walls remained as shadows by his side. 3 minutes later, suspended in midair, Charles emitted sound waves downward. Yet no echoes returned. He was at least 1,000 meters above ground. This was clearly illogical. Charles recalled the island's appearance. Even with the fog's obscurity, he could ascertain that the island was not so lofty. Realizing that descending further would yield no results, Charles decisively plummeted. "Captain, how is it?" Deep inquired eagerly as Charles sipped from a blood bag. "It's no good. I've flown over 1,000 meters, and the walls continue to rise with me." "Remain calm. We have other options," Charles stated, retrieving explosives from James's backpack. Boom! Amidst the chaos, shards of stone erupted, and the labyrinthine walls were instantly breached, revealing a glimpse of the mist beyond through the flickering flames. Faced with an impasse, the decision was made to blast a way out. After all, traversing in a straight line is the shortest path regardless of the maze. The sound of explosions reverberated, and all swiftly moved through the openings created. Soon, the sound of dripping intensified, resembling the patter of rain. Charles, ever vigilant, turned his gaze toward the source of the noise and gradually beheld a peculiar group of creatures approaching. These beings bore a resemblance to hairless, inverted rodents, their elongated and grotesque limbs and organs lending them an unsettling appearance. Their trunk-like noses, akin to those of elephants, dipped into the water, creating the very sound that echoed in the air. These creatures, nearly a meter tall, amassed densely upon the black, muddy waters, resembling corn stalks in a field. Encountering such entities in this desolate place would unnerve anyone. Deep drew a dagger from his boot, shaped similarly to the black blade, and with a difficult swallow, glanced at his captain. "Let us not act rashly. Let us discern their intent," Charles urged, suppressing the raised gun of a nearby crew member. Chapter 83. Humanity. These appeared to be the island's natives, as Charles recalled from the library. The indigenous people of wild islands are not invariably malevolent. Some can communicate and even engage in trade. "We mean no harm. Might you allow us to depart?" Charles spoke slowly in the tongue of the sea. The creatures remained motionless, seemingly unable to comprehend, standing at a distance like lifeless statues. Observing the bizarre tableau before him, Charles waved his hand backwards, signaling the others to retreat. Since they did not understand, it was prudent to withdraw for the time being. Just as Charles lifted his foot, all the creatures twitched their noses and leaped forward, their black claws extending from their emaciated bodies. Attack! The gunfire erupted in unison, and the creatures fell into the water, struck down by the hail of bullets. Their numbers appeared inexhaustible, surging towards the group like a relentless tide. The surroundings became a scene of utter chaos. The muddy waters stained with the purple blood of the creatures, yet they showed no inclination to retreat, regardless of their casualties. With the grotesque entities closing in, Charles resolved to draw forth the lightning-shaped short staff from within his coat. With a crackle, arcs of electricity surged forth, causing the creatures to convulse and plunge into the water. They were vanquished, yet Charles and his crew suffered as well. The potent electricity coursed through the muddy waters, affecting every member, causing involuntary spasms despite their distance from the source. Charles was the first to regain his composure. As he raised his head, he discovered that all the creatures now floated upon the water's surface, their lifeless forms finally at rest. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath. Though the relic was formidable, its side effects were indeed harsh. Whatever the creatures intended remained a mystery, but the immediate dilemma had been resolved. God knows if there are more of them. We must vacate this place swiftly. At that moment, a nearly flat pipe drifted silently toward them. The entity beneath the waves seemed reluctant to disturb anyone, slowly approaching the corpses of the creatures. However, with his night vision, Charles discerned everything clearly and raised his weapon, firing at the direction of the pipe. It sank rapidly, crimson blood bubbling forth from beneath the surface. The pool of blood quickly turned and fled into the depths. Regardless of its nature, Charles could not allow it to escape. He lifted his right foot from the muddy water, pressing against the wall with force, launching himself into the air, and plunged the black blade directly toward the pool of blood. With a splatter, the blade pierced the submerged entity, causing the red liquid to swell. With a swift upward motion of his wrist, he yanked the submerged being from the depths. It was a man, an elderly blind man with milky eyes, his naked form marred by wounds that etched a visage of profound suffering. Yet, despite his plight, he refrained from uttering a sound, his trembling hands gripping the hilt of Charles's blade, pushing outward with exertion. Recognizing a fellow human, Charles refrained from further violence and turned to his companions, calling out, "Doctor, come assist him. Let's not allow him to perish." Everyone gathered around, curiosity piquing as they beheld the old man. None had expected to find any semblance of life in such a place. "Can you comprehend my words?" Charles inquired of the elderly man, who seemed startled, swiftly placing a finger to his lips. "Sure, be quiet, or the tormentor will hear." Charles scrutinized the peculiar old man's appearance. He was emaciated, resembling a skeleton draped in human skin, his neck hunched with an air of trepidation, as if perpetually prepared to flee. Richard S.'s voice echoed in his mind. "Mate, doesn't this fellow remind you of Gollum from The Lord of the Rings, the one who bit off the protagonist's finger at the climax?" Silence. At that moment, the doctor had finished tending to the old man's external wounds, and he limped over to Charles. "I've examined his body. He is undoubtedly human, judging by his teeth. He is only in his 40s, yet he suffers from severe malnutrition, and his skin bears the marks of prolonged exposure to water. He must have resided in this hostile environment for quite some time." Charles pondered. Could it be that this island harbors indigenous inhabitants? "Do you know where the exit lies?" he queried the elder, seeking the crux of the matter. Upon hearing the question, the old man's filthy face brightened with hope. "You've just arrived, haven't you? Did you bring food from the outside?" Impatient, Charles pressed the black blade against the elder's throat, threatening, "You will answer my questions, understood?" Feeling the menace in Charles's tone, the elder stiffened and nodded vigorously. "Who are you? What brings you here?" "I am Blake. I came here upon hearing the sounds of your battle with the tormentor, hoping to steal some of your provisions. Rest assured, the tormentor is all yours. I desire none of it." Charles glanced at the corpses of the creatures nearby. Evidently, this was the sustenance he spoke of. "Where is the exit of this maze?" "There is no exit. None who enter have ever left. No one has ever escaped." "I don't know. I've been trapped here for over 20 years and have never seen anyone leave." "What tormentor do you speak of?" "A creature, the strongest of all here, and it cannot be killed. Once it captures us, it burrows into our mouths, tormenting us from within, feeding on our anguished screams." "How vast is this maze?" Enormous. No one has touched its boundaries. It is at least larger than England. Upon hearing this, Charles furrowed his brow. He had inspected this island prior to approaching. It was indeed smaller than Coral Island. How could the maze possibly exceed the size of England, which is the largest island in the North Sea, home to nearly 7 million residents, coupled with the towering walls that stretched over 1,000 meters? Charles increasingly sensed that something was amiss with this labyrinth. Gazing at the trembling, blind old man before him, he did not believe he would deceive him. How many like you are trapped here? Thousands? No. Tens of thousands. I'm not quite sure. Most are captive to the tormentor, while a few have escaped. In my dwelling, there are over 100 of us. Have you seen a man wrapped in bandages around here? Charles inquired, seeking information about the disappearance of his first mate, hoping it was connected to the plight of these humans. Bandages? I can't see, so I don't know what you mean by bandages, but about half an hour ago, I thought I heard something moving toward my dwelling. Charles surveyed the desolate surroundings, turning Blake around and giving him a gentle push. Let us go. Take me to your dwelling. Chapter 84. The Scarred Man. Under the guidance of the peculiar old man, Charles and his companions made their way towards the intricate labyrinth entrance in the distance. Just as they departed, a bandaged figure began to emerge slowly on the wall, reaching out as if to obstruct something. Although Blake lacked eyes, he seemed to navigate with an uncanny instinct, bending low and moving swiftly. Mr. Charles, that poor old man looks so miserable. Let's give him some biscuits, Lily whispered in Charles's ear. Charles shook his head, dismissing her suggestion. Revealing food in the presence of someone whose intentions were unclear was far from prudent. As they trudged through the muddy expanse, silence enveloped them until, after nearly half an hour, a human settlement appeared affixed to the wall before Charles. To escape the filthy mire, they had carved out various hollows in the rock, where dozens of emaciated humans sat, either resting or conversing. Each shared similar gaunt features with the guide Blake, their eyes clouded with a milky haze. However, upon seeing the array of bones hanging on the wall, a heaviness settled in Charles's heart. Among them were human remains, and the quantity was considerable. Scanning the settlement hastily, Charles found no sign of the bandaged figure. As murmurs rippled through the crowd, Blake excitedly approached them. Upon touching the wall, he turned to Charles with a sinister smile. Boss, look, I brought some newcomers, and I just heard a woman-esque voice saying they have biscuits. At this, a human from the uppermost level of the wall stood, and disregarding the perilous drop of several meters, jumped directly into the mud below, his scarred face alight with unrestrained excitement. A woman? Finally, another woman has arrived. Huh, this time I'll cherish her. Brian approached with a sycophantic grin. Boss, can I have a turn this time? As the blind figures swiftly converged on them, Charles raised his revolver and fired a warning shot into the air. The sound of the gunshot momentarily stunned the scarred man, who then erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing. It appears the newcomers possess a firearm. I am so terrified. Ha ha ha. Not wishing to engage in conversation with such a malevolent figure, Charles aimed directly at the leading scarred man and fired. Witnessing their captain's attack, the crew sprang into action. However, in that instant, all present lunged into the murky water, vanishing amidst the filth. The bullet struck the surface, causing only minor splashes without a trace of blood. As silence reclaimed the water, those assailants had disappeared. This was their domain. Just as Charles's warning echoed, the water before him erupted, and several sharp, mud-coated claws lunged towards his neck. With a deft backward somersault, he narrowly evaded the assault, firing multiple rounds into the water, blood blooming upon his bare chest. Suddenly, a new peril emerged from behind. The scarred man had silently appeared, grinning wickedly as he aimed his claws at Charles's back. In a split second, a massive hand swatted him aside. James had intervened. Regaining his footing, Charles leaped onto James's shoulder, gaining a vantage point to observe as the assailants began to attack his crew, chaos erupting in the muck. He wasted no time, firing his revolver to keep the emerging figures at bay. Initially, the surprise attack from below had thrown the crew into disarray, but they quickly regained their composure and began to retaliate. After all, they were all human. No one feared the other. James swatted the attackers away as if they were mere flies. Lily's rat dove beneath the surface, crimson blood staining the water. Deep's dagger swiftly sliced through their throats. Charles was taken aback by Second Officer Krona, who clutched a blue candle while muttering incantations, two paper figures standing guard over him. As the black mud became tainted with blood, the fierce battle gradually quieted. A glance at the count of bodies on the surface revealed to Charles that this ordeal was far from over. only a dozen corpses lay scattered, a stark contrast to the 70 or 80 that had previously been present. Your aim is quite precise, but that is all it amounts to. The scarred man's voice suddenly echoed from the left. Charles swiftly aimed his gun in that direction, but the bullet vanished upon striking the water surface. Moments later, the voice reemerged from the right. Unfortunately, that is all you have. You probably won't even reach the second tier. You cannot hope to contend with me. Hand over the women and food, and I may consider allowing you to join us. Realizing bullets were futile, Charles ceased firing and warily inquired, "Second tier? What is that?" "Ha ha ha. It seems you're not only new here, but also in the outside world, unfamiliar with the hierarchy of power. Governors do not coexist peacefully. It is during their conflicts that they require individuals like these." From this, it was evident that this man had likely been a combatant aboard a warship. "I am the captain of an exploration vessel. I am indifferent to your warship's hierarchy," Charles retorted, waving dismissively before retrieving his short staff from within his garments. The crew of the Narwhal gasped in alarm, hurriedly seeking refuge beside the now giant James, their previous encounter hauntingly vivid in their minds. An exploration ship? Humph. Only those unworthy of warships would foolishly embark on a dilapidated vessel to meet their demise on the island. Is that so? Then why? As a being of such formidable strength, are you trapped in this place? Do not be so cocky. Once I catch you, I will enjoy making you suffer. Now, Charles thrust the short staff forward, a brilliant arc of electricity surging towards the source of the voice. Chapter 85. The location of the bandages. Lightning swept through the air, and within the steaming, murky water, convulsing bodies began to rise slowly. Charles, similarly jolted by the electricity, trembled as he stowed the short staff away. Just then, he noticed an upward arrow and an exclamation mark appear on the wall before him. A sudden chill of murderous intent washed over him from above, and he strained to move left with all his might, but his numb body was unresponsive. Listening to the rapid breaths from below, the scarred man's lips curled into a slight smirk, having lured Charles into a state of vulnerability to ascertain his precise location. He was aware that Charles was the leader of these newcomers. If he could eliminate him, the others would scatter like leaves in the wind, and the women and food within the group would belong to him. Just as the scarred man felt his claws penetrate flesh, he was abruptly ensnared by 3 colossal tentacles, yanking him away as Charles's ring activated. Damn it, what is this? The scarred man swung his claws wildly at the encroaching tentacles, but a second had already elapsed, time enough for Deep to charge forward, dagger raised, ready to engage the scarred man. They clashed violently, but the scarred man, having lost the element of surprise, was clearly no match for the collective might of the crew. A flicker of cold light flashed, and in an instant, his 2 forearms were severed. The scarred man let out a harrowing scream as he plummeted into the muddy depths below. The masked Deep was poised to descend and sever his head, but Charles intervened. "Wait, do not kill him. He still holds value for us." Observing their leader captured, Blake, submerged beneath the surface, turned in terror and swam away, astonished by the formidable strength of these adversaries. He had encountered a formidable foe. Yet, midway through his escape, he suddenly felt something furry crawl up his body. In a panic, he attempted to surface, but excruciating pain coursed through him as Lily's rats savagely tore at Blake's flesh with renewed vigor. Charles, now restored to his normal state, retrieved the scarred man from the water. Despite his severed hands, the scarred man exhibited no signs of submission. A cold smirk etched on his face as he regarded Charles with disdain through his pale, unseeing eyes. "Not bad for a relic. With it, you might barely reach the 3rd tier, but that is all. If you had encountered me in my prime, you would be doomed." Charles, uninterested in further discourse, secured the man with a rope and turned toward the wall. Had it not been for the sudden notification that appeared on the wall, he might have indeed been ensnared. As Charles approached the wall, a figure wrapped in bandages emerged in a hasty scrawl. Despite its crude form, Charles recognized it instantly as his first mate, bound within the wall. No wonder he had been so elusive. Charles dragged the scarred man closer, pointing at the graffiti on the wall. "You've been here long enough. You must know this place well. My crew member is trapped within the wall. Is there any way to free him?" The scarred man sneered, showing no inclination to respond. Charles's gaze hardened, and he plunged his black blade into the man's severed limb. "Speak now," the scarred man screamed, cursing furiously. "Trash. If you have guts, kill me." At that moment, the bandaged figure shook its head, and a line of cryptic words appeared beside it. "Hurry, the creature approaches from the left." The incomprehensible jumble left Charles bewildered. but he quickly grasped that the bandages were issuing a warning. Although uncertain of what lay ahead, he chose to trust his first mate. Turn back. Something is coming, he urged, and everyone swiftly followed Charles's lead, the bandages intermittently revealing the way on the wall beside them. The labyrinthine paths twisted and turned, but the bandages seemed to intuitively guide them through swiftly. After nearly 5 minutes of frantic escape, even the fearless scarred man wore an expression of terror. What are you doing? Stop. You can't go that way. Charles cast a glance at the bandages on the wall, accelerating his pace. He trusted his first mate more than a man who had sought to take his life. Just as they rounded a sharp corner, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. A wretched cry that seemed to penetrate the hearts of all present, freezing them in place. What lies ahead? Charles inscribed on the wall. Impossible. That path is not an exit. Do not believe his lies. That is the domain of torment. If humans are captured, they will suffer unspeakably. As he uttered this, he attempted to retreat, but Charles raised his revolver, aiming at the back of his head. Stop, or I shall not hesitate to shoot. Yet the desperate scarred man tilted his head, smashing it violently against the wall. Instantly, the yellow wall was stained with crimson and ivory. He would rather die than face that place. Observing his crew's silent, watchful faces, Charles found himself in a quandary. There was undoubtedly danger ahead, yet the bandages claimed it was the exit. A single misstep could seal their fates. After a moment's hesitation, Charles inscribed a message on the wall with his black blade. Which arm did Anna consume? The right leg. Upon seeing the words materialize, Charles realized that indeed, this wall contained his first mate's essence. Can you explain how you know that path leads to the exit? Charles inscribed. There is no time left. The urgency in the 3 exclamation marks deepened Charles's confusion. What do you mean there is no time? The island is sinking. If you do not emerge soon, you will be trapped forever. As those words appeared on the wall, a realization struck Charles. He slowly lifted his gaze to the boundless wall above, momentarily grasping the truth. It was not the bandages that were trapped within the wall. It was they who were ensnared. The searchlights from the narwhal pierced the water, illuminating the submerged maze and the graffiti resembling Charles and his crew. All clear against the walls. Chef Fry watched anxiously as the bandaged figure dove and resurfaced intermittently. First mate, has the captain not emerged yet? I just measured. The island is sinking faster than ever. The bandaged figure shook its head, taking a deep breath before plunging back into the maze below. Observing the actions of the graffiti depicting his companions, the breathless bandaged figure swiftly followed suit. Chapter 86, Torment. In the damp labyrinth, Charles, his face grim, led his crew in a frantic dash. Mr. Charles, my friend, cannot keep up. Lily, perched on Charles's shoulder, cried urgently. Tell them to climb onto James's back. Quickly. The rats swiftly ascended the diminishing giant's back, James appearing as if cloaked in a dark cape. The harrowing cries grew louder ahead, but these sounds could not impede Charles's relentless pace. If what the bandages claimed was true, the island had already sunk below the surface. If they did not escape soon, they would be submerged in the depths alongside it. Whatever lay in the abyss was not a realm for humanity. The damp air was oppressive, each face heavy with gravity. Yet seeing Charles, their steadfast leader, racing ahead, no one faltered. The crew followed the bandages through the labyrinth, the wails drawing nearer. Suddenly, Charles made a sharp turn and found himself in an open area. To his astonishment, there was light, but the scene within was chilling. In a space the size of a football field, there lay countless naked humans, men, women, and children alike. They clawed at their throats, screaming in agony, writhing in the mud, just as depicted in the graffiti on the wall. Surrounding them were swarms of small, black, monstrous insects, resembling centipedes with spider-like legs. Upon witnessing this, Charles understood immediately. These were the tormentors. The scarred man's words had been correct. This was indeed the lair of torment. As Charles beheld them, the tormentors turned their attention to him. In addition to those on the water surface, some of the tormentors crawled from the mouths of the screaming victims. The tormentors began to move, converging towards Charles, intent on assimilating him into their cacophony of anguish. They surged in swarms, creating a black carpet of terror. Faced with this scene, fear flickered across every face. Charles quickly inscribed on the wall, "Bandages, the tormentors are coming. Where's the exit you mentioned?" Yet at that moment, the bandages vanished from the wall once more. Damn it! Charles exhaled, drawing forth the thunder rod from his pocket. This was the only relic capable of confronting such overwhelming foes. With a crackle, brilliant arcs of electricity surged into the mass of tormentors, leaping between them. However, the scene that plunged everyone into despair soon unfolded. Confronted by a force potent enough to annihilate 1,002 thunderbolts, the torments exhibited no reaction, as if they were insulated from the agony. The relentless torments surged forward, crawling up Charles's body and invading his mouth, an excruciating pain piercing through to his very marrow, nearly causing him to faint. As involuntary screams escaped his throat, the other crew members were similarly affected, writhing in agony and crying out in terror. At that moment, Charles noticed the bandage on the wall reappearing. He drew a box and mimicked the action of opening it. A box? A mirror box. Trembling, he reached for the backpack on his back, but the overwhelming agony rendered even thought a challenge, his hands instinctively clutching his neck, as if that might alleviate his suffering. "Mr. Charles, I am here to assist you." Lily's mice swiftly leaped onto James's back and retrieved a mirror box from within. The torments seemed to solely target humans, while the nearby diminutive rodents scarcely paid them any heed. The nearby howling vampires, witnessing this, momentarily overcame their fear of sunlight, desperately burying themselves in the mud. With a snap, the mirror box was opened by the mice, and a blinding light instantly filled the entire space. Under the sun's rays, all the torments surrounding them melted away like snowmen, leaving no trace behind, and the searing pain dissipated as swiftly as it had come. Exhausted, Charles gasped for breath as he turned his gaze toward the bandage on the wall. A thought struck him. How did this fellow know that sunlight was effective against the torments? Yet, just then, the graffiti on the bandage vanished once more, its true form emerging from a distant mire. "Captain, over here." In the mud beside the bandage, a hazy white light pulsed, revealing the searchlight of the narwhal. That was the exit. As Charles emerged from the hole in the mud, the icy, biting seawater enveloped him, instantly washing away the muck covering his body. He scanned his surroundings and noticed that the previous flat-topped island was now submerged beneath the water, a good 7 to 8 meters from the surface above. He did not ascend immediately, but paused at the exit point, quickly counting the crew members who had emerged. Lily, Krona, Deep, one by one the crew surfaced. Charles soon realized that one person was missing. His chief engineer, James, had yet to appear. When Charles dove back in, he found James standing there, his face pale and drawn. "Captain, I'm too large. I can't fit," James uttered with despair etched upon his features. Charles's heart sank. He then realized that James's body had not fully shrunk, and at his current height of 3 meters, he simply could not escape. Trembling, James handed the amethyst crystal to Charles, struggling to say, "Captain, please tell my wife that I will always love her. I estimate I have 5 minutes left, Captain. Time is running out. Then let us wait 5 minutes. Do not fret. I will stay with you." Charles withdrew his pocket watch, calming himself as he awaited the passage of time. Moments ticked by, and increasingly more seawater surged through the exit. Watching the rising muck, Charles finally understood how the swamp had formed. Just as James's stature shrank to 2.5 meters, Charles noticed the edges of the bizarre exit beginning to writhe unsteadily. It was about to close. "We cannot wait any longer. Hurry," Charles urged, pushing the giant toward the exit. As expected, James became stuck, the edges of the exit slowly constricting, pressing inward against the skin. Chapter 87. The Arm. Charles exerted every ounce of strength to press against James's foot, attempting to push him outward, but he remained lodged. "Get moving," Charles shouted, summoning all his might to leap high, forcefully stomping down on James's foot. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as a large chunk of skin was scraped from James's side, propelling him through the exit. Charles followed suit, but as he emerged, the exit suddenly snapped shut, trapping his left arm. Gritting his teeth, Charles pressed his foot against the wall, tugging desperately, yet he could not free himself. Beside him, James floated, grasping Charles's waist and pulling with all his might. Charles gave him a shove and pointed toward the surface, but the giant shook his head vigorously, gesturing toward the depths. Charles felt the surrounding waters begin to churn violently, and the island's descent quickened. Sensing the increasing pressure, Charles realized that without making a choice, the water pressure alone could claim his life. Resolutely, he drew his black blade and struck against the wall with force. Crimson blood gushed from the severed edge, and the two men's descent finally halted. When Charles instinctively glanced into the dark abyss below, he was shocked to discover that not just one island was sinking. A dozen similar islands were plummeting at an alarming rate, and beneath them, Charles discerned a vast, writhing darkness, so immense that the island trapping them appeared as nothing more than a fingertip in comparison. "No," Perhaps it could be said that the island was merely a fingertip of that dark entity. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. These islands were all interconnected, each a part of that darkness. With a whoosh, a colossal crimson eye emerged from the writhing shadows, followed by 2, then 3 more. The whispers in his ears resumed, and Charles immediately closed his eyes, summoning all his strength to swim upwards alongside James. On the deck, the drenched and shivering crew anxiously gazed toward the surface, their captain and chief engineer still submerged. Lily paced back and forth along the ship's edge, tears brimming in her eyes. What if something were to happen to Mr. Charles? What would I do? Where would I go? No, Mr. Charles would surely be fine. He is so formidable. He cannot come to harm. Just as she was about to break down, she suddenly spotted Charles and James supporting each other as they surfaced. Overjoyed, Lily leaped into the water. "Captain, your hand." All the crew members immediately noticed Charles's empty left arm. Seeing his crew, Charles's face paled as he opened his mouth to speak. But a great spurt of crimson blood erupted from his lips. Simultaneously, James knelt beside him, exhibiting the same distressing symptoms. Witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in horror, hastily summoning a doctor. The doctor quickly examined both men, releasing a sigh of relief. "It's nothing serious. You ascended from the depths too rapidly and have developed decompression sickness. You lot, take them to the medical room I have prepared. I need to treat them." In the sterile confines of the white medical room, various bitter concoctions were administered, and Charles felt the sensation of suffocation in his lungs significantly diminish. Beside him, James lay in a similar condition. Looking at Charles's empty left arm, a pained expression crossed James's face. "Captain, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you need not apologize. The relic was given to you by me, and I instructed you to use it. You did nothing wrong." Charles interrupted him. Gazing at his severed arm, Charles contemplated deeply, which was more valuable, another's life or his own arm. Soon, he arrived at his own conclusion. If he wished to achieve his goals, he could not rely solely on himself. He needed a crew willing to share in his hardships. As for an arm, if it meant escaping this place, such a price was worth paying. As Charles contemplated the grim prospect of delivering the news of James's demise to his wife, he suddenly felt reassured in his choice. It was merely the loss of a hand. After all, love remained intact. Richard's voice echoed in his mind, offering sardonic commentary. Shaking his head, Charles slowly closed his eyes, preparing to rest, his mind weary from the tumult of thoughts. With a loud bang, the doctor pushed open the door and strode directly to Charles, displaying an unmistakable impatience. "Have you seen something? Why has your mental deterioration worsened?" he inquired, casting a cursory glance around. The island appeared to be a manifestation of some entity's limb. "Do you not comprehend the rules of the abyss? Even as captain, you should refrain from wandering your gaze. One day, your curiosity will be your undoing." With a look of disdain, the doctor handed over a cup filled with a bubbling black concoction. Charles accepted it and drank deeply, the metallic taste flooding his mouth. However, the fog in his mind began to lift significantly. Feeling more lucid, he set the iron cup on the wooden cabinet beside him and addressed the doctor. "Could you summon the first mate? I have matters to discuss with him." Various signs indicated that the bandaged man was well acquainted with this place. He not only knew the location of the exit, but also had methods to withstand the torments and immunity to the maze's effects, preventing him from being ensnared within the walls. Yet, this raised contradictions. If he was aware of the dangers, why did he not forewarn anyone? If his intention was to ensnare the crew, why then did he go to such lengths to extricate them in the end? The silent first mate soon appeared at the doorway, and in response to Charles's inquiries, he slowly shook his head. I do not know. I believe I have been here before, and resided within for an extended period. When I saw you all appearing on the walls, that is when it dawned on me. Can you recall how you resisted being drawn into the walls? Moreover, it's peculiar on the first island. Those creatures that devour memories captured you. Yet why did they release you? He unwound the bandages from his back, revealing a complex array of dark purple symbols etched into his tattooed skin. Those contorted characters seemed to writhe, and after only a brief glance, Charles felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This must be a form of protection. I cannot recall where it came from. I have forgotten. Charles decided against pressing further. Any inquiry would likely yield the same answer. He could not remember. Do you think there are any clues in his tattoos? Richard proposed, directing Charles's gaze toward the inked designs on the bandaged man's skin. Chapter 88, Anna. Charles rose from the bed and commanded his first mate to remove all the bandages from his body. As he faced the intricate tattoos, he leaned in closer to discern their meanings. Help! I am trapped in this body and cannot escape. A demon has taken my place. Do not trust his words. Upon reading the first line, Charles felt a jolt course through him, a torrent of thoughts flooding his mind. Nevertheless, he turned his gaze toward the silent bandaged figure and continued to read. Do not trust Ginny. She is not your daughter. Do not seek anything. Your current life is what you once could only dream of. You are called Freud. You possess women, wealth, and honor. Now you have everything, and you are happy. Think of nothing else. Never venture to see. There are no answers there. Remember, your lifelong goal is to kill Sika. It is he who murdered my wife, Ginny. Go find the black crystal. I have heard it is highly toxic. Consume it and see if it serves any purpose. I am weary. I wish to sacrifice everything to the omnipotent and omniscient God, Vutan. Seek the light of the sea. It is what has cursed us. The information contained within was tragically sparse. Aside from the fact that he once went by Freud, the rest was a jumble of ambiguous terms. I have examined my tattoos, but they hold no utility. I cannot recall when I was inked. With a sigh, Charles acknowledged the futility. If these tattoos bore any useful information, the bandaged man would not be in such a state. Very well, you may leave. Should anything come to mind, do inform me. Regardless of who the bandaged man had been, his current identity was solely that of the first mate aboard the Narwhal. Charles retrieved his journal and emphatically marked over the coordinates of the recently encountered island. Regardless of whether that island constituted part of a submerged entity, it offered no resources of value. Any island meant to provide material compensation could not possibly be this one. He meticulously surveyed the remaining islands, eliminating the 3 designated for exploration by Keed. Only a handful remained accessible within the current steamship's range. Once a supply point was located, the distant islands could be explored. Margaret, adorned in an exquisite white gown, was embroiled in a heated debate with Daniel, seated at the long table. The governor of the fearless island was experiencing a headache, and he implored her with earnestness. Must you pose this question at your birthday banquet? Everyone is awaiting you. Perhaps you could join your friends for a while, and we can revisit this matter tomorrow? No. This issue transcends any birthday celebration. You must have seen the telegrams I sent, have you not? My daughter, I am only looking out for your well-being. I cannot allow you to be ensnared in danger. How can you say that? Mr. Charles is my friend. He is not a threat. Her voice rose to a pitch that could be heard clearly by the guard stationed outside. Enough. I have made myself clear. I forbid you from associating with him any longer. You are from different worlds. If you continue this uproar, do not blame me for sending someone to eliminate that greedy madman. Margaret stared at her father for 3 seconds, tears streaming down her fair cheeks as she bit her lip and dashed out. Father, I despise you. Daniel watched his daughter's retreating figure, trembling with rage. He glanced around and seized a bronze statue from a nearby cabinet, crushing it in his grip. The bronze twisted into a ball. Yet the fury within the governor's heart was far from quelled. Margaret found herself alone in the desolate garden, sitting on a bench as she silently wiped her tears. A lady approached her slowly. It was her mother, Carita. Well acquainted with the tempers of her husband and daughter, Carita had long anticipated such an outcome. Dressed in an opulent evening gown, she settled beside her daughter. Your father is simply that way. Wait for him to cool down before discussing things again. We are family. Must we create such discord? I hate him, Margaret mumbled, pulling at the petals in her hand. Mother, I do not wish to go. Please allow me to be alone for a while. She stubbornly turned her head away. Is Charles truly that important to you? Observing her daughter's demeanor, Carita shook her head in resignation. Having once been a girl herself, she understood her daughter's sentiments all too well. My dear, I do not know what you are thinking, but you are aware he is a captain of an exploratory vessel. You are not suited for one another. And what of it? Our ancestors were also captains of exploratory ships. If not for their ventures into uncharted waters, there would be no island of Hifong as it is today. Just as Margaret was about to retort, a gentle cough resonated behind them, clad in a high-slit, low-cut black silk gown that clung to her curves. The stunning beauty exuded an alluring femininity. Carita suddenly felt a flush of heat rise to her face, realizing the awkwardness of speaking ill of someone only to have them present to overhear. She hastily rose to her feet and exclaimed, Miss Anna, I did not mean it that way. I merely wished to console my daughter. Lady Carita, I understand, and I am not angry. Why don't you allow me to speak with Miss Margaret? We are of similar age and share more common ground. Glancing at her daughter, who was fuming beside her, Carita gently nodded and turned to leave. Perhaps it would help him to comprehend the profound sorrow of a woman who has just lost her husband. With her departure, the garden fell into a tranquil silence once more, and Anna softly settled beside Margaret. Chapter 89. The Prosthesis. Fear not. I shall not counsel you to abandon your hopes as your parents might. Would you be willing to share the tale of the chap named Charles? How did you come to know him? Margaret had initially been reluctant to speak, but after a prolonged internal struggle, she could no longer contain herself. Once she opened her heart, her words flowed freely, recounting everything about her acquaintance with Charles. The young maiden's countenance shifted between joy and sorrow as she spoke, entirely oblivious to the coldness reflected in Anna's dark pupils nearby. After a long while, Margaret gradually ceased her narration. She smiled at Anna and said, "Thank you for listening. Sister Anna, having shared so much with you has lightened my heart considerably. By the way, have you not yet found your missing husband?" Observing Anna's melancholic expression, Margaret quickly placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and apologetically remarked, "I am sorry if I have touched upon your sorrow." Anna shook her head, brushing away a tear from the corner of her eye, as if suppressing the anguish within. "It is nothing. I have grown accustomed to it." Beneath her flowing black skirt, two tendrils with dark tendrils slowly emerged, curling toward the young maiden's white gown. "Sister Anna, could you tell me what it feels like when a beloved one departs? Is it painful?" The tendrils paused beneath the wooden chair, and Anna gazed quietly at the innocent face of the girl before her. She suddenly tilted her head towards the enveloping darkness. "It is difficult to articulate. Simply put, it is a profound discomfort in the heart. Are you certain you truly love him? Or is it merely gratitude for having saved you?" With a furrowed brow, Margaret fidgeted with the lace of her skirt using her delicate fingers. "I'm unsure if I love Mr. Charles. I just yearn to see him again. Very, very much. Sister Anna, you must understand this feeling, do you not?" A flicker of turmoil danced in Anna's eyes. Margaret remained oblivious to this, her thoughts consumed by her own desires. "Once I come of age, my father will grant me a grand estate and additional assets. Perhaps I could offer all this to Mr. Charles, and he would no longer have to venture into perilous seas." Listening to the girl's proposal, Anna's lips curled into a faint smile. "You could write to him first, inquiring whether he would agree. Perhaps he would be delighted to come to you." Margaret's delicate brows lifted momentarily before drooping once more. "No, my father would never permit me to contact Mr. Charles again. Fear not. You may entrust the letter to me, and I shall deliver it on your behalf. Mr. Peter has recently been unwell, and I have been managing some of his affairs. Coincidentally, there is a shipment bound for Coral Island." Margaret's beautiful face momentarily registered surprise, followed swiftly by excitement as she embraced Anna. "Sister Anna, you are so kind. I have so much to tell Mr. Charles. Oh, and I must send him a photograph of myself as I am now." Also, Charles sat upon the anchor machine on the deck, silently observing the navigational buoy drift slowly backward on the water surface, though the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. He sensed a change in the air. When a fly landed on the deck, he knew they were nearing Coral Island. "Enough jesting. Losing an arm has significantly diminished our strength. We must devise a means to compensate for it. What can be done? That arm is still lodged within the wall. Shall we wait for the island to rise again and retrieve it? Certainly not. I meant to suggest finding alternative methods for compensation." Just as they were engaged in this conversation, a voice filled with ire echoed from a ship's cabin, indicating that someone had pilfered the doctor's liquor. Charles rose and made his way toward the cabin door, having conceived a clever strategy. The doctor possessed something he desired. "What? You inquire about the origin of this prosthetic? Do you wish to acquire one as well?" Charles nodded. "I see you manage it quite well." The doctor opened his iron hand and flexed it. "It functions well enough, but it is quite expensive. Can you afford it? And how much would it cost?" "This single hand is 3 million. Charles's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such exorbitance for a prosthetic. To put it into perspective, he had purchased the unicorn for merely 350,000. Such a small item rivaled the worth of a ship. Richard pondered a different matter. This old fellow may appear scruffy, but it seems he possesses more wealth than we do. 3 million is indeed a fair price. This is no ordinary prosthetic. Those fellows claim they have infused it with enchanted elements." As the doctor spoke, he peeled away the outer casing of the iron hand, revealing a myriad of intricate metal gears within. Each gear meshed seamlessly, whirring in harmonious motion as the doctor opened and closed his palm, producing a rhythmic clicking sound. Charles keenly observed that as the gears rotated, they emitted a faint violet glow. "I'm unsure how they achieve this, but once attached, it functions nearly identically to a natural hand, with the exception of lacking sensation. If you require it, they can even add additional enhancements." Charles's interest was piqued. With such a device, his lost arm would no longer be a hindrance. The doctor nodded in agreement and informed Charles, "Very well, as long as the payment is secured." They are amenable to negotiation. They typically operate in the Western Sea, but I recall they have a contact point on Coral Island. Please expedite the process. I am pressed for time. To survive, one must remain ashore longer. Losing an arm is a stroke of luck, but if one is not cautious, the next time may very well cost a life. At that moment, cheers erupted from the sailors on the deck, prompting Charles and the doctor to exit together. Chapter 90. A Letter. The port area of Coral Island remained as chaotic and noisy as ever. After parting ways with the crew, Charles and Lily made their way directly to the Bad Inn, where they typically resided. Upon entering the inn, Charles immediately sensed something amiss. The disheveled clerk who usually manned the front desk had vanished, replaced by a middle-aged man whose attire was incongruous with the surroundings. Dressed in a white shirt and black waistcoat, complemented by a well-groomed hairstyle, he appeared utterly out of place in the port district. "Mr. Charles, has the Bad Inn changed ownership?" Lily inquired curiously, glancing up at him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Charles approached the man. "I require a month-long stay. Room 303 on the 3rd floor, and please send 2 meals to my room." "Certainly, sir. Your room has been prepared." The man responded with a courteous smile. "Mr. Charles, you need not pay. This inn now belongs to you." "My?" Charles scrutinized the man's face, but gleaned no further information. "Who are you? Who sent you?" "The owner left a letter for you in your room. You will understand once you read it." Receiving the key handed to him, Charles, still perplexed, proceeded to his designated room. Upon unlocking the door, he discovered that the decor had been entirely transformed. The peeling walls were freshly painted and adorned with classical, intricately designed wallpaper, while the old furniture had been replaced with entirely new, elegant furnishings. The floor was covered with thick, pure wool carpets, and artistic murals hung upon the walls, leaving Charles feeling utterly bewildered. The most striking transformation within the room was the left wall, which had been unexpectedly excavated to reveal a fireplace. The crackling flames not only illuminated the entire space, but also dispelled the lingering dampness that had once pervaded the atmosphere. Charles stepped out and glanced at the door number, confirming he had not erred. This was indeed the chamber he had previously inhabited. The current decor and arrangement evoked an impression as though he had entered the boudoir of a governor. "Wow!" exclaimed Lily, leaping from Charles's shoulder and tumbling onto the bed, rolling about with delight. "Mr. Charles, you must come quickly. This bed is astonishingly soft and cozy." In the center of the table lay a square envelope. Who would write to me in this desolate expanse? A thought flickered in Charles's mind, causing his heart to race. He hurried over, tore open the envelope, and a folded piece of drawing paper fell out. It was Anna, making a silly face. Charles gazed at the drawing for several seconds before flipping it over, discovering some characters inscribed in Chinese on the reverse side. "Gao Jiming, how goes your search for a way out? Any leads? I have some joyous news. I have married. Rest assured, I have not been unfaithful. That fellow has a rather pleasant scent. I happen to be in the area and want to check on you. You men are remarkably rough. You can even endure such a room. I tidied it up a bit. No need to thank me. Don't overthink it. It signifies nothing." Charles repeatedly scrutinized the characters on the drawing, and after a considerable time, he set it down. His mind was a tumult of confusion. He could not comprehend why Anna had chosen to act in such a manner. Perhaps binding that fellow downstairs could yield clues about Anna. Should we seek her out? Richard, unusually, refrained from his usual banter. "Do you wish to go? Don't place the blame on me. Surely your thoughts mirror mine, right? The desire to search, yet the reluctance to do so. What if we find her? Do not forget her identity. Keeping her by our side while watching her consume others daily. Can you accept that? Hey, you are Gao Jiming, and so am I. If you can accept it, then I certainly can too." He slowly sank into the leather sofa before the fireplace, instinctively rubbing his temples with his right hand. The soft leather and the warmth of the fire could ease his physical fatigue, but could not unravel the turmoil within his heart. Anna, in his memories, was his childhood companion. Even now, knowing those cherished recollections were fabricated, he found it impossible to forget her. Yet, no matter how profound his feelings, they could not negate the fact that Anna was a monstrous creature that feasted upon humans. After watching the flickering firelight for a while, Charles finally spoke. "In this illogical realm, do you think there is any way?" He approached and discovered a letter torn in half inside. Bending down, he pieced the envelope back together. "Margaret Jane Cavendish, sender. Mr. Charles, recipient." Charles glanced at the drawing of the silly face on the table, and then at the torn envelope in his hand. If Anna had gone to the trouble of tearing this letter, why leave it here for me to find? tossing the fragments of paper into the wastebasket. Charles rose and walked toward the washroom. The fact that the girl had secretly shared food with the slaves indicated she was a good person. Regardless of what she had written in the letter, Charles wished to sever any further ties with her. He had already entangled himself enough in the affairs of this realm. He did not wish to add another complication. Charles's tranquil existence on the island was short-lived. Merely half a month after he had resumed painting to cleanse his mind, he spotted the battered exploration vessel of the cult of the light god at the dock. What happened? Did you find a supply island? Inside the Bat-Inn's room 303, Charles inquired of a visibly distressed Keed. He did not bother to ask about the exit to the land of light, given Keed's devout demeanor toward the light god. If he had indeed found it, he would certainly not be wearing such an expression. Keed, with dark circles under his eyes, shook his head vigorously. No, just a bunch of dead islands. My losses were considerable. What about you? Charles raised his empty left sleeve. The island I explored was no different. Frustrated, Keed turned his gaze back to the nautical chart on the table. There are only a few islands left. Surely one of them contains the celestial ladder to the land of light, or an island used by the king for resupplying. Meanwhile, Lily jumped onto the map, pointing at the furthest island chain with her foot. Mr. Charles, do you think they might have a colossal ship that could reach those islands without needing supplies? Keed irritably shoved Lily aside. What do you know? That's impossible. Look at the distance between here and here. No steamship of any type could cover such a range. Certainly not the Royal Titan. They must have supply points. Soothing the fuming Lily, Charles handed her a pen. Let us not dwell on that. Let us select an island again. As per usual, you go first. Keed marked 2 crosses on the previously circled islands and then drew 2 new islands, handing the pen back to Charles. What about this island? Charles pointed at one of the islands he had circled last time. After a moment's contemplation, he circled the island that had not been crossed out. Keed was taken aback. He had not expected Charles to choose that island, but soon a smile creased his wrinkled face. Very well. I admire Captain Charles's courage. Risk and reward are relative. The most perilous places are often the most likely to hold clues. Let us proceed with that. Depart as soon as possible, and do not meet your demise again. Just as Keed was about to leave, he was stopped by Charles. This time Richard intervened. Wait, old man. Do you have any relics left? Share a bit with me. The forthcoming islands would only grow more dangerous. The stronger his crew, the higher their survival rate on the islands. With a sheep nearby, one must not miss the opportunity to shear the wool. No, my crew needs relics too. If I give those to you, what will they use? Do you light god devotees have any methods to enhance strength beyond relics? Richard pressed, indifferent. Anything that could enhance strength would suffice. Keed hesitated, seemingly weighing his options. Richard, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer, resting his right hand on Keed's shoulder. Come on. At this point, you're still being secretive? Don't forget, we are all in this boat together. My strength increasing benefits everyone. Keed shook his head. That's not the reason. The cult of the light god indeed has a method to enhance the strength of an ordinary person. But there's a prerequisite. One must be a devotee of the light god. If not, undergoing the ritual would result in being consumed by the sacred fire. Richard, still somewhat unconvinced, pressed on. Is there truly no other way? Keed pondered in silence for a moment before responding. Your crew consists of ordinary people. They should not have used any other means to enhance their strength, correct? No. All right. I recall I have a batch of items that might be useful to you. I will fetch them. A smug smile appeared on Richard's face, and in his mind, he communicated with Charles. How's that? I'm quite adept at milking opportunities. Right? A fool would not take advantage of bargain. Soon, Charles beheld what Keed had brought. A series of wriggling vials resembling egg yolks. This batch was procured by my cult from Sodom's auction. Consuming it allows ordinary people to enhance their constitution. I falsely reported that the cargo ship went missing and concealed this batch. It was originally intended for sale to provide resources for future explorations, but now it is yours. Are there any side effects? Charles inquired, cautious. What side effect could there be? They aren't relics. If you don't believe me, I can ask others. Many have consumed such things at sea. Phew. With an expression of excitement, Deep raised his fists and waved them triumphantly in the air, generating a gentle gust of strong wind. The crew members nearby were also testing their enhanced physiques. After a few attempts, Krona looked up at Charles with a hint of surprise and exclaimed, "Captain, this contraption truly works. You should give it a try." Charles clenched his fists and struck the air. The sound of his punch resonated differently from that of the other crew members. As he swung his fists, a faint afterimage began to appear, and he felt a slight warmth emanating from his knuckles. The augmentation from 096 bodily enhancement, coupled with the enhancements from Coder's device, had elevated his capabilities to a new level. Not bad, barely at the third tier, Coder assessed from the sidelines. How is the combat personnel level of a warship determined? It is not merely a matter of what dictates it. Rather, it serves as a rough standard among the members of the ships traversing the terrestrial seas. The swiftest method to ascend in rank is to eliminate those of higher tiers than oneself. How many tiers does the king of Sodom possess? Charles immediately thought of that corpulent adversary, the most formidable foe he had faced. Coder shook his head. It's hard to say. Under normal circumstances, his strength is at tier 4, but his ascension to kingship relies on other factors. Other factors? Was he referring to that little girl, or the seemingly unkillable ability? If the king's physical prowess is tier 4, does that not imply that having defeated him means my strength is also tier 4? With this thought, Charles grew intrigued. He had previously been preoccupied with matters concerning exploration vessels and had scarcely considered the warship system of the terrestrial seas. Who is currently the mightiest individual at sea? The governor of Cat Island in the Eastern Sea, Julio, boasts a strength of tier 15, and it is said that he alone can vanquish thousands in a fleet. Upon hearing this, a question flickered through Charles's mind. With such formidable power, why does he not explore the islands? Coder regarded Charles with a peculiar expression. Why explore? Julio already possesses the largest island in the terrestrial seas. Why would he venture into peril, especially when he may not outshine you or me in the realm of exploration? Charles swiftly recalled the islands he had explored, realizing the truth in Coder's words. Strength, while significant relative to other humans, does not guarantee dominance over the myriad of bizarre entities lurking in the depths of the sea. Do not concern yourself with those fools. They are ignorant mortals. No matter how powerful they may be, they are merely lowly creatures driven by desire. Only by discovering the land of light and entering the divine realm of the God of light can humanity attain eternal happiness and peace. Chapter 92, The Puppet. Charles rarely found himself in agreement with Coder's sentiments. What significance does great power hold if one remains confined to islands that could sink at any moment? Their ability to endure darkness is merely a testament to their ignorance of the light. After exchanging information with Charles, Coder promptly set sail again. Observing his anxious silhouette, Charles felt a pang of recognition, reminiscent of his former self. The following morning, Charles awoke to find himself once again in an unfamiliar tavern, cradled by two scantily clad bunny girls. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, he exited the bar. Such inexpensive places could be rented for a pittance, he thought. Do not bother me, I am weary. Glancing around, he made his way toward the now-beloved Bat Inn, where he intended to retrieve a sketchpad and minimize mental pollution. Upon reaching home, he was taken aback to find an unexpected visitor seated on his sofa. The doctor. How did you get in? I don't recall giving you a key. Your rat let me in. Lily, perched on the pillow, nodded eagerly, an expression of anticipation on her face. What brings you here? The doctor leaped from the bed, limping towards the exit. Follow me. I have contacted those who sell prosthetics. They want to meet you. At the mention of this, Charles immediately set down the sketchpad. No one relishes the idea of losing an arm, and he was no exception. Charles followed the doctor into a car as they drove deeper into the island. Coral Island is neither overly large nor particularly small. The car meandered through various streets for over an hour before arriving at the exceptionally bustling heart of the island. In stark contrast to the chaotic port district, the island's central area showcased a different spectacle altogether. Luxurious electric lamps adorned the streets, and the beggars, lunatics, and vagrants of the port had transformed into refined gentlemen, ladies walking their small dogs, and a continuous flow of private automobiles. The disheveled doctor and the one-armed Charles appeared strikingly out of place as they walked the streets, their incongruity quickly attracting attention. Hey, you two halt! Bellowed two imposing figures clad in black uniforms, striding confidently toward them. Unkempt individuals are prohibited from entering the island's heart. What if the esteemed figures see you in such a destitute condition and take offense? The doctor, clutching a flask, took a step back, allowing Charles to step forward. Charles could hardly be bothered to respond. He produced the Explorer's certificate he had initially applied for. Upon seeing the emblem of the Explorers Association, the expressions of the enforcers shifted abruptly from disdain to a mix of trepidation and reverence. I advise you, do not cause any disturbances here. The esteemed individuals from the governor's warship are residing nearby. As soon as they uttered these words, the two men hurriedly turned and departed. their hurried conversation reaching Charles's keen ears. What on earth is that lunatic doing here? Damn it. Why is my shift today? Enough chatter. Quickly call someone to keep an eye on them. If they stir up trouble, we will all be in a bind. With a minor inconvenience resolved, the doctor continued onward, walking for about a quarter of an hour down the thriving street before stopping in front of an upscale CAF in the heart of the island. Inside the CAF, colorful glass wind chimes jingled as the doctor and Charles entered the bright, tidy establishment, ignoring the bewildered patrons in their tailored suits. The doctor marched straight toward the back kitchen. Within the kitchen, a baker focused intently on decorating small cakes, seemingly oblivious to the entrance of the two men. Why would those making prosthetics choose to set up shop here? That is merely a fraction of their business. They are capable of much more. Behind the sweltering kitchen lay a vacant room. In the center, an elderly woman sat in a rocking chair, reading a newspaper through her bifocals. With her half-framed glasses and floral-patterned attire, she presented the quintessential image of a kindly grandmother. "You've summoned us, Yulin," the doctor stated brusquely to the elderly woman. She scrutinized Charles's empty left sleeve, nodded, and slowly rose from her chair, making her way toward the kitchen. "Is she the one to assist me with my prosthetic? Blackleaf Island? It would take at least 3 months to get there. I cannot wait that long. I am well aware of your impatience. Do not fret. They possess the capability to conduct business across the entire Hayeyes. Naturally, they have their methods." Hearing this, Charles fell silent, intrigued by how she intended to assist him with the prosthetic in her absence. "Step back a bit, will you?" she said, parting her few remaining teeth. Once she saw Charles and the doctor positioned against the wall, she slowly crouched down, rummaging through her bag for a black, gooey substance, and began to draw upon the floor. Various intricate and obscure black symbols were inscribed by her fingers, meticulously arranged in close proximity to one another, ultimately culminating in a mysterious magical array characterized by an outer circle and an inverted triangle at its core. At the center of this array lay a tattered bear plush toy, while the old woman retrieved several black candles, positioning them around the toy in a specific manner. An enigmatic incantation, laden with ambiguity, flowed from her lips, enveloping the entire room in an unsettling sensation that sent shivers down one's spine. The cadence of the incantation oscillated from languid to swift, her voice rising in pitch with each utterance. At its apex, the spell abruptly ceased. The candle flames flickered and then extinguished in unison, causing the plush bear to tremble and rise to its feet. Its eyes, composed of dark fruit pits, scanned the occupants of the room. Chapter 93. The Novice. "Rasto, I thank you for introducing me to this business." The bear toy traversed between the candles, nodding its cotton-stuffed head in acknowledgement of the inebriated doctor. "Enough of the pleasantries. Let's expedite this." The doctor, with an air of impatience, reclined beside the old woman's armchair. The bear toy turned its gaze toward Charles. "Young man, could you crouch down? Standing like that makes it difficult for me to take measurements." This experience was indeed a first for Charles. He had not anticipated that the arcane arts could be applied in such a manner. No wonder the doctor had mentioned that this fellow could fashion prosthetics even on Blackleaf Island. The bear toy first produced a pair of scissors from its belly, snipping away at the empty sleeve of Charles' left arm, and then retrieved a measuring tape. "I hear you've taken Rasto aboard your ship. Care to share how you managed that? He doesn't seem like someone who would easily relocate." As it measured the severed limb, the bear toy continued its chatter. "Do you know him?" "Of course I do. Have you seen his face?" "I marked it. Whatever you wish to know about him, feel free to ask." "I know him quite well." "Ahem." The doctor in the armchair cleared his throat. Charles glanced at him, but chose not to engage with the bear toy's conversation. After a span of several minutes, the bear toy halted, stowing the measuring tape back inside its belly, and addressed Charles once more. "Since you're the captain of an exploration vessel, do you wish to incorporate additional weaponry into your prosthetic? What can be added without compromising sensitivity?" After a brief exploration of the various constructions and their costs, Charles ultimately opted to add a chainsaw and a grappling hook to his prosthetic. Both were quite ordinary, yet suited him perfectly for the time being. As for other options, it wasn't that Charles didn't want them. It was simply that one arm alone would cost $3 million, and if it didn't conserve his $5 million, he feared it wouldn't suffice for the next voyage of the unicorn. Taking the check with its frayed edges, the bear toy meticulously counted the zeros before solemnly tucking it into its belly. "Excellent. Your prosthetic shall arrive shortly. How long will it take?" Just as the bear toy finished speaking, its body softened and it collapsed onto the ground, motionless. The old woman shuffled over, placing the fallen toy into a cloth bag. Subsequently, she knelt on the floor, wielding a small mop fashioned from ragged cloth, diligently cleaning the magical array. Once the array was pristine, the old woman began to draw a new one, this time larger and more intricate, with a box positioned at its center. Reflecting on the bear toy's words, Charles settled his thoughts and patiently awaited the unfolding events. He had already gleaned how his prosthetic would be delivered. The arcane incantation was recited once more by the old woman, and the array began to emit a faint glow, pulsating with a lifelike rhythm. As the incantation concluded, all peculiarities within the room vanished, and the box opened, revealing the old woman approaching Charles with a silver arm in hand. Just as boys are drawn to firearms, Charles found himself captivated by the prosthetic at first sight. In contrast to the doctor's prosthetic, this one lacked a casing, exposing the intricate gears and gleaming pistons in all their raw splendor. Yet this did not detract from its appeal. Rather, it exuded a steampunk aesthetic. The front of the prosthetic featured several metal-tipped cones with threads, seemingly hollow. "Extend your hand. Why are you just standing there? This thing is quite heavy," the old woman chided. "Bear with it," the doctor in the armchair interjected suddenly. Charles inhaled deeply, aligning the gap where his left arm once was with the prosthetic. In an instant, the metal cones began to rotate, causing flesh and sinew to splatter as they burrowed into his body, an intense, searing pain coursing through him. When the prosthetic ceased its movement, Charles, sweating profusely, raised his new left arm, only to find it devoid of any signs of life. "You're in a hurry. Young man, we're still missing a few components." The old woman leisurely retrieved 2 glass jars from her cloth bag. Within the jars swirled a cerulean mist that writhed and twisted. Noticing the confusion on Charles' face, the old woman cheerfully shook one of the jars, and as the mist shifted, a faint visage of a screaming blue face emerged. "Ha ha ha. Never seen this before, have you? This is the soul of a human. Used to connect your spirit with this arm." With a sudden pop, the jar was opened, and the cerulean mist swiftly flowed into the prosthetic. Once fully absorbed, the gears within Charles' prosthetic began to whir and click into action. As the purple inscriptions on the gears faintly illuminated, Charles once again felt the presence of his left hand. He opened and clenched his new arm, the prosthetic responding swiftly to his thoughts. Observing the empty glass jar in her hands, Charles accepted the tome with a complex expression, and alongside the now-standing doctor, they made their way towards the exit. In the streets of the Port District, Charles began to experiment with his new left hand. Clang! A fearsome serrated chain burst forth from his wrist, and with a mere thought, it began to spin at an astonishing speed. Just by observing the remarkable velocity of the chain, one could ascertain the terrifying power it possessed. He even felt its cutting strength surpassed that of the black blade. With a series of clicks, Charles watched as his left palm opened, and a grappling hook with the chain sprang forth, launching itself toward the chimney of a building across the street. With a flicker of thought, the gears within the prosthetic whirred, and the chain retracted, swiftly pulling him toward the rooftop. With this device, even in situations where leverage was unattainable, he now possessed a means of mobility. Yet, the most astonishing revelation was the sensitivity of the prosthetic. As Charles reached into the air, the black blade danced and twirled in response to his fingers, leaving trails of afterimages. Chapter 94, Lily's Food. The doctor cast a sidelong glance at Charles, who was acclimating to his new hand, and solemnly cautioned, "Don't be deceived by the allure of that contraption. As a physician, let me remind you, nothing surpasses the value of the old." Charles lowered the prosthetic, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "This device appears to encompass more than mere mechanics." "Humph, that lad would go to any lengths to transform his body into machinery. It's best for you to steer clear of him. Just because I know him doesn't mean we're close." Just as Charles was about to respond, Richard abruptly interjected. "These prosthetics involve the soul. Doesn't that imply those who wield magic possess a profound understanding of the spiritual realm? Most of the tricksters operate in the western seas." "I don't know much about it. Why do you ask?" Charles was equally puzzled. "Indeed, why do you inquire? Come on, buddy, magic. Such an intriguing endeavor. Shouldn't we give it a try?" Richard exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. The doctor shook his head, advising against entertaining such notions. Those individuals are rather insular, primarily imparting their knowledge to their kin. Moreover, the efficacy of their teachings may not align with your expectations. If they truly possessed such formidable prowess, they would have long since dominated the seas, instead of languishing upon a few meager islands. At that moment, Charles's expression contorted into one of grimace, his hands clasping his head as he stood frozen. This peculiar behavior drew the attention of the islanders surrounding him. After placing the flask down for a thorough examination, the doctor stood idly by. Minutes later, as the whispering in his ears dissipated, Charles, his countenance somewhat pallid, shifted his gaze towards an elder nearby. Endure this auditory hallucination for now. Seek me again when you begin to experience visual delusions. The advice remains. If you wish to escape such torment, do not set foot on this island. With that, Charles lowered his hands, uttering no further words as he continued toward the bad inn. The creaking door of room 303 yielded to Charles's push, and upon entering, he beheld a table adorned with several indescribable dishes, while Lily's mouse scurried amidst them. "Where did you procure these?" Charles inquired, plucking her from his shoulder and gesturing towards the table. "I prepared these," Lily exclaimed, her little head peeking up from his palm. "You must try them. They are utterly delicious." Despite the unsettling sight of the darting mice, Charles found himself drawn in by Lily's eager expression and approached the table. "What prompted you to cook for me?" "My mother is home today, teaching another version of me how to cook. She insists that a young lady must possess culinary skills. I've learned so much just by observing from the sidelines. Please try this. It's my mother's signature sweet fish soup." Lily leaped from his hand to the table, her tail wagging excitedly before a bowl of soup. Glancing at the white mouse, Charles scooped a spoonful of the soup into his mouth, and an overwhelming sweetness erupted on his palate, as if the liquid contained no water, but was entirely composed of sugar. "How much sugar did you put in this?" he asked, struggling to swallow and placing the spoon down. "Is it not to your liking?" But the other said it was delightful. Lily's little ears drooped with disappointment. Observing her crestfallen demeanor, Charles hesitated for a moment, then picked up a knife and fork, cutting into a black morsel on a nearby plate. After a few chews, he turned to Lily and remarked, "While the fish soup is lacking, this meat is quite commendable." "Really? That's wonderful. I made that too." Lily's ears perked up, and she began to bounce joyfully on the table. At that moment, Richard's voice echoed in Charles's mind, urging him to discreetly spit it out. "Don't be foolish," Charles thought, resolutely swallowing the morsel and continuing to eat with an impassive expression. "Mr. Charles, will you leave me too?" Lily's sudden query halted Charles's chewing. "Why do you say that? I just feel as if you are not fond of this place and seem ready to depart at any moment." The white mouse perched on the table, resting her tiny paws against her cheeks. "But I'm just a mouse now. My family has abandoned me." "Charles, could you not leave?" Lily leaned closer, nuzzling against him in a show of affection. Charles paused, setting down his utensils, and gently stroked her fluffy head, a flicker of warmth glinting in his eyes. Lily was more than just a crew member. After months of companionship, they had become like family, relying on one another in their solitude. "I must indeed leave this place, but should you wish to accompany me, I can take you to my home. It is vast, and a mouse occupies little space." "Where are you going, Charles?" "What is it like there?" "It is my home, a realm filled with unimaginable foods. With just a point of your finger, they will soar to your abode. And there are countless delightful things to explore." As Charles spoke of the wondrous possibilities, Lily's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her rapt attention fixed upon him as she sat on the table. Breathing in the sea breeze, Charles felt an invigorating surge. It was only while progressing on the ship that he truly felt alive. "Captain, is your hand functional?" the first mate inquired curiously, observing Charles's prosthetic. Pointing to a nearby rope, Charles replied, "During work, focus solely on the task at hand. Ensure the crew replaces the rope promptly." After delivering his instructions, he turned and strode towards the captain's quarters. With the journal opened and the nib of his pen gliding across the paper, he penned, "February 24th, Year 9. The new prosthetic exceeds my expectations. I am pleased that my capabilities have not diminished with the loss of my arm." The narwhal sets sail once again, this time with the destination being another island in the archipelago. Chapter 95, Footprints on the Ship. An island larger than Coral Island loomed before Charles and his companions. Each of them bore a grave expression as they gazed at the distant land, acutely aware that the most perilous part of their journey lay ahead. This island was unlike the others. It was encircled by towering walls that obscured the view of its interior. The walls, grayish-white, resembled cement, devoid of any markings, making it difficult to ascertain whether they were of human origin. "Captain, look, there's a ship over there." "I see it without your prompting," he replied. "Prepare the weapons, and bring the ship closer. If there are clues aboard, perhaps we can evade the fate of disappearance." The deck was devoid of disorder aboard this vessel. The adherents of the Church of Light had not suffered physical assault. As Charles stepped onto the deck, he noticed a layer of dust had accumulated, suggesting that the ship had been docked for nearly 2 months. The abandoned steamship, weathered by the sea breeze, exuded an aura of decay. Let us head to the captain's quarters. If we wish to uncover what transpired on this vessel, the captain's log will provide the quickest insight. Cautiously, the group advanced towards the cabin door, which bore a resemblance to that of the narwhal, leading into a narrow corridor. Just as Deep was about to take the lead, he was halted by a metallic hand. "Captain, what?" Charles lowered his voice and crouched slowly. "She'll look at the ground." As their gazes descended, a row of 6-fingered footprints emerged clearly in the dust. Something had indeed entered here. Charles and his companions slowed their pace, treading carefully upon the footprints as they ventured deeper. Doors were gently pushed open, flashlights and gun barrels probing into the darkness. However, the interior remained eerily still, revealing nothing alive aside from mundane objects. Eventually, the last door presented itself before them. Charles's ears perked up, and his acute hearing detected a sound from within. "Be cautious. Something is inside." Nona swallowed hard, producing a blue candle. With a forceful shove, the door swung open, and 7 or 8 gun barrels were immediately aimed inside, only for disappointment to wash over their faces. The source of the commotion was merely mice gnawing on moldy biscuits, startled into retreat by the sudden intrusion. The environment within mirrored that of the exterior. Aside from the ruined provisions nibbled by rodents, there was nothing amiss. The crew swiftly dispersed to search for clues, while Charles rested his chin on his prosthetic, lost in thought. How can there be no one here? If that is the case, where did those footprints come from? As Charles passed by a silver water jug and caught a glimpse of its reflection, his pupils constricted, and he abruptly raised his head. A grotesque, purple creature, resembling a toad, hung upside down from the ceiling. Upon noticing Charles, it forcefully propelled itself off the ceiling with its powerful hind legs, its tooth-filled maw gaping wide as it lunged at him. With a swift motion of his left hand, Charles yanked the creature down, sending it crashing hard to the ground. At this moment, the other crew members began to react, swiftly pulling triggers and firing at the beast. When the gunfire ceased, the creature had been reduced to little more than a mass of pulpy flesh. After crouching for a moment to assess the situation, Charles remarked, "This creature appears to be from the sea. It likely emerged not long ago in search of sustenance." Deep exhaled. I was expecting something else entirely. All this fuss over the footprints it left behind. Charles' gaze shifted to the creature's fin-like lower limbs, shaking his head. "No, it couldn't have made such footprints. Those belonged to something else." As Charles spoke, the crew members, who had just begun to relax, felt a palpable tension return. "Let us move. We need to search elsewhere." Before long, Charles and the others had thoroughly inspected the ship but found no clues, not even the captain's logbook. Perhaps the followers of the Radiant God simply don't keep diaries. Who among us writes one? Anyway, Richard interjected. Charles ignored him, lost in thought, sensing that something crucial had slipped his mind. Just then, a mouse scurried past him. An idea sparked within his mind. "Lily, could you gather the mice aboard this ship and inquire about what transpired here?" "Of course, just a moment." With a command from the white mouse, the dark brown ones dispersed rapidly. Soon enough, a trembling gray mouse was pushed forward by the swarm, with Lily chirping beside it. "What kind of being is it? Human or otherwise?" Charles didn't want to place too much hope in a mouse, but from its words, he gathered that there were indeed living creatures on the island that occasionally ventured onto the ship to take things. Connecting this to the immense wall, a thought flickered through Charles' mind. Could the creatures the mouse had seen be the pirates of Sodom? Yet in the next instant, he dismissed the notion. If they were pirates, they would not leave such a fine exploratory vessel untouched. It was not in their nature. "Captain, what shall we do next?" He gazed at the towering wall of the island, ordering, "Drop anchor and lower the small boat. We must prepare to land." Regardless of the circumstances, they needed to explore the island. Something surely lay beyond that colossal barrier. As everyone approached the towering wall, they felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. As if they were near a slumbering giant, their voices lowered to hushed whispers, fearing to awaken it. Chapter 96, The False City. Charles had anticipated that scaling the Great Wall would be a laborious task, but after only a cursory search, he discovered numerous small doors standing at the base of the wall, suggesting that it was not designed to defend against humans. With a gentle wave of his hand, the group slowly entered the fortress-like island. Upon passing through the tunnel of the thick city wall, Charles was taken aback by the scene before him. Inside the walls, there were rows of modern buildings, complete with fast food joints, mobile phone shops, and clothing stores, creating the semblance of a city, a deserted, modern metropolis. Time had left no marks on these structures. Everything appeared impeccably clean, devoid of even a speck of dust. Under normal circumstances, this would be utterly impossible. The ship outside had accumulated dust within 2 months, while this city, who knows how long it had been constructed, could not possibly look so pristine. Hey, doesn't this architectural style seem familiar to you? Richard approached a supermarket, pressing his face against the transparent glass. The foundation, Charles thought, recalling the ruins on Island 1002. If the structural layout was any indication, those ruins, if intact, would resemble this very city. The foundation originated from a surface, and there was a possibility its exit could be within this city as well. This city astonished even Charles, and the crew aboard the Narwhal were even more astounded. Since entering, their jaws had remained agape. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the bizarre edifices cloaked in darkness, their hands gripping weapons that alternated between tense grips and relaxed holds. Charles grasped the handle of the supermarket door, pushing it open to step inside. The interior was almost identical to a Walmart, yet unlike the bustling supermarket. This place was eerily empty. "Mr. Charles, is this the computer you mentioned that can display animations?" Lily hopped onto the cash register, her curiosity piqued. Soon, he discovered something amiss. Despite its outward resemblance to a supermarket register, there were no data cables connected beneath it. With a buzz, a swiftly rotating chainsaw extended from Charles' prosthetic limb, slicing towards the register. In a matter of moments, he had cut it open, revealing only a hollow shell devoid of any computer chips. "What do you think?" Charles' gaze swept to the other registers. If he was correct, they too would be mere facades. "You're asking me? Who is so bored as to create a fake supermarket?" Richard pulled hard on the money slot of the register, causing an assortment of unfamiliar bills and coins to spring forth. Charles picked one up, noting that while the currency superficially resembled real money, its texture was exceedingly coarse. This currency, like the machine, was also a fabrication. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he dashed into the supermarket, rapidly inspecting the various products. As anticipated, everything, whether daily necessities or clothing, only bore a superficial likeness, lacking true functionality. Moreover, the areas where text should have been were merely a muddled blur. Why do I feel as though I've stumbled into some collector S11 scale supermarket model? Could it be the deity of the waters? Who would have thought a god would have such a penchant for seclusion? Hearing Richard's speculation, Charles shook his head. No, consider the footprints on the ship. There are indeed living beings here, and these items may have been created by those entities. But why would they construct a fake supermarket? To flaunt their abilities? Charles set down the items in his hand, gazing out through the glass doors. I fear that what is fake extends beyond just a supermarket eventually. Under Charles' leadership, everyone surged into the imposing high-rises. Yet, a cursory examination revealed that even the elevators were phantoms. Using his prosthetic limb, he sliced open the elevator's outer door, discovering it was solid with no shaft whatsoever. Charles led everyone up the staircase to the second floor. "Everyone, search the rooms for any clues. Immediately report anything with text or images. We'll regroup in half an hour. If danger arises, fire a warning shot." Charles was with the medical team, and they entered a room that resembled an office, rummaging through its contents. After 5 minutes, he emerged with a look of disappointment, heading towards the adjacent room. Noticing the crew members moving in and out of the room, Charles surmised they too had found nothing. After clearing another room, a sense of impatience set in, and he prepared to lead the crew out. However, as he stood up, clutching his head and crouching down, a pained expression crossed his face. The murmuring sound resonated once more, louder than before. He pressed his hands against his head and staggered towards the next room, where the doctor was located. As Charles took but a few steps, he was confronted by a grotesque, humanoid creature replete with malformed limbs, advancing towards him. The abomination, upon noticing Charles, ambled over on its bloodied and misshapen legs, offering its distorted appendages for support. Casting a pained glance at the creature's fleshy garb, Charles spoke to it. "Doctor, something is awry. My hallucinations have returned. Is there any medication that could help suppress them?" The creature's malformed lips parted, as if to articulate a response, and it soon produced a writhing white mass from beneath its fleshly robe. Charles accepted the mass with trepidation, biting into it, and was instantly engulfed by the overwhelming metallic stench of blood that erupted in his mouth. He fought against his nausea, persistently swallowing the repugnant morsel. At that moment, he perceived a figure entering through the door. It was none other than his ship's physician. With a clatter, the doctor's flask fell to the floor, his expression one of sheer terror. "My God, Charles, what on earth are you eating? And what in the name of all that is holy is that thing standing beside you?" Startled, Charles raised his gaze, locking eyes with the creature's cross-shaped pupils. In an instant, the chainsaw of his prosthetic limbs sprang forth, whirring into action. Just as he prepared to strike at the creature, an overwhelming wave of dizziness washed over him, swiftly sapping his strength and resolve. Collapsing to the ground, the last image that registered in his mind was that of a six-fingered, scaly foot, matching perfectly with the footprints found on the ship. Chapter 97. Imprisonment. Time passed, though Charles could not ascertain how long, before he groggily regained consciousness. His first instinct was to survey his surroundings with vigilance. The humanoid creature had vanished, and his position had been altered. He found himself confined within a cell that appeared no larger than 10 square meters, devoid of anything save for a heavy iron door in the distance. All his possessions, wallet, belongings, clothing, had been stripped away, leaving Charles utterly exposed. He could see that the connection point between his prosthetic and his body was oozing blood, indicating that someone had attempted to remove the limb while he was unconscious, but had failed. From these clues, Charles swiftly deduced his current predicament. He had been captured by those strange creatures. Though reluctant to accept it, this was in fact a stroke of fortune. They had imprisoned him without resorting to murder, suggesting that communication might still be possible. Having come to this realization, Charles stood and called out into the empty chamber. "Is anyone there? What is your objective? Where are my crew members?" Approaching the iron door, he peered through the gaps in the bars, discovering what seemed to be another cell across from him. Just as he was about to inquire about the occupant of that cell, a grotesque visage obscured his view, its yellow cross-shaped pupils scrutinizing him intently. The cramped quarters of the prison prevented Charles from discerning the creature's full appearance, but he sensed a connection to the monster that had previously masqueraded as a doctor. "Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. I bear no ill will. I wish to engage in discourse," he implored slowly towards those eyes. Suddenly, a metal plate slammed shut, blocking his line of sight. Whatever the entity was, it showed no inclination to converse with him. Assessing the relatively thin iron door before him, Charles lifted his prosthetic limb momentarily before allowing it to drop. He knew that if he truly desired to escape, he could. However, given the ambiguity of friend and foe, such rash action would only serve to alert his captors. Leaning against the wall, he slowly sank to the ground, resigned to await whatever fate had in store for him. 6 hours later, a small window at the bottom of the iron door opened, and a half-meter-wide metal disc was pushed through, containing a mass of bloodied and mangled substance. Charles was bewildered as to whether this was meant to be sustenance, but upon examining the grotesque appearance of the offering, he resolved to endure hunger rather than consume it. An hour later, another metal dish was delivered, this time containing dead fish. Judging by the clarity of their eyes, the fish had perished not long ago. Charles surmised that the creatures, having observed his refusal of the previous offering, had opted for a different type of food. Yet, he remained unmoved by the sight of the deceased fish, and soon another tray was presented. However, upon seeing the contents of this latest offering, his heart quaked. It contained half a human face, with a lung still attached to the trachea. In a rush, he seized the face, recognizing it as belonging to Chef Fry's assistant, one of his crew. Charles's fury ignited within him. Not only had his crew member been slaughtered, but they were now offering him this horror as sustenance. He could scarcely contain his desire to burst forth and slay the grotesque creatures lurking beyond the door. Yet, he understood that such an act would be foolishly suicidal. He must learn to endure. Only through patience could he survive long enough to seize an opportunity to rescue the others and escape from this wretched place. Gritting his teeth, he picked up one of the dead fish and bit down hard, his gaze fixed with hatred on the door that separated him from the outside world. Once he had finished the fish, no further peculiar offerings were presented. Soon, a skeletal arm retrieved the empty dishes, and as they did so, Charles attempted to communicate with the creatures outside, but his efforts proved futile. They showed no interest in engaging with him. This indicated that these monsters were highly social beings. Yet, this was not a reassuring revelation. If they were indeed communal, who knew how many more lurked beyond his cell? Escaping this place seemed an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, Charles refused to abandon his plans for escape. On the following day, hearing footsteps receding quickly, he took the fish bones he had prepared and flicked them into the adjacent cell. Almost immediately, there was a response, a translucent, jellyfish-like tentacle, glistening with green slime, emerged from the cell across, stretching toward Charles. Its It traversed the considerable distance, reaching into his own cell. Hesitating momentarily, Charles placed his prosthetic limb upon the tentacle. However, the moment their surfaces met, the tentacle split in two, transforming into a gaping maw filled with transparent teeth, biting down on Charles's prosthetic and pulling him towards the exit. The force was immense, akin to that of several fully grown adults, pressing Charles's entire body against the door. The chains of his prosthetic activated instantly, severing the semi-transparent appendage, which retreated with a feral shriek from the adjacent cell. As Charles regarded the writhing tentacle in his grasp, a thought stirred within him. This cursed place held more than just prisoners. On the third day, the iron door swung open, and this time, no fish were provided. Instead, several grotesque creatures entered. Observing their appearance, Charles could distinctly sense they belonged to the same species as those who had previously held him captive. Having not taken proper look before, he finally grasped the full visage of his captors. Despite their fearsome appearance, each was draped in tattered leather cloaks. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Charles inquired cautiously. The creature's elongated lips quivered rapidly, emitting a cacophony reminiscent of a malfunctioning radio, seemingly attempting to communicate with him. Yet the language barrier remained insurmountable. Chapter 98, Maya. How many times must I repeat myself? I do not understand your words. Charles reiterated once more to the humanoid monstrosity before him. Faced with Charles's subtly angered words, the three-headed monstrosities remained unmoved, seemingly unable to comprehend his utterances. Damn it! What is the point of talking to these stupid beasts? Let us just charge out and be done with it. Richard, restrained yet restless, yearned to act. Don't be impulsive. Charles firmly restrained the chainsaw prosthetic that had already sprung forth. It was evidently not the opportune moment for confrontation. What do you mean, don't be impulsive? Do these creatures appear capable of communication? If it weren't for the drugs they administered, would they have even captured us? Their ability to seize us despite the crew's intervention signifies that their strength should not be underestimated. Rash actions would only endanger us all. Just as Charles's two personas were embroiled in conflict, those monsters retreated outside, sealing the metal door once more. Look, it's all because of you. Such a splendid opportunity for escape has vanished. Richard incessantly lamented within his mind. Silence. This is my moment. Charles retorted with ire, finally bringing tranquility to his thoughts. He sighed and half-squatted. He too wished to escape, but acting recklessly without any information would yield nothing good. There was but one chance, and should he fail, death would be his only fate. He could not perish here. What he had anticipated to be a swift day dragged on, and after half an hour, the iron door ominously creaked open. A creature was ushered inside, resembling those prior, yet notably devoid of its blood-soaked garb. Charles stood, gazing intently at it, perplexed as to why they would introduce one of their own at such a time. Soon, the creature exhibited an unexpected expression, despite its grotesque features. Charles could clearly sense its fear. Is it afraid of me? Charles pondered in confusion. Hey, who are you? At the sound of Charles's inquiry, the humanoid creature jumped in alarm, frantically pounding on the iron door, displaying no desire to communicate. It emitted a series of frantic, disjointed sounds, seemingly conversing with its companions outside. Observing that this entity bore him no malice, Charles approached it. Just as he reached midway, the creature let out a mournful wail and collapsed to the ground. Charles found himself bewildered. Who was truly imprisoned here? Perhaps they were not allied with those outside after all, Richard interjected. Charles did not dismiss this possibility. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed to his chest and slowly articulated, Charles. He endeavored to communicate, believing that regardless of the species, the enemy of one's enemy could be a friend, and perhaps he might find a breakthrough through this creature. Charles. His persistent attempts finally elicited a response. The creature eyed him warily for a few seconds before patting its own bloodied chest with its emaciated limbs. Mihir, lost, clear. Charles struggled to mimic its sounds, yet his vocalizations remained far from accurate. Buddy, when it comes to communication, you should let me take the lead, Richard asserted. Seizing control of the body, he leaned closer, half-squatting with a cheerful demeanor as he gazed at the trembling humanoid creature. My friend, may I call you Mihir? You, Mihir. Mihir pressed its limbs against its own chest. Oh, yes, clever indeed, you are Mihir. Now, do you know what lies beyond that door? As Richard pointed towards the door, Mihir emitted the same sounds as before. Wait, are you serious? Your name Mihir, and they are too? Your parents must have found naming you quite convenient. By the way, do you even have parents? I can't shake the feeling that this creature might be a bit dim-witted. Could it be that it's the simpleton of its kind? This manner of communication is far too inefficient. Charles swiftly sketched on the ground with his prosthetic. His drawing skills proved useful, and soon several simplistic images adorned the floor. He quickly illustrated himself and Mihir, encircling them in a square to denote their current captivity. Next, he pointed towards the crew members, inquiring about their condition. After Mihir emitted its repetitive phrase, it traced a square around each of the crew members with its frail limbs. Our crew is alive. They too have been captured. A weight lifted from Charles's heart. Mihir's elongated lips quivered rapidly. Its cross-shaped pupils turned crimson. And with the sound of cracking bones, its body began to expand. Frowning, Charles took a step back, sensing something amiss with the elongated needle-like protrusions. Just then, the previously timid Mihir brandished its limbs and roared, charging at Charles. With a swift kick, Charles sent it flying, yet it appeared impervious to pain, rising once more to lunge at him. While evading Mihir's attack, Charles noticed eyes peering through the bars of the iron door. Are we mere playthings for their amusement? A flicker of anger surged within Charles. At that very moment, Mihir charged again, and witnessing its complete lack of reason, he resolved to stop holding back. With a swift motion, the hook of his prosthetic lodged into Mihir's head, and as Charles yanked forcefully, the distance between them rapidly diminished. The chainsaw roared to life, cleaving through flesh as blood splattered across the room. Mihir's head was severed in two, its body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Covered in blood, Charles cast a cold gaze towards the eyes beyond the door. In the face of witnessing their kin's demise, the owner of those eyes exhibited no emotional response, instead producing a notebook as if to record the event. Once it finished documenting, a metal plate slammed down, obstructing their line of sight. Well then, it seems the creatures outside are rather disinclined to engage with us. Oh, and from now on, let us refer to all these monsters as Mihir. What do you think? What do you imagine those creatures were just doing? What were they doing? Sending someone to kill us. What else? No. They had ample opportunity to slay us while we were unconscious. Then what do you propose they were doing? They were conducting experiments. Experiments? What kind of experiments? Unclear, but their recent actions clearly indicate they were documenting our slaughter of Mihir. Whatever their experiments entail, we are now their subjects. At this thought, Charles recalled the kitchen assistant who had only half a face left. Had he perished due to failing their experiment? Do you think? Are these creatures transformed members of the Foundation? Richard's conjecture sparked a revelation in Charles's mind, recalling the previous experiment logs of 096. The Foundation had instructed a test subject to engage with 096 and observe the changes. If we transpose that scenario onto our current predicament, then the recently deceased was the test subject, while they're playing the role of 096, thereby connecting all the dots. Why would they send one of their own in? Why are the other monsters confined? This also clarifies why they refrain from killing us. Good grief. Are those foolish creatures outside treating us as relics? Are they truly so dim-witted as not to recognize a living being? And what nonsense is this about experiments? Richard fumed in exasperation. Enough shouting. Do you think they comprehend us? Regardless of their past, they are no longer human. So what is our next move? Wait, since they regard us as relics. It stands to reason they will conduct the next experiment soon. We can glean more information from the next test subject. This is dragging on too long. I have another plan. Do you wish to hear it? I know what you intend to do. Just stay put and don't move. Fine, fine. I'll heed you. It's so dull. The echoes of Richard's complaints faded from Charles's mind. The second day of captivity swiftly passed, and Charles planned to continue his probing on the third day. However, an unexpected event disrupted his intentions. In a haze, Charles was jolted awake, discovering that his body was in motion, racing through a narrow corridor. He had managed to escape. Richard, what are you doing? Ha ha ha. What does it look like? Of course. I'm making a run for it. Do you intend to retire here? My friend, hesitation only leads to defeat. What information do you have? Why are you running? Do you even know where you are? Charles's voice brimmed with suppressed fury. I don't know, but since I know those things are humans transformed, what is there to fear? I took out the few guarding the door. They were pitifully weak. Charles felt a surge of irritation. He never anticipated that the adversary would act while he was sleeping. Yet, in this situation, he did not wish to quarrel. Since action had been taken, it must be seen through to the end. What about the crew? Have you searched those cells? Do I need to tell you? Of course, I checked. All that was inside were a bunch of random items. They are probably in prison elsewhere. Let us first escape, then we can devise a plan to rescue them. Charles sighed lightly. gathering his thoughts as he swiftly surveyed his surroundings. This was a corridor lined with various doors, and his peripheral vision caught sight of computers and fax machines within. The presence of such modern devices sparked a premonition within him. Suddenly, a wailing siren echoed from an unknown source, and the overhead lights began to flash ominously in red. Gritting his teeth, Charles quickened his pace. The mice had noticed their escape. "Look, there's a map," Richard exclaimed, tearing down a map from the wall. The familiar texture and layout of the various facilities evoked recognition in Charles as his fingers traced the text on the map. Second laboratory. His earlier premonition was confirmed. If those creatures were indeed Foundation staff, they must be confined within the laboratory. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. After quickly identifying the exit's location, Charles discarded the map and sprinted onward. The second laboratory was vast, with corridors and passageways layered upon one another. Fortunately, Charles's enhanced physique allowed him to maintain a swift pace. They swiftly dispatched the mice they encountered along the way, drawing ever closer to the exit. Yet, fortune seemed to turn against Charles. Just as they prepared to escape, dozens of mice charged in from the exit, brandishing an array of firearms and melee weapons. Their yellow cross-shaped pupils fixed menacingly on Charles. In such dire circumstances, no words were necessary. Charles clenched his jaw, launching himself towards a mice with bare feet, propelling him forward. Gunfire erupted instantly. Charles deftly dodged the bullets, then raised his prosthetic limb against the foremost mice. With a series of mechanical clicks, a harpoon shot forth, piercing the creature's chest, eliciting a bone-chilling scream that resonated through the air. With a powerful tug, Charles retracted the chain, sending their bodies colliding together. The harpoon still attached to his limb, he yanked outward, the sound of flesh tearing accompanied by the abrupt cessation of the creature's cries. Bullets continued to rain down, but the towering Maya's body served as a shield. The projectiles harmlessly striking the corpse, failing to reach Charles. Seizing the lifeless Maya, he charged toward the distant enemies. As the roaring Charles entered the fray, he hurled the corpse aside and swung his chainsaw down upon the head of a nearby creature. The remaining mice attempted to assault him with their firearms. But in this close-quarter combat, Charles's agility was maximized. Whenever a weapon was aimed at him, he would swiftly evade, leaving his adversaries hesitant to fire. And when they resorted to melee weapons, it was precisely what Charles desired. In close combat, his enhanced physique had yet to be bested. Charles darted between them like an eel, rendering the mice utterly ineffective against him. Richard was correct. These beings possessed no extraordinary physical capabilities. Even in their monstrous forms, their strength was akin to that of an average adult. In no time, mice were falling to the ground, while Charles remained unscathed. He anticipated that these monsters would soon succumb to his onslaught. However, from amidst the throng, a black-robed Maya emerged, grasping a small hourglass in its withered hand. It was an artifact. These mice were wielding artifacts. A gunshot rang out from the left, and blood erupted from Charles's left thigh as he was struck. In a swift roll on the ground, he regained his footing, a revolver now in hand. Bang! 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 Charles fired rapid shots at the black Maya. It seemed more agile than the ordinary mice, evading his bullets. Fortunately, his aim had been true, and his previously sluggish body regained its vigor. Seizing the opportunity, Charles lunged toward the black Maya. He could not allow it to use the artifact again. The black Maya uttered something hastily, and its fellow creatures rushed to block Charles's path, attempting to create distance between them. As the black Maya raised the hourglass once more, Charles gritted his teeth, using his foot to push off the creature before him, launching himself into the air. His vision cleared, revealing the distant black Maya, but simultaneously exposing his body to a barrage of gunfire. A dozen barrels were raised. Should they unleash their bullets, Charles would be riddled with holes. In this critical moment, a harpoon shot from Charles's prosthetic, piercing the black Maya's palm. The hourglass clattered to the ground. With a powerful yank, Charles was propelled toward the black Maya. Gunfire erupting behind him, striking the ceiling. With a swift motion, Charles brought his limb down, severing the black Maya's neck. Amidst the torrential downpour of blood, Charles slowly turned to face the frozen mice before him. The creatures gazed at the human, fear flickering in their cross-shaped pupils. With a roar, the chainsaw roared to life once more, and Charles lunged at them like a ferocious tiger. The details of the ensuing battle need not be elaborated. Without the use of artifacts, the remaining mice crumbled before Charles as if they were mere fodder. 10 minutes later, drenched in blood, Charles panted heavily amidst a sea of my corpses. He glanced at the bullet wound on his leg, biting down hard. He extended his right hand and forcibly extracted the bullet lodged within. Wait, this could still be useful. Richard, controlling their body, retrieved the hourglass from the pool of blood. Charles stepped forward, leaving a trail of bloody footprints toward the exit, a staircase leading upward, indicating that the second laboratory was underground. Outside, a bright light shone, accompanied by distant sounds reminiscent of a bustling summer evening square. As they slowly emerged, the sight before them brought a flicker of despair to their faces. In a fit of exasperation, Richard raised the hourglass and hurled it to the ground. Damn, so many people, what were we even thinking? If you had told us about this many, we would have stayed put in our cells. Directly across from the exit lay a plaza nearly the size of 4 football fields. Nearly 10,000 Myers were engaged in crafting various human artifacts within the square, while hundreds of Black Myers stood vigil around the periphery, each bearing relics of varying sizes in their hands. At that moment, all the creatures in the square directed their gaze towards them, their eyes devoid of emotion, yet the immense pressure they exuded left Charles gasping for breath. What is the point of saying this now? It is all your fault. Alas, I acknowledge my mistakes. If I survive this time, I shall surely heed your counsel next. Charles suppressed his inner fury and gazed into the distance, where lay the city they had previously visited. Though hope was but a flicker, reaching the city offered a chance to evade these relentless pursuers. Desperation surged within him. Ignoring the scrutinizing stares of the Myers, Charles limped forward, sprinting toward the city. In the next instant, the Myers in the square sprang into action, scattering in a cacophony of chaos. Initially taken aback, Charles soon felt a rush of elation as he dashed toward the city, but as one of the Black Myers raised a relic in its hand, his body froze in place, as if he had turned to stone and collapsed to the ground. Stiffly, Charles turned his gaze towards the encroaching Black Myers, helplessly watching as a bloody mass was forcefully shoved into his mouth. In a haze, he lost his will once more. When Charles awoke again, the harsh light above him caused him to squint instinctively. Once his eyes adjusted, he realized he was trapped in a vast, white chamber. This time, his treatment was markedly more severe. He was bound to a steel frame, with shackles securing his limbs and layers of chains coiling around his body. Directly opposite him stood a massive glass wall, behind which several Myers operated electronic devices, seemingly assessing Charles. A flicker of anger crossed Charles's eyes. His other persona had been recklessly impulsive, yet he refrained from arguing at that moment. Just then, a door opened, and a robed Meyer entered, one hand clutching a barbed whip while the other carried a bucket filled with black water. The whip was first soaked in the bucket before being swiftly raised. Crack! The whip lashed against Charles's body, the searing pain eliciting a pained groan from him. After enduring more than a dozen strikes that left his flesh torn and raw, the Meyer departed. Charles assumed the punishment had concluded, only to discover that the pain was merely beginning. As time passed, it felt as if countless ants were crawling over his wounds, incessantly gnawing at his flesh. The agony caused his muscles to tremble uncontrollably, and even his resolute spirit found it increasingly unbearable, leading to intermittent cries of despair. The empty chamber echoed with Charles's wails, intertwined with Richard's curses. This excruciating torment receded after 2 hours, leaving Charles gasping and trembling. Clang! The iron door swung open, and another Meyer entered, this time without implements of torture, instead carrying a bowl of mushrooms, which it placed before Charles before retreating. While Charles could comprehend the punishment, the presence of the mushrooms perplexed him. Time slipped by, and despite enduring immense pain, he pondered the intelligence he had gleaned. Even amidst overwhelming odds, he refused to relinquish hope for escape. 2 hours later, 2 Myers entered, one draped in a white robe and the other clutching a notebook. A series of hurried, jumbled sounds escaped the lips of the white-robed Meyer. How many times must I repeat myself? I cannot comprehend what you are saying, Charles weakly protested. The white-robed Meyer disregarded his words, continuing its monologue, while the figure behind began diligently jotting down notes. Glancing over, Charles realized he could not decipher the scrawled text, which resembled the nonsensical markings on goods from the false cities, mere chaotic black dots. As he pondered the Meyer's intentions, a low murmuring reached his ears. Pain etched across Charles's face. In such a state, he could do nothing but grit his teeth and endure. Yet at that moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The murmurs intertwined with the Meyer's speech, and a familiar, deep human voice resonated in his ear, allowing him to comprehend their words. 134. I implore you to cease your futile attempts at escape. We have unearthed your prior records, and you are the architect of the 517 uprising. Should you persist in this manner, we shall resort to extreme measures. Chapter 101, Imitation. As the Myers spoke, a torrent of thoughts flooded Charles's mind. How had he suddenly grasped the Myers language? What connection did the murmurs have with them? And what did the designation 134 signify? The impulsive Richard, not contemplating these complexities, hastily interjected, "Wait, I harbor no intention of resistance. The previous misunderstandings arose from our inability to communicate." "What do you mean by uprising? We have never met before." Richard believed he had finally bridged the communication gap with these beings, yet the white-robed Meyer remained unfazed, continuing its soliloquy. "You need not masquerade as a pitiful little girl. Your facade has lost all efficacy. Do you comprehend the lives lost due to the project uprising you instigated? It is precisely because of you that the third laboratory descended into chaos and was consequently abandoned. What is this creature babbling about? We did not weep. How could we be mistaken for a sorrowful little girl? We are far too large for that. Hush, be quiet. It seems he is not addressing us. He appears to be recounting something." Charles grasped certain clues from the discourse, sensing an unsettling dissonance. 134. Your singing possesses a catalytic effect on flora and fauna, proving invaluable for genetic modification. If you are willing to cooperate with us, not only will you be spared such torment, but the Foundation will provide you with anything you desire, including the opportunity to reunite with your parents, as well as ample toys and sweets. Rest assured, my authority within the Foundation is level 3. Should you agree to assist us, I can guarantee the fulfillment of my promises. Numerous projects exist in collaboration with the Foundation, and you would not be the first. Contemplate this, and I shall return shortly." With that, the white-robed Meyer turned and departed, leaving a stunned human in its wake. What is it about the designation 134 that feels so familiar? A singing little girl whose voice catalyzes flora and fauna. Could this not be the devious little girl from Sodom? All this time, she was a relic of the Foundation. How long has this little one survived? No, that is not the pressing concern. The reactions of these Myers are peculiar. What is amiss? Is this not aligning perfectly? You assert that they are transformed members of the Foundation, and they are indeed conducting Foundation work. No, we have misjudged. Furrowing his brow, Charles scrutinized the Myers behind the glass, observing their adept manipulation of machinery, his frown deepening. Look, the fellow to the left appears to be operating, yet his actions are merely repetitive. Richard, controlling his gaze, quickly discerned the anomaly as well. Indeed, you are correct. Observe that they have not even connected any wires. As Charles recalled the myriad of falsehoods within the deceitful city outside, his mind wandered back to the image of Mihir darting around the square. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He comprehended the nature of the existence that necessitated such a deceptive city. They were not merely employees of the Foundation who had been alienated. Rather, they were simply imitating, mimicking tools, structures, and even behaviors. This revelation meant that all our assumptions had been misguided. They were not engaging in dialogue with us, nor conducting experiments upon us. They were merely emulating the conversations between the Foundation members and relics of the previous era. To them, we were but props in a game of make-believe. The chilling truth sent a shiver down Charles's spine. Thousands of monsters diligently imitated humans from centuries past within that false city. What could possibly drive them to do so? Were these entities mere playthings of the divine? Just as his thoughts spiraled into chaos, the white-robed Mihir re-entered the room. 134. Your resistance is truly disheartening. I had no intention of letting the insects of 704 gnaw at your flesh, but your persistent refusals leave me with no choice. The white-robed Mihir turned to the recording Mihir and commanded, "Take him to experiment site 42 for the interactive execution experiment between 134 and 704. Two black-robed Mihirs entered, seizing Charles and dragging him towards the door. Under the oppressive force of nearly 10 black-robed Mihirs, Charles was thrown into a room. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Charles hastily used his own blood to sketch on the floor. What are you doing? With the assistance of another persona, a rough map of the second laboratory emerged on the ground. We are here, and this marks the location where we were previously imprisoned. With the map's guidance, Charles quickly pinpointed his current location. The exit led to their square, teeming with Mihirs, regardless of their activities. To escape, he would have to find another route. As Charles pondered his escape, another door in the room swung open, revealing a shadowy figure. It was a bald, naked man adorned with a white triangle on his forehead, the Keyed. Recalling earlier information, Charles deduced that he was likely impersonating the artifact numbered 704. Upon seeing Charles, the bald man's face lit up with surprise as he rushed over. "Captain Charles, what brings you here?" However, his expression swiftly morphed from joy to concern. "Have you also been captured?" Seeing the bald man's apprehension, a flicker of joy crossed Charles's face. It seemed that not all of the previous exploration crew had perished. Bolstering his escape plan, "How many of your people remain?" Charles inquired urgently. "Not many. The others have been taken away, subjected to boiling water, burned, tortured. Now we are down to just 3. Suddenly, the bald man seemed to remember something, clutching his throat and retching repeatedly. Charles rushed to support him. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" The bald man continued to gag until finally, he expelled a piece of flesh riddled with holes. He solemnly pointed at the holes. "Captain Charles, you must take this to the holy person. We have found the map. Look, this marks the supply island, and this here is the location of the land of light." Charles's breath nearly caught in his throat as he swiftly snatched the piece of flesh, gazing at it with fervor. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the drawing on the flesh. The holes represented the locations of the islands, forming a nautical map more detailed than any royal chart. He noticed that 2 of the holes had been deliberately enlarged. The bald man pointed at those holes with his finger. "You see, the furthest one is the land of light, and the nearer one is the supply point. If we prepare supplies here, we can sail directly to the domain of the God of Light." Charles swallowed hard, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the circular holes on the flesh. Are you certain?" The adherent of the God of Light nodded vigorously. "We cannot decide for the monster script, but the nautical map is clear. On their chart, this island is distinctly illuminated, and there are numerous annotations indicating this is undoubtedly the entrance to the land of light." Charles's mind raced. This location was the Foundation's second laboratory, and the genuine nautical charts had likely been lost to the annals of history. The map they had discovered must have been replicated by the Mahirs, rendering it highly reliable. With this thought, his heart raced with excitement. The target had been located. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the iron door was struck, jolting the 2 prisoners into the reality of their captivity. The clamorous voices of Mahirs echoed from outside, but this time, the whispers in Charles's ears had dissipated. He could no longer discern their words. He turned his gaze from the iron door to the bald man before him. "What is your name?" "Saleen." "Saleen, is a ratio on this nautical map accurate?" Maps are not like other things. Even the slightest miscalculation could lead to a vast discrepancy in reality. "Captain Charles, rest assured, anyone permitted to board an exploration vessel within the Church of the God of Light has undergone training in nautical cartography at the Maritime Academy. Look here. We have marked the scale on the edges. The ratio is absolutely correct." As the noise outside grew increasingly frantic, Charles activated his prosthetic limb, launching the harpoon. He handed it to Saleen and bared his uninjured back. "Quickly, inscribe the map onto my back. Hurry." Without wasting a moment, Saleen raised his elbow as a ruler, swiftly carving into Charles's back with the sharp tip of the harpoon. The banging on the door intensified, and the pain on Charles's back became more acute. "Stay calm. Be precise. They won't get in that quickly." "Yes, I understand." Cold sweat trickled down their faces, but they had no time to concern themselves with it. "How did you find this nautical map?" Charles attempted to divert the conversation to alleviate his discomfort. He was astonished by Saleen's resolute demeanor. Indeed, he was a cultist unburdened by fear, speaking of life and death so casually. "An escape? How did you manage it?" "Previously, we were imprisoned alongside various sea creatures. We released them to create chaos and escape, but there were simply too many humanoid monsters on this island. Our plan failed." Beads of sweat dripped onto the floor as Charles nodded. The Mahirs were numerous, indeed a formidable force. Suddenly, the iron door swung open, and the white-robed Mahir stormed in, accompanied by a throng of black-robed Mahirs. "Enough." The white-robed Mahir's tone was fraught with urgency. "They're here. How much longer?" Charles asked, frozen in place with anxiety. "Almost done. Almost." The pain in Charles's back intensified as he spoke. The white-robed Mahir gestured with a bony finger, and a black-robed Mahir approached Charles, seemingly intent on separating the 2. Suddenly, a mass of semi-transparent, clay-like substance surged from behind, ensnaring one of the black Mahirs. Charles recognized this substance. It had been used by Sonny before. It appeared to be a weapon employed by the adherents of the God of Light. Mai shouted in a state of utter despair. As they menacingly charged toward Charles, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The pain in his back had ceased, for the map was already etched upon his skin. "Captain Charles, May the god of light bless you, Saleen exclaimed, swallowing the piece of flesh on the ground with great effort. If we manage to survive, come aboard my ship. I am in need of crew. Charles chuckled as he patted him on the shoulder. For the first time, he harbored a new perspective towards the followers of the god of light. Despite their fanatical and irrational beliefs, some among them possessed admirable qualities. Just as Saleen nodded with a smile, the Haimehi surrounded Charles, firmly restraining him and dragging him toward the exit. The sound of flesh tearing and bones snapping erupted behind Charles. His pupils constricted as he quickly turned, only to behold Saleen's lower half left on the ground, while the upper half of his body soared through the air, his eyes filled with disbelief. With a thud, Saleen's bloodied torso fell to the ground like a torn sack. His mouth still holding onto a piece of the map, his gaze fixated in this direction. There seemed to be a flicker of lingering attachment in his expression, but as his pupils gradually dilated, that sentiment slowly dissipated. The one who killed Saleen was a white-robed Mai wielding a sharp-toothed relic, with a vigorous swing. Saleen's body was further fragmented. The white-robed Mai, in a state of vexation, stood beside the bloodied remains, seemingly uttering something while delivering forceful kicks to the corpse. If one were to connect the previous information, then in the last epoch, the relic known as 704 also refrained from acting against 134. Chapter 103, Suffering. In the bright corridor, the Haimehi pressed forward, forcing Charles onward, the captain of the Unicorn displaying a calm, yet sorrowful demeanor. He could hardly fathom that the enemy would so brazenly execute Saleen. It was not Saleen's death that saddened him, but rather the indifference the Mai exhibited towards the lives of others. Whether one could survive in such a place depended entirely on the roles they played and the outcomes of the last epoch. Thank goodness we obtained the script for 134. Had we received that of 704, it would have been our turn to be gruesomely dismembered, Richard thought with relief in his mind. A cold smile crept across Charles's lips. Do you consider this a fortunate turn of events? What good can come of this? We must devise a means to escape. If this continues, we will inevitably meet our demise at their hands. Charles's gaze fell upon the Haimehi, restraining him. He could certainly eliminate 2 of them, but such an act would only invite more trouble, for he needed to seek alternative escape routes. Pay close attention to our location. I will ascertain our position on the map and see if we can identify all the sites where the Foundation detains experimental subjects, Charles instructed. Since Saleen had managed to escape using this method, he believed he could do the same. Moreover, he had the advantage of having experience in the 3rd laboratory and held the map of the 2nd laboratory. This was his opportunity. All right, do what you must. 1, 2, 3. Based on the locations shown on the map in his memory, Charles slowly confirmed the sites where the experimental subjects were held in his mind. He intended to continue marking them, but reality granted him no time for such endeavors. With a clang, his limbs were once more secured to the frame, cold iron chains coiling around his body once again. Glancing at the Mai behind the glass in the distance, Charles sighed. Although he had formulated a preliminary plan, he was utterly incapable of executing it at present. Fortunately, for the time being, his life was not in immediate peril. Since the true 134 resided in Sodom and had managed to survive from the last epoch to the present, the Foundation surely had not executed her. A blood-stained, white-robed figure entered the empty room, standing beside Charles and chattering incessantly. Without needing to guess, Charles understood that these were threats directed at 134. He observed the pantomime unfolding before him with cold indifference. Suddenly, 134 appeared to have uttered something that enraged the white-robed Mai, whose tone shifted to one of agitation as he spoke to his subordinate. Shortly thereafter, the Mai wielding a whip charged toward him once more. Charles understood what awaited him and gritted his teeth, inhaling deeply. Crack! The whip, drenched in black liquid, struck Charles's partially healed wounds, causing crimson blood to cascade once again. After dozens of lashes, Charles's body was reduced to a state beyond recognition. The ensuing agony compelled him to emit involuntary groans of pain. As the torment intensified, he found a second round of pain slightly more bearable than the first. However, the white-robed Mai seemed intent on prolonging Charles's suffering in his dazed state. He soon saw a Haimehi approaching with a massive worm, thick as a forearm, covered in black fur. The creature was placed upon Charles's body, and, as it wriggled, the fur began to shed onto his wounds. The moment the fur made contact with his blood, it seemed to come alive, twisting and trembling as it burrowed into his flesh. Charles felt an itch where there should have been excruciating pain. Initially, just a mild sensation. It swiftly escalated into an unbearable itch that consumed his entire being, driving him to madness. Charles, veins bulging on his forehead, struggled desperately, attempting to scratch his body with his hands, but the chains binding him rendered him immobile. The overwhelming itch was far more intolerable than the pain, a sensation more agonizing than death itself. At that moment, the surrounding mice suddenly appeared unsteady, clutching their ears and collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, the white-robed mice shoved a ball directly into Charles's mouth, and as his screams were muffled into whimpers, they froze in place. They were not frightened by Charles's cries. They merely mimicked the effects of 134 song, for they all existed in the last epic. This maddening torment persisted for 2 hours, leaving both Charles's mind and body in a state of utter disarray, with his limbs worn down to the bone from excessive struggle. Even in such a state of suffering, the mice showed no signs of mercy. A capsule was forcibly inserted into Charles's mouth, and the grotesque wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. Crack! Another lash appeared on Charles's skin, and the cycle of torment commenced anew. Charles lost track of time as the agonizing pain and itching clouded his consciousness. He held on to one unwavering conviction. He would not perish here. He was determined to survive and escape. After a day and night had passed, the white mice finally reached their limit, helplessly waving their hand, and Charles was released. Another capsule was placed in his mouth, and he was once again dragged away by the hymenae. Dazed, Charles was roused by the sound of slaps. "Hey, are you awake? Stop sleeping and get to work." They ceased their torment. Richard exclaimed, slapping his own right cheek. "Where am I?" Charles glanced around and discovered he was lying on a soft, pink little wooden bed, surrounded by an array of fluffy toys. A small table before him displayed a brand new princess dress. They seemed to have realized that physical punishment was ineffective against 134 and had opted for a gentler approach. As Charles touched his body, he found that the wounds had vanished. Clearly, the Mai had utilized some means to heal him completely. Though 134 had once pursued them, for a fleeting moment, Charles felt a twinge of sympathy for the little girl. If an adult like him struggled to endure, one could only imagine the plight of a young girl. Quickly regaining his composure, Charles sat up in bed. "Do you know our current location?" It was already determined. I remained wide awake when they moved us. "Look over here." Richard abruptly lifted the bed sheet, revealing the soft blanket beneath, which was roughly torn aside, exposing a detailed map of the second laboratory beneath. "Our current location is here, not far from the place where we were previously detained. If there are no interruptions along the way, we could reach it in just 5 minutes at full speed." Richard pointed to a corner of the map. Charles's eyes scanned the map. He could no longer afford to wait. God knows what preparations the white-coated Myers made to coerce 134 into compliance. This fleeting moment of temporary freedom was a rare opportunity. Here, and here. According to the map, these points indicate where the experimental subjects are confined. To escape, we must release them all. Chapter 104, The Escape. Are you certain those experimental subjects can incite enough chaos? There should be more Myers than just those in the square. The entire island is likely their territory. Richard expressed with concern. The white-coated Meyer sauntered in, slowly muttering something. Charles's gaze turned cold. Though he understood, this being merely mimicked the actions of humanity from a bygone era, the memory of killing Saren and the torment he had endured made him yearn to reduce this creature to ash. Let us find an opportunity to eliminate this fiend. Richard thought grimly. There will be a chance. We must first escape. The white-coated Meyer picked up a powder-pink dress from the table, shaking it before Charles. The corners of Charles's eyes twitched. His prosthetic limb clenched tightly, and he restrained himself from smashing it into the Meyer's face. Suddenly, a palm-sized photograph was produced by the white-coated Meyer. It depicted a silver-haired little girl joyfully lying in her mother's embrace, flashing a peace sign at the camera. Charles's guess was correct. 134 was the little girl from Sodom. In the photograph, she showed none of the previous savagery, her face adorned with a delightful smile that was utterly charming. The Meyer's tone softened considerably as he slowly placed the photograph into Charles's palm. Gently caressing the photograph's smooth surface, Richard murmured, "This appears to be a form of consolation, but in truth, it is a threat. It indicates that 134's parents have been captured by them." Charles had previously held a neutral view of the Foundation, but witnessing this creature's actions made it exceedingly difficult for him to harbor any goodwill towards them, even knowing they had been completely eradicated. After a brief session of persuasion, the white-coated Meyer reached out with its withered hand to pat Charles on the head before turning to exit. Seizing this opportunity, Charles noticed a row of fully armed black Myers standing outside the door. Clearly, charging out like this would be futile. He had to devise an alternative plan. As soon as the door clicked shut, Charles sprang to his feet. Regardless of what fate awaited 134, he had to escape. His eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for a means of egress. However, this warmly decorated little girl's bedroom had no windows. Apart from the door, there were no other exits. Don't act too conspicuously. They must be monitoring us, Richard cautioned. Charles seized the small white comb from the table, tossing it towards the ceiling, plunging the room into darkness. At that moment, he suddenly spotted the beautiful crystal chandelier above. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. He raised his prosthetic limb, activating the harpoon, which effortlessly pierced through the ceiling. There's a gap above. Let us go. Charles gently pushed against the wall, shattering the fragile ceiling and ascending into the space above. Dust filled the air, but Charles paid it no mind, scrambling forward like a gecko. Soon, he discovered a ventilation duct and swiftly crawled inside. However, before he could venture far, the piercing alarm blared once more. The VE realized we VE escaped. That room must have surveillance. Richard warned urgently. Stay focused. You report the map location, and I'll maneuver our bodies. We absolutely cannot allow them to capture us again. This is our only chance. Charles continued to crawl rapidly through the ventilation duct. With his mind split between tasks, he drew closer to the first confinement point. Dots of red light flickered in the distance, many of its kind nearby. Although Charles was unsure of their nature, it was evident they spelled trouble. How much longer? Charles inquired loudly. Proceed straight for 100 meters. Then take a left at the first junction. If there is no junction, create one. A rustling sound of strange wings grew increasingly loud. As their numbers reached a certain threshold, they began to swarm around Charles, seemingly attempting to attach their glowing tails to him. We're almost there, just below. Upon hearing Richard's call, Charles raised his chainsaw-like prosthetic limb and struck downwards with force, instantly cracking the ceiling. He plummeted alongside those creatures, suspended in midair. Charles quickly noticed two black Myers preparing to look up. The harpoon shot forth, piercing one black Myer's skull. The chain reacted instantly, pulling Charles downward towards the other Myer. As the second black Myer grasped an artifact, Charles's limbs swung down decisively, accompanied by the Myer's frantic screams as its weapon-bearing arm fell to the ground. With one chainsaw strike, this foe was dispatched. Charles then turned to the experimental subjects within the iron bars. Behind the thick bars, dozens of humans clad in handcuffs and shackles stood naked, their wide eyes fixed on the unfolding scene, seemingly unresponsive to the chaos. Among the crowd, Charles recognized his first mate and the cook. Without pausing to converse, he activated the chainsaw in his hand. The harsh sound of metal grinding echoed as sparks flew. With a clang, the bars were severed, and all within the cage charged out. Captain, I knew you would come to save me. The cook, Fry, exclaimed joyfully as he rushed towards Charles. Observing their condition, Charles felt no inclination to linger. He bolted towards the exit, for he needed many more allies. The Myers seemed oblivious to Charles's presence in this area, and the security here was evidently far less stringent than where he had been. Leading this group, Charles cleared out scattered Myers and arrived at the second confinement point. He found other crew members and two surviving followers of the light. However, the number of individuals here was even fewer than before. Only 9 remained. Charles's expression darkened, but he said nothing, pressing onward to the next confinement point. Chapter 105, The Living Project Containment Site. Lily trembled, curled up inside a glass jar, tears streaming down her face as she pressed her tiny paws tightly against her ears, trying to block out the screams of her companions. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I couldn't save you, she sobbed. As the cries of the outside rats abruptly ceased, the lid above Lily was forcefully unscrewed. Help! Let me go! Help! She screamed, struggling desperately in the grasp of a white-coated Myer. Beside her, a stack of transparent jars rattled as her subordinates banged against the walls. But even as they battered their heads, the unyielding jars remained steadfast. Lily was forcibly laid out in a star position on a small platform, as a Myer, its face concealed by a blue mask, approached her with a wriggling black leech. Just as that thing drew closer to Lily's chest, the large door nearby was suddenly flung open with a resounding crash. Charles stormed in with a large entourage. The harpoon was swiftly deployed, piercing through the head of the white-robed Maya, forcefully dragging it to the ground. Charles carefully lowered his artilleryman from the rack. Lily, are you all right? Lily remained silent, clinging to Charles's fingers and sobbing uncontrollably, utterly terrified. While soothing his artilleryman with one hand, Charles scanned the surroundings. This place resembled a confinement area for animals, with various rodents, small lizards, and even bats trapped in glass jars. Release them all. The crowd pelted the glass containers, liberating all the creatures. With the addition of Lily's mouse, Charles's ranks swelled considerably. It was still insufficient. He needed more allies. Just as Charles stepped out, intending to proceed to the next holding point, Lily sniffled and leaped onto Charles's shoulder, her voice quivering. "Mr. Charles, everyone's belongings are in the room next door." A surge of joy filled Charles's heart as he heavily kissed the mouse in his hands and swiftly dashed toward the room. He freed any monsters directly, while human captives were promptly armed with recovered Maya weapons, inviting them to join the cause. Upon breaching the final holding point, the spacious corridor began to feel congested. Aside from 2 sailors and a cook from the narwhal, all other crew members had been located, but the remaining humans were unfamiliar faces. "Captain, shall we charge out next?" one asked eagerly. "Sir, you rescued us. What should we do next? We are all ears." Each person gazed excitedly at their savior. Yet none could grasp the weight of the pressure bearing down on Charles. His expression was grave. All the imprisoned monsters had been released, and every communicable human had joined his ranks, but even with so many, they barely numbered 200. Even with the chaos caused by the freed monsters, it was utterly insufficient against the thousands of Maya outside. "Dude, even the Maya's test subjects only amount to this. No wonder Sailing's rebellion failed before," Charles remarked, drawing the map of the second laboratory in the dirt with his harpoon, his brow furrowed as he scanned it repeatedly, desperate to devise a plan. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from outside, signaling that the Maya had commenced their assault. Charles turned to the first mate beside him. "Bandage, take some men outside to hold them off." Bandage silently nodded and stepped out. As time slipped away and the gunfire intensified, Charles's gaze swept a particular area, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Pointing to a corner on the eastern side of the map, he said, "Richard, does this area look familiar? What are you playing at? Just say it already. Don't you remember? This is the location of the third laboratory, where living relics were held. If this place exists in the third lab, it surely does in the second as well, right? Our allies extend beyond these beings. The living relics inside are allies too." Richard's voice brimmed with excitement. "If we release all the monsters within, good heavens, the entire second laboratory will be finished. That's the plan." After drawing a heavy circle around that area, Charles stood up and boldly strode out. He swiftly cleared the Maya obstructing their path, leading everyone onward toward the living relic containment area. The journey was perilous, with more and more Maya swarming in, each stronger than the last. Their various special abilities rendered everyone defenseless. Casualties began to emerge among the crowd. Charles, bloodied and gasping, thrust his black blade into the neck of a black Maya. The prolonged battle left him feeling somewhat drained, yet upon seeing the familiar heavy steel door, he knew he had arrived. "Captain, I have explosives," shouted Deep, mask-clad, brandishing explosives as he prepared to rush forward. A nearby adherent of the Light Church restrained him, leaning against the wall as she began to vomit profusely, not in a normal manner, but in a projectile fashion. The dark green liquid spewing from her mouth hissed as it met the steel, emitting a noxious odor. Soon, the corrosive liquid had eaten through the steel door, and the Light Church adherent was the first to step inside. The steel door was easily opened from within, and Charles commanded the crew to fling open the heavy steel doors, knowing full well what he intended to do next. He did not allow everyone to enter, instructing the others to wait in the nearest room. Once the contents within were released, they would likely be indiscriminate in their aggression. He did not want to risk a conflict between 2 factions. First, Charles approached the first door. Just as he was about to open it, Deep rushed ahead. He affixed the bomb to the doorframe and swiftly retreated. Boom! A tremor-inducing explosion resonated from behind the door, accompanied by a monstrous roar. A long, greenish creature, adorned with elongated arms, crawled out from the smoky aftermath. This greenish monster fixated on Charles for a few seconds before swiftly scuttling away, hanging upside down from the ceiling. Chapter 106-157. Watching the retreating direction of the greenish creature, a smile crept across Charles's face. It seemed that the Maya's hatred far surpassed his own for these living relics. "Continue, hurry." Following Charles's command, bombs were placed at each doorframe. A myriad of monsters was unleashed, some of their appearances so grotesque that Charles struggled to describe them. However, he cared not for their nature or unique attributes. As long as they could cause trouble for the Maya, they would be temporary allies. Of course, not every living relic was as amicable as the green creature. Many launched immediate attacks upon their emergence. Fortunately, Charles and his comrades were not defenseless, seeing nearly 200 fully armed humans. Any monster with a shred of intelligence would wisely avoid confrontation. When Charles noticed that the expected Mai had yet to arrive, he knew his plan was yielding results. Disturbances must be erupting elsewhere. Approaching the third-to-last door, just as he prepared to plant explosives, he was utterly astonished to find the door had been opened from within. It was a human, a naked child, whose skin was notably less pale than Charles's. "Who are you?" Charles asked, his face wary, but the child collapsed to the floor, screaming wildly. As the shrieks echoed, the child's youthful form began to rapidly transform. Its skin turned inside out, body shriveling, and pale lips elongated like a bird's beak. Before long, the boy had vanished, replaced by a brand new Mai that climbed to its feet. It opened its elongated mouth, hurriedly uttering something towards Charles, then lifted its six-toed right leg and stepped outside. "Is this how Mai are born?" Charles pondered as he gazed at the iron door. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously pushed the black blade against the door, revealing a large mass of grayish-white, viscous substance before him. The amorphous mass pulsated irregularly, resembling a shapeless toad. Suddenly, a naked woman was expelled before Charles, who calmly stood up, pulling the slimy substance from her body. The woman, with a sorrowful expression, spoke clearly to Charles. "Do not plead with me any longer. Though I long to assist you, your matters are the purview of Dr. Debo, and I cannot interject." Astonishingly, Charles comprehended her words. His eyes widened in disbelief. It appeared that these Myers were once human. Why had they transformed in such a manner? With a swift strike, he silenced the incessant prattle of the Myers before reaching for a notebook on the left side of the room. Project code 157. Project name, Yesterday's Theater. Project description. The appearance of 157 is that of a miniature theater stage, scaled down to 1/5 its original size. On August 14, 1875, due to the casualties caused by 157-1, it drew the attention of Foundation members and was ultimately discovered in an attic in Edinburgh. If obstructed or attacked, 157-1 will retaliate against the assailants. 157-1 possesses all abilities of its replicas, including but not limited to firearms proficiency, combat skills, and the application of item class projects. Should the surroundings be entirely restored, 157-1 will cyclically replicate the actions of its replicas within this environment, with a detected cycle of 6 days. If an intelligent being intrudes upon the controlled radius of 157, it will regard them as a member of the locale and compel them to assume a role within that environment. Should the impersonator resist, they will be captured by 157-1 and forced to comply. Excessive defiance will result in punitive beatings, with each instance of resistance escalating the severity of the punishment, potentially leading to the impersonator's demise. In the event of death, 157-1 will collect the deceased's flesh, bones, and hair as materials for the environment's construction. Special containment procedures. 157 must be contained within a 4M×4M class containment chamber. Due to the unique nature of 157-1, a specialized task force must remain on standby 24 hours a day. Upon the manifestation of 157-1, the task force will respond immediately. Appendix 1 suggests that 157-1 be considered as sustenance for other projects, to be submitted to the Foundation headquarters for approval by Dr. Debo. As Charles perused the records on the wall, he finally grasped why there existed such a complete false city outside, and why the Myers were enacting the affairs of the previous era's Foundation. It turned out these Myers were merely remnants held captive by the Foundation. However, it was perplexing. The document explicitly described a theater stage, yet this hardly resembled one. Richard pointed at the repugnant mass before them, exclaiming, "Do you remember how we could only understand the Myers speech under the influence of auditory hallucinations? Are you suggesting that at this very moment, a human was expelled by 157, only to rapidly metamorphose into a Mahar?" It seemed the sound from the depths not only affected humans, but also these living relics, Charles remarked, his brow furrowed. This indeed explained why 157 had transformed into its current form, as it was meant to replicate humans, yet instead regurgitated humanoid monstrosities. If only 157 could voice its grievances. It must feel utterly wronged. It's already so bizarre, yet we encounter even more peculiar phenomena here. "Captain, are you all right?" Deep cautiously peered in from outside the door. Casting a glance at the writhing 157, Charles swiftly closed the door. Realizing that uncovering the island's secrets had not altered his predicament, he needed to depart post-haste. "How many doors remain?" he inquired. "Only 2 are left, but the one at the end seemed somewhat different from the others. Charles promptly approached the iron door, which was red and secured with layers of chains adorned with shimmering. Inscription. Quickly, set the explosives. Once we release this, we shall depart. Chapter 107. The Leech. Boom! A violent explosion resonated, and, as the smoke dissipated, Charles was astonished to find the door utterly unyielding. The strength of the chains surpassed his expectations. Regardless of whether it opens, we cannot waste any more time. Let us affix all the explosives we have and ignite the fuse to make our escape, Charles urged, his tone tinged with urgency. On the frigid floor, a deliberately elongated fuse was ignited. Without waiting for the explosion, Charles and the others bolted for the exit. The crowd surged through the laboratory, hastened by the chaos wrought by various monsters. Yet as they neared the exit, the influx of Myers increased. Even those merely masquerading as ordinary civilians proved troublesome. At that moment, Charles and his companions resembled a fragile vessel navigating tumultuous waters, perilously close to capsizing at any misstep. Gunfire, shouts of rage, screams of anguish, and the cacophony of Myers converged in that instant. With a swift strike, Charles dispatched a Mahar and turned to survey the scene behind him. A torrent of leeches, dark as ink, surged forth, mixing with an endless stream of black water. Any living entity engulfed by them would meet its demise. Watching the ominous wave rush towards them, Charles was struck with alarm, realizing he had unleashed something formidable from the red door. "Chief Engineer, do not engage, push straight ahead," he bellowed to the now massive James. The hulking giant roared in response, growing even larger, and charged towards the Myers like a tank. Charles and the others followed closely, but the Myers, seeking to attack from behind, were swiftly overwhelmed by the tide of leeches. The Myers in front appeared oblivious to the dangers surrounding them, blindly rushing forth. At that moment, Charles and his group were akin to a boat attempting to navigate upstream, struggling to advance. Those with lesser strength rapidly fell behind, either being dragged away by Myers or engulfed by the black sea of leeches, and the crowd beside Charles began to dwindle, as the ominous tide threatened to engulf them. The familiar steps of the exit appeared before them. In a critical moment, Charles ceased to calculate losses, raising his thunderstaff. In such a crowded environment, the utility of this collective assault relic reached its zenith. Arcs of electricity danced among the Myers, and those at the forefront fell lifeless to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the crew hoisted the immobilized Charles and surged up the steps, where a glass hall awaited, teeming with Myers rushing towards them. Charles, with trembling hands, grasped Deep, who was about to charge forward, directing him to the left side of the glass exterior, saying, "Do not engage them. Take the side route." As soon as Charles and his companions vacated the exit, the space instantly transformed into darkness, spewing forth black water like a fountain. The leeches, upon contact with the Myers, immediately opened their gaping maws, burrowing into their bodies. The parasitized creatures collapsed, their forms rapidly liquefying into darkness. The enlarged James slammed against the glass wall, shattering it with a crash. They had emerged. Outside the hall lay a road, and with barely regained consciousness, Charles swiftly oriented himself and sprinted toward his vessel. The road was also populated with Myers, yet their density was significantly diminished, no longer posing a threat to Charles and his group. At that moment, Charles spotted a white-robed Mahar leading a cadre of black-robed figures approaching. Despite their identical appearances, Charles immediately recognized this was the very Mahar that had tormented him before. Upon encountering an enemy, vengeance ignited within him, and with gritted teeth, he charged forward with his main force. As the crowd surged toward this direction, the Black Myers raised their relics high. Yet Charles was no longer alone this time. Nearly 100 individuals brandishing weapons simultaneously squeezed the triggers. Although the ground suddenly heaved, forming a mound of earth that shielded most of the bullets, several Black Myers were still struck and fell lifelessly to the ground. The crowd swarmed forward, and in the face of their overwhelming numbers, the Myers swiftly retreated. Seizing the moment, a white-robed Mer brandished a sharp relic and tore a burly man in half, prompting Charles to hurl the black blade with remarkable speed, the edge slicing through the air and embedding itself in the man's arm. With a fierce glare, Charles lunged forward, yanking the black blade free and thrusting it forcefully into the man's chest, exclaiming with a grimace, "This is for Saline." As he gazed into the man's face, which was now mere inches away, the white-robed Mer trembled and uttered something before his head lolled to the side, succumbing to death. Charles exhaled slowly, finally releasing the pin-up rage within him. Suddenly, The sound of shattering glass echoed behind Charles. The number of leeches was evidently abnormal, multiplying at a geometric rate. Richard's voice trembled as he exclaimed, "My God, what on earth is that? Forget about it, run!" Charles shouted to his crew, who sprinted with reckless abandon. Soon, they burst into the city, which appeared eerily quiet, devoid of danger. Yet everyone understood the gravity of the situation, and no one dared to halt their frantic pace. They dashed past the imposing bank, a barbershop adorned in red, white, and blue, and a brightly colored accessory store, until they reached the supermarket they had previously visited. "Hold on, we're almost there," Charles shouted to his crew. The endurance boost previously granted to the crew by Keed now manifested, while others gasped for breath and slowed down. The crew of the Unicorn still had some strength left. Behind them, a black mountain began to writhe upward. It was the leeches, an endless swarm of black leeches. With a thunderous roar, the entire black mountain erupted like a volcano, casting an even darker shadow over the already blackened sky, as a lethal rain of leeches began to fall. Chapter 108. Aboard the ship. A leech, encased in black liquid, plummeted onto the Unicorn's second mast, causing him to stagger and collapse, desperately reaching out to Charles with his right hand. However, it was futile. His body rapidly liquefied into a black substance. This horrifying scene sent chills down everyone's spine, and driven by primal instinct, they rushed into the nearby supermarket. At that moment, the rain from above came crashing down, observing the outside world being engulfed in darkness. With writhing leeches crawling chaotically down the streets, Charles realized they could not afford to wait. The creatures reproduced at an unimaginable rate, and they had to escape this cursed place swiftly. Inside the supermarket, after glancing around, Charles made his way to the clothing section, feeling the garments that resembled clothes but had a texture akin to plastic. "Put these on. Grab a few hats too. Hurry!" With a loud crash, the crowd, clad in various garments, barreled through the supermarket's glass doors, racing toward the distant massive wall. Despite such layered protection, some individuals occasionally collapsed, overtaken by the leeches below. At this moment, no one dared to pause, to stop amidst certain death. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The ticking sound above vanished as Charles and his weary companions dashed into the breach of the colossal wall. The immense fortification shielded them from the black rain, and they were finally safe. Without a moment's respite, they hastily shed their various coverings to prevent the leeches from burrowing through any crevices into their bodies. "You take half the people onto your ship, and I'll take the other half onto mine, quickly," Charles commanded a female luminarian before him. Even though everyone was utterly exhausted, they worked diligently to board the vessels. The small boat, laden with people, gradually approached the Unicorn. As the horn of the Unicorn blared once more, the long still vessel finally set sail. Panting heavily, Charles stood on the deck, resting his hands on the railing, gazing toward the distant massive island. Under the bright beam of the searchlight, he witnessed the black leeches beginning to climb the Great Wall, devouring everything like the hand of a demon. The events that transpired on the island flashed through Charles's mind like a film. Although he had only spent mere days there, it felt as if he had lingered for an eternity. This island is finished. The Myers within are utterly doomed. They will never capture another soul to perform their live theater again, Richard remarked. Charles paid him no heed. He still had a pressing matter to attend to. Grabbing the nearby Deep, he pulled him toward his captain's quarters in haste. With a snap, the oil lamp was ignited, and Charles thrust a notebook and a ruler along with a pen into Deep's bewildered hands, beginning to tremble as he removed his outer garment. "Draw the map of my back wound, quickly," Charles instructed, turning his bare torso away from his first mate. "But Captain, you have no wound on your back," Deep replied. "What?" Charles's heart sank, and he anxiously felt his back, discovering that the wound previously etched by Saline had healed. Suddenly, he recalled the capsule the White Robe Mer had given him. That substance seemed to possess healing properties. Had he been working in vain? A wave of despondency washed over him, leaving him nearly unsteady on his feet. "Captain, while you have no wounds, there are some scars." Deep's words prompted Charles to consider throttling the young man. He shot Deep a fierce glare before turning away, then draw according to the scars, quickly. Before long, a replicated nautical chart was handed to Charles's trembling hands. After carefully comparing it with the mental image in his mind, a sudden smile broke across his face. His laughter grew louder, causing Deep to feel a chill run down his spine. "Captain, are you all right?" Me fine. Me fine," Charles replied with a beaming smile as he embraced him tightly, then forcefully pushed him out the door. Regardless of the trials and tribulations faced during this island exploration, or the depths of despair endured. The moment he beheld the map, he felt it was all worthwhile. Oh dear, I haven't even started writing my 20,000 leagues under the sea. I must begin quickly, otherwise it will be too late once I get out. Lying on the soft bed, Anna hummed along with the gramophone to the most popular song of the time. Completely nude, she rested her elbow on her head, glancing through an art book filled with grotesque and terrifying monsters. The bathroom door swung open with a creak, revealing a robust young man wrapped in a towel, emerging with an air of excitement. Miss Anna, I'm done washing. Anna absent-mindedly glanced at him. Are you clean? Yes, I'm spotless, see? The young man, brimming with enthusiasm, leaned toward the bed. A mere poor thug. He could hardly believe his luck in winning the affections of a renowned socialite from the island. Tomorrow, when boasting to his companions, jealousy would undoubtedly consume them. However, as he reached out with his left hand toward her soft skin, his right hand lifted the towel from his waist, his expression swiftly morphed from eagerness to horror. A piercing scream filled the room as Anna reclined on the ship, continuing to idly flip through the art book. Is there news from Coral Island? She inquired. Respectful mistress. There is none, a maid replied with a slight bow. Sighing, Anna twirled her hair with her fingers, rolling over to the other side of the grand bed, where a portrait of Charles rested on the cabinet. Her left hand transformed into a tentacle, slowly drawing the image closer. Master, who is this? Him? Anna's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of struggle as she caressed the glass with her tendrils. He is my man. The doorbell chimed. Yet Anna remained motionless on the bed, merely tilting her chin towards the entrance. The maid swiftly laid down the new carpet and hurried to open the door. Master, is the governor's daughter. Chapter 109, Dispute. Inside the cabin of the narwhal, Deep stealthily followed Lily as they approached the captain's quarters. What on earth is Mr. Charles doing? Why has he been holed up in his room since we boarded? Lily whispered. He hasn't let me sleep with him lately. How am I to know? Stop talking. Mr. Charles has sharp ears. He'll hear us. As they spoke, they drew closer to the captain's chamber, where indistinct sounds emerged from within. Why are you so impulsive? Your body must be under my authority. Why should I? Just because you say so doesn't mean I have to listen. This isn't right. You should think before acting. Fine, if I'm a fool, then what are you? Do you really think I would? Of course you have a way. Go ahead and kill me. Let us see who survives. Listening to the muffled argument within the room, the two exchanged glances. Lily lowered her voice, saying, It seems Mr. Charles is arguing with himself again. Did he used to do this? Deep instinctively touched the jester mask in his arms. It was no secret aboard the narwhal that Charles's mental state had become somewhat erratic, although he never explained. Those who spent time with him knew that there was another voice in his head. Lily shook her head. No, while Mr. Charles often talked to himself. I've never heard such fervent disputes before. What should we do? Should we intervene? Deep's tone was hesitant. How do we intervene? They are both Mr. Charles. Who should we help? Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a grim-faced Charles who regarded the pair. What are you two doing here? Well, I came to find Lily. Right, Lily? The nearby Lily nodded vigorously in agreement. Before the captain could speak again, Deep snatched the mouse from the floor and dashed towards the deck. Once on the bustling deck, they exchanged a glance and exhaled heavily. The captain was terrifying just now, Lily said, her heart racing. Observing their exit, Nona, seated at the ship's edge smoking, approached. How is the captain? Still the same, Deep replied with a sigh as he stretched. Should we call a doctor? Nona asked, taking a deep drag before tossing the cigarette but into the sea. No, I asked the ship's doctor before. He said there was nothing he could do. Lily looked up at them. It's fine. We've overcome so many difficulties already. The captain won't be brought down by this trivial matter. Yes, Mr. Charles is the strongest. Though they spoke reassuringly, during mealtime, it was evident to all that the captain was not himself. His body exhibited signs of disarray, his hands seemingly cramping. Moreover, he mumbled incoherently, his expression contorting as if someone were tugging at both sides of his face, creating a rather alarming sight. Eventually, the doctor could no longer stand by and, limping, approached Charles, delivering a firm pat on his back. Hey, you two, quiet down. The people on this ship are counting on you. Under the scrutiny of anxious gazes, Charles finally ceased his erratic behavior, gulping down his food hastily. Once he had stuffed his stomach, he set down his soup spoon and prepared to head back to the captain's quarters. He still had unfinished business with Richard. However, as he stood up, a sailor rushed down from the deck in a state of urgency. Captain, the first mate wants you to come quickly. Those lunatics from the Enlightenment seem to have started a fight. The narwhal was not far from the ship of enlightenment, and from the deck, Charles could see the raucous crowd on board. His hands swiftly signaled the helmsman, and the narwhal gradually moved closer. As Charles set foot on the deck of that vessel, he spotted Linda, a follower of the Enlightenment, lying on the ground, while a few individuals were tearing at her robes. Previously, when they escaped from that island, they had worked together in unity, but now, with their guard down, other concerns began to surface. A brawny man, towering at 2 meters, suddenly rose from Linda's side, emotionally pounding his chest, which was covered in dark hair. "I'm this big and only got such a little water. Is this woman being treated like a cat? This order was issued by me. Only by doing so can we avoid dying of thirst. Do you have any objections?" Charles replied coldly. The burly man hesitated, taking a step back, well aware of Charles's capabilities. Yet, feeling the eyes of his companions upon him, his previously hesitant expression hardened. "Charles, I'm not intending to defy your command, but everyone needs water. You must ensure my survival. We are all captains here. Don't be so rigid. My previous ship was much larger than yours." "Oh, may I ask what your former position was?" Charles inquired as he helped Linda to her feet, noting the bruises on her skin. It was clear their demands were not merely for water. The burly man's face bore a hint of pride. "I was a pirate. Of course, we are all friends who escaped together. I want to harm you. And those fellows behind you, are they your subordinates?" Charles glanced at the few unruly individuals behind him. "Not exactly, but they all listen to me now." "Very well." Charles pointed towards the dark waters beside the ship. "Jump in." What? The burly man's smug smile froze in an instant. "I said jump in." The crew behind Charles stepped forward in unison, and the atmosphere aboard grew tense. The burly man's face turned pale with panic as he waved his hands. No, Mr. Charles, you may have misunderstood. I merely wanted another cup of water." Bang! Charles's bullet pierced the burly man's chest in an instant. Before the eyes of all, Charles dragged the man's lifeless body and unceremoniously tossed it overboard, then turned to face the others.